Chapter 211, Fooling. And then fooling. If at the beginning, the Bayan race had been hiding in the dark, while Wang Wei and others had been hiding in the light, the other party could accurately find the time to launch an attack when they knew each other, thus causing huge losses to the entire Interstellar Federation base. Then now it is equivalent to everyone being in the open. But the Bayan race still believes that their advantage has not been lost. So they will come here again to steal intelligence blatantly. In this case, let him bear the consequences of this matter. I think we should listen to what Lao Zheng has to say about this matter. Lao Zheng is a guy who is usually cunning and can always think of a solution. Lao Wang hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he was unable to give Wang Wei a good answer, and could only throw the blame directly to Lao Zheng. Compared with Lao Wang, Lao Zheng seemed much more indifferent. Instead of passively taking a beating here, why not retreat first, and then completely abandon this base after a while? We can use space station technology to build a space fortress above the subspace planet. The other side does not have advanced aerospace technology, so naturally there is no way to attack us, let alone easily infiltrate our base. Then we can fight however we want. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. It's a good idea. In fact, how could Wang Wei not know this method in his heart? Not to mention putting it in the subspace. It is impossible for the planet to be realized, even if it is placed at other planets in the multiverse. The same is true. It is announced that every upgrade and development of aerospace technology is inseparable from the accumulation and support of a large amount of funds in time, which cannot be completed on the timeline, even if there is really plenty of time and money. I am afraid that in order to overcome the subspace, the unique spatial attributes of the planet, it will take a lot of energy. By that time, when this technology is really realized, God knows whether the insect army and the Bayan race are still there. The words the other party said now were not meant for him, but for the Bayan member who was hiding nearby and eavesdropping. However, Wang Wei felt that the professor, who looked relatively honest on the outside, could dig such a big hole without knowing it. This shows that people's hearts are separated by their stomachs. This saying is really true. Looking at Lao Wang, who was speaking righteously and thinking deeply. If Wang Wei didn't know that Lao Wang was deliberately digging a hole for the other party, he would probably think that the idea Lao Wang said was what he thought in his heart. In his heart, he couldn't help but give Lao Wang a big thumbs up. And at the same time, Wang Wei also spoke out his own opinion. I think your idea is not wrong at all. From this incident, the opponent's weakness is in the air. We can completely use our own advantages to restrain their weaknesses. If we can build an air base above the subspace planet, that is, a space station complex, then these insect swarms and members of the Bayan race on the ground will not be enough to pose a threat to us. So the initiative is all in our hands. When Wang Wei said this, he glanced at the member of the Bayan race, who was eavesdropping next to him. His clumsy body turned around. Obviously, he was very anxious after hearing the news. He wanted to report the news to their leader as soon as possible. But he might still be worried that Wang Wei would have more explosive information in the communication with Lao Wang next time. So he could only wait patiently. The scene in front of him made Wang Wei laugh. Even Wang Wei himself didn't expect that the guy in front of him looked so cute. If you say he is a smart bug, it is not entirely true. After all, he did not think about whether there was any unreasonableness in it. Instead, he wanted to report everything he heard without even filtering it. But then again, it cannot be completely blamed on him. After all, he did not know that his ability to be invisible was completely exposed in front of these mirrors. You should know that when this mirror was installed, it was officially started, and his first practical application took less than an hour. At this time, when the member of the Bayan race was forcing himself to stabilize, Wang Wei and Lao Wang started their second wave of performances. What should we do next? Even if we come up with the next countermeasure now, we still have no way to teleport such a larger base to this subspace planet in such a short time. We still need to resist them for a while. How can we ensure our safety? Wang Wei continued to extend the topic, just to let the other party hear more news. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng looked at each other. Obviously they didn't expect why Wang Wei suddenly asked this question. And they didn't know whether Wang Wei was really asking this question or still digging a hole. Wang Wei used a micro-expression that only Earthlings could understand, and blinked at the other party. And the two of them immediately laughed. Under the suppression of our current technological level, the Zerg army has long lost any advantage. Even if their main force directly confronts us, we can fully achieve a balance of power between the two sides. So we don't have to worry too much about the Zerg army. But what we need to worry about most at the moment is the battle between us and the Bayan race. The Bayan race has extremely special properties. It can actually be invisible and shield the detection of all detectors. This matter gives us a headache. So I personally think that we should close all the entrances and exits of the entire Interstellar Federation base and arrange a large automatic defense device in front of the only entrance and exit. This defense device can swing the blade at the ground at random without rules, whether there is no one in front of it or there is really someone, as long as there is no registration. This may have a deterrent effect on them to a certain extent. Wang Wei was stunned when he heard the advice given by Lao Zheng. Not to mention that Lao Zheng always gave Wang Wei a very old-fashioned feeling. Not only does he speak in a literary style, but he also always restrains himself with extremely high moral standards in his style of doing things or anything else. Originally, Wang Wei thought that Lao Wang was already open enough. But he didn't expect that Lao Zheng would be even more deadly than Lao Wang when he really played the joke. This is equivalent to Lao Zheng directly pushing the technological level of the entire Interstellar Federation base from the current super-civilization stage back to the previous cold weapon era. This indiscriminate and rhythmic attack method is even more ancient than the small automatic trigger trap used on Earth to catch birds. I really don't know what Lao Zheng is thinking. Although Wang Wei didn't want to admit that Lao Zheng's method had any effect, he still resisted the urge to laugh and nodded solemnly. Although the method is not as advanced as I imagined, it can at least deter them to a certain extent. I personally think we can give it a try. So, from now on, all the entrances and exits of the entire Interstellar Federation base will be closed, leaving only one entrance and exit for the base. The people inside and outside the base will communicate with each other. At the same time, the design and installation of the big knife at the entrance of the base will be handed over to you two elders. Old Wang and Old Zheng smiled at each other. This simple trap is naturally a piece of cake for these two top scientists. Although these two people are only experts in Earth planetary biology and have extremely high attainments in biology, this does not mean that they have not dabbled in other aspects. Wang Wei, we are the only two here, so you can rest assured. We will make sure that this matter is properly arranged for you. However, as for defense, I think it is really unnecessary to arrange so many people in the base for defense. We can arrange some troops in several major areas for defense, and the other soldiers can rest well, so that once the insect army and the Bayan race launch provocation again, all soldiers will be in a better state to welcome the next battle. Old Wang seemed to be watching the excitement and started to think about the internal security arrangements of the base. Wang Wei subconsciously looked at the three-eyed Star King next to him, because now the security work of the entire base is all handed over to the three-eyed Star King to manage. The three-eyed Star King saw Wang Wei's eyes, looked at his three big eyes, looked around a little confused, and obviously didn't know how to respond for a while. Wang Wei quickly looked at the member of the Bayan race, who was hiding nearby and eavesdropping on the intelligence. He was still listening to the conversation patiently with his head down, and did not notice the abnormal situation at the scene. Apparently, this guy was so confident in his ability to be invisible that he was even too lazy to observe whether other people at the scene had discovered him. Seeing that the other party did not revolt, Wang Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and at the same time, he quickly winked at the King of the Three-Eyed Star. The King of the Three-Eyed Star realized it later. At this time, he finally reacted and came over and nodded quickly. Professor Wang, Professor Zheng, although I don't quite understand some of the ideas you two just put forward, I believe in all the judgments made by our chairman at this time. So I am willing to express my support and affirmation for your next arrangements. As long as it is what you need, you can make a request, and I will definitely do my best to do it. Professor Wang and Professor Zheng laughed and waved their hands casually at the King of the Three-Eyed Star. Okay, since you all said so, then we two old men will show our ugliness. As for what the result will be later, it will be verified by time. However, I believe that with the two devices we developed and the relevant tactical arrangements, we will definitely be able to play a role in the base. After the two old professors finished speaking, Wang Wei asked the King of the Three-Eyed Star to take them to the direction of the office building. And Wang Wei deliberately walked to the blind spot next to him, and used an extremely narrow slit to observe the reaction of the Bayan race member just now. Hearing the voices of Professor Wang, Professor Zheng, and the King of the Three-Eyed Alien gradually fade away, the guy in front of him seemed to know that his mission of gathering intelligence this time was considered completed. He stood up boldly without any hesitation, and even stretched his body, looking indifferent. He turned his head and looked in the direction where the few people left. His eyes were obviously full of undisguised contempt. Perhaps in his eyes, the method these two old guys came up with was simply weak. After all, with their existing stealth ability, they can enter and exit the base freely, even if all the entrances and exits are closed, leaving only this one entrance and exit with a big knife that may fall at any time. They still have a way to get in. Seeing the other party walk directly in front of all the soldiers and disappear from everyone's sight, all the soldiers showed a trace of anger on their faces. Wang Wei came to the identification guards guarding the main entrances and exits and said meaningfully, "I know that you have great hatred for the members of the Bian race in your heart. You want to peel their skin, eat their flesh, and drink their blood. I am also very aware of the damage that the Bian race has caused us during this period. But I hope you can consider the overall situation and not be swayed by your own emotions at this time. If you can't bear it for a moment and directly attack this guy, or make any expression or action that makes him suspicious, it is very likely that all our efforts during this period will be in vain. We don't just want to kill a member of the 8 disgusting race. We want to make the Bian race exterminate the entire race." Wang Wei waved his hand and spoke firmly. In fact, at the beginning, Wang Wei did not want to launch such a terrifying and large-scale interstellar war. Even when he knew that there was another Bian race with extremely special stealth ability, Wang Wei even considered withdrawing with the entire Interstellar Federation base. But the bad thing is that Oscar Ding is too ambitious. Oscar Ding should not stop Wang Wei and others from leaving at that critical moment. And he should not force Wang Wei and the entire Interstellar Federation to go into the water again. Originally, he thought that as long as the Bian race could cooperate with the insect army, with the dual blessing of intelligence and defense, they would be able to take down the opponent's base in one fell swoop. But the facts were very different from what he thought. So now the entire Bian race has been completely exposed to extreme danger. And Oscar Ding, as the main leader, is completely unaware of this. Oscar Ding is standing in front of a cave in a secret underground base near the crater. The cave behind him seems to be darker and deeper. But Oscar Ding's eyes are full of bright light. He looked at the excitement in the eyes of the member in front of him, who was reporting relevant information to him. And he couldn't hide it. "Are you sure that what you just told me is all true? And it really came from the mouths of the chairman of their Interstellar Federation base and the other 2 experts from the Earth? Old man, I dare to guarantee you with my own life that what I heard is exactly what I am saying now." Oscar Ding began to walk back and forth slowly in the cave, and his expression began to become more and more excited. "I really didn't expect that the Interstellar Federation base, which looked so powerful on the surface, is so weak. It was only facing the first internal and external cooperation of the Zerg army and us. And it suffered such a heavy blow, and even made them lose the confidence to resist. Now they can only fall into passive defense. This is something I never expected." Oscar Ding reached out and touched his chin, and suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and quickly said to another middle-aged man beside him, "Cashel, you lead a charge team to the Sol Nebula base to check the situation and see if they are still under construction. If so, in order to avoid more trouble, we will give the Interstellar Federation base a chance to breathe. While they are resting, we will seize the time to destroy all the Nebula bases. To be honest, this base has always been a big worry in my heart. But I didn't expect that after so many years. Their technology is still the same as it was back then, although there has been no progress. It can be seen that the opponent's strength should be very weak, and there is no way to compare with our current technology. Looking at the entire subspace planet, it is estimated that only the Interstellar Federation base can have the strength to compete with us. But we have been consuming their existing resources wave after wave during this period of time. I am afraid that they have already been exhausted and can't fight for a few days." It must be said that Oscar Ding's arrangement really has some meaning of tactical coordination. He can take care of both bases and knows how to attack the opponent's weaknesses. If it weren't for the limitation of his own technology, I'm afraid Oscar Ding would really be a very formidable enemy in terms of tactics. But it's bad. This guy was born at the wrong time. At least it seems so now. Chapter 212. Prepare for both situations. Aviation has always been the biggest barrier that prevented their race from rising and leaving the subspace planet smoothly. It is precisely because of the impact of the inability of aerospace technology to continue to develop that they have not dared to easily start a war in the air during this period of time. The only time they started a war was when they sent out the simple main battleship that Oscar Ding had just developed with all his efforts. The final result was obvious to everyone. This main battleship was immediately bombed to pieces by the opponent after participating in the first battle, including several spaceflight members who were carefully trained. They became live targets in the process of being ejected from the cabin and were smashed into pieces by the opponent one by one. Thinking of this, Oscar Ding couldn't help but think of the most intelligent young people in the stroke that he had carefully selected, who died under the blazing flames and were burned to slag. With his fists clenched, Oscar Ding's eyes flashed with fierceness. I hope that the battle between me and the Sol Nebula Federation base can be resolved quickly. But the battle with the Interstellar Federation base can be fought as slowly as possible. The better. Because this method will continue to torture them to exhaustion, and drag them to the point where they are unable to fight. I want to make all of them my slaves and let me drive them. I want to make them live a life worse than death to repay the blood debt they owed before. Oscar Ding's body was trembling slightly, and the other people next to him were also silent after hearing this. After all, for them, Oscar Ding is the only one in their entire Bayan race whose strength and status can be comparable to God. If they offend Oscar Ding and make Oscar Ding unhappy, then Oscar Ding's casual words may cost them their lives. Lasher received the order. Without any hesitation, he turned around and began to mobilize his troops. The Bayan race actually has a lot of members. However, the Bayan race has the biggest weakness that even the insectoid army cannot avoid. That is, although the entire race is mainly based on the evolution of intelligence. However, there are still some members in the race whose quality is seriously insufficient, and even their intelligence is comparable to that of ordinary insects in the Zerg army. Everything has its pros and cons, and there are always disadvantages in everything. This seems to be a problem that often occurs in the law of competition in nature, and the team led by Lasher this time. Basically all the members are defective products in the race, because Oscar Ding once made a long-term plan for the development of the whole world. In his cognition, the strength is definitely more important than the super defensive shell of the Zerg army, which looks useful but is actually useless. Because only with endless wisdom can we win again and again in the next battle. This is the main reason why Oscar Ding can have such a high status and strong strength in the whole race. His casual words and casual decisions may directly change the future direction of the entire race. This is the charm of Oscar Ding. Oscar Ding also wants to maintain his advantage, and to expand the influence of his race on the large space planet to a certain extent. The Bayan race has been adopting a very special promotion mechanism from top to bottom. There are 3 types of promotion mechanisms. It is equivalent to 3 huge pyramids pressing on everyone. As long as someone wants to continuously improve his social status in the race, he must obtain it through the promotion of these 3 mechanisms. At the bottom are the ordinary bugs that have been introduced just now, whose intelligence is almost the same as that of the ordinary insect army, although they are much more noble than ordinary members of the insect army in terms of understanding and execution ability. After all, each of them has their own independent consciousness and knows what they should do next. But they never think about some very important things in their minds. When considering things, they only look at the present and cannot develop the habit of foresight. This kind of people who can only live at the bottom and follow the orders of the upper level are the weakest and also the largest in the entire Bayan race. The middle layer refers to creatures who have a certain ability to understand and think independently, but are unable to make accurate decisions when faced with critical matters and have no courage. Compared with the creatures at the bottom, this kind of creature is better at thinking and issuing orders. They can take some countermeasures temporarily according to the situation on the scene, but they will still hesitate when facing major events, which depends on their lack of confidence in themselves. This kind can only be ranked in the second layer, and Lasher just now refers to this kind. As for the upper layer, it is the dozen young people carefully selected by Orwell. Although those young people were finally burned to death and turned into ashes by Wang-Wei triangular crystal stone due to the intense burning, it must be said that the good seedlings carefully selected from the entire Bayan race were just wiped out by Wang-Wei. Who would feel good about it? In fact, above these 3 layers of promotion mechanism, there is another layer of super burning existence. And this layer of super burning existence is like the top of the pyramid, always standing at the top, and no one dares to invade and touch his majesty. This person is Oscar Ding himself. Oscar Ding's management of the Bayan race was not a one-day thing. He had already shown extraordinary leadership from the beginning. Even in the following battles, he repeatedly made military achievements, which made his identity and status continue to rise, and also won the recognition of the previous main person in charge of the Bayan race. In the end, Oscar Ding relied on his outstanding strength and transcendent wisdom to transform himself into the hope of the entire planet to enter the universe and expand its territory in the future. Lasher quickly selected the right personnel, and they began to drive the previous spacecraft at a very fast speed and approached the direction of the Sol Nebula base. The straight-line distance between the Sol Nebula base and the Interstellar Federation base is not close, nor far, and there are only about a dozen hills in between. If flying with an aircraft, the distance between the front and the back will definitely not exceed a few breaths. At this time, Wang Wei had already arranged for Goso and Malka to go back alone and let them take some people to pretend that they were still building the base, and pass on information that could paralyze the Bayan race. The Bayan race must not react suddenly at this time. The two bases have formed an alliance. In this case, the other party may take extremely radical measures and want to jump over the wall. At that time, even if the final war can be started and can be won, I am afraid that the price paid by the soldiers in the base will definitely not be small. Wang Wei's biggest concern about the whole thing is not whether he can win this war, nor whether the final mining rights of the triangular crystal can be owned by him. What he is most worried about is the safety of the soldiers in the Interstellar Federation of the base. If the soldiers in the Interstellar Federation base are in danger of life or a large number of casualties due to his own command mistakes, then for Wang Wei, every battle report will be a torment. After receiving Wang Wei arrangement, Goso and Malka returned to the base with dozens of Sol Nebula Federation soldiers without saying anything. Just as they prepared everything and were about to start acting, a harsh buzzing sound came from afar. Looking up at the sky in the distance, Goso's mouth curled up with a sneer. I didn't expect that Brother Wang Wei was right. The Bayan race is really restless. On the one hand, they tried every means to go against the Interstellar Federation base, but ended up getting themselves into trouble. Now they are starting to think about our Nebula Federation base. I really don't know what these guys are thinking in their hearts. Don't they think about things every day? At this time, they dare to attack us. It's really a bit of a pebble hitting a stone. After the last incident, Goso Heart has become almost obsessed with mechas. But he can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. He still can't understand the core of these mechas in a short time. Technology. And Wang Wei also promised himself to arrange a set of mechas tailored for all the soldiers in the Sol Nebula base. However, Wang Wei of the Rao family has a planet Earth with strong construction capabilities behind it. And there is no way to completely complete and deliver this set of mechas in a short time. Which means that they must wait for a suitable time. A time when all soldiers can have mechas. Brothers, our distinguished guests have arrived. Everyone should be busy and do what they should do. Don't be scared by them. If I'm not mistaken, they should not come here to attack us actively this time. It is very likely that they just come to see if we are still there. After speaking out his thoughts, Goso's mouth curled up with a mocking arc. Since they are so restless, let's provide them with more relevant information to make them even more restless. As the sound became louder and louder, the buzzing sound hurt people's ears. Many Sols and Nebula base soldiers who were pretending to work under the base couldn't help but cover their ears and hide around, and finally hid in a bunker behind, looking at the huge monster that made the noise. I saw a spaceship appeared in front of me, but this spaceship seemed a little different from the spaceship that landed at Su-Air Nebula base last time. Instead, it had some similarities with the main battle spaceship described by Wang Wei. However, just from the size, this spaceship was obviously much smaller in size than the previous main battleship in terms of specifications and standards. It seems that what Brother Wang Wei said is indeed correct. This group of guys' understanding of aerospace technology is obviously much more mature than the 4-in-1 product they developed for the first time. If they are given some more time, who knows how far their aerospace technology will eventually develop. You know, the most abundant thing on the entire subspace planet is the triangular crystal mineral resources that are everywhere. With these mineral resources, they are equivalent to having unlimited practical error costs. Under this almost zero experimental cost, who knows what kind of heaven-defying stuff they will eventually research. Thinking of this, even Goso himself couldn't help but feel a little scared. And at the same time, he had to give Wang Wei a big thumbs up in his heart again. Wang Wei IQ and wisdom are undoubtedly the highest among all the people he knows. Not only can he smoothly and accurately predict the other party's next move, but he can even more or less speculate on what may happen next based on the current situation. This is completely unacceptable. You know, Wang Wei's current strength is already considered to be the strongest existence on the entire planet. The Interstellar Federation base was able to survive the joint attack of the Zerg army and the Bayan race without the help of energy shields until the end of the battle, and even beat the other side. On the surface, it seems that both sides have suffered losses. But in fact, only Goso knows that in this battle, the Bayan race was completely defeated. If it were not for the Bayan race, which has the special ability to be invisible and not be located and locked by detection devices, I am afraid that it would have been slaughtered to an unknown extent. But now it is different. Now the Interstellar Federation base has new equipment, which is called a mirror on the planet Earth. It is a very strange magical equipment that can continuously fold light on the original basis. With the addition of the mirror, they soon learned the secret of the other party's invisibility in the first practice, and at the same time cracked the other party's invisibility ability. Now occupying a certain subspace, the final holy family of the planet cannot be the Zerg army, nor the Bayan race, and even less can it be the Sol Nebula base, but the Interstellar Federation base headed by Wang Wei. The success and final victory of the Interstellar Federation base were by no means coincidental, but an inevitable result of the mysterious Earth behind Wang Wei providing a variety of technologies as a backing. While he was daydreaming, the spaceship made a bang, and finally the 3 spaceships fell neatly on the apron next to it. The big dent that had just been repaired by Goso and other soldiers in the entire federal base was smashed out again. Looking at the familiar burn marks and 3 huge dents in front of him, Goso was not panicked at all, but rather knocked his forehead with his hand helplessly, looking very headache. Looking at this situation, the appearance of the spaceship has changed, but many of the core parts are still so embarrassed. Should we eject it next? Sure enough, just after Goso finished speaking, there were several more bangs, and then the cover of the spaceship was forcibly ejected. Then several figures were ejected from it one after another. The 3 spaceships were like dumplings, ejecting Bayan creatures one after another. Soon, these creatures fell to the ground like small shells. And then, these people stood up one after another. And then came to Gosu and others in an orderly manner. They were still wearing the same bionic armor as last time. Seeing this armor again, even Gosu, who knew that Wang Wei had promised to provide him with armor, could not hide the envy in his eyes. The person in the front took a step forward and asked coldly, "Who is the main person in charge of this base? Please stand up and talk to me." Goso knew that his sister Malka was still in the Interstellar Federation base, so this could completely guarantee his sister's safety. As for himself, it didn't matter. Anyway, being arranged here by Wang Wei proved that Wang Wei had already determined in his heart that the other party came here definitely not to kill people. Goso subconsciously took a step forward and stood in front of the other party without any cover. "What's your name?" "Brother, you don't even know my name. Why did you come to our Sol Nebula base when you have nothing to do? You think you are on a day trip in the suburbs?" The question asked by the other party instantly broke Goso's defense, and he simply threw out a term that he didn't understand in the tone of Wang Wei. As for the words one-day trip in the suburbs, he actually didn't know it very well in his heart. What does this sentence mean? But it sounds very funny. The other party was so angry at Goso that he didn't know what to say. After a long pause, he ignored Goso's retort and started to introduce himself. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lasher. I am the main person in charge of the second assault team of the Bayan race. We came here mainly to ask when the agreement you signed last time will be implemented. According to the intelligence brought back by the group of people who were arranged last time, you seem to be very uncooperative." The other party's tone became colder and colder, and in the end, it was obvious that he had no intention of concealing his threat to the other party. Goso was very exaggerated, and took 2 steps back and patted his chest. "Really? What are you going to do? Oh, I'm so scared now." Chapter 213, The weak are destined to be beaten. How could Lasher not see that Goso was so sarcastic? He was so angry that he was shaking all over. He couldn't understand why his leader Oscar Ding once said that the Sol Federation Nebula base controlled by Goso was the weakest so far. Moreover, over the years, there didn't seem to be any obvious progress in technology. No progress means backwardness. Even the current Bayan race is absolutely certain to be able to kill the opponent in an instant. The strength between the 2 sides can be said to be comparable. The opponent still has some foundation in aerospace technology. The advantage in land combat has long been gone. So where did Goso get the courage to challenge him? In fact, how could he not understand that Oscar Ding arranged for him to come here this time, not only to test their strength, but also to promote the issue of the agreement signed between them many years ago? No matter how few chicken bones there are, they are still meat. If they can really get a full set of aerospace technology from the other party, it will be a great help to the future development of aerospace technology for the entire Bayan race. They will no longer have to use the relatively backward spacecraft now. This is also the eternal pain in the hearts of Oscar Ding and all the Bayan races. They will never forget that just a few days ago, the people from the Interstellar Federation base drove a spaceship and directly through an oversized triangular crystal. When the triangular crystal spewed out violent flames, more than a dozen of their carefully selected elites were instantly buried in the sea of fire and eventually turned into ashes. They will never forget that after their first main battle spaceship hit the Interstellar Federation base twice, it was forced to turn back due to its own lack of power and poor performance. However, after turning back, when the pilots inside were ejected, they were accurately hit one by the other party. In the end, several small unmanned spaceships flew directly into the cabin and blew up all the components inside, so that their newly rising aerospace dream was once again annihilated. Although they didn't say it or admit it, they had already admitted in their hearts the huge gap between themselves and the Interstellar Federation base in aviation. Since the other party was able to come from the distant multiverse and come to the subspace planet and build a base, it was enough to prove that the other party's overall comprehensive strength was far stronger than the original ecological forces of the subspace planet so far. Everyone in the Bayan race knew this. If Oscar Ding hadn't insisted, it would be hard to say whether the relationship between the Zerg army and the other party was war or peace. Thinking of this, Lasher felt a trace of anger rising out of thin air in his heart. He subconsciously took a step forward. At the same time, two small laser cannons with very unique shapes suddenly appeared on the back of the bionic mecha, and the muzzles were directly aimed at Goso. The other soldiers in the Sol Nebula Federation base saw this situation in front of them, and they did not hesitate at all, and took out their weapons to confront them. However, the huge difference in size between the two sides is still too obvious. The bionic mecha driven by the Bayan race members in front of them can even be compared with Wang Wei and his team in height. The soldiers on the Sol Nebula side are still in their original bodies, and can only reach the knees of the other side. It can be seen that the huge gap between the two sides still exists. I will give you one last chance. I hope you don't talk nonsense here. I just want to hear the final result, not to accompany you here to make you cough. If you give me a specific date, I can wait, but if you dare to lie to me, I don't need to say much about the final result. You should also know what it is. Your Sol Nebula base is nothing in my eyes so far, because you have already lost completely in just this ground battle. Goso was once again shocked by the threat of force from the other side. But compared to the first time when he was at a loss and had to rely on his sister to drive the spacecraft to get out of trouble at a critical moment, this time Goso was obviously prepared for both hands. Goso's mouth corners were raised, and he pointed to the top of his head very naturally. If you dare to touch me, you should also see if you can still go back alive. Aren't you very strong on the ground? I admit that you are indeed very strong. At least on the ground. With the mecha you are wearing, I really can't beat you. After all, I can't beat you with my flesh and blood. This is normal for a mecha that has been forged by some unknown technology. But I also hope you can think it through. Even if you kill us, you will also have to pay a heavy price for our death. The final decision depends on you. Looking up in the direction of Goso's finger, I saw two small drones hovering above my head. This drone is definitely not a product of the Sol Nebula base, but from the Interstellar Federation base. However, Lasher has never seen this thing, so he naturally doesn't know which force it belongs to in the end. He thought this thing was the spaceship driven by the other party, because just from the size, it seems to have formed a very special proportion with the size of Goso and others. With a sneer on his lips, Lasher couldn't help laughing arrogantly in the end. So this is your spaceship. If you don't know, you might think it's a small toy made for children. How can such a small size cause any harm to our huge spaceship? You don't really think that you can negotiate with me with these 2 or 3 small toys? Seeing that the other party seemed unconvinced, Goso simply pointed to a huge stone next to them that they had not moved when they were building the base. From the outside, the size of this stone was even larger than the spaceship that Lasher and his team drove over. At this time, the king of the three-eyed alien also saw Goso gesture through the remote screen, understood what Goso meant, and immediately controlled the 2 drones to directly shoot a beam of high-energy laser bullets. High-energy laser bullets are a new beam integration mode formed by the later prism transformation based on laser bullets. This high-energy laser bullet can not only penetrate everything in an instant, but also has a very fast shooting speed. If it encounters a spaceship of the same level, or even a higher level, as long as the opponent's armor is not thick enough, it is possible to be penetrated in an instant. However, high-energy lasers have advantages, as well as disadvantages. On the one hand, high-energy lasers have high energy requirements. If they are fired frequently, they will cause a certain burden on the energy supply of the spacecraft itself. On the other hand, high-energy lasers can only penetrate damage, and cannot produce explosive damage, which will give the opponent a real chance to escape to a certain extent. It is precisely because of this that Wang Wei did not equip this weapon on a real combat spacecraft, but installed it on this drone spacecraft. After all, drone spacecraft can be mass-produced according to the current technological strength of the Earth planet. Not only will it only cause certain damage to its own resources after being damaged, but no soldier will not be harmed by it. With two beams of high-energy lasers passing through the lens, the originally extremely solid stone in the huge stone instantly had two fist-sized holes, and it actually penetrated all the way through the outer ear. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that such a small spacecraft actually had such huge energy and attack power. You know, even the light explosion bomb carried on their spacecraft, it can only launch a second round after a period of time. If the opponent can really achieve this attack method, then it is estimated that they will only have one chance to attack the opponent. Then they will become a live target in front of the two spacecraft. Who could have thought that such a small spacecraft could have such a huge energy? Which shocked Lasher. Now you should have seen that I am not kidding you. If you dare to touch anyone in our base, I guarantee that we still have dozens or hundreds of spacecraft like this. We can control these spacecraft anytime and anywhere to directly attack your base near the crater and carpet bomb that place. With such a powerful penetration effect, you don't think that your secret base hidden underground can still survive, right? The more Goso spoke, the more confident he became. It was not until now that he realized how cool it was to cooperate with Wang Wei. At this time, Wang Wei was like a huge backer, allowing him to speak freely without restraint. As long as he opened his mouth casually, the other party would be quite cautious about his words and stop all previous plans. This is the symbol of true strength. This is the sense of oppression and deterrence brought by real technology. Not like the Soul Nebula where the other party can threaten and intercept at will. You must know that in Goso impression, the Soul Nebula he belongs to is famous in the entire multiverse. Even if its own technological strength is not ranked among the top, it should be ranked in the upper middle position. This kind of strength is definitely not weak in the entire multiverse. However, since he came into contact with the Interstellar Federation base represented by Wang Wei, and saw so many high-tech weapons that Wang Wei had just released, Goso's inherent impression of the Interstellar Federation base has been completely refreshed again. He realized that if we only talk about the technological gap between the two sides, it is simply a world of difference. Many of the technologies that Wang Wei has, he has never even seen them. For example, the small drone that is hovering above his head and can launch attacks according to his instructions. There is actually no pilot in it to achieve remote control of this strange attack method. If it is placed in the base of Seoul Shinlin, they would never believe it. But this is the fact. It is very likely that during the development of civilization on the Earth planet, they really developed this kind of remotely controlled spacecraft based on a certain principle of signal transmission. But this technology has never appeared in the civilization of the Soul Nebula to which Goso belongs. Each planet has a different focus on development. So the technology tree opened, and the final technological achievements are also different. So there is no comparability between them. Rashir himself does not know much about aerospace technology. And it is even more impossible for him to know the tricks in it. And it is even more impossible for him to know that these small spacecrafts in front of him are not actually the products of their Soul Nebula base. Because there are real pilots in them, who can communicate with Goso anytime and anywhere. After hesitating for a while, Rashir took a step back reluctantly, and he took a deep look at Goso in front of him. I can tell you responsibly that your behavior today, in my opinion, is a provocation to our entire Bayan tribe. We will not let this matter go. When we meet again next time, you will know what it means to regret. I will give you one last chance now. Regarding the agreement signed many years ago, all the agreements on aerospace technology, you have not fulfilled them. Do you still plan to continue your journey now? Goso looked very confused and spread his hands. I think you may be mistaken. Although I am famous for representing the Sol Nebula, I am no longer under the jurisdiction of our king, and I don't plan to stay here any longer. I will evacuate today, and I don't want this base anymore. Compared to Rashiel, Goso's words were more infuriating. It was as if Rashiel's full-powered punch suddenly hit a ball of cotton without any obstacles. The cotton instantly dissolved all his power, making his full-powered punch finally have nowhere to go. Goso looked like you can't do anything to me. And Rashiel was almost angry. He fainted on the spot. But Rashiel was the captain of the team selected by Oscar Ding himself. And this mission was also assigned to him personally. It was enough to prove that Rashiel was also outstanding in other aspects. The corners of Rashiel's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes did not hide his contempt at all. So you are just like the guy named Wang Wei in the Interstellar Federation base. You are just a coward from beginning to end. At the beginning, that guy also planned to leave and stay away from this war. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of the threat brought to him by our Bian race. But in the end, even if the Interstellar Federation base wanted to leave, we could force him to stay. Do you think you have the strength to challenge us? Goso felt that what Lasher said seemed to be right. He nodded subconsciously, patted his thigh at the same time, and pretended to be enlightened. Yes, people say that a cowardly soldier will be a cowardly general. Since Wang Wei from the Interstellar Federation base, and I have always been so cowardly, then we might as well send it together. Anyway, we are all so cowardly. Why don't we just play badly in the subspace planet together? I want to see how strong you are. If you attack our two bases again and again, even if we can't expect you to wear it out, we can wear you out. In fact, what Goso said has a big disadvantage in itself. You have to know that Wang Wei comes from the distant planet Earth, and the members of the entire Interstellar Federation and the main directors of the Council also come from other planets in the multiverse, at different distances. Then, there are Goso and Malka, and the soldiers they brought from the Sol Nebula in the multiverse. The distance between the Sol Nebula and the subspace planet is also quite far. According to their current interstellar transportation level, it takes at least half a month to transport supplies back and forth. Under such circumstances, the other party, as the natives of this planet, naturally has the advantage of being close to the water. As for who will be the one to be dragged to death in the end, this is an extremely obvious question. Goso's words were obviously intended to mess with the other party's mentality. But Lasher just fell for it. Under the pressure of the two drones above his head, Lasher finally gritted his teeth. So, you don't intend to admit the contract you signed with us at all, and you want to blatantly default on it. You should go to whoever signed the contract with you, instead of asking for the contract signed with you now. I will be responsible. I can only represent the 4th Fleet in our Sol Nebula base. Who signed the contract with you? Anyway, it has nothing to do with our 4th Fleet. You don't have to use that contract to squeeze me. To me, that contract is nothing. Goso acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, which put Lasher directly into a passive position. Another member next to him came close to Lasher's ear and whispered a few words in his ear. Lasher was a little dazed, obviously thinking about whether he should do this or not. At this moment, the guy who just delivered the message suddenly rushed towards Goso at a very fast speed. Relying on his size advantage, he seemed to want to directly lower his fist and smash Goso into a meat pie on the spot. Judging from the opponent's posture at this time, he should have made a fatal move. The soldiers of the Sol Nebula base next to him also reacted one after another. For a while, weapons were aimed at him, but the bionic armor on the opponent looked of good quality and actually resisted this attack. Goso raised his head and looked at the fist that was gradually falling, and was confused for a while, seeing that the fist was about to hit Goso's head. At this time, there were 2 more lasers falling from the air, directly penetrating the protection of the opponent's bionic armor and instantly piercing the members sitting in the cockpit. Don't. Chapter 214, The Tide Turns. At this moment, time seemed to freeze directly. The soldiers in the Sol Nebula base watched helplessly as the main person in charge of the 4th Fleet was about to die in front of them. At that moment, the despair and pain in their hearts were beyond description. As the main person in charge of the 4th Fleet, any one of these members in front of them could be regarded as an absolute veteran. They have always followed Goso closely and supported Goso. All the decisions they made can be said to be the soul of the entire 4th Fleet. At the same time, Goso is the only one in the management of the entire 4th Fleet who can manage them in a substantial sense. The main reason why the current Sol Nebula base was able to reach cooperation with the Interstellar Federation base so quickly is that Malka and his brother Goso both support this resolution. As team members and middle-level management members, they would not have any doubts about the decision made by Goso at all. And they agreed without thinking. But now, they have begun to regret it in their hearts. If they had not been able to follow the crowd so casually, if they had their own opinions on this matter, then there would not be any cooperation between them and the Interstellar Federation base. And the bases of both parties would still be independent entities. The current construction progress of the Sol Nebula base has been completely stopped, which has made the construction of the quantum shield-related aspects unfinished. And naturally it can also make it easy for Lasher's men to come in. So that what happened today happened. The most important person who contributed to this tragedy was Wang Wei. If Wang Wei had not been so clever and let their main person in charge run to the original base just to paralyze the other party, then Goso would never have encountered today's life and death crisis. Although at this moment, everyone is thinking about many problems in their hearts. Time and space in this world can never flow backwards. Once something happens, then you must accept all the consequences of this thing after it happens. Some soldiers in the center have subconsciously closed their eyes, shed 2 lines of tears, and began to bid farewell to this respected leader silently in their hearts. And Goso also understood that he had no way to avoid it this time. First of all, the opponent was huge. And secondly, the opponent was extremely fast and aggressive. Moreover, the target was very clear during the whole attack, which was himself. Perhaps for Lasher personally, he felt that as long as he killed Goso, it would definitely have the effect of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. Among these soldiers without a leader, there must be middle-level or other management personnel in the entire Sol Nebula base. As long as Goso's death was a deterrent to them, they would definitely cooperate fully in the next matter. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys seemed to be a stupid way on the surface. And it might even have the worst consequence that the entire base would be leaderless and eventually scattered. But for Lasher, the guy named Goso in front of him could not be a negotiating opponent that he respected. So he would only be an eyesore if he stayed in front of him. Instead of getting rid of him later, it would be better to get rid of him as soon as possible, so as to eliminate future troubles as soon as possible. The 2 lasers were surprisingly close to Goso, and Goso's face was pale, but the light in his eyes was still firm. He never made a single concession until he faced the real threat of death, and he was even unwilling to mention the contract. Seeing that the guy in front of him was so stubborn, Lasher's murderous intent began to grow stronger and stronger, and he simply and unreservedly accelerated the speed of his attack. The laser cannon on his chest fired 2 more lasers, directly towards Goso's head, plus the 2 lasers above his head. The 4 lasers intersected with each other in midair, instantly forming a powerful pulse grid. If the pulse of this pulse grid penetrates into the body, it will probably destroy all the instincts of the body in an instant and turn the person into charcoal. Since you are unwilling to say anything, unwilling to make concessions on this matter, and even more unwilling to acknowledge the contract we signed before, then you naturally have no need to continue living. So go to death. Lasher's voice was sharp, and he increased the speed of his hands while speaking. Everyone thought that Goso would definitely die this time. But at this critical moment, a light blue pulse shield wall suddenly appeared in front of Goso. The moment the pulse shield wall appeared, it instantly formed a translucent ball at a faster speed, directly wrapping Goso's entire body safely in it. The 2 lasers above the head were sent out in advance, so they were the first to hit the electric nets. The electric nets immediately rippled with circles of waves, but did not cause any damage to Goso who was standing in it. The next second, the other 2 pulse lasers that wanted to penetrate Goso's head also reached the end, and the effect was exactly the same as before. The circular shield in front of him only shook slightly a few times, and there was no more abnormality. At the same time, the moment the pulse shield appeared, 4 small spaceships fell directly, accompanied by the 2 spaceships in the sky, directly attacking the other Bion race members, who were driving bionic mechas except Lasher. The Bion race members obviously did not expect that the other party would dare to take action. At this time, they were completely unprepared. After all, in their eyes, the people in front of them were not enough to compete with their noble Bion race. So when they took action, they never even considered the issue of the other party fighting back. Such a high self-esteem will eventually make them pay for their arrogance. Before Lasher discovered the problem and issued an order, the small drone suddenly fired high-energy laser cannons. Compared with the pulse laser cannons that the bionic mecha can fire, The high-energy laser cannon is not only extremely fast, but most importantly, it has extremely strong penetrating ability. This penetrating ability, Goso had already let two of the small drones experiment for them. But unexpectedly, Lasher finally couldn't resist the urge to kill Goso, which led to the current result. I saw that the other Bion race members driving bionic mechas were suddenly penetrated by laser cannons before they even had time to react. And the seemingly huge bionic mecha fell to the ground one by one, splashing a large amount of smoke and dust. And they didn't even have a chance to move. At the same time, the person who was controlling the drone spacecraft in the Interstellar Federation base was not the three-eyed Star King, but Wang Wei himself, who had been replaced at some point. It turned out that Wang Wei had already sensed that Lasher seemed to have bad intentions when Goso commanded the king of the three-eyed alien to shoot the high-energy laser cannon at the stone next to him. In fact, according to Wang Wei's original inner thoughts, Lasher would not directly attack Goso. The reason why they came here now was, on the one hand, to find out the current situation of the Sol Nebula base and the construction of their base. On the other hand, they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of the previous visit to continuously put pressure on Goso and the entire Sol Nebula Federation base. The purpose was to be able to break down the opponent's psychological defenses in the shortest time, so that the opponent would be forced to surrender to them due to the strength of the Bion race, and provide them with a full set of executable aviation technology. But what he never expected was that Goso's overly tough attitude in this matter had directly touched the most sensitive point in the opponent's heart. This also led to Goso's performance at this time, which looked a bit hysterical, and caused the opposite Rasher to be unable to bear it at this time and choose to kill. The reason for this is naturally clear, and the shield just now is another self-protection ability of the drone spacecraft, called the Pulse Shield. The Pulse Shield is an ability that a drone will only use once when it is attacked fatally. Because when Wang Wei designed these weapons before, he had considered the importance of their energy needs in actual combat. So the Pulse Shield is completely separated from the attack device with another energy storage device, so that even if the energy of the energy defense device is exhausted, it will not move. And the energy reserve of the small spacecraft's attack method, it can greatly improve the endurance and attackability of the small spacecraft during the attack to a certain extent. But at the same time it will also sacrifice the small spacecraft's evasion ability and overall defense ability when encountering a crisis. And from the current situation, Wang Wei's previous design is completely correct. The small spacecraft can not only protect itself, but also protect people. Goso slowly opened his eyes. He originally thought that he would definitely die this time, because everything that happened just now was just in the blink of an eye, and even he himself could hardly react in a short time. But after waiting for a long time, he did not feel any pain in his body. This made Goso vaguely feel that perhaps things had taken a turn for the better. Either Rasher did not dare to kill him, or someone came to save him. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the bionic mechas driven by several other members of the Bion race on the left and right sides of Rasher. It was like a puppet with its strings cut off, as if all the energy had been drained away in an instant. It fell to the ground clumsily, and the ruins of the base, which were already in ruins, were directly blasted to pieces. Lasher looked left and right in disbelief, and at this moment, he was extremely panicked. He looked at the drones in front of him with a horrified look, and swallowed hard. I'm afraid even he himself could not have thought that the whole thing would end up like this. At the beginning, Lasher was 100% sure that he could rely on the unique technological advantages of the Bion race to instantly kill the opponent's entire base, as long as they were unwilling to cooperate. There were ways to deal with him. But who could have thought that the change of this matter would come so quickly? Just between two breaths, several teammates around him were the first to die. And looking at the attack position of these high-energy lasers, they were able to instantly lock onto the real control room hidden under the skin of the bionic mecha. Not just a random high-energy laser cannon. No. 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 How is this possible? Lasher's voice began to become a little hoarse at this time. He stepped back and looked at the two remaining drone spacecraft in front of him in horror. At this time, Wang Wei also stared at the other party's eyes through the virtual picture transmitted in real time by the drone spacecraft, as if there was a sense of déjà vu of a cat catching a mouse game. Goso, you are lying. These small spaceships in front of you are definitely not the famous products of your Sol Nebula. As far as I know, your Sol Lucky civilization has not made any progress in technology over the years. And this kind of small spaceship is something we have never seen before. If my guess is correct, You have already secretly established a cooperative relationship with the so-called Interstellar Federation base behind our backs. Otherwise, they would not choose to help you at this time. Lasher is worthy of being the captain of this special operation. At this time, he has figured out the cause and effect of the whole thing in his mind, and directly told Wang Wei and Goso about the cooperation. After hearing this, Goso looked at the broken bionic mechas lying on both sides of Lasher and immediately understood what was going on. He was originally ready to wait for death, but now a cold smile appeared on his face again. Lasher, did you not expect that this matter would turn out like this? Do you think that you can easily break through the defense of our Sol Nebula Federation base with just your ugly broken spaceship and broken mecha? If you can achieve this goal so easily, will I be able to survive in the universe in the future? Goso is indeed a master of language. Although he usually looks serious, every word he says at this time is reasonable. And he also grasps the degree of the entire negotiation very importantly. After seeing Goso say this, Lasher's heart is more certain of his previous speculation. If it is just to deal with a Sol Nebula Federation base, then there is no need to waste so much time and energy. But now it is different. Under the current situation, it is equivalent to fighting against the technological level of two bases at the same time with one's own strength. Let's not talk about the Sol Nebula base, which currently has almost no advantage in ground combat. Just talking about the Interstellar, the technology level of the Federal base is quite scary. Even Oscar Ding, the leader of his own Bayan race, avoided him, saying that it was unlikely to defeat him through technology in a short time. How could Lasher remain calm? Compared to Lasher's fear at this time, Goso seemed to have survived a disaster, and was full of courage. He approached the other party with a sneer on his face. And at this time, a virtual screen flashing light green appeared in front of him. This virtual screen is actually another mirror screen of the drone operating system, which is equivalent to Wang Wei directly showing all the drone's attack methods and system options in front of the other party. Not only does it represent Wang Wei's deep trust in Goso, but it is also equivalent to handing over all the power of life and death of Lasher to Goso. It is true that things change. Earlier, Lasher was arrogant when facing Goso, and even looked down on Goso and the soldiers in the entire Sol Nebula base as if they were ants. But who could have thought that with the emergence of the powerful firepower and might of the drone, everything has changed again. Lasher took 2 steps back. He wanted to escape, but if he wanted to get back into the spaceship from Bayan Planet, he had to climb up by himself. But once he turned around, it would be like leaving his back to the people behind him. How could he dare to do that? Perhaps at the moment of turning around, the other party would arrange for the drone to directly launch a super powerful laser, which could instantly end his life. At that time, he would have no way to live. After thinking about it, Lasher finally knelt on the ground with a plop, finally breaking the last line of defense in his heart that wanted to resist. Brother Goso, I didn't do that on purpose. It was our leader Oscar Ding who asked us to do that. After all, we are just ordinary soldiers of the Bayan race. All we can do is obey orders. So we attacked you at that time. I know that even if I say these words now, it will be difficult to get your forgiveness. But I still hope you can spare my life, because I really don't want to die. The soldiers in the Sol Nebula base nearby all came to Goso with anger on their faces. When they saw the light green virtual screen in front of Goso, they immediately understood what was going on. They began to persuade Goso. Boss, don't talk to them. Now is the time for us to take revenge. If it weren't for the small spaceship that took action at the critical moment, I'm afraid you would have been beaten into pieces by the other party. Yes, these guys are cruel and ruthless. Now they have to taste the sin of life and death. Chapter 215 Brother and Sister Reunited. It is impossible to say that the instigation of the soldiers next to him had no effect at all. When Goso looked at Lasher again, there was no expression of pity in his eyes. 2 red circles that kept rotating flashed quickly on the light blue virtual screen in front of him. One circle was green, showing an attack. The other circle was red, and the rotation angle was completely opposite to the green circle. The latter showed a stop or pause of the attack. As long as Goso's finger lightly touched the unmanned spacecraft on this virtual screen, he could immediately lock the opponent's position at the fastest speed and attack at a very fast speed. As long as it was dark, Lasher would definitely not be able to survive again. But at this moment, Goso's hand, which was about to press the attack button, suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked at Lasher, who was kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy. Suddenly, A bold idea emerged in his mind. You mean? You didn't intend to go against our Sol Nebula Federation base from the beginning. Nor did you think about going against the Interstellar Federation base. Right? Yes. 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 As long as he can survive. He dares to say whatever Lasher says now. Although Lasher is also a member of the Bion race, and has a very high level of governance. When facing the difficult choice between life and death, his intelligence has long been quietly offline. As long as he can survive now. Let alone let him say something he has never said before. Even if he is asked to recognize the thief as his father, he can do it without hesitation. I just don't know if what a person like Lasher does can really be transmitted back to Oscar Ding's ears. Will Oscar Ding, the old man, be angry to death? Gozo waved his right hand gently, and the virtual screen that had been temporarily authorized by Wang Wei suddenly disappeared. Instead, the 4 drones that were originally aggressive and ready to attack at any time restrained their original momentum and gradually retreated to a safe distance. Since you are so sincere, I certainly cannot go against your face. Now we have a deal. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Bion race, but an insider arranged by our Sol Nebula Federation base in the Bion race. You must pass all the decisions of the other party and Oscar Ding and all the information you know to us through the communication methods and communication channels I taught you. If I find out that you are hypocritical and return to your base, and immediately turn your face and refuse to recognize you, don't blame me for executing a second assassination operation. At that time, you probably won't die so easily, because I will make you live a life worse than death. Gozo deliberately bit the last 4 words very hard, and Lasher trembled all over after hearing them. Although he didn't know what method Gozo would use to deal with him, the key now was to ensure that he could stay alive. Without even thinking about it, Lasher nodded quickly, and at the same time squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. There is no problem at all, Brother Gozo. Don't worry. In fact, I personally think that it is best for everyone to live in peace together. The current war situation is indeed not what I want to see. Even if we really want to deal with the enemy, we are dealing with the Interstellar Federation base, not you. So you can rest assured about this matter. I will definitely not let you down. After saying this, Lasher stood up again and patted his chest, as if to make a promise. At this time, Gozo suddenly rushed directly in front of Lasher at a very fast speed. The snail standing in front of Lasher looked a little mini, and could only reach a little above the knee of the bionic mecha driven by the other party. At this time, he looked up at him with a smile and hooked his finger at him. Seeing Gozo at his feet so close, Lasher almost couldn't help wanting to kick him into the sky. Even if he didn't die, he would be crushed to pieces. But this thought only flashed in Lasher's mind for a moment, and was immediately covered by the fear in his heart. What he feared most now was not Gozo in front of him, nor the weapons and equipment in the entire Sol Nebula base, but the small spaceships hovering above his head and not far from him. It must be said that I don't know where these small spaceships got their specific locations from. The data information can actually lock the location of their cockpit, and can also use this super powerful light band to directly penetrate the entire cockpit. In that case, after losing the driving of the Bion race members, the bionic mecha naturally had no way to be driven again and turned into scrap metal lying on the ground. And it was unknown when it could be used. After hesitating for a long time, Lasher smiled and squatted down again, suppressing his dissatisfaction and leaning his head over. I can tell you responsibly that from now on, you are not allowed to go against any of our 2 bases. If you really dare to go against the Interstellar Federation base, or even if you get news about them and fail to report to me in time, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. After hearing the other party say this, Lasher immediately reacted. He looked at the particularly mini guy in front of him with a surprised look. So, your Sol Nebula Federation base has really reached some kind of cooperation with the Interstellar Federation base, and you have now shared the technology of both sides? The main reason for saying this is that Lasher does not believe that the extremely advanced small spaceship above his head is really from the technology of the Sol Nebula Federation base. If they really have developed technology to this point, they would never build the entire base into what it is now. They had fought with the Sol Nebula Federation base a long time ago. So the entire Bion race had studied the Sol Nebula Federation base's previous base layout, equipment, and their commonly used tactics. As the captain of this special operations team, Lasher naturally learned some rough information about the other party from Oscar Ding. Among the information Oscar Ding said, They had never heard of a small spaceship with such great power and rapid response. Goso naturally knew that this matter could not be concealed. After all, the current state of the Sol Nebula Federation base is still the same as before. As Lasher said before, their entire Sol Nebula civilization has been stagnant over the years. Although this proved to a certain extent that there was a problem within the royal family, they used their main energy in other places, thus ignoring the development and exploration of technology. But more importantly, they have a shortage of rare energy minerals such as triangular crystals. If it weren't for the shortage of rare energy minerals such as triangular crystals, their fourth fleet would not have returned to the planet that had brought them defeat and humiliation in the past after receiving a secret mission. In fact, they are also gambling. They are gambling that the Zerg army on this subspace planet is still the same as before, and can only rely on their powerful replication and reproduction capabilities to resist the enemy. They are gambling that on this planet, the elusive Bayan race is still the same as before, and they have not made any progress either. It's just that I didn't expect that the previous bet was right, but the latter one was a complete failure. The Bayan race is not only like a plug-in, but also constantly improving its technological level. At the same time, they have even far surpassed the Sol Federation Nebula, to which Goso belongs in the field of land strength and technology. The equipment used by the Sol Nebula has been standing still, and even the equipment used is from that year, while the other party has been constantly updating and iterating on the original basic equipment, so that now, they have even begun to develop the prototype of the spacecraft. Although the old technology and unstable operation of this spacecraft still make people feel that the spacecraft brought by Wang Wei and his planet is a world of difference. But don't forget that this is just the beginning. The Bayan race will definitely use all methods to continuously iterate the various shortcomings of the spacecraft through reference, imitation or innovation. No one knows, with the passage of time, what this race that evolves with its own intelligence as the main evolution point will research. Brother Goso, what you said is a bit too heavy. Since I am willing to surrender to you this time, it means that I have always been very dissatisfied with Oscar Ding's management of the entire Bayan race. Lasher smiled, with a flattering smile on his face. Brother Goso, you might as well think about it carefully. An old man who is so old is still in the hands of the entire race. He holds the power of life and death over our Bayan race. Even if someone dares to express a different opinion from him, he may be killed. How many people are willing to follow such a leader? If it weren't for the fact that the power in his hands is too huge, and we have no power to fight back, who would be willing to work with such an old man? As expected, what Rasher said was understood by Goso to a certain extent. The main reason why Goso was willing to believe what Rasher said was because Goso knew human nature clearly. Although his understanding of human nature was not as thorough as Wang Wei, at least he knew where the dark side of human nature was. When a star is too dazzling, the other gorillas around him will carefully hide their light under the light of the other side, even though they are also shining. Although it seems that the two sides do not disturb each other on the surface. In fact, in a strict sense, the brightest star will inevitably touch the interests of other stars to a certain extent, and other stars naturally hope to find an opportunity to solve this thorn in the eye. And the current situation is obviously the simplest example. After all, Goso does not believe that the Bayan race will really be as united as he said. If that is the case, then it can only be said that the Bayan race is too strong and too united. I am afraid that at that time, Wang Wei and I will have to think carefully about whether to stay here, because if a race is very united, then it will form an extremely hard steel plate from top to bottom. If foreign forces want to grab meat on this steel plate, they will most likely return in disappointment. Instead of doing these completely meaningless things, it is better to go to other planets to see if there are other opportunities. Goso will not make such a low-level mistake, and Wang Wei will naturally not touch it. So Goso has a bolder idea. Since that's the case, if I tell you that I can help you, and even provide you with a certain degree of help to form your own power and fight against Oscar Ding, I wonder if you are willing. After hearing this, Lasher was obviously stunned. He couldn't even believe his ears. After a long time, he finally figured out the other party's intention in his mind, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Brother Goso, you are kidding me. Are you willing to help your enemy? There is no such thing as the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In my opinion, you are a very courageous guy, and I almost died in your hands. From this point of view, you are also a decisive person. I know that when you encounter a principled issue, you should not hesitate to kill. Right? Goso's tone was full of hints to the other party. So how could Lasher not hear it? He nodded repeatedly, and the expression on his face began to become more and more confused. But you have to ask for something if you want to help me. If it's something I can do, it's fine. If it's something I can't do, I'm afraid I can't make the decision. No matter what. I am first and foremost a Bayan. I must consider the overall interests of the Bayan race. I must never sacrifice the interests of the entire Bayan race for my own temporary success. When Lasher said this, he gave people a sense of righteousness. But thinking of this guy, who just knelt in front of him and begged for his life, the contrast between the two made Goso a little unacceptable. But Goso didn't argue with him too much. Just a faint smile. Don't worry. We don't want much. We just want to obtain the mining rights of the triangular crystal mineral resources on this planet. Of course, not all the mining rights. We can transfer 20% of the triangular crystals we stepped on to you for you to develop your own technology. At the same time, we can also provide you with a series of technologies that we can allow to be provided, which can greatly enhance your armed forces to a certain extent. Is this okay? Goso's words made Lasher stunned. Everything went around in circles and unexpectedly returned to the contract many years ago. It's just that many contents of the contract many years ago have always been beneficial to the Bayan race. But now it has gone around in circles and has become beneficial to Goso. It can only be said that fate is playing tricks on people. Lasher's mouth curled up with a bitter look, and he shrugged helplessly. Brother Goso, I still hope you can consider the consequences of failure. After all, I am just an ordinary captain so far, and all the people I brought this time were eliminated by your drone. This makes my already not very strong strength worse. I am afraid I will not be able to fight Oscar Ding in a short time. I hope you can understand this. I still need some time to continuously cultivate my new power. Goso took a deep look at Lasher. He could clearly feel that what Lasher said was half true and half false. The truth was that his identity should be true. And it was also true that he did not have many people under him. The false part was that he wanted to confront Oscar Ding. In Goso's opinion, the other party did not want to confront him, but just wanted to delay the next battle for more time. Goso did not respond to the other party's words, but turned around and began to walk back and forth in front of the other party, as if thinking about the next countermeasure. At this time, there was a slight buzzing sound in the sky, and then a spaceship came directly to the sky above the Sol Nebula base. All Sol. The soldiers of the Sol Nebula base subconsciously picked up their weapons and aimed at the spaceship in the sky. But when they saw the beautiful and smooth lines of the spaceship, they immediately understood that the spaceship should belong to the Interstellar Federation base. The current Interstellar Federation base and the Sol Nebula base have already reached a deep cooperation, and the two sides are no longer enemies. At this time, all the soldiers silently put down their weapons and consciously cleared a relatively flat open space next to them for the spaceship to land. Soon the spaceship finally landed, and 3 people walked down from the spiral staircase of the cabin. These 3 people were Malka, the king of the three-eyed star, and Wang Wei, who came out last. Malka saw that his brother was fine, and his heart, which had been lifted high, finally fell again. He rushed into Goso's arms and hugged him tightly. Brother, you are fine. Chapter 216. The main feature is a random reply. Right? Feeling the care from his sister. Goso's originally serious expression softened at this time. He stretched out his hand and patted Malka's head gently. Don't worry. Your brother is lucky and has a good life. How could this matter easily take my life? Why did you come here? Are you staying well in the Interstellar Federation base? The Interstellar Federation base is such a safe place. That's where you should stay. If you really can't, go back quickly. Seeing that her brother was about to chase her away again, Malka pouted. What's the big deal? Aren't Wang Wei and the three-eyed Star King here? Which of these 2 people is not the soul of the Interstellar Federation base? They can come out without worry. Why can't I? Is it possible that in your eyes, I am really so useless? Seeing that his sister was about to get angry, Goso could only lower his posture quickly. Hee, and said with a smile, Of course not. My sister is not only very smart, but also has the best combat awareness when fighting. If anyone dares to say that my sister is not good, I will be the first to disagree. Malka turned around and looked at her brother. At this time, she was speaking against her will, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. After the 2 of them said a few simple words, Wang Wei looked at the three-eyed Star King and Wang Wei next to him. At this time, the three-eyed Star King and Wang Wei did not disturb the reunion between their brothers and sisters, but walked straight to Rashir. Wang Wei body size and the three-eyed Star King body size are similar to the height of the bionic armor driven by Rashir. When they stood together, there was no sense of disobedience. Wang Wei narrowed his eyes and pointed to Rashir's cockpit. "You are not qualified to talk to me in the cockpit. Now I want you to come out immediately, in front of me. And then, I can have a good talk with you about the next cooperation. It's your choice whether to live or die." Wang Wei didn't drag his feet at all. He directly stated that he came here to discuss cooperation with the other party. However, this cooperation did not seem to be as sincere as it seemed. The three-eyed alien king next to him took out the pulse cannon tacitly. The pulse cannon is much more powerful than the pulse gun, especially under such a close-range shooting. I am afraid that even Lasher's bionic mecha may not be able to withstand such a violent attack. Sha Yisher swallowed his saliva. Lasher was really scared this time. Not long after, a small hatch appeared at the calf of the bionic mecha. As the hatch was lifted, Lasher walked out of it. Until now, Wang Wei finally saw the appearance of the Bion race aliens when they were not invisible. It turned out that Lasher's body was shorter than Malka and Goso. However, their height and size are similar, and there is no obvious difference. When Goso saw Lost Hell appearing in the bionic mecha, he suddenly felt a sense of ridicule. Who would have thought that he would be frightened by the bionic mecha developed by the other party? If I'm not mistaken, you must be the main person in charge of the Interstellar Federation base. That is, the famous little brother Wang Wei. Right? I am not your little brother. And you are not my friend. At least before you agree to the various conditions for cooperation I proposed. You will always be an enemy in my heart. The three-eyed Star King next to me is not as easy to talk to as you think. If you dare to tell any lies during our conversation, I can guarantee that he will pull the trigger without hesitation at the first time. Wang Wei never gave Lasher any good face from beginning to end. At the same time, he pointed at the three-eyed Star King next to him and threatened. Looking at the black muzzle of the pulse cannon in the hand of the three-eyed Star King, Lasher swallowed hard, and then walked to a stone next to him and stood obediently. Wang Wei and the king of the three-eyed alien squatted down, one on the left and one on the right, just surrounding Lasher in the middle. At this time, Malka and Goso, who had already talked, came to their side and found a seat next to them. Now let me ask you, what is the current situation of your Bion race? Does the Bion race have any technology that has not yet been taken out and is being studied? Where is your main research base, and where is your combat command headquarters? Where is Oscar Ding's exact location so far? And what is the cooperation between you and the insect army? Wang Wei had already sorted out all the questions in his heart, and now he just asked them all at once. Rachel didn't expect Wang Wei to ask a lot of questions, like 100,000 whys. Standing there, he didn't know which one to answer first. The three-eyed alien king turned his head and looked at him. Wang Wei saw that Wang Wei's eyes were still fixed on Rachel opposite him. He obviously didn't realize that he asked the questions too fast, causing the other party to not react. He could only be patient and ask each question separately. In the previous two battles, wars broke out between us and your Bion race and the Zerg army. The Zerg army has retreated under our attack. I believe that they should not be able to attack us again in a short time. On the Bion race, we directly destroyed a main battleship. We even launched a burning explosion of triangular crystal mineral resources in the place where you may be a temporary base. So what is the situation inside your Bion race now? Is the overall strength still in its prime? The question asked by the three-eyed alien king was very detailed, which was equivalent to directly concretizing the question that Wang Wei had just asked briefly. Lasher finally understood, but the expression on his face looked quite embarrassed at this time. His two hands kept twisting and clasping together, obviously not knowing whether he should answer this question. Just when he hesitated a little, the black muzzle of the gun appeared on his forehead again without warning. The black muzzle of the gun was cold, which made Lasher feel a shudder from his soul. At this moment, he had never felt death so close to him. Lasher quickly closed his eyes and trembled all over, and answered at the same time, I tell you. Lasher waited until the three-eyed alien king took away the gun, and then he calmed down a little and spoke. In fact, our Bion race has been constantly copying and imitating your technology for some time. But your main core technology is obviously not in your base. We can only see how your core technology is manufactured and produced through some details in the maintenance. So from the current situation, The strength of the Bayan race is more than one level higher than your strength before coming to this planet. And the main warship that was blown up by you is indeed the first generation of warships developed by our leader Oscar Ding after a long time squatting near your spacecraft maintenance warehouse and painstaking research. But no one expected that it was destroyed by you after the first mission. This incident is a huge blow to Oscar Ding and all of us in the Bayan race. In a short period of time, we really have no time and energy to produce a second warship. After hearing this, Wang Wei's originally worried mood finally calmed down a little. As for our current strength, there is no significant change in our strength. It's just that when you raided our temporary base last time, you killed many of our young talents at once. All of the young talents at that time were the future stars, with the highest intelligence selected by our leader Oscar Ding from the entire Bayan race. It's a pity that they have not received systematic training, and have not had time to contribute to the Bayan race. They were all burned to death by the burning triangular crystals thrown out by you in that raid. When he said this, even Lasher couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. You have to know that those young children are just children after all, and they represent the future of the entire Bayan race. Being chosen and arranged to this position for training by Oscar Ding is enough to show Oscar's optimism about their future. But who could have thought that the retaliatory strike taken temporarily by Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star after consultation actually accidentally destroyed the other party's grand plan that could be sustained for a long time. Hearing this, Wang Wei and the Three-Eyed Alien King raised their lips, and both of them laughed a little unkindly. Very good. You answered this question quite comprehensively, and I am very satisfied with it. However, if you can keep answering the next few questions like this, maybe the black muzzle in front of you will not point at you anymore, which is also a little trust from us. The Three-Eyed King first affirmed the information the other party had said, and then asked the second question. You just said that your Bayan race is still constantly imitating our technology research work. So what technologies are you currently imitating or researching? What fields are they in? And where is your main research area? The Three-Eyed King asked the question again, and several people focused their eyes on Rashir's face again. Feeling the gaze of so many people, Rashir felt a huge pressure. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, smiled awkwardly at everyone, then nodded gently, and stood up to bow to everyone to apologize. My dear brothers, I really don't know, because my status in the entire Bayan race is not high. At most, I can only be considered slightly higher than the lowest level of Bayan civilians, so I can get the position of captain of this squad. People in our class only accept and execute orders from superiors. Apart from that, we really don't know anything about other core matters. The Three-Eyed Alien King immediately wanted to take out the black muzzle of the gun and aim it at his head again, but was stopped in time by Wang Wei. You don't need to ask about this question again. Even if you ask him, he really doesn't know. If I'm not mistaken, Oscar Ding should be a person with an extremely strong desire to control this power. People like him must keep all the most critical secrets in their own hands and are unwilling to share them with others. As a captain of a commando team like him, what secrets do you think he can get access to? When I asked these questions before, I reacted immediately and didn't plan to ask this question again. After hearing Wang Wei's explanation, Lasher knelt down again and kowtowed to Wang Wei with a plop, as if he had seen the Lord of Heaven, and muttered to himself, "Oh, Chairman Wang Wei, you are so smart. If you hadn't spoken for me at this time, it would be hard to say whether I could keep my life now, because I really didn't know anything about this matter." The Three-Eyed Star King saw that Wang Wei had already helped Lasher speak, so naturally it was not good to embarrass him too much. So he could only skip this question and continue to ask. Since you don't know about the previous scientific research base and research projects, then you should know where your combat command base is. Where is Oscar Ding hiding now? You should know better than us. Right? Rochelle, who was crawling on the ground and praising Wang Wei, suddenly froze, then immediately raised his body and pointed to the southeast. I know. We don't have many combat command bases. So far, there is only one base closest to you, which is near the crater. Because the crater was destroyed in the battle with the Interstellar Federation base before, we had no choice but to rebuild an underground base in another place near the crater. The scale is much smaller than the previous crater base, and the other larger base is relatively far away from you, and it is also in the heart of the insect army. It is almost impossible for you to attack our headquarters. First, you have to defeat the insects. As for our leader Oscar Ding, We are a little unclear about his whereabouts. In the subspace planet, we, as native creatures, actually have the ability to teleport in the subspace through some of our unique technologies. This is like we can instantly pass through the unique space distortion force of the subspace in one place to complete the teleportation between spaces. Although the distance of this teleportation is not particularly long, the speed of transmission is extremely fast, and the safety is extremely high. So I really can't say whether Oscar Ding is currently in this temporary combat base. Wang Wei reached out and touched his nose, and at the same time looked at Goso next to him. Goso, your Soul Nebula base has fought with the Bian race before. Did you find where the other side's combat base was at that time? Is there any information about their approximate location and specific direction? After hearing Wang Wei question, Goso immediately stood up and shook his head after thinking about it. To be honest, it really wasn't like that time. Our main strength was still being held back by the Zerg swarm, and the other part of our strength was still mainly attacking. At that time, we just wanted to get rid of the Zerg swarm as soon as possible, so that we could free up our hands to deal with the Bian race. Then, when the battle became fierce, the Bian race suddenly attacked our rear, which was our base, causing heavy losses in our base. In desperation, we were forced to evacuate. This was the last time we fought the other side. The three-eyed king laughed after hearing what Goso said. So, when you fought with the Bian race many years ago, you were defeated miserably, and you didn't even have the most basic information. You were completely passive. But I vaguely remember that when you two guys first came to our Interstellar Federation base, you boasted about how famous your Soul Nebula was. Isn't it a bit unfair for you to do this? The three-eyed king words made Malka and Goso blush. Both of them were a little embarrassed, looked at each other, and laughed helplessly. In that situation, we just wanted to maintain a good relationship with you. And we also wanted you to not look down on us. After all, when we first met, we didn't know much about the strength and technology level of both sides. But I think that as long as you can persist for so long without being defeated in the constant attack of the insect army, it is enough to show that your own strength is still very strong. So I lied to you. The three-eyed alien king waved his hand casually. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about this matter. It's off topic. Since this problem has not been solved for the time being, let's go straight to the next question. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to continue asking, Malka next to him suddenly raised his hand and stood up. Wang Wei, can I interrupt you? Because I also have a question to ask. It's very important. Chapter 217 I gave you a chance, but you are useless. After a discussion, the specific details of the whole plan were soon determined under Wang Wei's final layout. The one who was under the most pressure was Rachel. Not only did he have to look natural when facing Oscar Ding, but he also had to face all kinds of questions from Oscar Ding. This would be a huge test for Rachel. After all, Rachel used to be Oscar Ding's subordinate. Now he suddenly had to work with Wang Wei and others to fight Oscar Ding. If this kind of thing happened to ordinary people, it would probably be difficult for them to accept. But fortunately, Rachel seemed to have been dissatisfied with Oscar Ding for a long time. So he agreed so straightforwardly at this time, and was willing to try. This was a good thing for Wang Wei. The spaceship once again erupted with hot flames accompanied by a huge sound, and staggered into the air. Looking at the clumsy and backward takeoff of the spaceship, Wang Wei and others looked up at the sky. But no one could laugh. Who could have thought that the Bian tribe, which used to not even know about aerospace technology, would suddenly change and develop a spaceship with its own strategy? Although this spaceship gave people the feeling of being so crude and backward, it did not affect Wang Wei's inner feelings about this matter. Chairman, now everything has been done, and everything is going according to our original plan. I wonder what your next plan is. The king of the three-eyed alien stood beside Wang Wei, and also looked up at the spaceship gradually going away in the sky and asked Wang Wei, what we have to do now is to wait, and I will assign you a task. That is, you must do your best to ensure Malka's safety during this period. Although our Interstellar Federation base is indeed very safe, at least in the current situation, our place is the safest place. But now Goso has followed Rasher into the tiger's den. So we must fulfill every promise we made before, and do our best to take care of his sister. When the two were talking, they didn't know that Malka had already come to their side, and heard the content of their conversation. I saw him sitting down in a careless position next to him, and he didn't speak, but stared at the sky after Rasher's spaceship disappeared. The temporary base near the Bian race crater. accompanied by a violent rumble. The spaceship driven by Rasher and its embarrassed posture made an emergency landing, and half of the spaceship was plunged into the sand, splashing a large amount of smoke and dust. Such a loud noise quickly attracted the attention of the creatures inside, and soon many soldiers appeared directly and surrounded the spaceship. After learning that Rachel had completed his mission and returned, Oscar Ding was not idle either. He came late behind and greeted him in a pretentious manner. The hatch was opened and the scorching heat wave penetrated into the cockpit. Fortunately, both Gozo and Rachel were fully prepared at this time and directly activated the ejection device inside the spacecraft, so that the two could leave the spacecraft smoothly. When the two just got up, Oscar Ding had already arrived in front of them. Oscar Ding looked at Rachel, and then looked at Gozo, who was helped up by Rachel. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Rachel, what are you doing? Where are your other members? Why did you bring back someone from the Soul Nebula? At this time, Rachel had communicated with Gozo secretly with his eyes, and confirmed that from now on, they would cover each other and must find ways to dispel each other's doubts. After hearing Oscar Ding's question, Rachel took a fierce look at Gozo next to him, and then spoke to Oscar Ding. Old man, what you see in front of you is the main person in charge of the Soul Nebula base this time, and also the absolute controller of the 4th Fleet of the Soul Nebula base. His name is Gozo. Several of our other brothers have died in the battle. It's useless to blame me for not being able to protect my teammates in the first place. So I had no choice but to risk my life and rush directly into their lair. Under the strong attack of many soldiers, I insisted on finding this guy and stuffing him into the spaceship and bringing him to you. Although I don't know if this guy will have any role in the next negotiation, I still think that it's better to capture the king first. If we can control the main person in charge of the other party in our hands, perhaps there will be unexpected results for the entire negotiation. Oscar Ding had a very ugly expression on his face when he heard Lasher's report. He just arranged for Lasher to lead his own team to give the other party a warning and to spy on the specific situation of the other party's base, not to let him go to fight. But he didn't expect this guy to actually fight with the other party. He was just a small team, but he dared to challenge the Soul Lucky Federation base directly. He was really courageous. Even Oscar Ding didn't know whether the Lasher in front of him was courageous or just reckless. However, judging from the final result, although they lost several members of the team this time and made them pay the price of their lives, at least Oscar Ding was very satisfied with the final answer given by the other party this time. He looked at Gozo, who was controlled next to him, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. You mean to say that the guy in front of you is the main person in charge of the Soul Nebula Federation base? The absolute commander of the 4th Fleet? After receiving Lasher's undisguised answer, Oscar Ding suddenly laughed out loud. He no longer felt sad after hearing the news of the death of the soldiers just now. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be so courageous and resourceful. I did misunderstand you just now. I didn't expect you to risk your life at the critical moment and forcibly capture the leader of the other party to our base. This will definitely be of great benefit to our subsequent negotiations. Coming to Lasher, Oscar Ding stretched out his hand and patted Lasher on the shoulder. Don't worry. After this matter is over, I will definitely reward you based on the situation this time. At that time, your status and level will be promoted again in the entire Bayan race. This is what you deserve. Lasher smiled and nodded. He looked at Gozo next to him again, and Gozo had already changed his look of deep hatred. Now, while pretending to be angry, he began to carefully look at the general situation and location that he could see at present. It must be said that if you only look at the temporary base of the Bayan race near the crater from the outside or from high altitude, it is difficult to find their real entrance and exit, because this place is as barren as other places in the subspace planet. In addition to the rocks, there is sand, and everything in sight is the same color. Such a barren planet makes people feel desperate just by looking at it. But who would have thought that under such a barren appearance, there are actually 3-sided crystals that may not be consumed in 10 lifetimes? When the benefits are big enough, there will be people willing to take risks. This sentence is true, as far as Jingjing is concerned. Whether it is Wang Wei or herself, they have been struggling until now just for the mining rights of the 3-sided crystal mineral resources. The feud with the Bayan race insectide army is also entirely because of resources. Sometimes, if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is really no need for the two sides to become so bitter and hateful. But because of the other party's tough fighting style, this has led to the current situation. Grinning awkwardly, Goso turned his head to the other side. At this time, Oscar Ding's eyes kept turning back and forth between Goso and Rashir's faces. Seeing that there was no abnormality on the expressions of the two people, he waved his hand and arranged for the other two guards beside him to come forward. Rashir, you have worked hard this time. Go back and have a good rest first. Leave the rest to me. And old man, when you have rested, you can come to the front hall to find me, because I have other more important things to arrange for you to do. Rashir naturally understood that the other party said this just to get him away and do what he wanted to do, thinking of what Wang Wei, the king of the three-eyed star, and Malka had said to him before he left. Even Rashir could clearly feel the pressure. Before leaving, I promised the three of them that I must ensure Goso's safety no matter what. But if I really go to rest this time, it is really hard to say whether I can still do what Malka told me. However, if I directly disagree with the other party's arrangement at this time, it is very likely to make Oscar Ding unhappy, and even arouse his suspicion, so this plan may end before it even starts. After thinking it over again and again, Lasher nodded and turned away. The last trace of smile on Oscar Ding's face disappeared, replaced by a look of indifference and contempt. He came to Goso, swayed back and forth in front of Goso several times, and saw that Goso was completely indifferent to his presence. So he sneered and said, I really didn't expect that we would meet in this way in the end. Hearing the voice from the other side, Goso raised his head and looked at Oscar Ding. This might be his first time to have such a close face contact with the main person in charge of the Bayan race. Goso snorted coldly, Why do you, old thing, want to swear brotherhood with me? You are not like an old thing like you who will die in the cold winter after the beginning of autumn. I don't want to die on the same day as you. Goso can be said to have used his poisonous tongue to the extreme. The words he said at this time can make people angry to death. Oscar Ding raised his eyebrows, and was not surprised when he heard Goso say these words. He was not even angry. He just stared blankly for a while, and then laughed. Ha ha ha. You are really interesting. I guess you rarely suffer any loss with your little mouth. I didn't expect that you would die on the same day as me when we met for the first time? That's really too unfair to me. Oscar Ding obviously didn't want to let the other party take advantage of the first conversation between the two parties, and immediately responded. Although you are from the Sol Nebula Federation base, and I am from the Bayan race, we are two individuals from two completely different races. We are both lives, but the values and positions we contain are completely different. So naturally some are important, some are not important. Some are noble and some are humble. And you are destined to be the lowest thing. Goso heard Oscar Ding say this, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and looked at Oscar Ding in front of him. I say, do you believe what you say sometimes? Old man? You always say how noble and important you are. Then tell me, where is your nobility and where is your importance? If you are really so confident in your own strength, if you have the ability, let me go now, and we can fight in our own way. I am willing to lose to you, and lose with conviction. Oscar Ding clenched his fist quietly, but soon loosened it, because he knew that the more at this time, the more he could not let the other party break his defense. Once he broke his defense, it meant that Oscar Ding actually admitted in his heart that there was still a huge gap between the two sides. But Oscar Ding was unwilling to admit how much weaker he was than the Sol Nebula Federation base. This was not only his own problem, but also because every word he said might directly affect the morale of the army. Now I don't know what's going on at the Federation base. The more it is under this situation, the more we can't let things continue to develop without restraint. And we must find ways to find a breakthrough. When Oscar Ding saw Goso for the first time, he thought of getting all the technical secrets about interstellar spaceflight from him. But how easy is it to get him to tell you these extremely important information? If it was really that easy, Oscar Ding would have completed the task long ago. So why wait until now? Taking a deep breath, Oscar Ding waved to the guards beside him, and then took Goso to a small sand dune not far away. Goso had been carefully observing the surrounding terrain information from beginning to end, because this terrain information had a very important reference effect for their subsequent completion of the task and the outside cooperation. Just when they just walked to the sand dune, the scene in front of them suddenly twisted and shattered, and what appeared in front of them was actually the main gate of a base. It turned out that they used a light and shadow disorder technology, which could form a background that was almost real in front of them through the refraction of light. This background can help them conceal their figures to a certain extent, as well as the needs of hiding the entire base. I have to say that on the surface, Oscar Ding's overall strength is not weak. They have actually mastered a camouflage technology that is very convenient for camouflage by combining the unique light perception rules of the subspace planet. After seeing this, Niolai couldn't help but be secretly shocked. After all, the situation in front of him was somewhat unexpected for him. It is estimated that Wang Wei and all the members of the Interstellar Federation base did not expect that the other party would have this technology. After entering the base and moving forward, Goso was soon arranged in a room. The room was empty, with only a chair with a very strange shape in the front. The two guards next to him stared at him with hostility. After a long time, Oscar Ding walked in slowly. The first thing he did when he came in was to sit directly on the chair and look at him with a smile on his face. The atmosphere at the scene was very strange. No one spoke between the two sides, which made the atmosphere in the whole room drop to the freezing point instantly. Everyone could clearly feel an invisible pressure gradually spreading in their hearts. After a long time, Oscar Ding finally spoke first to break the awkwardness. Goso, I know you are a smart man. As the main person in charge of the Sol Nebula Federation base, you not only hold a heavy fist, but also have most of the top-secret information behind you. You can be regarded as a figure. So I am willing to give you a chance and hope to talk to you about cooperation. Hearing the other party say this, Goso suddenly laughed, and he looked up at Oscar Ding. Then how do you plan to cooperate? You won't let me execute unconditionally for many years again. God knows whether it was true or false before. What about that contract? Why do they need me to take responsibility for the things they did wrong? It has nothing to do with me from beginning to end. So just give up on this idea. Goso expressed his position very firmly. The main reason why he did not reject the other party righteously and completely block the communication between the two parties was because he knew that what he had to do now was to do his best to delay time. Chapter 218 New Member of the Federal Council Sol Nebula. Of course not, because I know you no longer recognize the contract many years ago. If you are asked to fulfill the promise made by others before, I am afraid you will not agree. In this matter, Oscar Ding seemed to have figured it out. So he did not force it, which made Goso feel a little surprised. But what Oscar Ding said next made Goso instantly understand the other party's true intention. But I think I can make a deal with you. And the bargaining chip of this deal is no longer a contract, but your life, and the lives of those people behind you who have no leader. Oscar Ding's words suddenly said, although they did not raise his own momentum much. They could obviously put Goso under great pressure. To be honest, if Goso did not know that all the people in his Sol Nebula Federal base had been properly arranged in one-way base, then the words he said now would be tantamount to a king bomb. But the problem is that Oscar Ding stayed in this hidden base by himself, and let people like Lasher go out to perform tasks and face risks. From the beginning to the end, Oscar Ding had never thought about this matter, and he had to do it himself, which made him have a wrong judgment on the outside world, so that he went further and further on the wrong path. Then no one can be blamed for this matter. Goso deliberately pretended to be particularly surprised and nervous. He looked at Oscar Ding coldly, but in fact, he was sneering in his heart. What are you going to do? I warn you. You'd better not do something that you will regret and offend our Sol Nebula Federation base. You should know what the final consequences will be. Since we were able to fight with you many years ago, we can still come back now and teach you how to make the wrong person. But as soon as Goso finished speaking, Oscar Ding immediately responded with arrogant laughter. Oscar Ding narrowed his eyes and looked at him with a look full of sarcasm and contempt. Do you still think the Bayan race is still the Bayan race before? Do you still think the Oscar Ding is still the Oscar Ding before? While all the planetary civilizations are striving to move forward and develop, your technology is still at the level of many years ago. Under such circumstances, what qualifications do you have to speak nonsense to me here? Although he knew that what Oscar Ding said now was right and true, this matter still made Goso feel a little uncomfortable. In his mind, he even recalled the words his sister had said to him before. If there was no greedy king and the royal family he led in the Sol Nebula civilization, would the current Sol Nebula civilization be better? He frowned helplessly. Although he knew that the current situation was relatively complicated overall, Goso still forced himself to control his emotions and tried not to get angry. I tell you, you have to agree to this matter this time, whether you agree or not. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying your entire base directly. You have no advantage in front of our August 9 clans. Now we can be said to be evenly matched. Although we can't do anything to another Interstellar Federation base in a short time, We can easily control you. Oscar Ding was frank. He didn't hide the fact that his current strength was not able to compete with the Interstellar Federation base led by Wang Wei for the time being. But spoke directly. Your current strength level is at most a gap compared to our aerospace technology. So I am willing to give you a chance. I hope you don't cherish it. Oscar Ding walked to the door of the room, as if he wanted to leave, but just took 2 steps, stopped again, and turned his head slightly. I can give you some time to think about it. And as for the rest of the matter, how to grasp the final result of this matter will be completely in your own hands. I hope you can make the right choice for the people you want to protect. The footsteps faded away. Gozo was locked in the hall, and the 2 guards stared at him without blinking, which left him no room to operate independently. He sat down at a random place nearby, and began to think about how the whole thing should proceed. At this time, everyone in the Interstellar Federation base was busy. Wang Wei brought all the people from the Sol Nebula Federation base back to the base according to the agreement made with Gozo, and arranged a special resting place for them. At this time, the second plenary meeting of the Interstellar Federation base was being held in the conference room. But this time, there was an obviously specially customized small long table and stool on the conference table, and Malka was sitting on the stool. Compared with the previous 2 meetings held in this conference room, the current tables and chairs have been humanized according to his height, which more or less made Malka feel that he was valued, and his mood also improved. All the directors of the Interstellar Federation Base Council looked solemn at this time, and looked at Wang Wei, who was sitting in the middle, waiting for Wang Wei's next speech. After organizing the language in his mind, Wang Wei officially started the meeting. The reason why we gathered everyone here today is mainly because we have 2 things to announce. Wang Wei looked around first, then slowly spoke. The first thing is that our Interstellar Federation Council will add a new seat from now on, and this member is Malka and Gozo from the Sol Nebula base. Although Gozo has not been able to come to attend this meeting in person, his sister is fully capable of attending this meeting on his behalf. As soon as these words came out, everyone below frowned and began to whisper to each other. After a long while, the Plant Star King stood up first. Chairman, I think this matter is a little inappropriate. No matter what, the main reason why their Sol Nebula Federation base suddenly appeared on the subspace planet is that we are still in a state of competition with each other. If we let the other party join our camp so openly, God knows whether they will do something behind the scenes. The Plant Star King said what he said now without any reservation. Even if Malka was sitting in front of him, he still dared to speak out. This is actually the biggest feature of the Plant Star King. Although his personality is not as radical as the Three-Eyed Star King, he will be relatively more cautious when dealing with things. But this does not mean that he is also the same in his thinking. The Plant Star King obviously took into account the safety and rationality of the entire Interstellar Federation Council. So he spoke such words at this time. But when Marka heard these words, he felt a great irony and insult. He originally thought that everything would go very smoothly. After all, with Wang Wei, the chairman of the Interstellar Federation Council, personally presiding over and promoting it, there shouldn't be any big difficulties in pushing the whole thing forward. But Wang Wei had never thought that he would be rejected by the huge cactus opposite him as soon as he opened his mouth to say a word. What are you talking about? Do you know what impact your words may have on the future? Our Sol Nebula Federation base is not without the strength. The reason why we agreed to join your group this time is, on the one hand, because we have already considered the cooperation between the Bayan race and the Zerg army. Their strong alliance is a huge test for both your base and our base. For the sake of safety, both of us are unwilling to take such a big risk alone. On the other hand, it is also because we have a very good impression of Wang Wei in our hearts. We are willing to believe in Wang Wei and work with him. So we are willing to lower our posture and join your council. We haven't felt wrong yet. But you are starting to be sick? Malka couldn't help it anymore. He stood up and frowned, staring at the plant aliens. And the king spoke his opinion. Seeing the atmosphere on the scene, it began to become colder and colder at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the other members of the council next to him shut up at this time, quietly waiting for the development of this matter. If the king of the Three-Eyed Star heard the other party's tough response to him, with his violent temper, he would have exploded by now. But the king of Plantshingerin just smiled faintly, pointed at himself, and then at Wang Wei. I don't care whether your previous statement is correct or not, or whether it is your real motive. But I personally understand and support what you said about Chairman Wang Wei. Because Brother Wang Wei is the one who pulled the entire Interstellar and the Federal Council together. No one knows his ability and personality charm better than us. Malka didn't expect that the other party was not angry, but was talking about these so-called great principles with him here. For a moment, he couldn't help but have an extremely strange feeling in his heart. He frowned and looked at the other party. So this is the main reason why you are trying to prevent us from being incorporated into your council. What are you worried about? You are not afraid of the insect army and the Bayan race. So are you afraid of us? A new member who takes the initiative to join you? Malka's character has always been straightforward. He says whatever is in his heart, and never hides his true thoughts and emotions. And this is the main reason why Wang Wei was able to not hate Malka when he first met Malka. When Wang Wei stayed on the Earth planet, he saw a lot of various scheming old foxes, and liked this kind of character more. Relatively speaking, he is straightforward and likes to say what he wants. My idea is very simple. It is not impossible for you to join our Interstellar and the Federal Council to become a member of our council. But first you must show me your sincerity. The Plant Star King was not angry because of the other party's aggressiveness, and still spoke with a calm look. The three-eyed Star King next to him couldn't help rubbing his head with his hands, because he knew better than anyone that once the Plant Star King said this, it meant that the other party really had a lot of opinions about the joining of the new member in front of him. Although the three-eyed Star King and the Plant Star King have always been old enemies, they always quarreled at the meeting every time the council held a meeting. But that was just the internal affairs of the council members. And the reason they quarreled was mainly to find a perfect solution to the problem. But now it's different. Now the final decision of each of them may directly affect the future pattern of the entire Interstellar Federation Council. Judging from the current trend, the strong alliance between the Bayan race and the Zerg army has indeed brought huge risks and crises to the entire Interstellar Federation Council. But when the crisis occurs, it is also accompanied by huge opportunities. If the entire base can persevere and break the cooperation between the Zerg army and the Bayan race, and destroy them from the inside, then it will be easy to defeat them one by one in the end. At that time, wouldn't the triangular crystal resources of the entire subspace planet be taken at will? And adding one more member of the Interstellar Federation Council is equivalent to giving away one more piece of the meat that has already been obtained. This piece that is given away is a big loss for all the members present. This may be the main reason why the Plant Star King chose to oppose without hesitation. Sincerity? Very good. You actually know that we should show sincerity. Then I want to ask, who is the person who returned to the enemy base with that guy named Lasher this time? Willingly became the enemy's prisoner of war, and has penetrated the enemy? Is it you? This huge cactus uncle? Thinking of his brother, who is still in danger until now, and not knowing what the current situation is, Malka, who was originally very anxious, was even more angry at this time. He walked directly to the side of the Plant Star King, poked him with his hand, and asked. The Plant Star King always looked indifferent, and was not angry because of the other party's radical action. What do you mean? What do you mean that your brother returned to the enemy base with that guy named Lasher? How come I never knew about this? Seeing this, the three-eyed Star King next to him smiled and explained. We just came back, didn't we? So I haven't had time to report many things that happened in the meantime. Now I will briefly talk about the general situation we have learned. He briefly talked about what happened in the Sol Nebula Federation base. But at this time, the three-eyed Star King told in detail that Goso was willing to cooperate with Lasher to return to the Bayan race base. After hearing this, everyone present sighed, and at the same time, they looked at Marco with a little more respect. They are not stupid. Of course they know that it is definitely not a good thing to fall into the hands of the other party. From the time they got along, it can be seen that Oscar Ding is definitely not a kind person, let alone an easy person. Oscar Ding can do anything to achieve his goals and conditions. From this incident, Oscar Ding himself is actually a huge hidden danger. If this is really the case, then I have no objection. After all, the Sol Nebula Federation base has also paid so much for our common victory. The plan of internal and external cooperation formulated by Chairman Wang Wei is, in a sense, also in line with our current combat situation. So if you are really willing to join our Interstellar Federation base council and become a member of us, I have no objection now. I am willing to agree to your joining. The Plant Star King was the first to make his final statement, and the other members of the council looked at each other and whispered about what they were discussing. Wang Wei kept his head down from beginning to end and did not participate in the communication between them. The main reason for this was that he wanted them to truly accept the joining of this new member from the heart. rather than forcing their opinions to influence their views. This would be very detrimental to the harmony of the council in future decision-making. Wang Wei's absolute consideration of the whole thing was, in a sense, to maintain a delicate balance. To put it bluntly, the Interstellar Federation Council is just a temporary organization. Behind everyone, they still represent the overall interests of their own planets and civilizations. No one wants a new member to come out of nowhere at this time and want to share a piece of the pie. Seeing that the fruits are about to mature, someone suddenly comes to share with them. I am afraid that few people can be so generous in the end. So as to whether they can join the ranks of the council, it mainly depends on how they grasp and choose. Chapter 219, The Old Professor's Unwelcome Request. Very good. If any one of you has any opinions or questions you want to ask, I hope you can ask them all at once. Don't worry. Since I took the initiative to propose to add a new member to the existing size of the entire Interstellar Federation Council, then I must make all of you convinced. Wang Wei looked at Malka. As for Miss Malka, he represents not only himself this time, but also everyone represented by Goso of the Sol Nebula Federation base. It's just that in order to respond to my overall plan and prepare for another subsequent matter, Goso has taken the initiative to enter the other party's base with the insider we arranged in the past. So far, it is still unknown what the situation is. So this whole thing will be fully represented by his sister Malka. Wang Wei finally made a summary and looked at everyone present. Many people subconsciously lowered their heads and shut their mouths at this time, because they knew that taking risks, in itself, is an act close to killing, even if it was any one of them. Even if Wang Wei proposed this request and emphasized the importance of doing so, it is estimated that among so many people present, there may not be a few who have the courage to join the game. Just from this point of view, the other party does have the qualifications to join the Interstellar Federation Council. Since everyone has no objection, let's start the final vote. This is your last chance. I hope that after this vote, all of you will no longer reject each other from the heart. Seeing the atmosphere in the entire conference room fell into silence again, Wang Wei knew that the time was almost up. So he simply spoke up and gave everyone an ultimatum. Seeing that the time was almost right, the King of the Three-Eyed Star also stood up and spoke. Since basically no one has any objections to our discussion this time, then it is the final voting state. We agree that the Sol Nebula Federation base represented by Goso and Malka will join our base. The resolution of the council to let them become new members of the council has been made. Please raise your hands to vote. Raising your hands means agreement, and not raising your hands means opposition or reservations. The Three-Eyed Star King made a final summary and asked everyone present to start expressing their attitudes. At this time, Malka was sitting next to him, watching these behemoths in front of him make the final decision on his and his brother's affairs. He was also very nervous. Although Malka has always been carefree, it does not mean that he has nothing in his mind. Of course, he can also clearly feel that this is equivalent to handing the future of the entire Sol Nebula Federation base to the hands of these guys in front of him. Although he knows that Wang Wei is a trustworthy friend, he still vaguely feels that something is wrong. However, he did not think too much. And then, he was brought back to reality by the applause of the whole audience. It turned out that after the final vote requested by the Three-Eyed Star King, all the council members had no objections. Even the Plant Star King, who had just spoken out against it, raised his hand high. Very good. Now I officially announce that from now on, the Sol Nebula Federation base will no longer exist, and they will directly join our Interstellar Federation Council as Sol Nebula and become a member planet of the Interstellar Federation Council. Wang Wei announced the final result of the whole thing with a smile on his face. And Malka also stood up and bowed stiffly to everyone in the applause and approval of the crowd. The matter of recruiting new members at the base has come to an end, and Wang Wei just returned to the office. But he saw that the two biological experts, who he had asked the Three-Eyed Star King to secretly send back to the Earth planet, had already come to the office and were whispering to each other at this time. And I don't know what they were discussing. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng saw that Wang Wei finally came back from the meeting, so they rushed up directly. I think it wouldn't take you that long to hold a voting meeting. It's amazing. It's longer than the time it takes for a meeting on our planet Earth. The first person to speak was none other than Lao Zheng. Compared to Lao Wang's shy and introverted personality, Lao Zheng is an out-and-out optimist. He seemed to have endless energy in his heart. He even regarded Wang Wei as his close friend. So after meeting again this time, he could speak so casually. Wang Wei smiled awkwardly and pointed to the seat next to him. asking the two professors to sit down and talk slowly. There is nothing we can do about this. After all, the entire Interstellar Federation Council is suddenly adding a new member, which will disrupt the original plans of all the original members of the Interstellar Federation Council to a certain extent. And this time, I also use the voting opinions and procedures of our Dongxia country, because in my opinion, the most democratic and fair election method on the entire planet is our own method. As for the tricks used by other planets, I think there is no substantive meaning. After Wang Wei's words, Lao Wang and Lao Jing didn't know how to respond for a while, because even they had to admit that not all planets on the entire planet can achieve the strength of Dongxia country. Well, we two old men won't get involved with you in this matter. As for how your Interstellar Federation base should proceed, it depends on how you, the helmsman, arrange it. The communication between the three people came to a temporary end, and Wang Wei seemed to have suddenly thought of something, raised his head and looked at them, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The two elders came to see me this time, and waited for me in the office for so long. I guess they didn't come here just to ask for punishment for this matter? After Wang Wei's reminder, Lao Wang and Lao Jing suddenly realized it, and quickly patted their foreheads with an embarrassed smile. Look at my memory. I actually forgot this matter at the critical moment. He smiled awkwardly, and then Lao Wang pointed at Lao Jing. You still know the purpose of our visit this time. I almost thought that you were going to discuss the future of the entire Interstellar Federation base for 3 days and 3 nights. After rolling his eyes at Lao Wang, Lao Jing quickly took out a printed document from his arms, and pushed it on the table in front of Wang Wei. What is this? Wang Wei basically no longer uses things like paper since he entered the alien Interstellar. After all, in such a high level of technology, paper itself not only has problems in terms of safety, but also this kind of energy is indeed not easy to find. This is a few important theoretical analyses of the Bian race that our laboratory has made after such a long period of unremitting research and efforts. It reveals the secrets that the Bian race can extend and the reasons for the physiological advantages and defects of the Bian race itself. The following information refers to the specific situation of the meatworm. To be honest, this information is more shocking to me than the information of the Bian race members. You should take a look first. Pointing to another document, Lao Jing introduced it in great detail, and Wang Wei also frowned and stretched out his hand, picked up both documents, and read them carefully page by page. Lao Wang and Lao Jing sat there bored and watched Wang Wei read these documents. They were really fascinated. It is estimated that he will not have time to pay attention to them for a while. The two people couldn't help but come to the window and look outside through the window. At this time, the Interstellar Federation base has already undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before, as waves of mirrors from the Earth planet were transported to the subspace planet around the base. Several main passages are now equipped with scattering devices that use mirrors as reflective surfaces. With this device, let alone a member of the Bian race, even if all the Bian race members are mobilized this time, they may not be able to do anything in a short time. As long as they can find their traces, all their subsequent plans will have no chance of success. While they were thinking, Wang Wei finally finished reading the documents, and his face showed an extremely excited expression. He went directly to the window and hugged Lao Wang and Lao Jing by the shoulders without saying anything. Thank you for your hard work. Please say thank you to the experimenters who are doing these research work on the Earth planet. When I go back, I will definitely reward them to the best of my ability, and will never let them work in vain on this matter. Wang Wei certainly knew the weight of the 2 research reports in his hands, so the words he spoke at this time were all from the heart. Old Wang obviously felt uncomfortable with what Wang Wei said and did. He smiled awkwardly and shook his head. It's nothing. After all, the biological research laboratory on the planet Earth was built with your money, and all the staff participating in the research are paid monthly. In essence, everyone is in an employment relationship, so you really don't have to. Before Lao Wang finished speaking, Lao Jing next to him frowned. I say, Lao Wang, why are you so ignorant? What Wang Wei said now means more than just these. Although we are still paid, and it was not voluntary labor from the beginning, we are willing to spend so much energy to study this topic and finally come to a conclusion. Isn't this a great experiment? After being shocked by what Lao Jing said, Lao Wang could only smile awkwardly and said nothing more. The 3 of them returned to the office and sat down. As you expected before, the meat stripworm is a nearly perfect creature developed by improving the DNA sequence and finally choosing between the insect army and the Bian race. Wang Wei looked at the final conclusion above, frowned and thought for a long time, and then spoke. So does it mean that the interior of our entire Interstellar Federation base is not that safe? The meat-tapered worms that I asked you to bring back to Earth for research are just newly born juveniles. But I have never seen an adult meat-tapered worm until now. What should I do? Old Zheng seemed to have guessed that Wang Wei would have such doubts, and immediately laughed. What's so difficult about this? Whether it's an adult or a larva, they are essentially the same, just with a difference in size. And the reason why the meat-tapered worms can be invisible is fundamentally different from the Bian race. The Bian race is because they are wrapped in the light green liquid secreted by their own ribs, which, combined with the unique principles of the subspace planet, produces a kind of light diffusion. But the stealth ability of this meat-tapered worm really maximizes its speed, which is equivalent to an invisible assassin. If we can use this kind of meat-tapered worm in the subsequent cultivation, you should know how much they can play when the war breaks out again, Old Zheng said, pointing outside. I've heard that the Zerg army and the Bian race have reached a cooperation, since they are now eager to become stronger and want to take the opportunity to destroy our entire Interstellar Federation base in one fell swoop. We should not sit still and wait for death. We should combine technology to research more advanced things to resist their attack. If we don't make progress, we will fall behind. Once we are surpassed by the other party at the technological level, we will no longer have any advantages. Although the logic of what Lao Zheng said is reasonable, Wang Wei knows better than anyone that they can't achieve any significant results in a short period of time just relying on Oscar Ding's selfish and maverick character. Not to mention wanting to overtake on the technological level and directly surpass the double buff of the Earth civilization headed by Wang Wei and the ancient technological civilization. In a sense, we should be more cautious about this matter. As for what Lao Zheng just said about making the striped worms work for us, I wonder if you have developed any new methods or ways to communicate with them and control their behavior. Wang Wei has never been an optimist, so after hearing Lao Zheng's bold idea, he immediately questioned it. Lao Zheng seemed to have guessed that Wang Wei would ask such a question, and coughed lightly. Isn't this simple? Since we have found the other party's DNA chain, we can combine our subsequent research to continuously restrict the data of various aspects, such as the cell's own generation and inhibition ability. As long as we have something to restrict them, it is equivalent to mastering the key to start them. As for what will happen in the end, it probably depends on how they behave themselves. Lao Zheng reached out and patted Lao Wang. Old Wang and I are well-known figures in the biological world of the Earth. But this time, I can't help but want to make a request to you, and I hope you can agree. Wang Wei didn't expect that Old Zheng would put away his previous careless state this time, and told him about this matter very seriously. He immediately sat up straight and put on a look of great importance. Professor Zheng, if you have anything to say, you can say it directly now. There is no need to hide it. After all, for us, you and Professor Wang have long been frequent visitors to our base, and have become the main channel for us to remain connected with the existing civilization of the Earth. Wang Wei spoke first, affirming the efforts made by the two people during this period. Then he looked at Professor Wang next to him. Since you are here this time, you must have made up your mind and made preparations. So no matter what your next request is, as long as I think I can do it, without affecting the overall interests and the bottom line of principles, I can agree to it. Wang Wei Heart has already made the worst plan for this matter. As long as the other party does not raise questions about the Interstellar Federation Council, it is not considered a violation of principles, and they will definitely try their best to meet their requirements. Lao Zheng's lips moved, as if he wanted to reveal the answer, but he hesitated for a long time and still couldn't say it, so he could only reach out and pat Lao Wang's shoulder next to him. Why don't you tell it? It always feels a bit weird for me to tell this matter. Lao Wang raised his head and looked at Wang Wei, with a very embarrassed smile on his face. After a long time, he said this. We want to set up a temporary scientific experiment base on the subspace planet, and then invite some experts from the Earth planet that we trust to come here to do various research. I know that this matter itself is extremely risky, and there is a high risk of exposing the specific location of the Earth planet. However, it is not only other planetary civilizations in the universe that need to progress, but also the civilization of the Earth planet. You are also from the Earth planet. You should be able to understand our feelings at this time. Right? Chapter 220, A Ray of Hope. Wang Wei certainly knew that Malka would suddenly interrupt what he was about to say, which meant that the question he was going to ask now might be really important. Perhaps this question had been bothering Malka for a long time. But Malka had never had the chance to find the answer. Now that Rachel was finally willing to tell him everything he knew without reservation, Malka naturally wanted to figure out what the question in his heart was. Okay. If you want to ask, then ask. I also want to hear it. What question do you want to ask him? After obtaining Wang Wei consent, Malka came to Rachel. Tell me the truth. What is the relationship between you and the Zerg army? Why do I always feel very unreal when I see your bionic mecha? I don't even think that such a perfect work can come from the hands of your Bion race. Wang Wei, who was standing next to him, originally wanted to listen to Marcus' question about how to despise shyness. But he never thought that the other party was just asking something that had already been answered. The biggest difference between the Bion race and the Zerg army is the different directions of evolution and development. The direction of the Zerg army is overall defense, and it emphasizes the body's defense and overall quality. The most important thing for the Bion race is the improvement of intelligence. Compared with the physical evolution, they seem to occupy a greater proportion in the evolution of brain power. This also makes the two creatures of the same species take two completely different development paths in the subsequent development path, and eventually evolve into two closely related races. But just when Wang Wei was about to turn his head and think about other problems, suddenly a light flashed in his mind, and he remembered what Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, two biological experts from the Earth planet, had told him. There is still a corpse of a Bion race member in the Earth planet isolation biological experimental base. After DNA testing of the corpse and other various inferences, they can basically conclude that creatures like the Bion race are likely to be man-made products. Although Wang Wei did not have any evidence to prove whether this matter was true or not. After hearing the question asked by Malka, the question in his mind immediately popped up again. Who knew that Lasher looked at Malka in front of him with a look of astonishment. He seemed to want to see through Malka, as if this was the reason for his cold smile. Ms. Malka, I hope you'd better not take over this matter, let alone interfere. Because once this matter is really exposed, the final consequences are likely to be very serious. When he said this, the other party suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head, and then pointed at himself. Do you know? My life motto is only one sentence. That is, I will do what I should do. And I will never do anything that I am not responsible for. It is precisely because of this that I can develop my current thinking habits. Wang Wei frowned tightly. It seems that in the whole thing, he is still a little too weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find such a clear hint from the other party. The other party must be queuing here tonight, and no one can stop this. Originally, Malka thought that the other party was now at the end of his rope and had to rely on betraying the guy behind him to exchange for a little safety and initiative for himself, since there is no other choice in front of him now. Then in a short period of time, the other party will definitely not dare to leave any questions asked by anyone unanswered, because refusing to answer the other party's question at this time may bring disaster to oneself. Lasher is now full of fear for the small spaceship floating above his head. He even thinks that if that thing comes down a little, he will not be able to escape the pursuit of the other party, even if he runs to the ends of the earth. This is the huge gap in technology between the two sides. At this time, Lasher has gritted his teeth in order to survive, and began to try every possible way to fight for a glimmer of life. But as for whether he can successfully achieve his goal in the end, it depends on how the people in front of him evaluate him. After hesitating for a long time, Lasher sighed. Ms. Malka, it's not that I don't want to tell you a lot of things, but because I personally don't know much about this matter. You should also know that I am not a person with high strength and power within the entire Bion race. At most, I can only be regarded as the captain of a small team, and the information I can understand is extremely limited. As long as I can answer you, I will definitely tell you everything I know. But if I really can't answer your questions during the whole process, I can't rely on lying to deceive you. Right? After hearing what Lasher said, the three-eyed alien king beside him also nodded. Lasher was very smart in this matter. He knew that as long as he lied, once it was exposed, even if he lied to the sky, he would not be able to get another chance to survive. If he wanted to survive, he had to provide a lot of information at this time as a valuable bargaining chip. In this case, then I have no problem. You should let Wang Wei ask you in person. Lasher looked at Wang Wei again, with an undisguised flattery in his eyes. Wang Wei just glanced at him lightly, and then asked, the chief designer of your current spaceship, if I remember correctly, should be Oscar Ding. But there are so many intelligent creatures in your entire Bayan race. And the number is not small. Why did you willingly let your technology stagnate for so many years? And only recently began to develop this kind of aircraft? On the surface, Wang Wei's words sounded like a very ordinary question. But as long as you think carefully, it is not difficult to find that this is actually a test of Wang Wei for him. Because Wang Wei knows better than anyone what it means to be such a hidden and highly capable killer. Brother Wang Wei, I also want to answer you about this matter. And I want to give you an answer that all of us can accept. But I am just an insignificant little character in the entire Bayan race. Can I know such core values and secrets? Lasher was about to cry when he was asked by Wang Wei and Malka. At this time, he looked at the people in front of him with aggrieved eyes. He even thought that the reason why they asked these questions that he had no way to answer was that they had absolutely left no way for him to survive. Otherwise, there are so many questions that you can answer, but you don't ask them. Instead, you ask questions that you can't answer. It really makes people feel a little desperate. Malka wanted to say something again, but Wang Wei held her hand. Although the question Malka asked now is indeed a question that needs to be thought about and discussed. Wang Wei is more concerned about what to do next. Malka naturally understood that the reason why Wang Wei stopped her from asking further must be that he had his own considerations behind it. After hesitating for a while, Malka took a step back and stood next to her brother Goso again. I know you must know the question I'm going to ask next. So I don't want you to hide anything from me on this matter. Do you understand? Rashir nodded like pounding garlic. Wang Wei simply sorted out his thoughts in his mind, and then spoke. Tell me, what is going on between your Bayan race and the Zerg army? Have you really started a two-way cooperation? Or is there any secret that we don't know yet? As far as I know, Orwell is definitely not a person who can cooperate with others casually. His personality does not allow him to do so. Even if you and the Zerg army are actually a race, this still does not mean that this matter is right. I need you to tell me what is going on in person. Goso next to him narrowed his eyes when he heard this question. Compared to the Zerg army, it should be Goso who knows more about the Zerg army race and their leader Orwell. After all, Goso had been to the subspace planet once before. And at that time, he also came for the triangular crystal. According to Goso's subjective impression of Orwell, Orwell has always been a person who does not obey and has relatively simple and transparent thoughts. As the absolute mastermind of the Zerg army, Orwell controls the brainworms below, and the brainworms themselves control the Zerg army. So from this incident, it is not difficult to see that the Zerg army, as the main body that is most likely to appear and bear the most damage in the front, has an absolutely high status in the subspace planet. Although the Zerg army itself is not as intelligent as the Bayan race, and has even begun to learn to use ice magic. However, with their superb physical qualities, they can already delay any enemy who wants to plot against the subspace planet in a short period of time. Lasher did not expect Wang Wei to ask this question, and was obviously stunned. But this time, there was no bitter smile on his face. But he frowned slightly and spoke. Brother Wang Wei, I really know what you are talking about. But it's a long story. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we have arranged all our things now. We have plenty of time. If you really want to talk so long, we don't mind. Just listen to it for fun. Wang Wei's mouth curled up with a trace of undisguised sarcasm, looking at Rashiel in front of him and speaking. The three-eyed king next to him knew that Wang Wei's patience was disappearing bit by bit. He stared at Rashiel in front of him with his eyes wide open. Rashiel, our chairman has given you a chance. I hope you can seize this opportunity. If you don't seize it well, and it leads to the situation that we don't want to see, don't think that our chairman didn't give you a break in this matter. Swallowing hard, Rashiel knew that the words said by the three-eyed king were definitely not just a threat to himself. They can definitely do this. After all, including the space led by Wang Wei, the Federal Base, and the Fourth Fleet of the Seoul Interstellar Federal Base led by Sports Shoes Goso, they now have a common enemy. And this enemy is the Bayan race that is currently in the limelight. This time, I received Oscar Dinciata's mission again and ran here to cause trouble. And even almost killed Goso directly, judging from my previous actions. Even if they really killed me, I am afraid I can't say that I was wronged. Thinking of this, my heart began to become nervous again. Lasher could only smile, and the expression on his face began to become extremely unnatural. Brother Wang Wei, you are a very smart person. You can actually think of this. I believe that except you, no one else can think of what happened between the Zerg army and the Bayan race during the cooperation. They must think that the Zerg army and the Bayan race have the same ancestors and the same set of DNA sequences. So they should be like brothers, helping each other and fighting against foreign enemies together. This is an inherent concept in their hearts. But it is not the case. When Lasher said this, he looked around and saw that the expressions on everyone's faces began to become a little complicated. He knew that what he said now was indeed what they had thought in their hearts before. But Wang Wei just nodded gently and waited quietly for Lasher to continue. In fact, it's simple to say. When the Zerg army first approached Orwell to invite him to cooperate with us, Orwell refused without even thinking about it. What Orwell said at that time probably meant that the Zerg army had extremely strong strength. Even though the Interstellar Federation base had been fighting with them for so long, they still couldn't gain any advantage in front of them. This is enough to show that their strength does not need any allies. Wang Wei combined the Interstellar Federation base that he controlled before, and the tug-of-war between the Zerg army and the Interstellar Federation base for many times in a row. And he immediately understood that what Orwell said should be true. No matter how much Rachel fabricated, he couldn't have known so many details of the battle at that time. So there is a great possibility that this sentence came from the leader of the Zerg army, Orwell himself. But he doesn't agree to cooperate, and the old man of our race will naturally not agree. Oscar Ding has always been a person with a strong desire for control. He especially wants to control everything in his own hands and have absolute control over the whole thing. In our entire combat plan, the strength of the Zerg army is also a tool we need to rely on. If they don't attract your firepower and main means of attack in front, then we will probably be wiped out by you before we even reach the base. Lasher said this with a bitter look on his face, and pointed at his soft body. After all, our Bayan race does not have the extremely hard armor on the Zerg army. We have only evolved a high level of intelligence, but not a strong defense. Perhaps this is the problem of having your cake and eating it too. Wang Wei did not speak, but the three-eyed Star King next to him stretched out a tentacle and directly wrapped around Lasher's arm. So what you're going to say next is that the old man of your race, Oscar Ding, used a very dishonorable method to forcibly control the insect swarm army. Orwell? Then use other methods to coerce Orwell, so that Orwell can control the insect swarm to cooperate with you in launching a war? In fact, for many of the following plots, even if Lasher doesn't continue to talk, everyone can guess the general idea. The general plot should be similar to what the three-eyed alien king has deduced now. Lasher nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. That's probably what happened. At that time, Oscar Ding used not very glorious means to forcibly control Orwell and imprison him in order to better launch a counterattack against you and better coordinate the situation on the entire battlefield. Lasher has briefly explained the whole story. For most people, the plots he has just described are acceptable to many people. But Wang Wei suddenly raised his head and looked at him without blinking. What kind of means did you use to threaten Orwell to join your camp? Or did you use another not-so-glorious technology to forcibly control his mind? I didn't expect Wang Wei to be able to guess everything. Although there was no big change in the expression on Lasher's face, he was already very nervous inside. How much does Wang Wei know about the recent preparations made by the Bayan race? Did he come to ask me this question intentionally or unintentionally to fill in the gaps in his own intelligence? Or did he already investigate the whole story and ask here knowingly? But if he really knew it, then what was his purpose? Chapter 221 Infiltration Plan. Looking at Wang Wei in front of him, Lasher began to become more and more anxious. He found that in terms of intellectual development, not to mention himself, even Oscar Ding, the absolute leader of their Bayan race, could only achieve the level of Wang Wei. Wang Wei's active thinking level has long exceeded the highest range that he can accept, which means that the other party can think of things and his original logical reasoning ability, which can never be imitated casually. Brother Wang Wei, you are really too smart. I find that I don't need to explain many things to you again. You can figure out what's going on by yourself. It's just as you expected. In order to achieve his absolute control over the Zerg army during the battle, Oscar Ding used a toxin from our subspace planet. This toxin can corrode their nerves, making them instantly powerless and at the mercy of others. However, only Oscar Ding himself knows the configuration of this toxin so far, and we don't know how it is mixed. When Lasher said this, he could clearly feel that Wang Wei's tone began to become a little urgent. Wang Wei turned his head and looked at the three-eyed alien king. Now you should know what I should do. Right? The reason why the Zerg-Tide army appeared in the last battle was actually not related to the leader of the Zerg Tide army. Or well, the source of all this should be locked on Oscar Ding. And if we want to break the battle plan of the two races to join forces and cooperate with each other, then we must find ways to rescue Orwell, the leader of the Zerg Tide army. The three-eyed Star King looked at him doubtfully. Rachel obviously knew in his heart that this guy in front of him was the first time he met him. No one knew whether the words he said were true or false, and whether they were referenceable. Chairman, if I say this, we can't believe it completely, nor can we not believe it. It can only be used as a temporary reference. We also met Rachel for the first time today. I don't want to take the soldiers to take risks because of a story he made up casually. This is the first time the three-eyed Star King tried to disobey Wang Wei order. After all, in his heart, he would never allow the soldiers in the base to casually engage in battle again and fall into the trap of the other side, which would bring huge casualties to the soldiers of the entire New Earth Federation base. Malka and Goso looked at each other. And finally Goso came out. How about this? Let me take care of this matter this time. After all, we have completed the cooperation between the two bases, and we should do something for the next battle plan. Goso took the initiative to ask to take on this task, which actually proved to a certain extent that he was willing to obey Wang Wei orders. And Wang Wei frowned and thought for a long time before nodding. It's not impossible for you to go. But first you have to figure out one thing. I just ask you to embed into the other side's base and find out where the Zerg army is being held. As long as we can find their exact location, we will make the next plan for the rest, instead of rushing in and rescuing people directly. If the military base managed by Oscar Ding was really that simple, we could enter and leave as we wish, and the war between us would not have been delayed until now. Goso was obviously confused after hearing this. The reason why he was willing to take on this task just now was that he wanted to perform well in front of Wang Wei. It also let Wang Wei take a good look at their Soul Nebula's ability in aviation and military mission execution. Although the two bases have reached cooperation, they still cannot be easily underestimated by anyone in the Interstellar Federation base. Since he wanted to stay in this base union, he had to find ways to prove his worth. Goso couldn't wait to show off. He originally wanted to rush into the base and rescue Orwell, the leader of the Zerg army, as soon as possible after finding his location and bring him to Wang Wei. But now it seems that Wang Wei's consideration of the whole thing is relatively cautious. He did not ignore the lives of the soldiers in the Soul Nebula Federation base and directly agreed to the conditions proposed by Goso. Instead, he analyzed the whole thing from a perspective of judging the situation and judging the pros and cons and risks. I just felt warm in my heart. Goso glanced at Wang Wei, and his opinion of Wang Wei in his heart could not help but rise a few points. It can be seen that he had tried to entrust his sister to Wang Wei in this base before, and asked him to take her back to Earth to avoid the war and the various strange chess requests from the king that might appear next. This approach was indeed wise, because Wang Wei can definitely be called a good teammate who is worthy of complete trust. So you mean that you hope my brother can sneak into their base with people, and then find ways to find the location where Orwell is imprisoned without being discovered, and pass the information to you, and leave the rescue to you, right? Malka also heard the meaning behind Wang Wei's words, and quickly opened his mouth to confirm it again. Wang Wei nodded. Of course. Don't forget that we are now on the same boat, a community of common interests. If we really want to rescue people from the base this time, we need not only the investigation of people outside, but also the cooperation of people inside. With a smile on his face, Wang Wei looked back at Rachel. Rachel's body shook suddenly, and he finally understood what Wang Wei meant by what he said just now. To put it bluntly, Rachel should be the hook that Wang Wei planned to arrange in the entire Bian race. That is, the inner ghost mentioned by the 3-prism crystal. If Rachel is willing to cooperate with them in the middle, then it should not be difficult to successfully rescue Orwell alive from the opponent's base. But Rachel will not believe them so easily after all. And his face is full of worry at this time. Brother Wang Wei, you are kidding me, right? I am just a small captain. Even if I go back after the mission fails, I have to think of some excuses. How to explain this failure so that I won't be punished and killed by Oscar Ding. It's a miracle that I can survive. But you asked me to help you save Orwell, the leader of the Zerg army at this time. Isn't this obviously forcing me to a dead end? Rasher stretched out his tone in despair. But before he could finish his words, he was glared back by the 3 big eyes of the 3-eyed Star King. Compared to Wang Wei approaching Rasher at this time, he felt that there was still room for him and Wang Wei to talk. So the three-eyed Star King was definitely a very dangerous person in front of him. If there was anything that was not discussed well between the two sides, I am afraid that what would greet him next would be a storm and a life and death battle. No matter how our chairman arranges your next task, you can only listen or not listen. The final outcome is life or death. If you really don't want to cooperate with us, or don't want to do the barbs we arranged inside your Bayan race, then you must bear the consequences of your failure in this mission. Buzz buzz buzz. The familiar voice appeared again, and then a small unmanned spaceship flew directly in front of Lasher, scaring Lasher so much that he took 2 steps back and almost fell off the stone. At the critical moment, fortunately, Goso, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed his arm, which saved him from falling. Lasher is now terrified of the attack power of the drone spaceship. He knows that the attack power of this thing is not range damage, but precise damage. If they can lock their specific position inside the bionic armor, the control room inside the entire armor will be instantly penetrated with just one attack. Can you guys let me go? I'm just an insignificant Karami. If you really want to seek revenge on our leader Oscar Ding, I can provide you with some intelligence help. But I really can't do this kind of blatant cooperation with you to rescue people. Even if I really cooperate with you to complete this mission, I will never be able to go back to the base of the Bayan race in this life. According to Oscar Ding's character of hating betrayal and touching interests, he will definitely chase me to the ends of the earth. When Lasher said this, his eyes were full of despair. At this time, he seemed to have vaguely seen the situation of being tortured to death by Oscar Ding. Wang Wei, who was next to him, saw that Lasher was really scared, so he walked over with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand, and patted the other's shoulder gently. Since Lasher is relatively small now, almost the same size as Goso Marca, in their eyes, people with the height and build of Wang Wei and the three-eyed alien king are already giants. So Wang Wei's posture still looks quite visually impactful. I can understand your concerns. After all, no one wants to put himself in danger because of something that has nothing to do with him. But I can assure you that if you can help me complete this rescue plan, I can definitely help you build a force of your own in the entire Bayan race. Not only that, I will also find ways to cooperate with you and raise your prestige in the entire tribe. Think about it. If you only rely on your current state, even if Oscar Ding is dead, you will not be able to replace him in a short time. After Oscar Ding dies, there will naturally be another person with prestige, and the person second only to him will take over the management of the entire Bayan race. When it is your turn, it is estimated that there will be few people left in your entire Bayan race. Right? Although what Wang Wei said was a little unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. Although Lasher had ambitions in his heart, he also understood that his current prestige and strength were nothing compared to the entire Bayan race. What weight and appeal will the words and deeds of a grassroots manager who is only slightly better than ordinary Bayan members have? How can you be so sure that you can fulfill the promise you made to me now? What if I do things with you and take risks with you, but in the end you just throw me away and don't care about it? What should I do? Rochelle spread his hands, and it was obvious that Wang Wei's promise just now made him a little tempted. But so far, he has not been able to fully trust Wang Wei's promise. The three-eyed Star King next to him was about to speak, but was stopped by Wang Wei immediately, because Wang Wei could guess that if the three-eyed Star King spoke, it would be nothing but threats. And the more at this time, the more you can't use such tough means to coerce the other party. If you want to gain the other party's inner sense of identity, you must find ways to gain his trust first. Trust between the two sides is the basis for normal cooperation between them. Lasher's decision to betray the Bayan race and Oscar Ding is an important node that can change the trajectory of his life. Under such circumstances, any instability in the trust between the two sides may cause the other party to suddenly turn against him and stop cooperating with him, which will instantly make all the original plans come to nothing. Wang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you see us? We can let you choose one to take away and take it back to ask for credit and reward. Imagine that the other members of the team you led all died in this operation mission, but you are the only one who captured the other party's leader and senior management level figures alive and went back to report. If Oscar Ding knew about this, how much would he value you in his heart? Lasher was indeed a little moved. He locked his eyes on Wang Wei, obviously still had a last bit of concerns. You mean I can just take any one of you away? Are you kidding me? Marca, who was standing next to him, didn't expect Wang Wei to suddenly say such a bold idea, and rushed forward angrily. What's wrong with you? Wang Wei. Are you on their side or ours? You said he could just pick any one of the people standing in front of him and take him back to the Bian race's base. Isn't that like walking into a tiger's mouth? According to Oscar Ding's character. I don't think it's the right thing to go back to the other side's base with him this time. Anyway, if we want to go back with this guy, you two have to go back. My brother and I can't go anyway. Goso quickly stretched out his hand and pulled Marka to his side. Smiling at Wang Wei. My sister has always been a quick-witted person. I don't need to introduce her too much. You should know it all. So what she said just now was just a thoughtless thing. You must not take her as an example. Wang Wei just nodded slightly and looked at Lasher again. How about it? Have you thought about it? Lasher looked at Goso and finally nodded. Okay. Then I will take Goso, the main person in charge of this base, with me when I go back this time. After all, I really can't carry my spaceship with you and the big brother with 3 eyes beside you. The backward technology can't be compared with your spaceship. And your body is too big. If I take you back like this, it would be a bit too fake. Malka wanted to speak to stop him. But this time Goso stepped forward and blocked Malka. Sister, please don't mess around with this matter. I believe that Wang Wei must have his own considerations behind his words and arrangements. He will never watch any of us in danger without helping. He must have other arrangements behind him. Please listen patiently. He turned his head quickly, grabbed his sister's shoulders with both hands, and shook her hard a few times, trying to make Malka regain her sanity. And what Goso said just now really made the fierce light in Malka's eyes clearer. Okay. I want to hear what arrangements are next. Anyway, this matter must be foolproof. Otherwise you are not allowed to go anywhere. Pouting angrily, Malka looked at Wang Wei, waiting for Wang Wei's next arrangement. This time I asked you to bring Goso back to your Bian race's base, and bring him there as a prisoner of war you captured. This will greatly increase your influence in Oscar Ding and other members of the Bian race. This is my first consideration. At the same time, if you really want to cooperate with the outside, it is far from enough to rely on yourself. After all, your current status in the entire Bian race is still relatively low. You don't have your own confidence, and you haven't formed your own power. You need someone to cooperate with you. When Wang Wei said this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the mountains in the distance. So the second consideration for Goso to follow you back is to fight side by side with you. From inside, the two of you will cover each other and cooperate with each other to find ways to bring the leader of the insect army, or well, out of the temporary base of the Bian race. Chapter 222, No Risk, No Gain. Gosu finally understood why Wang Wei suddenly said that, and even named any of the people in front of him. And he could take any of them away. So that was his plan. In fact, Wang Wei knew better than anyone else that he and the king of the three-eyed alien were too big, and the other party would never choose any of them. The only people who could be chosen were himself and his sister Malka. In that case, was he inexplicably tricked by Wang Wei? Although he was more or less confused, Gosu did not show his emotions on his face, but continued to listen to Wang Wei's entire task arrangement. If Wang Wei's tasks are well connected and the overall risk is low, then there is no better way to advance the development of things. And why can't he cooperate with the other party in the end? But there is one thing I hope you can understand. That is, no matter which of the 4 of us you bring back, you must do your best to ensure his safety, and never let anything happen to him. If something goes wrong, then we will do our best to sweep your base at the first time, regardless of the final victory or failure. We must find you, and let you die in endless pain. Betraying the Interstellar Federation base is equivalent to betraying everyone here. You must consider the consequences. Wang Wei's tone began to become colder and colder, and when his eyes looked at Lasher, there was a sense of majesty without anger. Lasher shrank his neck, and his face was full of bitter smiles. Brother Wang Wei, this is a bit difficult for me. If I really bring the person back to the temporary base of the Bian race, then I have no say on how to deal with the person I brought back. After Oscar Ding, the old man, learns about this, he will definitely take the person over as soon as possible, and then try every means to get more information from you. As for whether he will use the same tricks in this process, like he did to Orwell, the leader of the insect army, to deal with the person I brought back, I can't say. Goso felt that his hand was suddenly grabbed by a pair of hands, and he squeezed it hard. Turning his head, he saw Marka's face full of worry, and shook his head slightly at Goso, obviously hoping that Goso would not agree to this infiltration arrangement. After all, Goso is Marca's brother, and the two have a deep brother-sister relationship. As a sister, she doesn't want to see her brother involved, which is normal in any matter. Human nature is selfish. Typical egoism. And there is nothing wrong with Marca's approach. But Goso gently pinched the back of his sister's hand and smiled at Malca. Don't worry, sister. I believe in the strength and strategy of Wang Wei. He will definitely find a reasonable solution. He will never watch me get hurt and ignore it. This time, the strong combination of the Interstellar Federation base and the Sol Nebula Federation base will definitely be able to completely subvert the overall situation of the subspace planet. If we can win in the end, we will have a certain degree of mining rights for triangular crystal mineral resources. At that time, we will be able to help Sol Nebula's technology continue to move to a higher level. Until now, Goso Heart is still thinking about making contributions to the famous Sol Nebula behind him. But when Malca heard Goso say this, her brows frowned even tighter, and a very obvious unhappy expression appeared on her face. Have you forgotten how that arrogant prince died? Have you forgotten the message the king conveyed to us after this incident? And even wanted to send the first and second fleets directly to kill the two of us? The Sol Nebula civilization is a brilliant civilization. This is true. And I also deeply love its magnificence and beauty. But the royal family of the Sol Nebula has long been corrupted. And I don't plan to continue to serve it. Malca pulled his hand out of his brother's hand, expressing his disagreement with Goso's point of view with practical actions. Goso grinned awkwardly. But no matter what, it is still the royal family, and the king who control the Sol Nebula. If we get these mining rights, who else can we give the mined triangular crystals to if not them? Malca seemed to have suddenly figured it out. He turned his head and looked at his brother. Brother, since the royal family is incompetent, why can't we overthrow it and then build an organization that can truly serve the entire nebula and the beautiful planet of Sol Nebula? Why can't you think about it carefully? Why has Sol Nebula remained in its previous state in terms of technology for so many years? Is it really just because of the lack of support from the triangular crystal mineral resources that we can't further optimize the original technology? After hearing what his sister said, Goso lowered his head thoughtfully. He also understood in his heart that what his sister said now was actually right. Over the years, even the Bayan race in the subspace planet has made a lot of progress in overall civilization and technology, and even developed the first generation of small combat spacecraft. However, looking back over the years, the famous Sol Nebula has been enjoying itself wantonly under the leadership of the king, and has not used the triangular crystal stone for the blade of technological research and development and upgrading. It is precisely because of his ruins and arrogance that he has nurtured a conceited prince who has no brains and can only make trouble everywhere. The ice is not frozen in a day. The Sol Nebula royal family, under the leadership of the king, has long lost its former vitality. They began to be satisfied with the status quo, believing that the current Sol Nebula is strong enough and there are few strange enemies in the entire multiverse. It is precisely because of this mysterious self-confidence and arrogance in their hearts that the entire Fourth Fleet has to give up the construction of the original Sol Nebula Federation base in order to protect itself and cooperate with the Interstellar Federation base controlled by Wang Wei, so that it can be preserved in the double attack of the Insectide army and the Ubayan race. Let's talk about this later. Now we should see what Brother Wang Wei has planned for the next thing. If there is even a slight possibility, I think we should not give up so easily. After we get the mining rights for 1, 2 or 3 times, maybe we can really start our own business at that time. Goso reached out and patted Marca's head gently. Then he looked at Wang Wei. The people present heard the conversation between the two siblings clearly. The three-eyed Star King 3 eyes were rolling around at this time, and no one knew what he was thinking. Brother Wang Wei, if you have any other plans, just tell me all at once. I have decided to return to their base with Rachel. I am willing to be the bait and cooperate with Rachel in the next task of internal and external cooperation. But I have a small request. This request is that no matter what happens later, you must not let my sister get involved again. I only have this one sister, and I hope you can take good care of her for me. Listening to what Goso said, it was like setting a will. Malca's eyes were red in an instant. She immediately stepped forward and stood beside Goso, looking at Wang Wei. Wang Wei, you might as well change the plan and let Rachel take us back together. In this way, his contribution will be greater, and I will feel more secure when I am with my brother. Otherwise, I will stay in the Interstellar Federation base alone. It is safe, but I will suffocate myself to death. Before Wang Wei could speak, the three-eyed alien king next to him laughed awkwardly. What are you two doing here? We haven't discussed the most critical points of the whole plan yet. How to rescue people, how to retreat, how to rescue people outside, and how to prevent other attacks from the other side, etc. And we haven't discussed these. Why are you starting to play these dramas of living together and dying together? The three-eyed alien king felt a little embarrassed. Goso and Malka could only laugh a few times and retreat again. Wang Wei naturally knew that these performances just now were nothing more than the deep brother-sister relationship between Malka and Goso. They have already had a deep emotional bond with each other, and they regard each other as the closest and most important person in their lives from the bottom of their hearts. If it weren't for this, Goso wouldn't have said that just now, and Malka wouldn't have made such an irrational move. But this problem is not the focus of Wang Wei consideration now. Wang Wei's main consideration is to figure out the approximate location and overall layout of this temporary base, so that he can arrange a practical research plan in the shortest time. Rochelle, now use your memory to draw me the areas and passages of the Linkshire base that you know. I want to see what the layout is like. Rochelle was just listening to the duet between Goso and Malka and was quite moved. When Wang Wei asked him this question, he was also a little stunned. After a long time, he finally responded and nodded. Yes. But Wang Wei, brother, I hope you can remember what I said before. The Bian race definitely has more than one base. The one I drew for you now is a temporary base near the crater. The temporary base also has our unique subspace planet teleportation array. So if you want to save people, you may still have the possibility of success. But if you want to annihilate the entire Bian race in one fell swoop, once and for all, I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. After saying that, Rochelle found a flat ground nearby and started to arrange stones. He first formed a small circle, and outside the small circle there were 4 horizontal lines extending outward in 4 directions. And the 4 directions connected 4 areas of moderate size, which seemed quite complicated as a whole. The circle in the middle is the location where you attacked our base last time and dropped a bomb into the school, causing the death of so many young talents. This place should be considered the front meeting hall-like facility in the entire base. And these 4 lines are the locations of 4 teleportation arrays, which represent 4 completely different locations. They lead to Oscar Ding's residence, a secret experimental facility, the barracks behind, and another place. I have never seen or touched it so far. I only know that the location is not near the temporary base and must be teleported through the teleportation array. Rochelle introduced the approximate location and environment of the entire base very clearly, and Wang Wei and the three-eyed Star King nodded repeatedly. Goso and Malka were also beside him, listening carefully. But Goso soon asked the first question. So there are so many areas, but you don't know where Orwell is imprisoned? Have you seen Orwell now? Is Orwell still alive? Does he still have his own mind? The 2 questions that Goso asked now are exactly what Wang Wei is most worried about. The main reason why Wang Wei didn't ask just now is that he wanted to take it step by step. After hearing Goso's question, Lasher smiled awkwardly. Brother, I'm just a small captain. I really don't have such high authority. And it's even more impossible for me to know where Orwell is imprisoned. Think about Orwell. He is the absolute mastermind who can control the entire insect army. Such an important person. Will he tell you where he is casually? As for whether he still has his own mind and whether he is still alive, I can tell you that Orwell is definitely alive now. But because of poisoning and being hurt by Oscar Ding several times, he is now very weak and has no ability to escape by himself. The three-eyed Star King was quite surprised to hear this. Not really. Each member of the insect army has armor with extremely high defense power. Even our pulse guns and pulse cannons can hardly cause direct damage to them. Can you, a soft insect, really beat him? Lasher scratched his head. You don't know this? In fact, Oscar Ding used an extremely strange attack method on him. That attack method is very strange. He can bypass the hard armor outside and attack directly inside when approaching the opponent. As for how he did it, I don't know. I was just standing at the door at that time. I took a quick look at the location. I was still very puzzled at the time. When you said that just now, I suddenly remembered it and said it out. Wang Wei nodded. It seems that the first task is to find the location where Orwell, the leader of the insect army, is imprisoned as soon as possible after returning. It is best to pull the location where Orwell is imprisoned closer to the location where Goso is imprisoned, so that time can be saved better in the subsequent tasks. I can only try my best to arrange this matter, because I really can't guarantee anything. Lasher's face is still full of embarrassment. Wang Wei raised his head and looked at Goso. Brother Goso, this mission can be said to be a life and death struggle. In the face of various unknowns, the risks to be taken during the mission are not small. If you don't want to go, or if your sister doesn't want you to go, you can all raise it now. I can negotiate with the King of the Three-Eyed Star, and we can go one by one. The King of the Three-Eyed Alien nodded. Yes. We have nothing to worry about, as long as you don't agree to do this. We can also serve as substitutes. Before Malka could speak, Goso took the lead. Don't worry, little brother Wang Wei. I am sure I can do this well. Think about it. I am the main person in charge of the Sol Nebula Federation base, and the captain of the 4th Fleet. I have the entire Sol Nebula civilization behind me. The main reason why Oscar Ding sent Lasher to me to make trouble this time is not to use coercion and inducement to make me admit the contract I signed before, and then provide them with various technologies related to aerospace and aircraft. Since they have something to do with me, they will definitely not do things too radically. I am sure that Oscar Ding will definitely use both kindness and force on me, and try every means to win my heart, and will definitely not do anything to me. In fact, Wang Wei also thought so in his heart. Oscar Ding is an old fox with relatively mature thinking. Although there are some differences between his thinking and Wang Wei, he should be ranked first in the entire subspace except for himself. Such an old fox with mature thinking and treacherous and changeable style of doing things should not shout and kill at every turn. After all, what he wants to plot is not the lives of these people, but all the scientific and technological achievements and data in their hands. If they want to enter space and leave the constraints of the subspace planet, space technology is the only biggest factor that can hinder the Bian race. Chapter 223 Infection Reagent. In fact, Wang Wei had already made plans for situations like today. Science needs to progress. Technology needs to be iterated. And Earth, as a planet with a relatively backward civilization level in the entire multiverse, the truth is always in the hands of very few people. Now they are asking to build an experimental base on the subspace planet. To put it bluntly, they hope to use the unique environment here to conduct relevant scientific experiments. This requirement is essentially a good starting point, in order to provide assistance for various theoretical knowledge of the Earth planet. But Wang Wei knows better than anyone that if a laboratory is really to be established, it means that a group of scientists will come to the Earth planet. At present, there are very few people who know that there are other intelligent planets outside the Earth, including this series of things. There are no more than 4 people like Professor Wang and Professor Zheng. But once the research studio is established, the Earth planet will send at least dozens of experts in various fields to this planet. This will cause a certain degree of obstruction, and even trouble to the maintenance of secrets, and the smooth implementation of the entire plan. Seeing that Wang Wei did not speak from beginning to end, but just frowned tightly, Professor Wang and Professor Zheng looked at each other, and saw a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew in their hearts that the main reason why Wang Wei hesitated was still from the safety of the Earth. The Earth is now on the edge of the entire multiverse science and technology culture belt. It is difficult to find him smoothly with the technology that has the ability to travel in the stars. This will also protect the civilization and safety of the Earth in a disguised way to a certain extent. But once you come into contact with something that you have not been able to come into contact with before, and experience the atmosphere of alien civilization technology in advance, it is bound to cause relaxation in ideological awareness, which may bring war and chaos to the Earth. Professor Wang, Professor Zheng. In fact, I know that the main reason why you two said that is for the future development of science and technology on the Earth to flourish. In theory, I should agree with this matter. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Wang Wei's mouth. He raised his head and looked at the 2 people in front of him. But you should also know that we came to this subspace planet just to get what we want. Just because of this, a conflict broke out between us and the local race of the other side, which has continued to this day. I hope you can understand the current situation. We are not here to travel or sightsee, but to fight. Wang Wei first explained the main point in his heart, and then pointed to a desert not far away. If we let the experts from Earth come here to set up a research studio now, it will inevitably increase the security burden of the entire base to a certain extent. When the Zerg army and the Bian race join forces again, if they really break through the defense of our base, If you don't retreat in time at that time, I am very worried that the location and coordinates of Earth will be revealed by you. Looking at the entire Interstellar Federation base now, except for me, no one knows the specific location and coordinates of Earth. This also protects the safety of Earth from attacks by external civilizations to another extent. If I agree to your request, I am afraid I can't afford any problems in the future. Wang Wei expressed his worries in his heart, and also showed that he essentially disagreed with this matter. Of course, if Professor Wang and Professor Zheng can mobilize their own power and unite with others to persuade Wang Wei, and finally lead to the construction of this laboratory, then if there are any problems in the end, the main responsibility will not be on Wang Wei. The two professors were well-read and naturally understood the hidden meaning behind Wang Wei's words. They frowned and were obviously hesitant. How about this? I think this matter is indeed a bit abrupt. If it doesn't work, we can put it aside first. As for other matters, we will discuss a way to deal with law enforcement after we go back, and then come to you for consultation. Do you think it's okay? Compared to the difficulty of Wang Wei matter, the two professors can empathize with Wang Wei's current situation. If there were no series of scientific and technological data provided by Wang Wei as support, the Earth planet would not be able to improve so fast in overall technology in such a short period of time. Wang Wei also adhered to the development principle of never letting Dongxia technological level surpass the world too much, and still developing slowly, which made the secret of Wang Wei contact with interstellar and extra-psychic civilizations preserved. If it were an ordinary person, it is estimated that this secret would not be kept. But Wang Wei's such an important secret has been kept until now, and even the people on the planet Earth are unaware of it. This shows that Wang Wei is steady in handling things. Wang Wei just nodded, neither agreeing nor refusing, but just watching the two professors leave with some disappointment. Looking at the information said by the two professors, the more Wang Wei looked at it, the more a bold idea was growing in his heart. This idea even gave him the urge to roar to the sky. After hesitating for a long time, he finally ran out of the office and pulled Professor Wang and Professor Zheng back, who were about to leave. The two had originally decided to go back and discuss the implementation with other scientists, and were ready to give up. But Wang Wei's sudden appearance made the two see the dawn of this matter being promoted again. What's the matter? Wang Wei, you suddenly appeared in front of us with a joking face, and now you want us to go back to the office, saying that there is something important to discuss with us. Have you just thought it through, and are ready to agree to our request? Old Zheng laughed, and seemed to be in a good mood. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's next answer made the smile on his face freeze again. You think too much. The reason why I came here to call you now is mainly to discuss with you about the adaptability of the special physique of the meat worm and the Bian race in the subspace planet, which has nothing to do with the matter you raised before. Seeing Wang Wei's answer was calm and indifferent, the two people were like deflated balls, and the smiles on their faces faded a little for a while. But no matter what, they are also Wang Wei people in the biological experiment laboratory of the Earth Mood Organization, so they naturally have to be responsible for the conclusions of their research. The two looked at each other, and then followed Wang Wei back to the office. Wang Wei redistributed the two documents on the table in front of him, and looked at the two professors in front of him seriously. I have always had a bold idea in my heart, but I don't know if it will work. If it works, it is very likely that we will start a new starting point on the subspace planet. At that time, perhaps the Earth will be able to contact extraterrestrial civilizations and cosmic civilizations in advance. Wang Wei's words immediately aroused the interest of the two professors, and Professor Zheng, who was originally a little uninterested, suddenly raised his head. You are not trying to use the results we want most in our hearts to lure us to help you step by step as children, right? Am I as bad as you say? I just had a sudden idea, but I don't know if this idea can be supported by science. So I suddenly thought of discussing this matter with you. Professor Wang, who was sitting on the side, frowned. Brother Wang Wei, we all know your usual abilities. I don't think you will come to us old men for help when you can't solve the problem yourself. You know we are from the Earth planet. What about Wang Wei? I don't understand the implication of the two professors' words at this time, but I am not angry. It is important for people to know themselves. If Professor Wang and Professor Zheng, as people from the Earth planet, already know the existence of the multiverse and the current technological status of these cosmic civilizations, forcibly force the growth of seedlings, without seeing the hidden crisis and murderous intent, that would be the most terrifying. Okay. We too won't continue to add pressure to your heart. If you have anything to say, Just say it. We can also help you with your advice. If you had run out to play for a while just now, we would have entered the South Heaven Gate by now. Professor Zheng obviously saw Wang Wei's awkward look at this time, and he couldn't bear it, and spoke directly to be a peacemaker. Wang Wei's face was originally a little nervous, but it finally eased a little, and then he smiled and said, "The fact is this. Do you still remember the Xiantian armor we researched before? The Xiantian armor was originally derived from the Huizimortal insect. It is a community between a creature and equipment. It has extremely strong repair and defense capabilities. The last time the Xiantian armor was equipped on the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base, the knowledge greatly improved the soldiers' combat capabilities. This can be seen from the previous battle with the insectoid army. The damage ratio of both sides can be said to be a significant effect." Wang Wei briefly summarized the previous battle. It seemed that he was quite satisfied with the performance of the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base during the last battle. The two professors did not know much about the specific details of the battle at that time. They frowned at this time, and were ready to listen to Wang Wei, and where to lead the topic next. Wang Wei put a finger on the information of the meatworm. "But I just carefully studied the survival ability and characteristics of these meatworms. As a result, I found a fact that even I have to admit. That is, compared with the DNA of the undead worms we used before, the genes of the meatworms are obviously more perfect. The strength is stronger, and the regeneration ability, when frustrated and injured, is also ridiculously strong." Hearing this, Professor Wang and Professor Zheng looked at each other, and saw a touch of shock in each other's eyes. Professor Zheng took a breath of cold air. "You kid are not going to re-establish a whole set of equipment-based symbiotic technology based on the biological basis of the meatworm, like the Haas immortal worm. You kid is simply crazy. Do you know that last time a Haas immortal worm was just a little bit away from destroying the entire biological isolation laboratory of the Earth planet? The regeneration ability of that kind of worm is simply terrifying. If you come up with another meatworm research, I'm really worried that the fragile experimental biological isolation chamber will not be able to hold up." A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Professor Zheng's mood began to become a little unstable. As the main person in charge of the biological gene laboratory of the Earth planet, Wang Wei naturally knew that Professor Zheng was referring to the previous accident that occurred during the research process. Fortunately, it was discovered in time at that time, and the nutrition supply of the Haas immortal worm was cut off when it was undergoing secondary division and regeneration. Otherwise, no one knows what terrible things will happen next. Wang Wei naturally didn't want to create a widespread and uncontrollable biochemical crisis on the Earth. And this thing looked too much like the alien creatures in the movie, which made Wang Wei feel a little unconfident. Fortunately, at this time, Professor Wang carefully observed the information about the meatworm in front of him, and shook his head in the direction of Lao Zheng. "I think your worry is a bit too radical, because there is actually a big gap between the meatworm and the undead worm. The undead worm's main ability is rebirth and repair, while the meatworm's greatest ability is parasitism and enhancement. If you look at the description of attack power and defense power in the data, you can see that the meatworm lacks the ability to regenerate compared to the undead worm, but it can become a very terrifying perfect predator. If this worm can be controlled after undergoing some genetic modification without changing its original characteristics, then it can be regarded as a very successful biological reform." Old Wang's words finally made Wang Wei smile. If Professor Wang's words themselves believed that this matter was feasible, then Wang Wei would have absolute confidence in promoting this research. After all, looking at the entire base, no one knows how many meatworms are hiding in the dark. Although the Three-Eyed Star King has been arranged to command the army in the base to start a carpet search, because they know too little about them. No one knows where they usually hide and how they hide. They can only determine their habits and hiding places through continuous searches. As long as they can catch live meatworms and send them to the biological isolation laboratory on the planet Earth, and with the help of Professor Wang, Professor Zheng, and several other professors, they may be able to complete this conjecture by changing the way their DNA is controlled. I say, Lao Wang, I'm not saying this to you before this matter has a perfect characterization. No one can speak out casually. As scientific researchers, we should be more pragmatic and cautious. We can't just imagine some situations that don't exist in our minds. This is an extremely irresponsible behavior. Obviously, compared with Professor Wang's speech just now, Professor Zheng was very dissatisfied with Professor Wang's speech and reminded him. Professor Wang laughed and said, "What's the big deal? What I'm saying now are the key points we must take if we really want to conduct research in this area in the future. Now it's just like saying in advance our conjectures and research directions for the next research. Wang Wei looked at the two professors. One positive and one negative. One black and one white. As both of them are authoritative experts in the biological world of the Earth. Their words naturally have extremely high authority. In terms of personality, Professor Zheng is relatively easygoing and cheerful. And his tone is also more casual when he speaks, giving people a more optimistic feeling. Professor Wang is relatively introverted. And he is usually serious about his words, and always puts all his main energy into various research projects. Relatively speaking, he is closer to the image of an old scholar. But the two of them rarely show a contrast at this time. Professor Wang, who has always been relatively introverted and not good at speaking, is suddenly willing to let go of his imagination this time, and even reaches a rare tacit understanding between his thinking and Wang Wei imagination, which is indeed very rare. Seeing that if the two continue to argue like this, it is estimated that they may not be able to argue out a real result until the sun sets. So Wang Wei waved his hand to stop the two from discussing next. Actually, I called you back for two main reasons. The first is that I really want to develop a biotechnology-based transformation project based on the characteristics of the meatworm to see if such a perfect predator gene can be used by us. The other reason is that there are currently how many people infected with this meatworm in the base. We currently have no corresponding means to detect it. And the method you proposed before is also very difficult to operate. So I hope that you can develop a reagent based on the characteristics of the meatworm that can determine whether it is parasitic infection without inspection. This is very important to us. Chapter 224. I choose to ignore what I should do to cooperate with you. Wang Wei's words immediately made the faces of the two professors in front of him become embarrassed. Professor Zheng held back for a long time, and finally sighed. Wang Wei, you are really bold and daring. I have told you before that you want to figure out how this kind of meat stripe parasite came from, and study its characteristics to a certain extent. There is no way to complete it in a short time. And no one knows how long the meat stripe parasites in the bodies of these creatures in your base will have a latent period and growth period before they can become mature. Every day of delay will increase the danger of these infected people in your base. I think you are not unaware of this matter. Wang Wei lowered his head. Of course, he knew very well in his heart that if he let this matter go unhandled, it is very likely that the entire Interstellar Federation base will have problems from top to bottom. By then, the battle has not officially started, and the entire Interstellar Federation base has been defeated from the inside by the parasitism of this meat stripe worm. I know that everything you are doing now is just to keep the secret of the Earth. But no matter how well you protect the Earth, one day it will appear in front of other planetary civilizations. This is like a doting mother who never wants her child to experience any wind and rain, nor does she want him to suffer any hardship. But what should she do when the child grows up one day? He does not have the ability and mentality to deal with these hardships and wind and rain alone. He is like a flower in a greenhouse. A small setback can make them throw away their armor and return in defeat. Is this the result you want to see? Old Zheng was obviously unwilling to give up so easily. Such a good opportunity to persuade Wang Wei. He shifted the topic to the previous matter. This time we chose to build a scientific laboratory unique to the Earth planet on the subspace planet. On the one hand, we want to make a breakthrough in science. On the other hand, perhaps the more we know, the more help we can provide to you. This will not only save a lot of time, but also allow us to know the biological characteristics of the outside universe in advance. Isn't this a good thing? Professor Zheng looked at Wang Wei with burning eyes. Obviously, his desire for this matter has been increasing. With a long sigh, Wang Wei knew that if he wanted to continue chatting with him, the other party would probably talk about this topic in a few words. At present, Wang Wei had no such plan for this topic. So naturally, he would not let it go so easily. After hesitating for a while, Wang Wei said this. Well, since Professor Zheng and Professor Wang are unwilling to discuss this matter with me, then this conversation between us ends here. However, I still want to remind you that without my permission, no one may come to any planetary plane outside the Earth without prior notice. From now on, I will modify the number of times the Nantian Gate can be used and set restrictions. I will never let you take risks like this again. Professor Wang and Professor Zheng originally thought that with the Nantian Gate, the latest developed transmission device, it would be very convenient for them to travel between the Earth and the subspace planet. This will not only strengthen the connection between the Earth and the outside interstellar war, but also allow them to understand the main disadvantages of the interstellar war in advance to a certain extent. They actually knew in their hearts that the reason why Wang Wei chose to do this was not because he was targeting them or disagreed with their next plan, but there were more people behind Wang Wei who needed him to protect. The two professors said nothing more and turned around to leave when they came. At this moment, Wang Wei suddenly heard a shrill alarm outside the base. You know, since they brought the mirror from the Earth, the Bian race's stealth skills have basically been in name only. Now the entire base is full of such mirrors, making the Bian Zerg's stealth ability invisible. Although Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star had repeatedly warned against showing that the other party had been discovered, the alarm still made Wang Wei's heart, which had just been put down, rise again. The few people didn't say anything more. The Alliance quickly left the office building and came to the place where the alarm sounded. At this place, Wang Wei could see everything clearly through the refraction of the mirror without even the King of the Three-Eyed Star next to him explaining too much to himself. The mining team of the Triangular Crystal is still working. But when the mining team is busy going in and out, there are actually several members of the Bian race next to them. These members of the Bian race did not cause any damage or any radical actions, just stood there and observed everyone who came in and out and the equipment they used. Because Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star had repeatedly ordered that they must not easily reveal the fact that they had discovered them, and let them keep themselves in the dark. So until now, the mining team of the Triangular Crystal is still busy with their own business. As for these members of the Bian race, they have been standing here until now. Chairman, have you noticed that the members of the Bian race appeared in this place this time, and did not cause direct damage? If I am not mistaken, it is very likely that they want to secretly learn our Triangular Crystal mining technology from us. The current Bian race is no longer the Bian race of the past. Before we were discovered by them with some confidential technology, whether it was the Bian race or the insect army, they themselves did not pay too much attention to the Triangular Crystal, a mineral resource that can be found everywhere on their planet. But after this period of fighting with us, I think they must have seen the huge opportunities hidden behind this matter. Besides, many of our current high-tech weapons and equipment all need this kind of 1-, 2-, and 3-color energy or to drive, which naturally makes them understand the importance of triangular crystals. So now they will arrange people to come here secretly to learn. The King of the Three-Eyed Alien analyzed the whole thing very well, and it was obvious that he had already determined in his heart that the reason why the other party came here and had such a strange behavior must be because of this. But Wang Wei suddenly raised his mouth, smiled helplessly, and shook his head. King of the Three-Eyed Star, I have to admit that your inferences just now are relatively possible in a strict sense. But I can also tell you responsibly that your inferences are only applicable to the present, and cannot be applied to the situation behind the whole thing. Wang Wei's words made the King of the Three-Eyed Star very confused. After all, the King of the Three-Eyed Star felt that he was not wrong to think so. But why did he become wrong after telling Wang Wei about his thoughts? Then I can't figure it out. If they didn't come for this, how could they repeat the same thing for several consecutive days? Could it be that they are full and bored? Although the words he said were relatively polite, Wang Wei could still hear the slight dissatisfaction with himself in the tone of the King of the Three-Eyed Star. Wang Wei did not explain too much, but just stretched out his hand and pointed to the location of the mining entrance and exit 1, 2 or 3 times. The second establishment of the Triangular Crystal mining team was relatively tense and hasty, which resulted in the mining plane being able to be redeveloped based on the previously mined plane. This secondary mining will not only greatly consume our efforts in the mining process, but will also have a great impact on the progress and speed of subsequent mining. After Wang Wei finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at the King of the Three-Eyed Alien. And the reason why these Bian race members are waiting for me here, if I am not mistaken, is that there should be another part of them inside, doing something in the dark. They seem to want to take advantage of us and seize the fruits of our labor from us, rather than just learning our technology. The triangular crystal mining technology is very advanced in the entire multiverse. Ordinary planets do not have the development and application of triangular crystal technology. So do you think that even if the technology is placed in front of them, without systematic learning, without a lot of scientific and technological reserves and precipitation, do you think they will understand it? The questions Wang Wei suddenly asked, and his own views instantly made the King of the Three-Eyed Star feel enlightened. If he thought that the reason why Wang Wei denied his inference at the beginning was probably because Wang Wei's behavior in this matter was relatively radical and self-centered, But now it seems that things are far from what he imagined. Wang Wei just sees things more clearly. And in the prediction and evaluation of the whole matter, he obviously considers one more level than the three-eyed alien king. The three-eyed star king knocked his head, his face full of embarrassment. Sure enough, the chairman has to be the chairman. If it weren't for what you just said, I'm afraid I would still be in the dark and have not seen the real motive behind the other party's seemingly weird behavior. After the three-eyed star king said this, he immediately turned around and walked towards the work plane of triangular crystal mining. But before he took 2 steps, he was immediately pulled back by Wang Wei from behind. What are you going to do? Wang Wei frowned, obviously unable to understand why the three-eyed star king heard rumors and believed them. Although this behavior, in a sense, represents his strong execution ability. But before the execution ability, it is more important to have the ability to coordinate the current situation. I will now notify our mining team to stop the operation immediately, and then conduct a comprehensive inspection of all channels of the entire operation surface. Production can only be continued after confirming that there are no problems. Didn't you say that just now? The other party is very likely to be carrying out some kind of plan in secret. And this plan is very likely to have a lot to do with the triangular crystals we will mine later. So no matter what, we must not let them succeed. The three-eyed alien king frowned and turned to look at Wang Wei, expressing his inner thoughts. But Wang Wei suddenly laughed. Do you still think that the members of the Bayan race are still the same as before? And they always have a certain degree of sovereignty no matter what they do. Now their initiative has long been lost. And the real initiative is in our hands. When to start a war with them, when to formally launch a surprise attack on them, and when to cultivate and rest with them are all up to us. The main reason why I have notified all the soldiers in the entire camp not to alert the enemy is because I have my own ideas in my heart. I want to make things bigger. So for this matter, you can do it at any time. Turn a blind eye. And let this matter be taken over quietly. I mainly want to see what Oscar Ding is doing behind the scenes. The three-eyed star king scratched his head in confusion. Although he could only hear half of what Wang Wei said so far, he did not dare to go against the other party's ideas so easily. In the end, he could only nod gently. Okay, then I listen to you. What are we going to do next? Wang Wei looked at the three-eyed king and looked around the 3-prism crystal mining site. Suddenly, his expression began to become a little solemn. The three-eyed king and Wang Wei have been together for a long time, so he can immediately guess the meaning of any slight change in Wang Wei's expression. Quickly and subconsciously came to Wang Wei's side. The three-eyed king lowered his voice. Is there a new trouble in our base? Wang Wei nodded imperceptibly. Come with me to the office. I have something very important for you to do. Remember that before I officially announce this matter to the public, only you can know it. Even the 2 biological experts from the Earth planet must not let them know what we are going to do next. After hearing Wang Wei's solemn explanation, even the three-eyed king couldn't help but get nervous. How could he not understand that the 2 experts and professors from the Earth planet were among the experts and professors that Wang Wei trusted most on the Earth planet? The reason why the technology of the Interstellar Federation base was able to be steadily updated and continuously enhanced during this period of time was that the scientific research base on the Earth planet was also constantly playing its original role, which could effectively guarantee the time for the entire technology to be updated and upgraded. But Wang Wei now had to conceal even the experts of the scientific research base on the Earth planet, which obviously meant that once this matter spread, it was very likely to cause devastating damage to the entire Interstellar Federation base. The king of the three-eyed star was no longer careless, and nodded solemnly and followed silently behind Wang Wei. The 2 of them went to the office together. In the office, many double-sided refractories had long been installed. With the protection of these mirrors, Wang Wei, the king of the three-eyed star, and anyone who entered the office could clearly see whether there were members of the Bayan race eavesdropping or peeping around in the mirrors. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, the members of the Bayan race seem to have behaved much more honestly in recent times. Apart from some routine behaviors of eavesdropping or peeking, they do not seem to be planning to start a war again in the short term. Since the other party did not deliberately cause trouble, Wang Wei was naturally happy to arrange the soldiers to be on guard on the one hand, as the other party might suddenly attack at any time. On the other hand, he also required the soldiers to be relaxed on the outside but tight on the inside, and they must not let them see the fact that they had been discovered. The soldiers in the Interstellar Federation base carried out the orders issued by Wang Wei very thoroughly. Some members of the Bayan race even stood beside them and spied on them. But they still had to pretend to be chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened, which made their patience more and more difficult. You should know that the Bayan race launched 2 large-scale wars against the Interstellar Federation base. The first large-scale war almost destroyed the Interstellar Federation base from the root, which caused great damage to the soldiers of the entire Interstellar Federation base. In the second war, the other party used the newly developed spacecraft. Although the overall strength of the spacecraft was very backward, it only stayed over the base for a while before leaving in disgrace. But the few sound bombs he fired still caused considerable damage to the entire Interstellar Federation base. With all the new and old hatreds added together, if there was no order from Wang Wei, it is estimated that if one of these Bayan race members came, one would die. And if 2 came, a pair would die. So many soldiers still couldn't figure out why they were unwilling to avenge their dead brothers now that they had found a way to easily find the whereabouts of the other party. So far, this negative emotion is still quietly spreading among the army. Chapter 225, Befriending the Enemy. The 2 first looked around to make sure that there was no third person in the office except for the 2 of them, and then closed the office door. Chairman, if you have anything to do, just arrange it directly. There is really no need to make things so tense. It makes me a little nervous. The 3-eyed Star King sat down in the seat next to him a little unnaturally, with a look of uneasiness in his eyes. Since he met Wang Wei, he has never seen Wang Wei deal with problems in this way. So Wang Wei's huge change in mood at this time did bring a lot of pressure to the 3-eyed Star King. Wang Wei frowned, organized his words in his mind, and then suddenly spoke? If I tell you that in the next period of time, we are likely to become allies of the Zerg army and fight together with the Zerg army, would you think I'm crazy? Wang Wei had just said this, and was about to drink a sip of tea when the 3-eyed alien king suddenly jumped up, looking at Wang Wei with 3 big eyes full of horror. After a long pause, he lowered his voice and spoke. Chairman, are you kidding me? You are planning to fight side by side with the Zerg army. Are you crazy? Do you know that the Zerg army is the mortal enemy of our Interstellar Federation base? Do you know how many soldiers died at the hands of the Zerg army? When all the soldiers saw the Zerg army and the members of the Bayan race, the anger in everyone's heart was almost unconcealable. This is a kind of hatred from the depths of consciousness. How can it be forgotten so easily? What's more, now you have to fight side by side with the Zerg army. If other soldiers in the base know about this, what will they think? I think it is very likely that the trust accumulated over a long period of time will collapse in an instant. The king of the 3-eyed alien was very excited. While he was talking, he came directly in front of Wang Wei and stretched out his hand to knock on the table. Please wake up. Okay. Although I know you've been under a lot of pressure recently. First, the matter at the Sol Nebula Federation base made you worry. And then you have to face the danger of a second battle after the Bayan race and the Zerg army join forces to start a war. But why don't you think about it? It's not just you who can stay on the subspace planet and fight side by side with everyone, but also every subspace planet, the member planets of the Federation Council above. No one has said. No one has complained about the habitable environment when retreating. But if your words are really spread, I'm very worried that the entire Interstellar Federation Base Council will collapse in an instant and become a pile of loose sand. The 3-eyed Star King kept emphasizing the importance of this matter. But Wang Wei had already thought about it over and over again in his heart. There is a reason why he made such a decision and said such words. The main reason is to consider the problem from the perspective of the overall environment. Seeing that the 3-eyed Star King emotions were about to get out of control, Wang Wei could only walk in front of him, force him to sit on the seat next to him, and then slowly spoke. Recently, you should have had direct conflicts with the Zerg army. And when the conflict occurred, your fighting mentality when fighting against the other side should be the most intuitive. I want to ask you, do you feel that there is anything different about the Zerg army in these battles? The 3-eyed Star King is no longer in the mood to discuss the process of the battle. Now that the entire Interstellar Federation is about to cease to exist, what's the point of discussing these things? With a cold snort, the 3-eyed Star King looked away. The hatred between me and the Zerg army is irreconcilable. So even if all the Zergs are lying on the ground waiting to die, I will definitely eliminate them one by one without hesitation. So you are asking me this question now. Are you asking the wrong person? Seeing that the 3-eyed Star King was unwilling to cooperate and answer his questions, Wang Wei also realized that if this matter is really implemented, it is likely to be more difficult than he imagined. But this is also a helpless solution. Wang Wei wants to convince all the soldiers in the base to accept the current situation. So the first thing to do is to deal with this Zerg army. When he was still doing scientific research on the Earth planet, and had no time to return to the subspace and the planet to command the battle. The person in the entire Interstellar Federation Council, who was responsible for commanding the battlefield, and had the closest contact with Wang Wei, was the Three-Eyed Star King. It can be said that in everyone's heart, apart from Wang Wei, the one with the most vision and personality charm should be the Three-Eyed Star King. After all, although the plant-sharing king usually looks amiable, and does not use his status to suppress others too much, no matter what, the Plant Star King plays a leading role in the entire battlefield. And the most important thing is to stay in the back line. The Three-Eyed Star King is still the one who is really responsible for commanding and coordinating the battles on the front line, planning the scale of the battles and future trends. I hope that when I talk to you, you cannot have any personal emotions. You just need to answer my questions well, and give me a data from an objective perspective. Wang Wei deliberately frowned and pretended to be very dissatisfied with the current state of the Three-Eyed Star King. After speaking, he even gave him a cold eye roll. The Three-Eyed Star King wanted to say something to defend his previous behavior, but seeing Wang Wei's appearance, he couldn't say anything more. He could only suppress the indignation in his heart, and simply recalled it in his mind. I think there is no big difference between the attack of the insect army this time and the previous attacks. It's just that Orwell is still hiding behind and commanding the brain worms in the position. Under the control of the brain worms, the ordinary worms attack us. To put it bluntly, the tactics adopted are still the same as before. Don't you really feel that there is something different? After hearing the other party's answer, Wang Wei certainly knew that the Three-Eyed Star King words were more or less perfunctory. After all, the two people have gradually begun to have differences in their thinking and ideology, which is what Wang Wei least wants to see. I don't feel anything different. If you feel something different, please tell me so that I can notify other soldiers in our base to take precautions and make adjustments in advance. The Three-Eyed Star King hesitated for a moment before speaking. Pursing his lips, Wang Wei took a deep look at the Three-Eyed Star King in front of him. Although he knew that the Three-Eyed Star King seemed to have no intention of discussing this issue with him too much, and he just wanted to end this issue as soon as possible, there was no other way. The problem had to be solved. Right? Three-Eyed Star King. I know you must be thinking in your heart why I suddenly made such a crazy decision. Reaching a cooperation agreement with my enemies and becoming allies with each other, which is simply a fantasy. But I also hope that you can understand that although the current level of invisibility of the Bayan race can be easily discovered and cracked by us, it does not mean that we have lost all the secrets of the Bayan race. I subconsciously think that the Bayan race may even have a higher level than us in some technologies. Under this circumstance, we must find ways to figure out the structure of its advantages, and then find ways to see if we can extract these advantages from its advantage camp bit by bit, and evolve them into our own. After Wang Wei said this, the Three-Eyed Star King felt a little puzzled. Chairman, aren't these words you said the same as those you said before? There is really nothing to explain. We and the Three-Eyed Star King are originally hostile to each other, and will never become friends. But what I can't understand is that the Zerg Tide Army and our Interstellar Federation base have fought the most times. And the hatred between the two sides is also the most. In the army of our Interstellar Federation base, many soldiers' brothers, and even friends on the planet died on the battlefield. This incident brought great pain to their hearts. But now you suddenly, are you asking all members of the base to treat them as friends? Isn't this a bit funny? The Three-Eyed Star King has not been able to get out of the circle of what Wang Wei said just now. This shows how intense the hatred of the Zerg Tide Army and the Bayan race has become in the entire Interstellar Federation base. With an awkward smile, Wang Wei naturally knew that the idea he proposed was indeed a bit unrealistic, and even had some gambling elements. But this is the only way for Wang Wei to completely resolve the war situation and effectively guarantee the original benefits of the Interstellar Federation base. Listen to me, King of the Three-Eyed Alien. Why did the war between us and the Zerg Tide Army happen? Have you ever thought about it carefully? It's mainly because the Interstellar Federation base wants to stay on the subspace planet and obtain the rich reserves on the subspace planet. But as the natives of the subspace, they were unwilling and had a conflict with us. Don't you think everyone is responsible for this? If we look at it from an objective and fair perspective, we can even be called invaders. After hearing what Wang Wei said, the King of the Three-Eyed Alien suddenly slammed the table and stood up, with a ferocious expression on his face. We all respect you so much. Even if you say something casually, we will do our best to help you do it. Just hope that everything can go on according to your plan. But who could have thought that you had quietly become a member of the Zerg army, and now you want to be friends with the Zerg army? It's fine that you betrayed the original intention of the Interstellar Federation alone. But you also want to lead all the soldiers in the entire Interstellar Alliance to do this shameful thing with you. What do you want to do? Seeing that the three-eyed Star King was about to quarrel with him, Wang Wei himself did not like this kind of dirty communication. Knocking his forehead with a headache, Wang Wei knew that this jar must not be sold anymore. If he continued to sell it, he would know what the three-eyed Star King would do in his excitement. You should calm down your emotions first. And then I will sit down and have a good chat with you about the whole process of this matter and my views on this matter. The main reason why I said that just now was not because I was brainwashed by a part of the Zerg army, which led me to want to build a relationship with them. I want to completely get rid of the insect army from the control of the Bian race, so that the Bian race will lose the insect army, which is a trump card with strong defense. Do you understand what I mean? The three-eyed Star King turned his head suspiciously and looked at Wang Wei. Chairman, what you said just now is true. The reason you did this is not because you really want to improve the relationship between the two sides, but just out of consideration for the war between the fish and the Bian race. Wang Wei nodded. According to the current situation, as long as the Bian race starts a war with us, the other side can. It is enough to summon a large number of Zerg swarms to help them fight. This will put a lot of pressure on our entire federal base during combat, and it may even increase our casualties to a certain extent. Am I right? You are right about this. The defense of the Zerg swarm is too strong. Even if all our soldiers are equipped and upgraded with Xiantian armor according to your requirements, they still cannot gain too much advantage in the hands of the enemy. This also leads to the fact that our wounded still occur from time to time, but the death rate has been reduced to the lowest. The three-eyed king frowned and reported to Wang Wei the recent post-battle inventory data. Wang Wei was very appreciative and glanced at the three-eyed king. I think it's very good that you are willing to answer my question calmly, but I also have a small request. I hope you can understand. That is, Gozo has now run to the opponent's base to do a self-torture trick. So shouldn't we sit here and enjoy the fruits of their labor? Do we also need to do something? The three-eyed king thought of what he said to Gozo Marca that day and the entire plan they discussed. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration in his mind and seemed to have guessed something. I remember that the plan we set at that time was to infiltrate the opponent step by step from the inside, and at the same time, to achieve internal and external cooperation at the critical moment, so as to directly disintegrate the entire Bian race base from the inside out, so as to destroy their will and beliefs and make them unable to raise any determination to resist. The three-eyed king finally remembered Wang Wei's last words, so he simply repeated them verbatim. But I still don't understand. Does this matter have anything to do with the changes in the relationship between us and the Zerg army? Is it a big deal? But why can't I feel any connection? The three-eyed king tentacles kept swinging, and he frowned and looked at Wang Wei, his eyes full of inquiry. And Wang Wei's answer was very straightforward. Is there a possibility that Orwell, the leader of the Zerg army, has been controlled by the other party? And the reason why Orwell needs to command the Zerg army's brain worms and let them launch a war against the entire Interstellar Federation base is not his own intention, but a threat from Oscar Ding. If this is the case, then during the previous battle, we could clearly feel that the other party was not very enthusiastic about the fight. Have you found the reason? After hearing Wang Wei's explanation, the three-eyed Star King immediately patted his forehead. I understand. So what you mean is that we can see if we can rescue the leader of the insect army, and Orwell can get closer to them, and even to a certain extent directly establish an offensive and defensive alliance with them, and fight against the Bian race together with them. In this way, the Bian race is equivalent to fighting alone against three. But after saying this, the three-eyed Star King paused awkwardly. But there is still one thing I have never figured out. Chairman, you have to tell me what is going on. Even if we really pull the insect army to our side, the Bian race still exists, and the Bian race and the insect army have the same ancestor, and even the DNA type comparison is exactly the same. They are compatriots. Will they really be grateful for our help at this time and finally use us? Wang Wei sighed. This is what I want to entrust you to do. It is far from enough to rely on our unilateral promises. We can't achieve the expected results. If we really want everything to develop according to our ideas, then the first thing we have to do is to solve Orwell's problem. as long as Orwell is controlled by the other party. Oscar Ding will always have absolute control over the insect army during the battle. This is definitely not a good thing for us. Triangular crystal stone, I certainly understand what Wang Wei means by this sentence, which is that we may officially start the rescue plan and prepare to rescue people from the other party's temporary base. What do you think? Chapter 226, No Time to Care. Take a deep breath. Wang Wei's heart is also tangled at this time, because relying on his own coordination alone, there is no way to fundamentally solve the problem. The first thing to do is to get in touch with Rasher and Goso, who have already infiltrated the other party. Now they have no idea about the security situation and other basic conditions in the other party's temporary base. If they act rashly at this time, it is likely to lead to a series of unpredictable consequences. And the most unacceptable thing for Wang Wei is the personal safety of Goso and Rasher. Although Rasher himself is a member of the Bian race, the possibility of being suspected is very low. But after all, Rasher has agreed to join his camp and has reached a preliminary cooperation relationship with him. Just from this point of view, Wang Wei cannot ignore the other party. What Wang Wei is most worried about is Goso. In order to obtain first-hand information and to cooperate with outsiders in the next action, Goso is willing to risk his life. Wu Xian was taken to the other party's temporary base by Lasher. Although in Wang Wei's mind, the other party would not do anything radical to Goso, the head of the Soul Nebula Federation base. For the time being, after all, in their eyes, Goso still had value to them. But this does not mean that the whole thing can be easily passed over. As time goes by, as Oscar Ding can no longer continuously obtain the corresponding information from Goso, and Goso can't provide Oscar Ding with any substantial help, Oscar Ding will easily lose patience with Goso. Once that time comes, it will be the most dangerous time for Goso. Now every day of delay here means that Goso will face a greater possibility of danger. Seeing that Wang Wei never answered, the king of the three-eyed star coughed lightly. Chairman, I know what you are thinking now, and I think you must be very conflicted. I also know that Goso's risky behavior deserves respect from all of us. But I still hope that you can consider the safety of the soldiers in our Interstellar Federation base when planning future rescue plans. This is not because I am protecting my own people, but because so far, several members of the Interstellar Federation base's Federal Council have more or less lost a lot of confidence in the prospects of the base and the confrontation with the Zerg army and the Bian race. If there are more casualties, I am worried that some members of the Federal Council may take the initiative to withdraw. In fact, the Three-Eyed Star King wanted to say this to Wang Wei a long time ago, but he has never found a suitable reason and excuse. On the one hand, the Three-Eyed Star King knows that Wang Wei has done a good job in this matter, and it is almost impossible to find fault with it. The reason why various situations have occurred recently is that the main pressure comes from the behavior of the Zerg army and the Bian race, which has nothing to do with Wang Wei's own operation and planning of the entire base. If I continue to tell Wang Wei these bad news, it may directly hit Wang Wei's enthusiasm for the future planning of the entire Interstellar Federation base to a certain extent, and the future development and planning of the entire Interstellar Federation base will fall into an embarrassing vicious circle. On the other hand, it is also considered what people want. As a soul-level figure who pulled the Interstellar Federation together, Wang Wei has a nearly godlike status in the entire Interstellar Federation Council, and this status has not been shaken until now. However, Wang Wei had taken the initiative to propose the idea of leaving before the Bian race and the Insectide army launched an attack on the Interstellar Federation base some time ago, and also announced the temporary dissolution of the council formed in the Interstellar Federation base, which is actually equivalent to denying the role of the council to a certain extent. So as long as there is a problem that cannot be solved, or a temporary dilemma, the council members who have agreed to withdraw from the Interstellar Federation base can naturally make this request again. And it seems that there is no sense of disobedience. After all, Wang Wei had said before that in the Interstellar Federation Council, all the council members represent the planets behind them and their own interests and demands. They have the freedom to come and go at any time. Wang Wei is only responsible for the overall interests of the Interstellar Federation Council, not for any individual council member. With these words as a prelude, the whole thing seems to have quietly changed in essence. It was as if a bomb that could explode at any time had been buried under the calm surface of the whole thing. This sense of crisis always lingered in the heart of the Three-Eyed Star King. Although Wang Wei was once again inspired by the joint attack of the Bian race and the insect army, and directly led the base to resist the other side and won the early victory. But the other members of the council may not always think so in their hearts. The idea of leaving is like a small flame. As long as there is time, it will continue to add bricks and tiles in the middle. As the timeline goes by, as the casualties and losses continue to increase, it is inevitable that this matter will eventually revive and be put on the agenda again. I have said before that all the members of the council can leave whenever they want. They just need to say hello to me. Because the council itself was temporarily formed by me in order to obtain the right to evenly distribute the mining volume of triangular crystal resources in this subspace planet. Wang Wei's mouth curled up a bitter smile, and he turned his head to look at the king of the three-eyed star. But look at the current situation. The insect army always attacks our temporary base one after another. And the Bayan race has also added a lot of trouble to us. Now they have even begun to prepare to strengthen the mining ownership of triangular crystal with us. Once they have mastered the application of triangular crystal as an energy or in technology, let alone us. Even if we join forces with the Sol Nebula Federation base, it is estimated that 9 out of 10 will only be able to return in defeat. In fact, Wang Wei has considered all the concerns of the king of the three-eyed star in his heart. He does not think about anything every day, but waits for the king of the three-eyed star to provide him with intelligence information as a reference. It can be said that Wang Wei had already thought of everything that the three-eyed star king could think of, and had already prepared a strategy to deal with it in his heart. This may be the biggest gap between the three-eyed star king and Wang Wei in terms of intelligence and strategy. Since you, Chairman, have already thought of this, why do you still maintain the confrontation strategy we temporarily adopted before, and have no way to make in-depth adjustments to all aspects of the entire base? Since both parties have already talked it out. The three-eyed star king naturally has no scruples, and frowned as he asked Wang Wei. You should know that now the base has added some equipment called mirrors on your planet Earth, which can break the stealth effect of the subspace planet through diffuse refraction of light. But this is far from enough. The equipment in the base needs to be upgraded, and the mining speed of triangular crystals needs to be accelerated. How should we prevent the attack of the insect army next time? And how should we fight back against the Bayan race behind the scenes? Every link of these things requires your personal instructions. And we can do it below. But you have not made any new instructions recently. So I am very worried. Listening to the words spoken by the three-eyed star king with a frown, Wang Wei couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Then stretched out his hand and patted the three-eyed star king on the shoulder. First of all, you have to understand that I am just an ordinary creature like you. Although we come from different planets, different dimensions, and different civilizations, in the final analysis, we are all just creatures. Since we are creatures, we must have our own load limits. And naturally we must have our own unilateral considerations. Wang Wei sighed. Wang Wei had considered the things that the three-eyed star king had just said. He also wanted to tailor a complete set of defensive combat plans for the entire Interstellar Federation base based on the current situation. But the current problem is in front of us. Wang Wei is no longer allowed to do other things. Now Wang Wei must first solve the problem of how to detect and destroy the number of people parasitized by meat stripes in the entire base, and their birth control methods in advance. This matter has long become an invisible haze in Wang Wei's heart. If we really want to talk about the time bomb that can cause fatal damage to the entire Interstellar Federation, the things that the three-eyed star king said can only be regarded as younger brothers. And the hidden dangers of meat stripes are what Wang Wei is most worried about. Another thing is how to rescue Goso. As long as Goso can be rescued, then naturally the enthusiasm and confidence of all members of the Bayan race will be dampened to a certain extent. When their morale is low, we can support Lasher's sudden rise through various disguises and false battle reports. In this way, it may be able to directly impact Oscar Ding's identity and status in the entire Bayan race to a certain extent. Cultivate a puppet that can fight against Wang Wei and the entire Interstellar Federation base. This matter is simple to say, but it involves the planning of many new technologies, and even requires a lot of careful arrangements to complete. Any problem in any link may lead to the final end. Such a gamble is indeed a bit unbearable for Wang Wei. So we have no time to take care of these things for the time being. Right? But we have to do something recently. We can't just do it like this and wait. I also know that you may have put all your focus on how to rescue Goso. But how to rescue Goso is just one of all the problems. It can't solve all the problems at once just because Goso is rescued. The three-eyed star king let out a long breath. And it was obvious that he was indeed dissatisfied with Wang Wei's performance during this period. As a member of the Interstellar Federation Base Council, the Three-Eyed Alien King is also the temporary combat commander when Wang Wei is not in the base. His identity and status are equivalent to being the main person in charge of the Interstellar Federation Base Council in all situations, except for Wang Wei. So what he said at this time naturally also represents his deep doubts about Wang Wei and the future development of the entire Interstellar Federation base. The current situation is complicated in a short period of time. I really don't have any particularly good solutions. If you have any good ideas, you can also propose them. We can hold a meeting together and discuss them together. If this plan is feasible, then we can do it according to your plan. Hearing Wang Wei's words to this point, the Three-Eyed Alien King could only frown awkwardly. Then he showed a smile that was uglier than crying, shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. Chairman, you are really kidding me. If I really had your far-sighted brain, I would not be in this position now. I would have replaced you as the chairman of the entire Interstellar Federation Council. But then again, this matter is indeed very urgent. It may also be that I am too eager for quick success and instant benefits in this matter, and I have not distinguished the priorities of each matter. If you really have no time to take care of these, or think that leaving this matter alone for the time being will not cause any particularly great harm to the next things, then I can fully respect your ideas and opinions. With Wang Wei words just now as a precaution, the King of the Three-Eyed Star no longer had the eagerness for quick success and instant benefits just now. He could only take a step back and compromise. Even if he didn't compromise, it would be useless. After all, the reason why the entire Interstellar Federation Council has been able to develop to its current level and degree is that in addition to all the councils in the Interstellar Federation Council, the planet countries sent troops to help, and everyone united and shared the same hatred of the enemy. The most important result comes from the ancient civilization technology that Wang Wei possesses, and the new equipment support provided by the Earth planet. Without these, I am afraid that even if the entire Interstellar Federation Council can gather more troops, it can only be regarded as a small organization in the end. In this way, Wang Wei, as the absolute soul of the entire Interstellar Federation Council, this matter is not groundless, but really has something to say. It would be best if you can think so. Do you still remember what I told you in the office just now? What do you think personally? Wang Wei looked at the Three-Eyed Star King and no longer intended to continue to ask questions. He couldn't help but smile, and at the same time raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party and asked. The Three-Eyed Star King was stunned by the question asked by Wang Wei. He naturally understood that the question Wang Wei had just raised was about giving up the strategic partnership between Cheng Jian and the Zerg army. This matter was absolutely serious, and even the King of the Three-Eyed Alien could not explain it for a while. The chairman asked me to talk about this matter. See if you can find other ways to solve it. The method you propose now is too shocking. It even feels like you are rubbing the lives of all the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation Council on the ground. If you really announce it, I am afraid that the entire Interstellar Federation Council may be disbanded immediately without me saying anything more. With a face full of embarrassment, the Three-Eyed Star King finally stammered out his truest thoughts. The Three-Eyed Star King did not want to do this either. But if he did not do this, it did not mean that there would not be other members of the council to lead the rhythm in the middle. After all the members of the Interstellar Federation Council had a very bad impression of the insect army, and the two sides had even reached the point of being incompatible. As the absolute main person in charge of the Interstellar Federation Council, Wang Wei suddenly announced that he would give up all the previous hatred and estrangement and make friends with the other party at this time. I am afraid that no one would be able to accept this calmly. So, this thing is not feasible? Wang Wei frowned tightly, looked at the 3-prism crystal mining team that was continuously transporting the 3-prism crystal out of the mining spacecraft, and asked intentionally or unintentionally. The Three-Eyed Star King nodded. I personally think this is the case, and the consequences will be quite serious. If you don't believe it, you can try to hold a small meeting of the members of the Interstellar Federation Base Council tonight. Let everyone attend and participate in the discussion, and see what they really think about this matter. But I think it is still mainly for testing. The King of the Three-Eyed Star considered the whole thing quite comprehensively, so that he could get their true thoughts in their hearts. And to a certain extent, Wang Wei could modify and mediate his own ideas. But Wang Wei smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not necessary. I think this can be done. But the structure of the entire Interstellar Federation base may be completely modified in its current form. Chapter 227 Uninvited Experts. When the king of the three-eyed alien heard Wang Wei say this, he obviously didn't react for a moment. He originally thought that Wang Wei would definitely find a solution in other ways. Even if the current situation continues, it will not cause any negative danger to the entire Interstellar Federation base. As long as the current development situation can be maintained, and the technological strength and overall defense level of the Interstellar Federation base can be gradually and continuously improved, then even if facing the joint attack of the Zerg army and the Bayan race, under the current situation, it should be able to hold on for a while. As long as the mining volume of the triangular crystal is sufficient, and the support capacity of the quantum defense shield is strong enough, then in a short period of time, they will have no way to break through the external defense of the Interstellar Federation base. And naturally there will be no embarrassing situation like before. But now Wang Wei suddenly said something, which made the king of the three-eyed alien completely confused. Chairman, what were you talking about just now? Did I hear you correctly? You plan to tear down the existing Interstellar Federation base and start over? You are kidding. Right? All the members of the current Interstellar Federation Base Council have signed a cooperation agreement with us. Do you want to eliminate a few of them? The three-eyed alien king instantly felt an extremely powerful threat. This threat did not come from the insect army, nor from Bayan, nor from Wang Wei, but from the consideration of the serious shortage of manpower in the future of the entire Interstellar Federation base. Chairman, I'm going to say something you don't like to hear. Under the current circumstances, the main reason why we can continuously send troops to fight against the insect army is of course relying on the technological assistance from the Earth planet. But the second place is also the Interstellar Federation base. The unremitting efforts of these soldiers from various planets, and their unyielding spirit are also the most important part that supports us to get through the most difficult times. Wang Wei turned his head and looked at the three-eyed Star King. He saw that the tentacles around the three-eyed Star King were shaking randomly at a loss. This shows that the three-eyed Star King heart is already panicking. But Wang Wei didn't think there was any problem. If you ask yourself, Wang Wei is now standing on the position of the three-eyed Star King, and has the same thinking as the three-eyed Star King. Suddenly, when you hear yourself say this, you will probably show the same expression, and do the same thing. Because this matter is simply too shocking. And it has even completely destroyed the three-eyed Star King previous evaluation, and characterization of Wang Wei as a whole person. This is like a person who looks honest and always greets others with a smile. But suddenly one day he takes out a knife, and threatens to randomly kill anyone present. This kind of sudden contrast patient is difficult for anyone to accept in a short period of time. I know your considerations. And I have good news and bad news to tell you. But I don't know which one you want to hear first. Facing the words spoken by the three-eyed Star King at this time, Wang Wei simply turned over the trump card he had kept for a long time. The three-eyed Star King was obviously stunned, frowned and thought for a long time, and finally spoke. Then let's listen to the good news first. My psychological endurance is really reaching its limit. If there is no good news to slow me down, I will be so angry that I will faint if I hear the bad news directly. Very helpless. 3 resentful big eyes gave Wang Wei 3 big white eyes. And at the same time, he subconsciously leaned to the left, pretending to listen, waiting for Wang Wei to announce the good news. Wang Wei pursed his lips. During the time when I was away from the Earth Planet Research Laboratory, the Earth Planet Research Laboratory has been constantly optimizing and adjusting in its own field. Therefore, even if I didn't go back during this period, the Earth Planet still developed a batch of the latest weapons. This latest weapon does not require so many people to directly participate in the battlefield. Nor does it require so many casualties. Even if the war fails, what we face is nothing more than the damage of some alloy armor made by energy. After Wang Wei said this, he turned his head and looked at the three-eyed Star King meaningfully. He saw that the three-eyed Star King was stunned in place. And even the tentacles next to him did not move. It is obvious that he is a little confused at this time. Isn't war itself a battle between creatures? If there are no creatures, and no ideology of the hostile forces, how can the battle proceed? One hand cannot clap, no matter how fast the opponent slaps. If there is no one on your side to fight back, then the slap will not make a sound. However, after thinking about it, the three-eyed Star King immediately understood that Wang Wei's idea of not needing soldiers to directly participate in the battle is likely to have a certain relationship with the unmanned attack aircraft group they have now. The three-eyed Star King knocked his head with his tentacles. Chairman, you always bring so many surprises and accidents to all of us. I really don't know what to say. From the current situation, I really don't know what words to use to express my feelings at this moment. But there is one thing I must make clear to you. That is, the drone attack group, although in a sense, can achieve the attack and precise control of the target. But that is only the communication technology used on the drone group. The changes in the situation on the battlefield are much more complicated than the situation encountered by the drone group in the air. It is difficult to accurately control the situation of the battle by relying on only one person and a system. The words spoken by the three-eyed alien king at this time are not without reason. But Wang Wei smiled faintly. What you said just now is very right. If Jingjing wants to control an army and play its role in the battle by relying on one person's control and a whole set of simulated combat systems and attack models, it is obviously unrealistic. And this situation cannot bring us any long-term advantages. But the new method I am telling you now is based on the drone technology of the Earth planet. Through in-depth development and in-depth customization, and combined with the triangular crystal energy conversion system to form a complete combat system. After receiving this, Wang Wei pointed to the conference hall next to warehouse number 1 behind him. It's probably not clear to express it with words alone. If I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before Lao Wang and Lao Zheng come here again through the south gate to report to me about their opinions raised last time. Discussion results, if I'm not mistaken, in order to get me to agree to their request. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng will definitely take out this set of heavy equipment they just developed as a bargaining chip for exchange with us. So you can feast your eyes today. I want to show you what is called single customization and in-depth development of programs. The three-eyed Star King listened to these unfamiliar terms and didn't know what to say for a moment. But it sounded very powerful. Thinking of the two biological experts from the Earth planet, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. This also made the three-eyed Star King more or less confident. Although he had never been to the planet Earth and did not know its current specific location and the dimension of its civilization. From the recent events and the continuous provision of various cutting-edge scientific and technological equipment in the universe, the Earth should be a very powerful cosmic civilization. After a brief thought, the king of the three-eyed alien nodded and followed Wang Wei to the meeting hall next to warehouse number 1. The Nanchaman transmission device in the center of the meeting hall was surrounded by golden light, and a slowly rotating thing similar to a light blue whirlwind in the center was still running slowly, and no waves could be seen at all. The Nanchaman transmission device used the shortening technology of the triangular crystal energy. Through this shortening technology, the coordinates of the two locations were input into it, and through the compression and recompression of high energy, and finally through the continuous compression and overlap of distance, it can achieve instant transmission of distance in a certain sense. In a sense, they did not directly cut through the space, but only folded the space to change the cross-section into a vertical section in theory. If he had not seen this method with his own eyes, the king of the three-eyed star would never have thought that there could be such a way of transmission, which is fast, efficient and safe. Chairman, have you really confirmed that the two biological experts will come to us today? But I see that the Nanchaman transmission device does not seem to have any response, which means that the Nanchaman transmission device is in a dormant state so far. The king of the three-eyed star pointed at the Nanchaman transmission device with the tentacles with some suspicion, turned his head, and asked Wang Wei. Wang Wei just smiled faintly, found a spacious place next to him, and sat down, and pointed to the seat next to him. Why are you in such a hurry? Even if they want to come, shouldn't they prepare materials to bargain with us? If they can't even produce these things, how can I agree to their next request? The king of the three-eyed star just sat down, and after hearing Wang Wei's words, he immediately stood up again. Then can I ask what they are asking for? In fact, as early as in Wang Wei's office, when Lao Wang and Lao Zheng made that request to Wang Wei, the king of the three-eyed star had been sent by Wang Wei to supervise the development status of the triangular crystal development team. So the triangular crystal was not present at the time. Naturally, there was no way to know about the issues they discussed. Looking at the three-eyed star king with a worried look, Wang Wei also felt a little funny. Although he knew that the behavior and state of the three-eyed star king was a relatively cautious approach in the overall sense, and there was nothing wrong with it, but Wang Wei still felt that he was making a fuss. You will know when the time comes. All you have to do now is to sit here and wait with peace of mind. The final result will be presented to you. Even if I don't explain it, you should be able to get a general idea from our conversation. Wang Wei snapped his fingers and finally closed his eyes. The three-eyed king was sitting on a chair at this time, feeling very uncomfortable. because he had too many things and worries hidden in his heart. He was very worried that Wang Wei's current actions might bring an irreparable blow to the entire Interstellar Federation Base Council. You should know that when Wang Wei was planning to withdraw from the Interstellar Federation Council and return to the Earth, there were quite a few council members who agreed to dissolve the Interstellar Federation Council and leave with the army. This shows that after this period of tossing, everyone is actually not so concerned about the final result of this battle. Even whether they can obtain the resources of the triangular crystal stone on this subspace planet, and the exclusive mining rights have long become numb. And they don't even care so much. The defense of the insect swarm army is very strong, and it is difficult to completely defeat it in a short time. Moreover, after the truce, the opponent can use the replication technology to replicate the same number of insect swarms at a very fast speed. This is equivalent to continuous, and will never be exterminated. In the two-handed Bian race, this is an extremely despicable race. Before Wang Wei transported this equipment called Mirror from the Earth, the Bian race was invincible. They had repeatedly caused various things in the base. And finally, even in that general war, they almost destroyed Warehouse Number 1. From these things, if there is no common hatred of all the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation Council, I am afraid that it will not be able to support it for too long just relying on the strength of one or several members of the Interstellar Federation Council. Wang Wei now suddenly went the other way and planned to make adjustments to the whole shoes of the Interstellar Federation Council. How could this not make the King of the Three-Eyed Star feel a panic in his heart? While he was daydreaming, the Nanchaman transmission device in front of him really emitted a dazzling light. The blue vortex in the middle of the Nanchaman rotated faster and faster, and the light became brighter and brighter, even illuminating the entire conference hall as bright as day. At the same time, a buzzing sound came from inside, sitting next to the Nanchaman transmission device. Even Wang Wei and the three-prism crystal began to change their faces slightly. The Nanchaman transmission device will release a very short-frequency ultrasonic wave during operation. And this ultrasonic wave segment will not cause any damage to the body of the organism, but it can torture people's nerves to a certain extent, although it lasts for a short time. It has to be said that this is a drawback of the Nanchaman transmission device during operation. I believe that it will not be long before the first thing Wang Wei will do after returning to the Earth planet is to find ways to rectify this drawback of the Nanchaman transmission device and upgrade the original technology. The buzzing sound lasted for less than a minute before it suddenly stopped. Then the rapidly rotating light blue light waves gradually began to dissipate in the center of the south gate of heaven, and a transparent gas, like a pool of water, appeared. The transparent gas seemed to be a lake of water, which continued to overflow with the flow of air in the planet. It looked very lifelike, like a fairyland. The King of the Three-Eyed Alien and Wang Wei, the tester, also stood up one after another and walked directly to the waiting area outside the south gate of heaven's transmission device, accompanied by a flash of strong light in front of them. Then a long machine appeared in front of Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star, and three small rectangular boxes appeared next to it. In the end, it was not two people, but four people who came out of the Nanchaman transmission device. Among the four people, the King of the Three-Eyed Star knew Professor Wang and Professor Zheng, who were well-known experts on the planet Earth. But he did not know the other two people. However, out of politeness, he subconsciously showed a friendly smile and nodded to the four people in front of him one by one. One of the other two looked very young, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looked gentle and refined, while the other had a long beard hanging down his chest, looking like an immortal, and wearing a Zhongshan suit, which made him look more extraordinary at this time. The two people began to surround each other nervously, and the eyes around them were full of curiosity, while the older one reached out and touched his beard, and immediately focused his attention on Wang Wei. He did not pay too much attention to the three-eyed monster next to him. Just from these two small movements, it can be seen that the old man in front of him is definitely extraordinary, and must have seen big scenes. Wang Wei saw that there were two more people among the people who were teleported this time, and his expression on his face was a little unhappy. He frowned and first looked at Lao Wang, who was walking in front. "What's your situation? I asked you to come here to report to me the final result of your meeting, and then we will negotiate again. Why did you bring two more people to me?" Lao Wang heard Wang Wei's inquiry, grinned, and directly pulled the immortal old man to Wang Wei. "Don't be anxious, little brother Wang Wei. Let me introduce you to the old man in front of me first, and wait until you know his identity before deciding whether to scold me. What do you think?" Chapter 228, Attracting Insects. After hearing this, Wang Wei couldn't continue to get angry. After all, the two people in front of him were still standing in front of him and smiling at him. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Wang Wei even knows this basic courtesy. Forcibly suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, Wang Wei frowned and dodged to the side. At the same time, the three-eyed alien king next to him stepped forward and led several people to sit down in the rest area next to him. Brother Wang Wei, haven't you always wanted to know how to solve the problem that the meatworms may have been infected and hidden in the base? This matter must have become a big worry for you now. So I brought you a timely rain this time. Shouldn't you thank me? An old man? First, Old Wang did not directly explain the identities of the two people in front of him, but smiled slightly and spoke. Wang Wei originally tightly frowned brows. When he heard what Old Wang said, he immediately relaxed, because Old Wang was indeed right. This matter caused Wang Wei a lot of pressure in his heart. Until now, Wang Wei didn't know what he should do next. Caught in a dilemma. If Wang Wei agrees to the original work of the Earth planet, then he must bring new people to the planet base and come into contact with these things that were originally beyond the knowledge of the Earth planet civilization. This may lead to the risk of leaking secrets. If it is really leaked and attracts the attention of relevant parties, I am afraid that Wang Wei himself will also be in trouble because of this matter. But if he does not do this, according to the current situation and the ancient civilization technology he has mastered, there is no parasitic treatment method for the meatworm, which is a nearly perfect predator. If this matter continues to develop, God knows how many of these soldiers in the base will survive after reaching maturity. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Wang Wei simply bypassed Lao Wang and looked at the old man. May I ask who this senior is? My name is Ouyang Jifeng. I can't really call myself a senior, but I am a little older than you, so it's understandable that you call me a senior. Stretching out his hand and touching his beard, Ouyang Jifeng spoke. Wang Wei smiled awkwardly. It was already so late, and he was still pretending to do things. I really didn't know if this old thing brought by Lao Wang was reliable. Wang Wei was not obsessed with appearance, so it was even more impossible for him to just rely on his first impression of the other party and immediately rank the other party's identity. It was not that a person with a long beard and a celestial appearance must have strength. You have to know that even if he is really an expert in this field, he only has a certain theoretical foundation in this field. And what they have to deal with is a real alien creature. The meatworms in the subspace planet not only have a strong breeding ability, but also have a very good stealth ability. Until now, the soldiers led by the three-eyed Star King have only found 3 temporary nests of the enemy in the process of checking the entire camp, and destroyed them. Who knows how many places have not been discovered? Since Wang Wei did not continue to speak, the old Wang next to him coughed and spoke first. This Ouyang Jifeng is a parasite expert who is well known to everyone on the entire planet Earth. And the one next to him is his teacher, Wu Jigang, who is known as the genius boy of parasitology. When Wang Wei heard the last sentence, he almost laughed. What does it mean? From what old Wang said, this immortal Ouyang Jifeng is actually the student of Wu Jigang, who looks a little dull with golden glasses, seemingly seeing a teasing smile in Wang Wei's eyes. He was not angry, but smiled slightly and walked to Wang Wei and the king of the three-eyed alien, pointed his nose at them, and smiled slightly. And then, the expression on his face changed immediately. When Wang Wei saw the other party's face change drastically, he immediately realized that the whole thing seemed to be more weird than he thought. The idea of laughing also disappeared immediately, and he looked at Wu Jigang nervously. Little brother, I wonder if you found something just now. Can you tell me briefly? It's better to believe it than not to believe it. Although the arrival of Wu Jigang in front of him, and the student next to him, Ouyang Jifeng, who was not sure how many years older than him, did make Wang Wei feel a little uncomfortable. But since people have come, they should naturally take things as they come. Wang Wei couldn't blame Lao Wang and Lao Zheng for bringing them here directly because of this matter. After all, these two people are his right-hand men in the Earth Planet Research Laboratory, and they are also very trustworthy people. The two people who were forcibly brought to the subspace planet by them must have these two brushes themselves. I just don't know how they can suddenly sense the danger just by sniffing with their noses, when they haven't even seen the shape of the alien creature meatworm. If you say it out, it's a bit too sci-fi. There is an extremely terrifying parasite in your body, and this parasite is currently dormant in your body. Once they wake up, they are likely to replace you. After Wu Jigang finished this sentence, the people around him were all dumbfounded. Even the three-eyed Star King, who was sitting next to him, and was smiling from beginning to end, no longer had a smile on his face. And his three big eyes looked at Wu Jigang with a little fear. Little expert, you are not kidding me with what you said just now. Although I am not a creature from your planet Earth, I believe in what you experts say about the planet Earth. We should not joke with you. The implication of the three-eyed Star King is very simple. That is, I am not a creature from your planet Earth. And naturally I cannot follow the pathological laws of your planet Earth. We come from the distant three-eyed star planet. So naturally, we should not have the same symptoms as Wang Wei and be discovered by you. So are you just here to deceive me? To put it bluntly, the three-eyed Star King word sounded polite on the surface. But there was more or less a warning and threat in his words. Wu Jigang just nodded and solemnly stretched out his hand to adjust the golden glasses on his nose. Once parasites survive and hibernate in the body of the host, they will release a very special substance into the body. This substance can be instantly dissolved in the blood and can temporarily paralyze the body defense system of other organisms to a certain extent, regardless of whether you are creatures on the earth. As creatures, you should follow the most basic biological system, so you will have the same symptoms. Wu Jigang's words made Wang Wei not know how to answer for a moment, because what he said was really unbelievable. He even suspected that before coming here, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng had already explained to them the horror of this parasite, and its various habits of parasitizing the human body. Otherwise, how could Wu Jigang, this kid, just show off his nose and immediately know the truth of the whole thing? Old Wang, give me an explanation for this matter. Have you told them all the relevant information about the stripworms? That's why they were able to make a judgment in such a short time. After hearing Wang Wei question, Old Wang naturally understood the implication of Wang Wei's words. He coughed awkwardly. I'm so sorry. Little brother Wang Wei, you guessed wrong. I never told them the current situation of the entire base on the subspace planet. Nor did I tell them about the situation of this parasite. They came here, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to test their quality. But now it seems that the situation is more serious than we imagined. Even if Wang Wei himself has the blessing of the ancient scientific and technological civilization system. At this time, as long as he thought of the moment when Fei Ming was killed in front of him after the parasite matured, Wang Wei still felt the trembling and nausea from the inside out of his soul. This is no longer a simple matter of nausea and vomiting, but a kind of rejection from the inside of the soul. As long as he thought about the fact that there was a creature like an alien living in his body, Wang Wei felt a little scared. At this time, the three-eyed Star King also came to Wu Jigang with a smile and pulled Wu Jigang to sit down again. Then why don't you tell us how to remove this parasite in our body? Or how to eliminate it? Seeing that the three-eyed Star King finally talked about the key point of the whole thing, Wang Wei no longer thought about it, frowned and looked at Wu Jigang. Wu Jigang frowned and turned his head, pointing to Ouyang Jifeng, who was sitting next to him. You can ask Mr. Ouyang. Mr. Ouyang is my student. He has more experience in parasite treatment than me. If he can give you some advice, follow his advice, and you may be able to avoid some detours. I tell you the truth. We just came here, and don't know much about this kind of alien biological parasite. So I can only discover their existence, and roughly estimate the characteristics of this parasite in your body. But as for which method can completely reduce fat and eliminate it without harming the host's body and life safety, at least in the short term, I can't give a conclusion. Wu Jigang's answer was relatively conservative, and Ouyang Jifeng, who was pointed at by Wu Jigang, also stood up and coughed lightly. Since my teacher has already spoken, I have nothing to say. Now all of you follow me to a deserted place. It's best for you to arrange it yourself without being disturbed by other people. Then do 3 small tests according to my requirements, and I will be able to temporarily distinguish what kind of creature is parasitic in your body. At that time, it will become much easier to prescribe the right medicine. After hearing Ouyang Jifeng's words, Wang Wei no longer had any doubts this time. At this time, the fear in Wang Wei's heart had been completely ignited. It was like a person who fell into the seabed and suddenly grabbed a lifebuoy, although he didn't know whether the lifebuoy would leak or not, and would sink again after just floating up for a while. He had to grab it as long as there was a slight chance. Didn't he? Wang Wei quickly reached out and patted the three-eyed Star King, who was still in a daze beside him, and then took Ouyang Jifeng to the conference room. The reason why the inspection was placed in the conference room instead of Wang Wei's own office was mainly due to 2 considerations. The first consideration was that there were soldiers from the Interstellar Federation base outside the conference room, guarding it 24 hours a day. Relatively speaking, this place would not be disturbed. The other was that the number of mirrors installed in the conference room was more than the number of mirrors installed in Wang Wei office. And the coverage area was wider. In this way, even if the members of the Bian race wanted to come in with their invisibility, they would probably have no chance at all. Compared to Wang Wei office, the conference room was the most heavily guarded place in the entire office building. This place was perfect for the two of them to be inspected. As soon as he came in, he saw a dazzling array of mirrors, which almost filled the entire conference room. Ouyang Jifeng frowned. What secret research are you doing here? Why do you need so many mirrors? Do these mirrors have any special functions? Hearing Ouyang Jifeng's question from the front, the three-prism crystal was about to answer, but was interrupted by Wang Wei. Actually, it's nothing. It's mainly for the sake of looking good, and to be able to admire your appearance at any time, and to tidy up your personal image. That's all. Wang Wei smiled and directly evaded this sentence. How could Ouyang Jifeng not hear that Wang Wei did not trust him enough so far? So he was reserved when he said these words. But he didn't think so much, and pointed to the side with his hand. The size and height of this table and chair are just right. You arrange someone to bring 2 basins of clean water now. Wang Wei immediately arranged for someone to do it. Soon, 2 basins of clean water were brought over. Wang Wei looked at the 2 basins of clean water, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. I recalled the episodes of the epidemic carefully in my mind, and it seemed that there was no description of this part. As if seeing the doubt in Wang Wei's eyes, Ouyang Jifeng sighed. I know what you are thinking. You must think that I, an old man, don't have any ability. Even if I have a little ability, I can't deal with this parasite from outside the earth. Right? Seeing that his thoughts were seen through by the other party, Wang Wei couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. But he didn't show it. He just said a few more pleasantries, and fooled the matter away. Ouyang Jifeng pointed to 2 basins of water. From now on, you need to keep coughing into the basin. Stop every time you cough for a while. Take a deep breath, and try to keep your brain in a state of being about to be deprived of oxygen. I know this state may make you feel a little dizzy, but this method is far from being separated from your special perception ability to cause abnormal movements of the parasites in your body. After all, the parasites in your body have released a substance that can temporarily paralyze your body's defense system. With this substance, your body's immune defense system has no way to detect the existence of the other party. In addition, he is currently dormant in your body. Once he gradually grows and matures during the dormant process, it will be too late for your body's immune system to awaken at that time. Wang Wei's heart was beating like a drum, because he suddenly realized that what Ouyang Jifeng said was not without reason. After winking at the three-eyed Star King next to him, Wang Wei started coughing first. Coughing can cause lymph nodes to release a certain amount of immune substances, and when these immune substances appear, they will naturally cause a chain reaction in the whole body. Wang Wei knew more or less about this. Seeing that both of them began to cough and take deep breaths, Ouyang Jifeng sat down diagonally opposite them, squinting his eyes slightly and carefully observing the movement in the basin. The frequency of coughing lasted for more than 20 times. Wang Wei and the three-eyed Star King could clearly feel waves of dizziness and weakness, and even their throats began to become more and more painful. Just when Wang Wei was about to say something, he suddenly felt something in the center of his abdomen moving uncontrollably, which made Wang Wei fear explode completely. Wang Wei quickly pointed at Ouyang Jifeng. Old man, there is movement in my body. I feel something moving in this place. Could it be that the parasite has awakened? What should I do now? Ouyang Jifeng turned his head and looked at the three-eyed Star King next to him. What about you? No reaction yet? The three-eyed Star King twitched all over, with a painful expression. His tentacles suddenly wrapped around his entire body uncontrollably and began to roll on the ground. Wang Wei and Ouyang Jifeng were both startled. I quickly wanted to stop the three-eyed Star King, but at this moment, the three-eyed Star King suddenly threw out a tentacle to push Wang Wei, who was rushing in front. Away! Get out of the way! Danger! Chapter 229 Dangers lurking on all sides. This sudden change scared Wang Wei. Wang Wei thought he was a person who had experienced many storms, and could remain calm in the face of any situation. But he did not expect that this sudden change would not even make Wang Wei conscious. Watching the three-eyed Star King body twitching due to pain, Wang Wei suddenly felt a deep sense of self-blame in his heart. Since joining the Interstellar Federation Council, Wang Wei has already regarded the members of the Interstellar Federation Council as his friends. Although the two sides usually get along so well. When the Three-Eyed Star King had problems, he did not expect that the first people who were deeply touched by this matter and could affect his emotions were actually these people. This also made Wang Wei understand one thing from the bottom of his heart. That is, the matter of the meatworm must be resolved as soon as possible. If it cannot be resolved, and this time bomb is left on everyone, when it really explodes, Wang Wei may not even have the chance to regret it. Although Wang Wei clearly knows in his heart that in terms of the current situation, the overall situation of the whole thing is already very clear. If Wang Wei really wants to save the other people in the entire Interstellar Federation base, then he must make some concessions and sacrifices on the original principles. That is to allow the medical power of the Earth planet to intervene in this parasitic storm. Because only the medical power of the Earth planet can use the original technology of the Earth planet in a short period of time to check whether there is a parasitic situation in their bodies, and can eliminate all dangers in advance through treatment. But doing so is equivalent to directly pulling the entire Earth planet into the scene of this interstellar dispute. No one knows whether the Earth planet will suffer from the disaster later. The emotions in his heart were mixed. And Ouyang Jifeng, who had been sitting next to him and had not spoken much, suddenly laughed. He came to the Three-Eyed Star King and began to observe the situation of the Three-Eyed Star King carefully. Wang Wei saw the Three-Eyed Star King in such pain, and he couldn't bear it. So he hurried to Ouyang Jifeng. Do you have any better way? You can't just watch him suffer like this. Right? Wang Wei's emotions were no longer as stable as before. When he spoke, there was a hint of intersection in his tone. But Ouyang Jifeng just shook his head. The main reason why I asked you to do that just now was to find out the characteristics of this insect and where it was hidden in your body. Now it seems that the situation of this parasite is much more serious than that encountered on our planet Earth. Obviously, the other party now has the ability to kill the host at any time, which means that they are very close to maturity. At this point, Ouyang Jifeng let out a long sigh, which made Wang Wei, who was already very uneasy, even more uneasy. Then you have to think of a way. This time, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng ignored my previous opposition and forcibly brought you here just to make you tell me these things at this time. If you can't do it, let your master come. If both of you can't do it, get out of here immediately. Wang Wei's usual good temper was completely gone at this time. He couldn't bear to see the Three-Eyed King suffer so much, and he didn't want to watch things develop in a worse direction. As the saying goes, care makes you confused. Now Wang Wei has almost completely lost his mind. Hearing what Ouyang Jifeng said at this time, he actually didn't help this treatment at all. How could he not feel anxious and sad from the bottom of his heart? As if he felt that Wang Wei's emotions were a little out of control. Ouyang Jifeng smiled bitterly and shook his head, then sighed. Brother Wang Wei, I understand your feelings now. But I also hope you can understand that no matter what the situation is, we must gradually understand and master it, and finally solve it. The fleshworm has never appeared on the Earth before, and the parasitic method of this parasite is the same as that of the Earth. But its attack level and power are obviously much greater than the power of the parasitic species on our Earth. The parasitic organisms on the Earth can only take the host's nutrition for their own use, and finally try to kill the host bit by bit after they become strong. But the meat worms we see in front of us are similar to the iron wire worms in the mantis. They seem to have only one goal since they appeared, which is to kill the host. Although I don't know how the meat worms will appear and survive after leaving the host. From the current situation, this kind of meat worms actually have the process of self-growth. But compared to them, they prefer to rely on the host's body to continuously provide themselves with energy. Ouyang Jifeng's words finally restored Wang Wei's originally chaotic mind to clarity. Wang Wei also knew that in the current situation, when no information was fully grasped, he probably didn't have the confidence to ask Ouyang Jifeng for help no matter how much he asked. And he had just said very clearly that the meatworm in front of him was very likely to be endlessly close to maturity in the body of the Three-Eyed Star King. And according to the research report on meatworms provided to him by Professor Wang and Professor Zheng before, once the meatworms reach maturity in the host's body, they will immediately kill the host without hesitation and come out of the host's body. Seeing the Three-Eyed Star King twitching in pain and rolling on the ground, Wang Wei finally sighed heavily in his heart. The more you have to stay calm at this time. Otherwise, once you lose your composure, it will slow down the research and solution of the whole thing to a certain extent. Well, then do you have any way to temporarily stop his pain and stabilize the meat-striped worm in his body? From the test method you just gave us, the three-eyed Star King and I have been parasitized by this meat-striped worm invisibly. I can also clearly feel the traces of worms wriggling in the center of the abdomen just now. But I don't know if it is close to maturity. Wang Wei found a seat next to him and sat down again. But this time when he spoke, Wang Wei's tone had become a little depressed. Ouyang Jifeng touched his beard and hesitated for a while, then took out a pill from his pocket. What is this? Can the pills from Earth treat parasites of alien creatures? Should we do some tolerance tests on pathology and pharmacology before giving it to the other party? I am really worried that there will be problems during the treatment process due to the differences in planets and species. Wang Wei saw that the other party was about to put the pill into the mouth of the three-eyed Star King, and he quickly stood up and spoke to stop him. It was not that Wang Wei did not want Ouyang Jifeng to save the three-eyed Star King, but because Wang Wei did not want the three-eyed Star King to continue to take more risks. Wang Wei's words made Ouyang Jifeng slightly stunned, and then he laughed softly. Brother Wang Wei, you can rest assured about this matter. If I am not sure, I will never do it. The pill in my hand is not a toxic drug. It only has a certain effect on alleviating neuralgia. As long as it is a living thing, it must have a nervous system that perceives pain. Once this nervous system is paralyzed, the pain it has suffered before will be reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. So my pill will not cause any real pressure or harm to the host. At least it can help him relieve pain to a certain extent. And it can also help him survive this period of time when the parasites in his body are agitated. After Ouyang Jifeng's explanation, Wang Wei just nodded and didn't say anything more. Instead, he let Ouyang Jifeng put the pill into the mouth of the three-eyed alien king. Time became particularly slow during the waiting process. After more than 10 minutes, the pain of the three-eyed Star King's struggle and groaning finally got a certain degree of relief. After a long while, the three-eyed Star King held his stomach and sat up from the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Wang Wei hurried to the front of the three-eyed Star King and helped the three-eyed Star King to find a seat next to him. How do you feel now? Do you feel better? The three-eyed Star King was already sweating profusely in pain. His three eyes were also somewhat panicked and helpless. He looked around the bridge and finally locked his eyes on Wang Wei. Chairman, even the two of us were infected, which is enough to show that the meat-stripe worms may have caused a large-scale infection in our base. I even suspect that the meat-stripe worms did not appear earlier or later, but appeared after the Bian race appeared. Is it possible? The meat-stripe worms are actually a time bomb buried in our bodies by the Bian race, and it is also one of their means to deal with us? Wang Wei nodded. In fact, it was not only the three-eyed Star King who thought of Wang Wei about this matter. As early as when the three-eyed Star King was struggling on the ground in pain, Wang Wei had already considered this factor. But on second thought, it seemed that something was not right. If this kind of nearly perfect alien hunter could be commanded by the Bian race at will, then the Bian race had no need to take such a big risk to control the insect army with Orwell's hand to assist him in completing the battle. He could directly control these perfect predators to parasitize the bodies of all members of the base. And at the critical moment, let these parasites directly exert their bloodthirsty attack characteristics and suddenly attack at the same time. Then, without them taking action, all the people in the entire Interstellar Federation base would probably die. There are only two possible explanations for why things did not turn out like this. The first explanation is that the large-scale infection in the base in front of him was really just an accident. After all, such meat strip worms are one of the links in all biological chains in the subspace planet. It can also be regarded as one of the ecological chains of the subspace planet. Then, as a local race, the Bian race may have some coping methods or resistance to this bug, so it will not be disturbed to a great extent. However, he and other members of the entire Interstellar Federation Council are completely different. After all, they come from other planets in the multiverse. Whether it is physical fitness or other aspects, they have no resistance to this kind of meat worm. Therefore, it is understandable that such a large-scale infection will occur in the entire Interstellar Federation base. Another possibility is that it is very likely that the Bian race is still playing a big game so far. But even Wang Wei has not thought that the other party has been swallowing his anger and has such a terrifying backhand. What is the main purpose behind it? Don't think too much now. I will definitely solve other things one by one. But definitely not now. What we need to do now is to find ways to solve the problem of these parasites. If this problem cannot be solved in a unified way, I am really worried that one day, our entire Interstellar Federation base will be buried under the parasites. If at the beginning, Wang Wei's heart was just a concern about the risk of the meatworm. Then now Wang Wei has raised its danger level to the joint attack of the Bian race and the insect army. After Wang Wei brought the mirror of the earth, the Bian race's stealth ability has long been cracked. So in a sense, the threat of the Wild Goose race to the entire Interstellar Federation base has long been greatly reduced. As for the insect army, it goes without saying, now as long as the triangular crystal mineral resources are mined. The team has been mining mineral resources and continuously transporting them to the storage room below. Then the energy shield will continuously obtain energy supply, even if facing the frontal attack of the insect army. The insect army has no way to break through this layer of defense in a short time. But the meat stripeworm in front of him is very terrifying. What kind of existence is the meat stripeworm? What means should it use to be removed from the body without harming the host? How can the threat of the meat stripeworm be fully investigated and eliminated in the base? Wang Wei has no clue about this series of things so far. After thinking about this, Wang Wei looked at Ouyang Jifeng next to him. Grandpa Ouyang, do you have any ideas about this matter? Or do you have any suggestions that you can tell me? Wang Wei is now desperate. Since he has made up his mind to solve the problem of the meat stripeworm, he naturally needs to ask for help from the expert in front of him. Seeing that Wang Wei's mood had finally stabilized, Ouyang Jifeng narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's not difficult to say this. Compared with the civilizations of other planets in the multiverse, it is very likely that the civilization of our planet Earth and the biological chain of the subspace planet seem to be compatible to a certain extent. For example, there are also parasites on the planet Earth. And there are also parasites similar to meatworms. Now we can use some relatively simple methods to help you, and see if we can solve this problem to a certain extent. At this point, Ouyang Jifeng seemed to still have some concerns. So he simply walked directly to Wang Wei's ear and whispered a few words in Wang Wei's ear. After Wang Wei heard the other party's suggestion, his face immediately turned red, and he looked at Ouyang Jifeng with embarrassment. This doesn't seem good, right? The three-eyed Star King next to him didn't hear the content of their conversation. He was also very curious at this time. He opened his three eyes wide and came to Ouyang Jifeng's side. He looked at Wang Wei, then at Ouyang Jifeng, and finally shrugged his shoulders awkwardly. I say, what the hell are you doing? What time is it now? Why do you always like to say half of the words and leave the other half? If there are things or ideas, everyone should say them out and discuss them together, instead of letting you gossip here. Wang Wei thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. In the end, he looked at the three-eyed Star King with embarrassment. There is a very old and common way to expel worms on our planet Earth. This way of expelling worms is to use a molecular product called soap base produced by our planet Earth civilization. The lubricity of soap base increases its flexibility in the stomach and intestines, and finally wants to expel the worms through defecation. Although Wang Wei has said it very concisely, the species of organism still limit the understanding of the king of the three-eyed star. He does not understand what desiccant is at this time, let alone what this method of excretion means. Wang Wei can only use simpler words to explain it again. To put it bluntly, this matter is actually to use a very lubricating liquid to lubricate the stomach and intestines in the body and all the intestines, so as to not give the meatworm space to parasitize in the body, so as to force this thing to be pulled out from other places in the body. You should be able to hear it clearly, right? The three-eyed Star King blinked his three eyes, stunned for a while, and then spoke. Are you going to let us pull it out like poop? Chapter 230. You can't die yet. I'm afraid this is not good, right? The king of the three-eyed star finally figured out why Wang Wei and Ouyang Jifeng didn't say this directly, because it was really embarrassing to say these words. Ouyang Jifeng frowned with a serious face at this time. He came to the side of the king of the three-eyed star and looked at the king of the three-eyed star up and down. This may be the first time for Ouyang Jifeng to see other intelligent creatures besides the creatures on the Earth planet, so he couldn't help but look at the king of the three-eyed star a few more times. Seeing that Ouyang Jifeng had been looking at him from the side, the king of the three-eyed star became a little ugly and restrained, and he hesitated and walked to the side of Wang Wei. Chairman, why do the creatures on your planet Earth seem so scary to me? Do you think he looks at me like he's staring at his prey? I don't think he did anything wrong. There's really no need to attack me, right? The three-eyed king had just recovered from the pain, so his body was still a little weak. When he spoke, he was a little unsteady. After seeing this, Wang Wei felt sorry for him and quickly reached out to help the three-eyed king over, and found a seat for him to sit down. What are you thinking about? Old Man Ouyang. But Old Wang and Old Zheng worked hard to find an expert on parasites from Earth. Although the young man sitting outside is his master. I think the research on parasites between the two should be similar. Since we have found each other, and hope to get each other's help. We must trust each other. Don't you think this makes sense? Wang Wei could only patiently persuade the Three-Eyed Star King, hoping that the Three-Eyed Star King would not be too entangled in this matter. The Three-Eyed Star King could only cough lightly, and nodded lightly. Well, maybe I was a little too nervous just now. Since you, Chairman, have said this, then I should naturally trust your compatriots. The next thing can only be left to you. The Three-Eyed Star King nodded to Wang Wei and Ouyang Jifeng. And they didn't say anything else. Seeing that the other party's concerns had been resolved, Wang Wei walked to Ouyang Jifeng's side. Now time can't be delayed any longer. Every second of delay will put the other members of the entire Interstellar and the Federal Base in more danger. So I don't want this matter to get out of hand and cause panic in the entire base. The rest of the things can only be left to you. Ouyang Jifeng certainly understood what Wang Wei meant by this. That is, he hoped that he could seize the time to transfer a batch of soap bases from the Earth planet, and use this relatively old and backward technology on the Earth planet to see if it can solve the current crisis. Ouyang Jifeng nodded and turned around to leave the meeting room first, probably to find Lao Wang and Lao Zheng to make arrangements. Wang Wei was about to follow him out, but he heard the Three-Eyed Star King behind him suddenly called him. Chairman, please stop for a moment. I have something important to ask you. Wang Wei subconsciously stopped and turned to look at the Three-Eyed Star King behind him. If you have anything to ask, you don't need to worry too much about our relationship. Just ask if you have anything to ask. Wang Wei smiled at the Three-Eyed King, then went to the chair opposite the Three-Eyed King and sat down to look at him. In fact, Wang Wei was very sympathetic to the current situation of the Three-Eyed King. He knew that the parasites in the Three-Eyed King body were very likely to be infinitely close to maturity, which meant that the Three-Eyed King could be attacked by the parasites at any time. God knows if he can see the Three-Eyed King again after meeting him today, if the method adopted by the Earth planet really has no effect. This made Wang Wei's heart begin to feel a little sad. After Wang Wei came into contact with other planetary civilizations in the multiverse, he had experienced several life and death experiences, and was a person who had long since put his own life and death aside. But every time he faced the upcoming separation, Wang Wei's heart would still feel a burst of pain. Are you hiding something from me? Is it difficult to remove the parasites in my body? The Three-Eyed Alien King Three Big Eyes showed a trace of deep despair. She stared at Wang Wei without blinking, obviously not wanting to miss any subtle expression on Wang Wei's face. What are you talking about? Isn't everything fine now? I advise you to put your heart back in your stomach as soon as possible. As for other things, don't think too much. Just rest well and cooperate with our next inspection. Wang Wei's expression was a little unnatural. He smiled at the Three-Eyed Star King and was about to get up and leave. But the voice of the Three Prism Crystal Stone came again behind him. In fact, if only I die. It doesn't matter. What I am most worried about now is the other soldiers in the entire Interstellar Federation base. They have fought against the insect army and the Bion race again and again for the overall interests of the Interstellar Federation. And they have paid the price of their lives. If they die again in the Interstellar Federation base because of this hateful insect, I am afraid that even if I die, I will have a lot of regrets in my heart. The voice of the Three-Eyed Star King was filled with a hint of helplessness and sadness, as if he had already accepted his own death in his heart. After hearing his words, Wang Wei's body, which had just turned around, collapsed instantly. He quietly clenched his fists, turned around abruptly, and looked at the Three-Eyed Star King with a vicious look. I tell you, you are not dead yet. You are still useful to the entire Interstellar Federation base. I will definitely keep him. Unless you are a waste and can't help me with anything. In that case, even if you are really gone, it can only be regarded as a small accident. Do you understand? Although Wang Wei's words gave people a feeling of fierceness, the Three-Eyed Star King naturally heard the other party's hidden meaning. The tentacles of the Three-Eyed Star King kept swinging, and finally wrapped himself up quietly again. I just hope you can go find that person named Ouyang Jifeng and ask me for a few more of those little round things. I'm starting to feel the pain again. If I let him continue to torment me like this, I'm afraid I'd be tortured to death before he comes out. What the hell is this thing? It can actually get into someone else's body and cause trouble. If it were on our three-eyed planet, we wouldn't even dare to think about it. Wang Wei saw that the Three-Eyed King words didn't seem to be a joke. so he must be a parasite in his body. It regained consciousness again and began to wriggle again. Wang Wei nodded slightly to the three-eyed king. Wait for me here. I get you some medicine. Wang Wei walked out of the meeting room quickly and turned to the hall. But he found that only Lao Wang was left in the hall, and the remaining few people had disappeared long ago. Without guessing, you can know that with the instructions just now, Ouyang Jifeng should be led by Lao Zheng to be teleported back to the Earth planet through the interstellar portal to prepare relevant things. Lao Wang saw Wang Wei coming out with a serious face, and naturally, he was clear about everything that happened before. He came to Wang Wei and patted Wang Wei on the shoulder. Brother Wang Wei, I can understand your current mood, and I can also understand the current situation of your entire Interstellar Federation base. But I also hope that you can understand that no matter how much you want to protect the Earth planet, the Earth planet is like a baby being raped. And one day he will grow up. You think you can always protect the Earth planet well by your own strength. But this will also limit the overall development of the Earth planet's technology in a certain sense. If there is really a problem in the middle, causing the Earth planet to encounter difficulties, at that time, how should the Earth planet's technological civilization protect itself? Wang Wei naturally knew that Lao Wang and himself said these words. Not without purpose. He just wanted to use this method to convince himself to allow him to lead other scientists to the subspace planet to set up a laboratory. Now Wang Wei really didn't have any mood to discuss these things. He could only frown and turn to look at Lao Wang. Professor Wang, I don't have any other ideas or requests now. I only have one request. If you can help me solve the troubles brought to us by this matter, I agree to set up a laboratory on the subspace planet. After hearing this, Lao Wang's eyes immediately brightened. He immediately stood up and came to Wang Wei's side. He held Wang Wei's hands tightly and shook them up and down. Oh, that's great. I didn't expect that you would listen to my advice. In fact, before, I was also worried about whether you could listen to what I said. I even doubted your advice this time. I didn't expect you to give me an old man, so that when I return to the Earth Planet Laboratory later, I will be able to explain to other colleagues. After saying this, Lao Wang suddenly seemed to react. Wang Wei seemed to have another request just now. But you just said that I must agree to one of your requests and help you do something. I wonder what this thing is. Before Wang Wei could speak, Lao Wang immediately waved his hand. I have to remind you in advance that I am an old man who is usually clean-handed and devoted to scientific research. But I don't have many steel coins. If you want to take this opportunity to make a fortune from me, I can only use my pension to pay off your debt. Wang Wei could naturally hear that Lao Wang was joking with him. After all, Wang Wei no longer has his eyes on the Earth, and the planet is naturally not interested in the currency of the Earth planet. What's more, Wang Wei is now the chairman of the entire Interstellar Federation and the Council. How could he agree to Lao Wang and his team to set up their own scientific research laboratory in the subspace planet just for a few steel coins on Earth? Let's not joke now. I'm talking to you about this very seriously. Wang Wei just smiled and then adjusted his expression. Lao Wang opposite him naturally understood that what Wang Wei was going to say to him next was likely to be the top priority. He quickly put away the joking expression on his face, sat down next to Wang Wei seriously, and pretended to listen attentively. Compared to the matter of the meatworms this time, the old man Ouyang should have come out and explained the situation to you briefly. Not only has the king of the three-eyed star been infected with meatworms, but I am also one of the infected hosts of meatworms. Even the two of us, who usually have no problems in our lifestyle, can be infected by this kind of worms without knowing it. I am very worried that all the soldiers in the entire Interstellar Federation base have already become hosts of these worms. Once these worms mature in our bodies, it is very likely to cause many irreversible consequences and cause irreparable losses to the entire Interstellar Federation base. In this case, even if you set up your own scientific research laboratory in the subspace planet base, I am also worried that you will be infected as well. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Lao Wang frowned, obviously realizing the seriousness of the matter. When Ouyang Jifeng came out just now, he did briefly tell me about the two of you. From his expression, it seems that the meatworms in the body of the three-eyed Star King are very likely to be infinitely close to maturity, and there is a risk of death at any time. As for the fact that you felt a sharp pain in the center of your abdomen, but it suddenly eased afterwards, this proves that you were infected for a shorter time than the three-eyed Star King. So the meatworms in your body have not yet reached maturity. The more Lao Wang said this, the more nervous Wang Wei became. He was really worried about what would happen to the three-eyed Star King. So do you have any way to seize the time in a short period of time to treat these people who are infinitely close to maturity as the primary treatment targets? And solve our worries, even if it is solved in batches. For Wang Wei now, he really wants to act as the loser of this incident, just like the previous few times. But there is no method to deal with parasites in the ancient civilization technology inherited by Wang Wei, which also makes Wang Wei's heart begin to panic. Fortunately, the original medical technology of the Earth is relatively old, and there may be some way to deal with this more primitive and ancient fleshworm. Don't worry about this matter for now. I have brought the parasitic experts of the Earth to you. After their discussion, they decided to try the most ancient way to solve this problem. Regarding the raw materials of the soap base, Lao Zheng has taken them to arrange it. It won't be long before the transmission device of Nanchunman will be opened again. When the soap base arrives, it will be poured into those organisms that have reached maturity or are close to maturity. After a period of observation, it will be determined whether it is useful. The method that Lao Wang said now can only be regarded as a stupid method, because if this method is useless, it may cause certain harm to the host's body, and even greatly stimulate the adult parasites in their bodies. Regarding these risks, Lao Wang did not mention a word. And this is what Wang Wei is most worried about now. So far, the three-eyed alien king is still alone in the conference room, enduring the unbearable pain of abdominal pain, while Wang Wei, as the chairman of the Interstellar Federation Council, can do nothing. A deep sense of powerlessness made Wang Wei suddenly realize that he was probably not as omnipotent as he thought. At least, he was really powerless in this matter. As if sensing Wang Wei's frustration, Lao Wang reached out and patted Wang Wei on the shoulder. Don't worry. Although our planet Earth's civilization and technology are somewhat different from other civilizations in the multiverse, our way of dealing with this kind of bugs may be more effective because the civilization of the planet Earth is relatively backward. By the way, when I was thinking some time ago, I suddenly thought of a question. Now I want to tell you my thoughts. Since the extremely terrifying and perfect parasitic killer, the meat stripworm, is really a native species in the subspace planet, is there a possibility that before we came here, their parasitic hosts should be other creatures on the same planet, such as the Bian race you mentioned, such as the insect swarm army with strong armor and strong defense? If this is really the case, they can keep each other from multiplying and have not become extinct until now, which means that the Bian race and the insect swarm army may have mastered a certain degree of technology and means to fight against them. These can also provide a very good reference for our subsequent treatment. Wang Wei nodded, and then turned his head again to look in the direction of the conference room. Do you have any painkillers? Give me some first. The guy inside is probably in so much pain that he's almost dying. Chapter 231. When it rains, it pours. Old Wang had obviously considered this long ago, and took out a box from the side with a smile on his face. In fact, when they left, they had already considered that this situation might occur. After all, the meatworms in the body of the three-eyed Star King are already quite mature. If there is no way to counter and restrain them in a short period of time, it is very likely that he will really die of pain. These are some of the more common medicines on our planet Earth. I don't need to say much. Just by looking at the instructions above, you should be able to understand what they do. From now on, these medicines will be handed over to you. After they bring what we need here, we will proceed with the next plan. Wang Wei was also very clear at his heart that this was the only way now. Without saying anything, he picked up the medicine box next to him and quickly returned to the meeting room. But just when he walked to the door of the meeting room, Wang Wei saw that the two guards who were originally guarding the door of the meeting room were no longer there, and the door of the meeting room was open. At this time, Wang Wei immediately had a very bad idea in his heart. He quickly ran to the conference room, but the scene in front of him made Wang Wei so distressed that he almost forgot to breathe. The tentacles of the three-eyed Star King kept trembling, wrapping him up and turning him into a shaking ball. The two guards next to him stood there with a look of disbelief. Obviously, for them, they had never seen the three-eyed Star King in such pain, and the sudden situation at this time made them forget how to deal with it in a short time. After seeing Wang Wei appear in their sight, the two guards hesitantly introduced the situation to Wang Wei. Wang Wei did not embarrass them too much. After all, if this kind of thing happened to them, even if it happened to Wang Wei, it would be difficult to accept this result in a short time. He found a random reason and asked them to continue to take care of their own affairs at the door. After the door was closed, Wang Wei came to the Three-Eyed Star King with a medical box. I know you are in pain now. But before everything is perfectly resolved, you must stay alive. Although Wang Wei's voice was not loud, every word seemed to be full of great power, making it impossible for people to disobey his will. The Three-Eyed Star King trembled and stretched out a tentacle, shaking it in front of Wang Wei. After a long time, his somewhat weak voice came out from inside. Don't worry. The meatworm in my body can't kill me for the time being. So have you brought all the medicine I asked you to bring? Wang Wei didn't dare to delay at all, and hurriedly began to search the medicine box. He soon found the medicine that could effectively relieve pain and handed it to the Three-Eyed Star King. After swallowing the pill, the effect of the medicine was very fast, and the Three-Eyed Star King's original extremely painful appearance was finally relieved, which also made Wang Wei's heart, which had been hanging high, relax a lot. I didn't expect that your planet Earth not only has very advanced military technology, but also has terrifying medical technology. It is indeed not an ordinary planet. The Three-Eyed Star King breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that he could clearly feel the pain at this time, and it was easing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang Wei's lips moved, and he wanted to tell him that this way of relieving pain was only a temporary solution. And temporarily relieving his pain did not mean that the disease had been solved. But seeing the Three-Eyed Star King expression that was already exhausted by the pain, Wang Wei finally swallowed the words that were already on the tip of his tongue back into his stomach. You go back and have a good rest first. I will coordinate all the matters of the Interstellar Federation base recently. If it doesn't work, I will let the Planet Star King help me. As for you, just wait for the treatment later. After Wang Wei finished speaking, he was about to leave with the medicine box. But at this moment, the Three-Eyed Star King suddenly stretched out his tentacles and wrapped around Wang Wei's wrist. Chairman, I know what you are thinking. I also know that you will definitely have a lot of things to do next. If I just become a hands-off boss and don't care about anything in the entire base, I guess you will be dragged down in a few days. The voice of the Three-Eyed Alien King sounded very weak. Wang Wei could even feel the tentacles stretched out by the other party. And when they touched him, they were shaking slightly because of pain. There is no other way. We can only do this for now. When I can't hold on any longer, I will ask you for help. Wang Wei didn't say much. He just gave a calm answer and left. But the Three-Eyed Star King didn't seem to want to let go. After a long while, his voice came faintly. Chairman, I can still hold on now. And I believe that the medical technology of the Earth planet can definitely resolve the crisis of our Interstellar Federation base this time. Didn't I say it before? My personal life and death don't matter. The most important thing is that we can't let this matter continue to deteriorate, because we don't know how many soldiers and generals in the Interstellar Federation base are infected with meatworms. Wang Wei let out a long sigh. How could he not know what the Three-Eyed Star King was worried about in his heart? But now all they can do is wait. The two parasite experts have returned to the Earth planet to prepare the corresponding things as expected. It is estimated that it will take at least half a day to return. Now there are still many things to be solved in the Interstellar Federation base. We can't stop solving the problems anyway. Otherwise, if we let this matter continue to develop, no one knows what will happen next. Let me fight side by side with you. At least I have some ability to help you relieve the current pressure. Otherwise, if you just rely on yourself, God knows what will happen next. The Three-Eyed Star King asked again. Wang Wei turned his head and looked at the Three-Eyed Star King. The three eyes of the Three-Eyed Star King were full of sincerity. So Wang Wei couldn't think of a reason to refuse him. Well, then you help me for a while. After I finish the things on hand, I will definitely let you have a good vacation. That's great. The Three-Eyed Star King laughed and then struggled. He stood up from the ground. Obviously, the effect of the medicine Wang Wei gave him this time was more than twice as strong as the previous pill. At least from the current situation. The situation of the Three-Eyed Star King is indeed much better than before. Wang Wei simply explained some things to the King of the Three-Eyed Star, and then asked the King of the Three-Eyed Star to take the medicine box to his office. While Wang Wei left the office building alone and headed towards the apron, Wang Wei knew better than anyone that Goso of the Sol Nebula Federation base was still trapped in Oscar Ding's temporary base, and he had no way to contact him during this period. Lasher also remained silent at this time. To put it bluntly, if Lasher really betrayed their previous agreement, then Goso of the Sol Nebula Federation base would be in danger now. In any case, this time I must go and investigate it myself. Otherwise, I will not be able to sleep well. Just when I arrived in front of a spaceship, Wang Wei was about to board the plane. But a figure rushed out from the side and directly blocked Wang Wei way. Where are you going? The person who spoke was none other than Goso's sister Malka. Malka's eyes were red, and it was obvious that he had cried not long ago. Even without thinking carefully, Wang Wei could know why he was crying. I'm fine. I just want to take a walk. Wang Wei was unwilling to let Malka get involved in this matter, because Goso had repeatedly told him more than once that he must not let his sister be in danger no matter what. But Malka obviously didn't believe Wang Wei's words. He pointed directly at the spaceship that Wang Wei was about to drive with a firm tone. I know you want to go to Oscar Ding's temporary camp to see if you can contact Lasher and find out about my brother's recent movements. You should also know that I am his sister. So in this matter, I have the right to know it first. Even if our two bases are now in a cooperative relationship, I still have this power. Right? Malka is really smart. Although he usually speaks and acts directly, it does not mean that he is a person without brains. Just from what Malka said now, it can be seen that he has actually grasped the entire situation so far quite accurately. He was right. Although the Interstellar Federation base and the Sol Nebula Federation base have reached a cooperation, it is only a cooperative relationship. The identities and statuses of both parties are equal. It is a strategic alliance relationship between each other, and there is no distinction between superiors and subordinates. Wang Wei is the main person in charge of the Interstellar Federation base, while Goso and Malka are also the two main persons in charge of the Solshung Federation base. Their identities are equal in terms of rank. After taking a deep look at Malka, Wang Wei could only shake his head helplessly. Miss Malka, it's not that I don't want to take you with me, but because your brother has repeatedly told me that I must ensure your safety no matter what. Yes, you only listen to my brother in everything. Don't you want to listen to what I think in my heart? I am no longer a child now, and I no longer need my brother's meticulous care and protection. Compared to now, I am here with wild thoughts and fears every day. I would rather face those dangers by myself. Malka's face became ugly, and he pointed at Wang Wei. You should know that if I hadn't agreed to the alliance and cooperation between the two bases, there would still be a long way to go. Just because of this, shouldn't you take me with you? Seeing that Malka seemed to have made up his mind, Wang Wei could only sigh helplessly, and then boarded the spaceship silently. Malka entered the spaceship of the Interstellar Federation base for the first time. After entering, he couldn't help but look left and right, and his mouth was full of sighs. I really didn't expect that the workmanship of your spaceship in the Interstellar Federation base is obviously much better than ours. And the layout of each functional area here is also quite reasonable. What level of technology have you reached? Could it be that you have reached a super civilization state? The so-called super civilization state, in the multiverse, refers to supernatural civilization. When a creature and civilization have continuously developed to the extreme, it will be called a supernatural civilization, which is the highest level of existence among all civilization levels. Not only do they have extremely powerful technology, but the creatures on the planet will also gradually become stronger due to the continuous growth of civilization, and may even have an ability far beyond common sense. And it is obvious that Wang Wei's current state is all very normal, and should have nothing to do with super civilization. Okay, Miss Malka, now that I am willing to take you over to check the situation, you should cooperate with my work at this time, and don't add extra trouble to me at this time. Just sit in the seat next to you, and wait for my subsequent instructions. Wang Wei simply explained a few words to Malka, and the spacecraft started to start, making a slight buzzing sound, and disappeared in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the secret laboratory base on the Earth planet was in chaos at this time. Many soldiers with live ammunition suddenly appeared in large numbers around the base, and surrounded the entire base. In order to avoid causing trouble to Dongxia country, Wang Wei specially set up this experimental base in an extremely remote desert. When he set up this experimental base, I originally thought that this would avoid a lot of trouble. But I also overlooked the most important thing. This place is too far away from civilized places, and I am unfamiliar with the place. When I encounter danger, I can't rely on external forces to solve it. At this time, the people who surrounded the base were none other than the notorious Eagle Sauce country. Lao Zheng frowned and led the researchers and other laboratory bases to stand at the main entrance. He spoke calmly to the two officers in front of him who were sneering. Two officers. We are now in the territory of Dongxia. You suddenly took action at this time, and dared to make trouble on the territory of our Dongxia. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable? Lao Jing is indeed a man who has seen the world. At this time, even if the other party is a strong enemy, everyone can clearly feel a hint of tension in their hearts. But Lao Jing still maintains his previous indifferent demeanor, and speaks in a slow tone. The two officers on the opposite side, one of them raised his mouth and looked at Lao Jing, their eyes full of contempt. You said we entered the territory of Dongxia. Do you have any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, how can you prove that we have been here? And most importantly, we received secret intelligence saying that a weapon recently developed in your scientific research base has posed a threat to our country. So we came here to investigate and collect evidence. What's the problem with that? Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the words spoken by the other party were obviously specious. He just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to investigate the background of this secret research base. Looking at the entire planet Earth, at present, the only country that can compete with the Eagle Sauce country in terms of technology is the Dongxia country. The situation in the Dongxia country is very low-key, which can give the other party a handle to take advantage of. This also makes the opponent's punches seem to be full of power and stabbed on a ball of cotton. There is no way to cause any harm to the other party, but it makes him very angry. However, I don't know how they learned that there is a super mysterious armed force experimental base in the desert in the north of Dongxia country. After some turnover, he finally appeared here smoothly and directly surrounded some people in the base in the center. Even if the weapons we research may have a certain influence and suppressive power on you, if you want to step into our Dongxia country, you must pay the price for your arrogance. Old Zheng held his head high and looked fearless. But at this time, he was already panicking. If you want to conduct routine inspections in our Dongxia country, you must have law enforcement procedures that can be recognized by relevant departments. Otherwise, you can't even think of stepping into our scientific research base. You must know that what we have researched this time is crucial to the future development of Dongxia country. If you dare to do this, you must consider the consequences of the follow-up. Originally, Old Zheng just wanted to use this method to make the other party feel anxious, so that they could retreat when they knew the difficulty. But who would have thought that the two commanders in front of him obviously did not intend to let go of such a great opportunity so easily. They didn't even answer Old Zheng's words, and waved their hands directly at the gate of the base. Stop talking to them. Go in and search. Chapter 232 Brothers. Get to work. Since this secret experimental base was led and implemented by Wang Wei himself, it has a lot of technologies that do not exist on Earth so far. Even the meat worms, and the bodies of the Bian race members that were transported back from the Nanshanman transmission device are still there. Lao Zheng knows better than anyone that once these secrets are leaked, it is likely to cause great trouble to the entire subsequent plan. Lao Zheng knows very well that Wang Wei has been carefully covering up the existence of the Earth planet for some time. In fact, to prevent the Earth planet from being involved in this interstellar dispute, even if he and Lao Wang want to temporarily set up a laboratory with an alien experimental environment on the subspace planet, they have to go through Wang Wei consideration before making a decision. Wang Wei caution in this matter are not without reason. So once this matter is allowed to continue to deteriorate, God knows what will happen in the end. Eagle Sauce country has never been a peaceful country. So in this matter, it is very likely that the other party has been planning for a long time. Everything has its pros and cons. Wang Wei built this secret research base in such a remote desert, so he naturally had to bear the risk of not being able to receive the corresponding protection. And the risk in front of him seemed a bit too tricky for Lao Zheng. After all, Lao Zheng was not young anymore, and now he had no way to compete with the other party. Just as the two sides were arguing, Lao Zheng simply gritted his teeth and picked up the cell scalpel used for experiments next to him, and rushed to one of the Eagle Sauce country officers. The two officers were looking around at this time, chatting with each other, and it was obvious that in their hearts, the people in front of them were nothing more than ordinary nerds. Like these nerds who were powerless. How could they pose a threat to their own safety? Fortunately, it was because of their arrogance at this time that Lao Zheng had an opportunity to take advantage of. Lao Zheng rushed forward and directly put the knife in his hand under the neck of the officer, and at the same time looked at the soldiers who were about to rush in. Everyone, listen to me. If you dare to take another step forward, I will kill you. Don't underestimate the knife in my hand. This knife is a scalpel specially used for anatomical experiments. It is sharper than the knife you use to cut vegetables at home. I don't know how many times sharper it is. After Lao Zheng said this, The scene immediately became terribly quiet, and everyone looked at each other. As a result, the soldiers could only temporarily stop their actions to rush in, and looked at another officer next to them with an anxious face. The other officer was also slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted and took a step towards Lao Zheng with a fake smile. Seeing Lao Zheng raise the knife in his hand again, he stopped his little action. "Sir, you should understand the identity of the person you are holding hostage. He is the captain of our Eagle Sauce Country's special execution team. If you really dare to attack him, do you think you can afford the diplomatic storm caused by this incident?" It would have been better if he didn't say this. As soon as he said this, Lao Zheng suddenly laughed. "What a diplomatic storm. Don't you know that we are still in Dongxia? We are from Dongxia, and the laboratory should naturally be managed by the relevant departments of Dongxia. What does it have to do with your Eagle Sauce Country? Even if it is true as you said, there may be something threatening you in our secret base. I hope you will go through the formal procedures with the relevant departments to solve it and submit the corresponding evidence. Only then will we cooperate with the investigation. Otherwise, if you break into our Dongxia territory like a robber, and even want to attack the scientific laboratory in our Dongxia territory, let alone I don't agree to this. Even no one present will agree to it." Although Lao Zheng is old, his patriotic heart is still burning. Seeing the people of Eagle Sauce Country so brazenly making trouble on the territory of Dongxia Country, he couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. If there were not too many secrets in this base that could not be made public, I'm afraid that Lao Zheng would have solved this matter through his previous interpersonal relationships and related channels at the official level. The officer held hostage by Lao Zheng was also very nervous at this time, because he certainly knew the sharpness of the scalpel. If he moved it casually, he might be torn apart immediately. Only when facing death will people show their cowardly side, and the officer in front of him is no exception. He quickly waved his hands at everyone on the opposite side. "Everyone listen to my orders. Immediately withdraw from this secret scientific experiment base, and don't move forward one step. If you move forward one step, I may really be in trouble again. I can feel that this guy is not joking with me." Although he said so, the other officer on the opposite side was obviously unwilling to cooperate. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at the officer who was held hostage. "James, you are a hero, and we will all remember you. But this time we have obtained relevant intelligence, and the department's accusation is that we must break into this secret laboratory in the shortest possible time to get the evidence and information we need. This is a death order given to us by the higher-ups. So I'm really sorry this time." The man bowed slightly to James, pretending to be serious, and James immediately understood that the other party wanted to treat him as a chess piece that had been abandoned, and planned to give up protecting James' life and safety and continue to execute the plan. Just as he was about to issue the order, James suddenly took out a translucent card from his pocket like lightning. "Everyone, listen to me. I am the main person in charge of this special operations team. I am directly controlled by the senior officials of our Eagle Sauce Country Intelligence Department. The guy in front of you is just a temporary security supervisor. Do you really intend to listen to him and ignore my life and death? You should know what this card represents. It represents that I have the right to enter and exit the entire Security Intelligence Department freely. So compared to this ordinary security supervisor, my life is more important. No one can act rashly this time. Otherwise, if something happens to me, the higher-ups will not let you off easily." James was probably really anxious this time. He didn't even care about the scientists in front of him, and directly told all his identities and departments. The security director opposite obviously didn't expect James to have this identity. He was a little hesitant at the moment. While he was hesitating, Lao Zheng had already taken James hostage to the gate of the base. Seeing that all the soldiers had retreated, the base was relatively safe at last. Old Zheng turned around and said to Ouyang Jifeng beside him, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go to the control room to activate our energy shield. Although this technology has not yet existed on Earth, we can only use it for now to ensure the safety of the entire base and the confidentiality of relevant information." Ouyang Jifeng had obviously just joined the organization not long ago. He didn't know much about the situation inside the base at this time. In addition, he was a little old and his legs were not very convenient at this time. He subconsciously looked at his teacher, the young man who looked gentle and refined. Feeling Ouyang Jifeng's gaze, Wu Jigang could only smile awkwardly. "I go." Wu Jigang turned and ran away, and the confrontation between the two sides once again fell into a stalemate. "Sir, We have now withdrawn all troops from the time and space of the base as you requested. And I can promise you that we will never pose any threat to the safety of you and your base again. Can you let me go now? James' mouth curled up a far-fetched smile. While speaking, he subconsciously wanted to turn his head to see who was holding him hostage. But his neck moved slightly, and the dissection knife in Lao Zhang's hand immediately pushed up again, feeling the extremely sharp feeling on the blade. James dared not have any small thoughts anymore. Captain James, although I don't know what department you belong to, it looks like it's very powerful. But I don't care which department you belong to. This is the territory of Dongxia country, not your Eagle Sauce country. If you want to use your so-called department and means to try to make trouble on our land, then you really underestimate us, the old scholars. With a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, Lao Zhang raised the blade again, gently raised the sharp blade, and instantly cut James' neck. A trace of blood slowly dripped down the sharp blade. James was really scared this time. As long as the other party was a little bit upset and exerted a little force on his hand, the sharp blade would immediately cut his throat. Now they were in the deep desert. Even if a helicopter came to rescue them and sent them to a nearby hospital for treatment, they would not be able to survive. Moreover, they were just a small team, going deep into the desert alone. If their throats were cut, they would be dead. James no longer dared to turn his head left or right, and could only continue to speak in a trembling voice. We are only here to find evidence against us under the orders of our superiors. If you think our method is not good, we can leave now, and will never do anything to you again. As their superior, I think what I said should still be credible. James' soul was trembling with the blade at this time, because he knew better than anyone that under this situation, the soldiers in front of him could no longer save him, let alone the security director who was talking and laughing just now. That guy even wanted to abandon him and perform the mission alone. He would settle accounts with him sooner or later, but it was important to save his own life at the moment. James smiled awkwardly. Of course, if you have other ideas and opinions, you can also raise them. As long as we can say it, I will tell you everything I know, and will never hide anything in this matter. Lao Zhang knew that his risky behavior this time finally eased the current situation, and he naturally could not really kill the officer named James in front of him. Although he did not know what James's specific identity was, and what position he had in the Security Intelligence Bureau. From the current situation, it was obvious that the entire base was no longer safe. If someone died at this time, I am afraid that this scientific research base would really be ruined. The current plan is to take advantage of Wu Jigang's activation of the energy shield to push the other party out. The other party did not master the technology corresponding to the safety energy shield, and there was no way to break through its defense in a short time. This can also create time for the temporary relocation of the entire scientific research base. Don't worry, Commander James. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us and don't want to embarrass us anymore, then we will naturally not cause any substantial harm to you. The main reason why I haven't put down the knife in my hand is that we are not ready yet. Old Zhang's tone softened, and while he spoke, he pointed his other finger at the security director and others on the opposite side. Tell them to continue to retreat, and they must retreat to a safe distance. I don't want you to break your promise in front of me again and become a person who can only talk empty words, but is unwilling to fulfill your promises. James certainly understood that this request of old James was within the normal range, and he quickly spoke to the security director on the opposite side. Carterian, didn't you hear what he said? Why don't you hurry up and take all the soldiers to retreat quickly to a safe distance? Do you really want to kill me today by taking advantage of this conflict? The expression on the face of the security director named Carterian seemed a little tangled at this time. He was stunned for a long time, and finally sighed unwillingly. Captain James, you should know how much trouble these words you say to me now, and these things you do will bring you in the future. The hard requirement for our operation this time is that we can only succeed and not fail. We must find out what this base is researching. But now you suddenly ask us to give up this mission just to save your own life. I hope that when we go back to report, you can still talk to us with this attitude and tone. James doesn't care about so much now. As long as he can survive, anything is fine. As for what Carterian said now, it obviously didn't cause any shock to him. He still looked at Carterian with wide eyes. Don't talk so much nonsense with me there. Hurry up and do what they ask. If I really have any problems today, you will all be in trouble. Faced with James's threat, Carterian could only reluctantly command the other members of the execution team to retreat together. They retreated nearly 2 kilometers before stopping. At this distance, no matter how fast they were, the possibility of them rushing over again was slim. Lao Ding's heart, which had been already high, finally calmed down a lot. Buzz buzz buzz. A slight vibration sound came out, which was the precursor of the quantum energy shield in the base being activated. Lao Zheng knew that his plan had been achieved, and James was naturally of no help to him. So he could only push James forward gently and retract the scalpel in his hand. James regained his freedom and hurriedly ran forward for more than 10 steps before stopping. He wanted to distance himself from the group of guys in front of him as much as possible to avoid being captured by them again. Just when he turned his head, he saw that Lao Zheng and other members of the research base had turned around and left. And even the gate of the base was not closed. It looked like they didn't exist at all. A burst of anger rose from James' heart. He certainly knew that what Carterian had just said to him was not simply to threaten him and put pressure on him. It was because the superiors did say so. This time the plan could only succeed and not fail. Once it fails, it is very likely that Carterian and all members of this action team may encounter big troubles. You should know that this time their actions are not only highly confidential, but also the official words of the Eagle Sauce country will definitely not acknowledge the existence of their team, because they are now standing on the land of Dongxia country. On the land of Dongxia country, attacking the secret research base of Dongxia country. No country would dare to do such a crazy thing at this time. Gritting his teeth tightly, James saw that his crisis was resolved, touched his neck with lingering fear, hesitated for a moment, and waved to the soldiers in the distance. Brothers, get to work. Chapter 233 Unwelcome Request. After James' words, everyone immediately took action. Catrian also led the other soldiers to quickly approach James's position. But when Catrian just walked to James' side, he immediately felt a black muzzle of a gun pointing at his forehead. At this moment, Catrian understood that James wanted to settle accounts with him. After all, he was planning to give up James and carry out the mission alone. Catrian, I didn't expect you to abandon me at that critical moment. You really exceeded my expectations. I thought we would be friends, but I didn't expect that my biggest enemy would be you. The corners of Catrian's mouth curled up bitterly, and he shrugged helplessly. Captain James, aren't you okay now? And now our priority is not to waste time by letting you and I settle scores here. Our primary mission goal is to quickly eliminate these secret bases of the winter and summer countries, and take away all the information we can use. If the whole thing and plan fail because of this little conflict between the two of us, then even if we go back, you and I will be involved. With what Carterian said at this time, James also knew what was more important, and finally could only reluctantly put down the gun. I will talk to you again after we return to the Eagle Sauce country. Today's matter is not over yet. After that, James took the lead and led the soldiers behind him to rush quickly towards the gate of the base. According to normal reason, the gate is now open normally, and James did not become a hostage in the hands of the other party, and they had weapons in their hands. It was easy to break into the enemy's base, control the situation again, and gain the advantage of dominance. But when everyone rushed to the gate less than 2 meters away, they suddenly felt that there seemed to be a wall in front of them. This wall would have a slight rebound when hitting it, but it hindered such people from moving forward. James and other soldiers looked at each other with confusion. Obviously, this supernatural situation was something they had never figured out so far. Carterian, who was walking behind, also keenly noticed the problem and hurried to the front to observe carefully. When he found the transparent wall, his expression immediately became shocked. Carterian, what should we do now? There must be some secrets in this mysterious base that we don't know yet. Just this wall. I have never seen it before. James turned his head and looked at Carterian. As a security director sent by the relevant intelligence department, Carterian naturally understood and knew more information, and perhaps could provide additional intelligence support for their actions this time. But the expression on Carterian's face changed again and again, and finally he strode directly to James and slapped him. The crisp slap sounded particularly harsh in the empty desert, and all the soldiers looked at Carterian and James in surprise. James was a little confused by the slap, but just a few seconds later, he drew his weapon from his waist in anger and prepared to fight with the other party. I didn't attack you just now, but you are taking advantage of me now? You dare to attack me blatantly. I think you are tired of living. Today, only one of you can stay between me and me. But just after he finished speaking, Katerian walked directly to James' side before he took out the weapon from his waist and slapped him in the face again. Do you know how much loss we have suffered because of you this time? There must be a lot of technologies in this secret experimental base that have not been used in the world so far. I feel that if these technologies flow into Dongxia country, it will have a great impact on the international status of the corresponding country. It may even directly change the situation on the entire Earth. Katerian spoke word by word and pointed at the secret base that was now completely inaccessible. Look at them doing what they should do. And they look fearless. This proves that the protective shield of this base can definitely withstand most of the firepower weapons we know so far. Now, let alone we can't get in. Even if we send a plane, it is estimated that it will be difficult to cause damage to this base. The more Katerian spoke, the angrier he became. He tapped James' forehead with his hand. And you are the instigator of all this. It was you who made us miss the opportunity to break into the other party's base to obtain intelligence. It was you who gave the other party a chance to breathe because of your fear of death. Don't even think about settling accounts with me for this matter. When we go back, I will naturally report this matter to the higher-ups. Katerian turned around and left in a rage, without any nostalgia. Only James and the other soldiers in the team were left standing there, looking at each other in bewilderment. James knew in his heart that if Katerian really went back, he would not be able to get any good results after reporting this matter to his superiors. After all, as he said, looking at the entire base now, the main reason why they were able to activate this mysterious defense device was because they were restrained. Thinking of this, James did not hesitate to pull out the weapon at his waist and pulled the trigger at Katerian, who had turned and left. The sound of a gunshot in the desert was particularly abrupt. Katerian turned his head with a look of shock and looked at James, who was pointing the gun at him. But his body just twisted a few times on the sand. And then, there was no movement. James put away the weapon in his hand and turned to look at the team members behind him. Brothers, the failure of this operation is the responsibility of each of us. I don't want this guy's nonsense to affect the future development of all of us. So this time we must unify the caliber to the outside world. Regarding Katerian's death, he was shot by the enemy when he broke into the enemy base. It has nothing to do with us. Did you hear it? After hearing James' order, the other soldiers were stunned for a moment, and then nodded one after another. And the scene in front of them happened to be seen clearly by Lao Zheng, who was standing on the rooftop and arranging the overall coordination of materials. Ouyang Jifeng was standing next to Lao Zheng and also had a panoramic view of the scene in front of him. I really didn't expect that these people in the Eagle Sauce country are simply a group of people who are obsessed with profit and career. In order to protect their own interests, they are even willing to kill their teammates directly. With such a vicious mind, anyone who cooperates with him may be hurt by him in the end. Ouyang Jifeng touched his beard and said with emotion, seeing that his previous remarks did not get a response from Lao Zheng. Ouyang Jifeng turned his head to look at Lao Zheng, but found that Lao Zheng was frowning with a serious expression, and his eyes had already looked at the distant sky. I don't know what he was thinking at this time. Lao Zheng, are you still worried about whether we can help them resolve the crisis after we go to that alien planet again this time? Since the other party finally talked about his worries, Lao Zheng turned his head and looked at Ouyang Jifeng bitterly. Regarding this matter, I have never been sure in my heart, because I don't know what kind of thing we are facing. Although we are fortunate to invite you and Wu Jigang, two experts, to go to Earth to help with treatment, the current situation is not optimistic. Ouyang Jifeng could of course hear that the meaning of Lao Zheng's words was obviously hinting that his last treatment of the three-eyed alien king did not have a particularly obvious effect. So this also led to his lack of confidence. But Ouyang Jifeng just shook his head lightly. Don't worry. Although the universe is so big, there are so many creatures, and the civilizations of the planets are all kinds of strange. But in the end, they are still the same in essence. I believe in the theory of life mechanics, genetics and genetics. As long as it is a parasite, it must have its own weaknesses. It's just that we haven't figured out the specific situation of the other party yet. These things have to wait until we return to make a decision. Ouyang Jifeng's words seem calm on the surface, but in fact every word and sentence contains a lot of information. On the one hand, it proves that Ouyang Jifeng has made up his mind to collect first-hand information about this parasite in order to facilitate subsequent research. This means that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang may stay on the alien planet for a period of time. On the other hand, what Ouyang Jifeng said not only represents himself, but also represents his master Wu Jigang. although Wu Jigang is young and even looks a little dull and ignorant. In fact, everyone in this industry knows him. Everyone knows that his research on parasites and related concepts and academics at a young age have already caused a storm in the research subject of parasites. I hope so. How are the preparations? The planet should not be delayed for too long. The Three-Eyed Star King is the second person in charge of the entire Interstellar Federation base besides Wang Wei. If he really has any problems at this time, it may directly cause great panic in the hearts of the entire Interstellar Federation base army. This is what Wang Wei least wants to see. Old Zheng sighed, turned his head to look at Ouyang Jifeng, and asked about the current progress. Ouyang Jifeng patted his chest. Don't worry. Everything we sent this time is useful. And I believe there must be a treatment method that can treat it. But the prerequisite is that we must get a live meat worm before we can conduct related experiments later. How to capture live meat worms, how to understand their habits, and how to grasp their weaknesses. This is what we need to do most at present. Ouyang Jifeng obviously already had his own plan in his heart. When he told Lao Zheng about this matter, Lao Zheng couldn't help but sigh. Well, let's set off after we pack it up. Ouyang Jifeng turned his head and looked at the staff, who were still transporting various materials to the huge platform in an orderly manner, and looked around again. Professor Zheng, are you so confident that this base will not be hit and threatened by the other party for the second time? In my opinion, this base must complete the evacuation of relevant information in the shortest possible time, and absolutely cannot leave any traces for the other party. Now it seems that the location and function of this secret experimental base have been exposed. If you continue to stay here, I am afraid that the night will be long and dreamy. How could old Zheng not hear what Ouyang Jifeng meant? He obviously doubted the safety of this base. But what he said was also right. If this base was really broken and entered by the other party in other ways, then a large amount of research data on ancient scientific and technological civilization left by Wang Wei, including the Nanchaman transmission device and various other biological samples, might be leaked. At that time, Wang Wei planned to protect the Earth planet and prevent them from knowing so much about extraterrestrial civilizations would be completely ruined. The main reason why Wang Wei concealed the forces from all sides was that he did not want this matter to bring trouble to the Earth planet. According to the current technological level of the Earth planet, it is difficult to survive under the attack of such a high-level alien civilization. Once involved, it is very likely that the Earth planet will be completely at a disadvantage in the shortest time, and may even become the colony of the other party in the end. This is something Wang Wei does not want to see no matter what. And because of this, Wang Wei has been carefully protecting the relevant information of the Earth planet in the confrontations in various aspects over the past 10 days. Don't worry. After we leave, all the information, related equipment and biological samples will be transferred again through a secret transmission device. At that time, we will re-establish our own research base in a new place. And as for this base, it will be completely razed to the ground, so that the other party will never find his shadow in this desert again. After Lao Zheng's words, Ouyang Jifeng finally felt relieved and nodded, and followed Lao Zheng to the direction of the portal. In the center of the square stands a portal that is exactly the same as the Nanchaman transmission device in the subspace and the planet. But this portal is larger and looks more spectacular. From a distance, it looks like a huge door-shaped stone tablet standing in the square, which looks quite mysterious. At this time, all kinds of materials and related medicines and equipment transported from various places have been gathered on the square in front of them, waiting for the opening of the Nanchaman transmission device. And then, these equipment will be loaded into it. Everything is ready. Ouyang Jifeng walked to his master Wu Jigang and whispered to Wu Jigang about the communication between him and Lao Zheng. Wu Jigang raised his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and walked towards Lao Zheng with an embarrassed smile. Mr. Zheng, you have worked hard on this matter. I know that you can arrange me and Ouyang Jifeng to participate in this action at such a critical moment, which is also a great trust in us. We will definitely not let you down and strive to make some contributions in this parasite storm. Lao Zheng nodded with a headache, because now these things almost broke out in a short period of time, which made Lao Zheng a little overwhelmed. But before we officially start treating them, I still have a small request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Old Zheng was suddenly stunned. He subconsciously looked at Wu Jigang, only to see that Wu Jigang still maintained his usual demeanor, standing in front of him in a gentle manner, waiting for his reply. Old Zheng didn't say much, but arranged for the people around him to start loading and unloading materials to the transmission location. At this speed, they would be able to start the Nanchaman transmission device in about half an hour and transmit these materials away. Seeing that the other party didn't answer, Ouyang Jifeng next to him wanted to come up and remind old Zheng of the question his master had just asked. But as soon as he came to Wu Jigang's side, he was immediately stopped by Wu Jigang. I believe that Mr. Zheng is a very smart person. And he is also sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. Although he is so old, he is still strong. He should be able to hear what I said just now. The reason why I haven't answered until now is that I should still be thinking about the pros and cons of this matter. It's worthy of being Ouyang Jifeng's master. Although Wu Jigang didn't look very old, he showed his sophistication and proficiency in human relations and negotiations at this time. Having his thoughts exposed by the other party, Lao Zheng shook his head in embarrassment, and finally spoke. Brother Wu Jigang, it's not that I don't want to answer you, but because I don't know how to answer this matter. First of all, you didn't put forward the specific content of your request, so I can't write you a blank check, because even if I give you this blank check, it's still unclear whether it can be realized in the end. After hearing what Lao Zheng said, Wu Jigang frowned even more. Obviously, this answer made him dissatisfied. Chapter 234 I am just a transition? In addition, this experimental research base has always been controlled by Wang Wei, the chairman of the Interstellar Federation base. It can be said that Lao Wang and I are just temporary managers of this base. Therefore, we do not have much say in the entire base and the future development process. So please forgive me for not being able to make such a casual promise. Ouyang Jifeng looked at Lao Zhang deeply, although he wanted to fight for it again in his heart. As long as he thought carefully, Lao Zheng and Lao Wang looked at their identities and status in this experimental base, and finally did not speak. In fact, he knew better than anyone that the person who ultimately had the right to speak in this experimental base should still be the man named Wang Wei. In order to gain the trust and support of Wang Wei, the first thing they had to do was to try their best to solve the parasite incident that Wang Wei suffered in the Interstellar Federation base this time. As long as the turmoil caused by this parasite incident could be resolved, then all subsequent matters might be easily resolved. That's okay. I respect your choices and difficulties. So this time, my master and I plan to show our strength in front of Wang Wei in person, and want to gain his recognition and support with our actual actions. Old Zheng turned his head and glanced at Ouyang Jifeng, with a smile on his lips. That's great. With the help of you and your master, I believe the crisis of the Interstellar Federation base can be solved this time. Okay, let's not talk about this now. First of all, our primary goal is to get rid of the parasites. If this matter cannot be solved, I'm afraid it will be a problem whether the entire Interstellar Federation base can continue to persist. After saying this, Old Zheng left with a heavy heart, looking at the other party's back. Ouyang Jifeng sighed deeply, and turned to walk towards Wu Jigang. Wu Jigang was checking the final quantity and related items with the staff in the base at this time. From his focused expression, it is obvious that he also attaches great importance to this move. Have you two finished talking? After checking the relevant quantities and types, Wu Jigang turned his head and looked at Ouyang Jifeng. We have said everything we should say, and we have fought for everything we should fight for. However, it is obvious that Lao Zheng and Lao Wang still do not trust us enough. And the most important thing is that this scientific experiment base does not directly belong to Dongxia country. It should be a secret scientific research organization established by Wang Wei himself. Wu Jigang frowned even more. So, we have come to the right place this time. If we can enter this base, it will naturally mean that we can openly contact other civilizations outside the Earth, so that we can make greater discoveries in the academic world. Wu Jigang, a very confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But the smile just appeared, and was immediately offset by Ouyang Jifeng's words. Teacher, I know you have a high reputation and strong strength in parasites and genetics, but I still want to remind you that the meatworms that appeared in the Interstellar Federation base this time are obviously not ordinary parasites. When he said this, Ouyang Jifeng paused for a moment. When I first arrived at the subspace planet, according to your authorization, I once conducted relevant parasite tests for Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star. From the test, we can basically know that this parasite called meatworm has a very strong parasitic ability, and is not restricted by whether it is a creature on this planet. Wu Jigang was also extremely shocked after hearing this, because the time was arranged too tightly. Ouyang Jifeng immediately took the Nanchaman transmission device to return to the Earth planet after completing the relevant experiments for Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star. Until now, they have enough time to communicate their previous discoveries in the subspace planet. So what you mean is that this kind of creature is very likely not restricted by the host's own body size and other limitations. And they can completely attach to any kind of creature and complete their growth? This is impossible. Wu Jigang didn't even think about it carefully, and waved his hand contemptuously, denying Ouyang Jifeng's inference. Not to mention that each planet has its own unique ecological environment, and each kind of creature, apart from the most basic three elements of life, actually has many completely different characteristics. This characteristic has extremely strict requirements for parasites that can parasitize in the body. So this kind of parasite is absolutely impossible to parasitize in different organisms and be safe and sound. Ouyang Jifeng naturally did not dare to refute Wu Jigang's words, because in the entire parasite academic community, no one could have more say than this young man in front of him. Seeing that Ouyang Jifeng did not speak, Wu Jigang continued. In fact, when I was invited by Professor Wang before, I was also hesitant about whether to join this mysterious scientific research base. But now I am even a little fortunate that I made the right choice. Just imagine how many people in the academic community of the entire planet Earth have truly received extraterrestrial civilization. How many people can be ahead of all academic research and be the first to discover various pathological causes that are impossible to exist on the planet Earth? And we can easily achieve all of these in the subspace planet. Although it will be a huge challenge for us to solve the trouble of meatworms, I believe that as long as we carefully find the key points, it should not be difficult to solve the problem in a short time. Ouyang Jifeng nodded. Now he didn't know how to persuade Wu Jigang to stay rational in this matter, because if he hadn't really experienced the horror of the meatworm, he would never be able to truly empathize with it. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the earth began to tremble slightly with huge energy, and even the surrounding air became anxious at this time, feeling the warm heat coming towards him. Even Wu Jigang couldn't help but be shocked by the grand scene in front of him. When he and Ouyang Jifeng were teleported to the subspace planet for the first time, the supplies and people they carried were not many. So the energy of the triangular crystal that needed to be consumed at that time was not much. Naturally, although the scene at that time was also very grand, it was still quite different from now. And the amount of supplies carried this time was very large, including a large amount of soap-based pure water, as well as some conventional drugs that inhibit and kill parasites. And even some of the main chemical components of some drugs were listed. The quantity and scale of the things being transported this time are very large. So the demand for energy minerals such as triangular crystals will increase. Feeling the tremor of the earth, the Nanchaman teleportation device in front of him made a slight buzzing sound, accompanied by a burst of clarity. And a golden light lit up along the edge of the golden teleportation gate, even illuminating an area around the entire experimental base square as bright as day. At this time, the gate of the Nanchaman teleportation device was like a huge sun, emitting violent heat while also emitting dazzling light. This light can probably be seen clearly from a long distance. As the light gradually disappeared, a slowly rotating light blue fog appeared in the center of the Nanchaman teleportation device. And the large amount of materials that were originally neatly stacked in the space-time square had already disappeared at this time. Lao Zhang came to the two people with a smile on his face and pointed to the Nanchaman teleportation device with his finger. Okay. The supplies we need have been delivered to our destination. Now it's our turn. The current situation is quite urgent, so I hope everyone will not waste time and hurry up to set off. After saying this, Lao Zhang took the lead and walked towards the location of the Nanchaman transmission device, while Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang looked at each other and followed Lao Zhang into the transmission gate. At the same time, in the secret base of the Bayan race on the subspace planet, Goso was curled up in a corner of the room, trembling all over, with an expression of extreme pain on his face. And standing not far from him were Lasher, Oscar Ding, and two other entourage members. Old man, what's going on? Why did he suddenly become so miserable? If I remember correctly, we didn't treat him badly during this period. The person who spoke was none other than Lasher. Although Lasher said this, his eyes showed his concern for Goso's life safety. How could he not understand that he was no longer the same person he was before? In order to have more power and to improve his status, he had already reached a two-way agreement with Wang Wei and Goso. How could it be as simple as it seemed to overthrow Oscar Ding's rule and replace Oscar Ding's position? If Goso had any problems in this lurking plan, even if he had malice all over his body, He would not be able to explain the reason to Wang Wei. And at that time, he would really be like Zhu Beiji looking in the mirror, and not being a human. On the one hand, he failed to protect Goso's safety, which led to Goso's accident in the temporary base of the Bian race. For Wang Wei and Malka, he had already lost his credibility in the eyes of the two people, and naturally would not continue to cooperate with him. On the other hand, as a very smart person, Wang Wei naturally knew where Lasher's weakness was. Once he provoked a little in the middle, and revealed some secrets that he had betrayed Oscar Ding and the entire temporary base of the Interstellar Federation. Oscar Ding would inevitably lose trust in him. If that time really came, not only would he not be able to return to the Bian race, but he would not even be able to rely on any force on this planet. At that time, even if he could barely survive outside, he would probably live a miserable life. So Lasher knew the real danger behind all these things. So he was so worried at this time. You two go and have a look. I feel that this thing is very likely to be parasitized by meat tapeworms. The maturation time of meat tapeworms in organisms is uncertain, so it is not yet clear whether it is a meat tapeworm problem. Oscar Ding nodded gently to the other two people behind him, and the two walked forward and began to test and treat Goso. They first took out a purple stone with a very strange shape from their hands, and then began to skin the purple stone along the position of Goso's head. Finally, when the stone was close to Goso's right abdomen, it suddenly emitted a light blue light, and then turned red. Looking at the constantly changing light, Oscar Ding's eyes showed a hint of understanding. The two turned their heads to look at Oscar Ding. After Oscar Ding nodded silently in agreement, the two took out a red pill from their pockets and forced Goso to take it. At this time, Goso had already been in so much pain that he was about to lose consciousness. And now someone asked him to swallow another red pill. He was not afraid at all. He swallowed the pill immediately, and continued to shrink in the corner of the wall, quietly waiting for the arrival of the god of death. But as time went by, the severe pain in the body suddenly began to slowly disappear, and finally turned into a warm feeling, which made Goso, who was almost dying of pain, feel an indescribable comfort. How is it? Am I your savior now? If it weren't for me, you would have been swallowed by the parasites in your body and died. Oscar Ding squatted in front of Goso, looking at him with a smile, and took the initiative to talk about his own merits. Goso only heard this sentence, and immediately understood why he was so painful just now. I had heard Wang Wei say before that there was a parasite called meatworm on this planet. But at that time, because there were other urgent matters to deal with, there was no clear description of the specific situation of the meatworm parasite. And now it seems that he has been contaminated with that kind of unclean thing in 9 out of 10 cases. What did you give me to eat just now? Do you really have medicine that can kill this parasite? Goso looked at Oscar Ding with a puzzled look on his face. In his heart, he would never believe that Oscar Ding would have such medicine. Although Oscar Ding, like Orwell of the Zerg army, is also a native organism on this planet, he naturally has a much better grasp of the characteristics of other organisms on this planet than these outsiders. But the problem lies in the poor resources of this planet. Except for the triangular crystal mineral resources that can be seen everywhere, there is basically nothing else useful. Everywhere you see are desert mounds. How can there be so many things that can synthesize medicine? Besides, the Zerg army led by Orwell was originally just a relatively low-intelligence species among the entire Zerg. They themselves do not have the ability to develop technology. They can only rely on a layer of hard armor outside their bodies to enhance their resistance, defense, and survival ability. As for the Bian race, as another branch of the Zerg, although the Bian race has made rapid progress in intelligence, they are still a poor cook without rice. How could they possibly see through the secret of this meat stripworm? Oscar Ding shrugged his shoulders. You think too much. This kind of meat stripworm is a common inherited creature on our planet. Not only is it powerful, but once it parasitizes the body, it is difficult to remove it, unless there is a war or other accidents that cause the parasitic organism to die prematurely. Then they may leave the host and find a new host. So if you want to completely solve the problem of the striped worms, don't just say we don't have one. Aren't you also helpless? As for the red pill I gave you just now, it's just a substance taken from the striped worms. This substance can make the striped worms calm down instantly and fall into a deep sleep, at least in a short period of time. It can prolong the risk of them breaking out of the body and killing the host. With Oscar Ding's explanation, Goso finally understood. It turned out that they didn't have any good way to deal with this parasite called striped worms. But thinking of the pain of the body just now, as if it was torn apart from the middle, even Goso felt a little scared. Now you should understand that if I didn't give you the pill, you would have died long ago. So about our cooperation. Shouldn't you think about it carefully? Even if it's to repay me for saving your life? Goso touched his nose, and simply found a cleaner place to sit down next to him. Oscar Ding, what do you want? Are you just coveting the aerospace technology of our Soul Nebula? If we really want to talk about the maturity, power and system diversity of aerospace technology, I think the aerospace technology of the Interstellar Federation base can be called the most perfect. When our aerospace technology is put together with theirs, it is simply not at the same level. Can't you see that? Seeing Goso raised his eyebrows and began to ask himself. Oscar Ding suddenly smiled. Of course, I understand what you said. But I also know that tall buildings are not built in a day. It is obviously impossible to achieve success in aerospace technology in one fell swoop. So we can only do it step by step. Now our Bayan race has basically mastered the application of energy minerals, such as triangular crystals in spacecraft. Although it is still in its infancy, I believe that with the help of Soul Nebula's technology, we should be able to take another step forward. And in this way, we can continue to get infinitely close to their aerospace technology. This sentence made Goso laugh, and he glanced at Oscar Ding. So the technology in our Soul Nebula is just a transition? Chapter 235 Answering Master. Oscar Ding is also a relatively honest person. At least facing Goso's question, he did not hide anything, but directly said the most real thoughts in his heart. In fact, Oscar Ding himself is not stupid. The main reason why he said such words and revealed all his plans is that he is absolutely confident in the safety of his secret base. He would never believe that anyone could find the secret base of the Bayan race. And he did not believe that anyone could rescue Goso from his hands. It is precisely because of this that Oscar Ding simply said all the truths he wanted to say, which made him look more calm. Seeing Goso lower his head and look thoughtful, Oscar Ding curled his lips with a sneer. Remember that in the last battle, we completely took over your entire Soul Nebula base. If it weren't for your certain advantages in aerospace, which prevented us from continuing to pursue you, do you think the current Soul Nebula planet would still be called by its original name? I have to admit that you Soul Nebula do have great ambitions. And you are also quite capable in aerospace. But don't forget that our Bayan race is also not a pushover. During this period of time, we have been working hard to explore and research continuously. So when it comes to comprehensive strength, it's still unclear who is better between the two sides. At this point, Oscar Ding turned his head and glanced at Lasher. Since Lasher was able to capture you alive from the Soul Nebula base and imprison you here, you should be able to understand that the situation is no longer the same as it was a few years ago. I advise you to be wise and share everything you know about aerospace technology with us without reservation. Our Bayan race has never been a race that repays kindness with enmity, and we will definitely repay you in this matter. After hearing this, Goso raised his head and looked at Oscar Ding in front of him expressionlessly. Oscar Ding, actually I have always had a question in my heart that I want to ask you, but I have never been embarrassed to ask it. Now that I have been captured and imprisoned here by you, I have no worries. Why don't I just ask it directly now? What do you want to ask? Just tell me what you want to know. As long as I can answer it, I will definitely give you my greatest sincerity in exchange. Hearing that Goso was finally willing to have a positive communication with him, Oscar Ding's confidence also increased. He found a seat next to him and sat down. He looked at Goso with a smile and waited for Goso's next question. Rasher looked at Goso nervously, and at the same time signaled Goso with his eyes not to come up with anything else at this time. Otherwise he really couldn't hold it back. Giving Rasher a reassuring look, Goso spoke after a little wording in his mind. The question I want to ask is very simple. That is, how do you control the Zerg army to fight together with your Bayan race? As far as I know, the leader of the Zerg army, Orwell, has always been a maverick and extremely rebellious person. He will never agree to cooperate with you easily. What's more, although you and the Zerg army have the same ancestor, they are two branches with completely different development directions. There must be many conflicts between you. He will definitely not cooperate with you to fight. The question asked by Goso at this time made Oscar Ding slightly stunned. And then he laughed. I didn't expect you to be so smart, Goso, to be able to find the unusual things in such a chaotic and complicated situation. You are really not an ordinary person. It seems that you can lead the 4th fleet of Sol Nebula to the subspace planet. At the same time, as the main person in charge of the Sol Nebula Federation base. This shows that the person above you is quite discerning. Oscar Ding did not hesitate to praise and recognize Goso. Because in his view, as long as he could find ways to get closer to the other party, and lure the other party to speak out the information he wanted, let alone praise him, even if it was temporary. What would happen if he humbled himself in front of him? The subspace planet has its own unique culture and values, compared with the practice of righteousness and courtesy on Earth. They obviously don't have such concerns in their hearts. Well, since you have asked now, I have nothing to hide. You are right. Orwell doesn't eat food. So I locked him up for a while. As the absolute mastermind of the entire Zerg army, if he didn't release brainwave signals to communicate with other brainworms, I would have no way to command the entire Zerg army to assist me in the battle. So I used some not-so-glorious methods to force Orwell to help me solve the problem. Orwell had to succumb to my methods in the end. This is the final result of everything you can see. After hearing the other party's explanation, Goso's expression became more and more solemn. I didn't expect that Orwell, the leader of the Zerg army, who has always relied on defensive power, could be easily captured by the other party, and his personal freedom could be restricted. Although I don't know what kind of state Orwell is in now. It can be seen from the fact that the Zerg army assisted Bayan in attacking the Interstellar Federation base during this period that perhaps Orwell's will is gradually collapsing under the other party's torture. It seems that the plan to save Orwell must be implemented as soon as possible. Otherwise, God knows how long Orwell can hold on under such intense destruction. In Wang Wei's entire plan, he never thought of completely exterminating any race. Of course, the Bayan race is an exception. Now I have answered all your questions. Next, shouldn't you show me a little bit about the cooperation agreement you signed with us before you hurriedly left the subspace planet many years ago? Isn't it time to fulfill it now? Before Goso could answer, Oscar Ding seemed to have predicted something suddenly. He stood up and came to Goso at a very fast speed. In front of him, a pair of eyes stared at him viciously. I'm here to warn you. You'd better not play tricks with me at this time. And don't use any unreliable reasons to evade me at this time. Because the more you evade in this matter, the more dangerous it will be for you. I can't guarantee that I won't use the method I used to deal with Orwell to deal with you. Orwell himself has such a hard armor. But he has to surrender under my means. How long do you think you can hold on under such torture? Goso's heart trembled slightly after hearing these words. He subconsciously looked at Rachel, obviously wanting to verify the authenticity of this matter from Rachel's mouth. Rachel was standing behind Oscar Ding at this time, nodding slightly to Goso, which meant that Oscar Ding's words just now, and the means he was going to use were very likely true. Goso's heart began to fall into all kinds of entanglements. And Oscar Ding at this time was obviously unwilling to give Goso too much time to think. I saw a pitch-black blade directly on my neck, and the cold feeling instantly penetrated my body from the epidermis, making Goso shiver. Do you know what this thing in my hand is? It may scare you to death. This thing is the eggs of a very mysterious parasite in our subspace planet. I only need to scratch your epidermis a little bit with this thing, and the eggs and related bacteria on it will directly penetrate your body through the surface skin and flesh. At that time, you will not only have this parasite in front of you. Think about it carefully. How long can the pain brought by the 10,000 heart-eating bites last? I am not exaggerating. Everything I say now is the truth. Oscar Ding gently shook the black blade-like thing in his hand in front of Goso, especially when he heard the word parasite. Even Goso couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. The old worm in front of him was extremely sinister. He didn't expect that he could find the eggs of those meatworms, and wanted to let the eggs of these meatworms enter his body. The worm had tortured him to death. If it weren't for the help of the people arranged by Oscar Ding, he would have died of pain. I never thought that the other party would still want to threaten him with this thing. It was too much. Although he was furious, Goso knew that people had to bow their heads under the eaves. What Oscar Ding said now was probably true, and he was planning to use this method to force Goso to return it. Goso no longer dared to answer Oscar Ding's questions with stiff and evasive language, because he knew very well, compared with his own life and the future implementation of the entire plan, he absolutely could not drag this matter on. Taking a deep breath, Goso barely calmed down his mood and looked at Oscar Ding. Well, since you have already used your ultimate move, I am naturally a smart person. I will definitely not continue to oppose you on this matter. Nor will I do those things that are hypocritical. Oscar Ding, who had originally planned to take action, suddenly heard the other party's tone change, and he wanted to negotiate with him. His originally angry expression immediately turned into a face full of joy. Oscar Ding laughed and came to Goso's side, patting Goso's shoulder gently. You are indeed a smart person. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Under the current situation, you have no ability to compete with me at all. Now for you. The best way is to seize the time to reach a cooperation with me in a short time. Only if it is useful to me, I can protect you. Maybe when our Bayan race completely leaves the constraints of this planet and can enter the multiverse, then you will definitely get the benefits. Oscar Ding was painting a big cake here, while Goso's mind began to spin rapidly, telling all the aerospace technologies to the old man in front of him in one breath. He probably can't accept it. Instead of doing this, it's better to squeeze out a little bit of theoretical knowledge at a time, just like squeezing toothpaste, so that Wang Wei can buy more time to implement the next plan. Having made up his mind, Goso's mouth curled up a bitter smile. Oscar Ding, since you want to cooperate with me, I have to say it first. Aerospace technology itself is a systematic thing. It is definitely not achieved overnight. It doesn't mean that you can understand it instantly just by reading some other things. It requires a learning process. Goso's words made Oscar Ding frown again. Is it so troublesome? What do you mean? Oscar Ding has no concept of the word learning itself. Because although the Bayan race takes the evolution of intelligence as their future development direction, they have not formed their own unique scientific and technological culture in a short period of time, including all the current technologies of the Bayan race. They are actually observed from the Interstellar Federation base using their stealth performance, and finally summarized and imitated. In the final analysis, the Interstellar Federation base represented by Wang Wei should be regarded as the origin of the entire Bayan race in modern civilization and technology. The main reason why they did not continue to put pressure on the Interstellar Federation base was because they had recently witnessed the powerful technological foundation of the Interstellar Federation base, which made Oscar Ding realize the huge gap in technology between the Bayan race he led and the other party. That was simply a world of difference. If you want to force a head-on confrontation with the other party now, I am afraid that the final result will not be a good result for both parties. Although the Bayan race is the original race in the subspace planet, this does not mean that he can walk sideways on this planet. The insectide army, the Bayan race, and the mysterious meat stripworm are just 3 more representative creatures in the entire subspace planet ecosystem, and in places that he does not know. God knows what else there will be. Oscar Ding has always had his own thoughts on this matter, so when he heard Goso say this, he was not surprised at all. Goso was a little confused. If an ordinary person suddenly heard him talk about this topic back and forth, he would obviously guess the problem, and would never allow himself to drag on. But looking at Oscar Ding's look, he obviously believed what he had just said. As for time, I can't give you a definite conclusion, but I will still teach you the basic knowledge and advanced knowledge of aerospace from beginning to end. Only by mastering this set of technology can the spacecraft you produce later have the ability to truly travel in the field of interstellar aviation. Goso tentatively lowered his voice and made a final summary. Oscar Ding nodded heavily after hesitating for a long time. Brother Goso, I believe you are a smart person, and I also believe you are willing to travel. Many years ago, our Bayan race and the Sol Nebula base signed an agreement. You are destined to be a witness to the friendship between our 2 planets. Don't worry. When our Bayan race really masters aerospace technology and conquers other planets, you will definitely benefit from it. After saying this, Oscar Ding raised his head and laughed. Then he turned to look at Lasher. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and arrange all those young talents I found before to come here, and let them recognize Brother Goso as their teacher, so that Brother Goso can truly teach them everything he knows. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face froze immediately, because he didn't realize until now that the future of the Bayan race that he had carefully selected before had already been killed by Wang Wei's sneak attack, and all of them were in a sea of fire, leaving no one alive. Thinking of this, Oscar's somewhat fat body kept shaking, and even his teeth made a creaking sound because of the biting between each other, which made people feel numb after hearing it. This guy named Wang Wei. I will definitely cut him into pieces in the future to compensate for the warriors who died in his raid. I didn't expect that his raid this time would directly kill the young man named after our Bayan race, who is most likely to have the prefix of leader in the future. I will never forget this hatred in my life. Goso heard it, and he immediately understood the meaning of what Oscar Ding said. It must be that Wang Wei drove the spacecraft in the Interstellar Federation base at lightning speed to launch a raid on the secret base of the Bian race. This raid obviously directly attacked the most important place of the opponent, which led to the young hero, who was carefully selected by Oscar Ding to be buried in the sea of fire. I didn't expect that Wang Wei was so sharp in both strategy and work. And there was no procrastination, which made Goso feel more at ease. He was still assured of Wang Wei's work. Chapter 236, Locking the Position. It can be seen that Wang Wei had already pointed the spearhead of the entire planet Oscar Ding, and the Bian race to which Oscar Ding belonged a long time ago. After all, compared to the insect army, the Bian race's style of doing things is more despicable. If they are allowed to continue like this, God knows what kind of moth the Bian race will do with their stealth ability in the end. Rachel, now our Bian race is in need of people. Although you usually look mediocre and have nothing particularly outstanding, now that those young talents carefully selected by me are gone, I will hand over this important task to you first. Oscar Ding did not notice the changes in Goso's heart at this time. He had already come to Rasher, pointed in the direction of Goso with his right hand, and began to arrange tasks. So I hope you can become his student and learn more about the aerospace technology from the Sol Nebula planet in front of him. You should know how important these aerospace technologies are to our next plan. So I ask you to put down all the things you have done so far and concentrate on learning this one. In addition, I also ask you to come in person every once in a while and report your learning results to me. And tell me all the things you have learned and some of your inner feelings. Do you have the confidence to do it? Oscar Ding threw this hot potato directly to Lasher without any concealment this time. As we all know, knowledge itself is a process of continuous accumulation, whether it is on the Earth planet or on other planets in the multiverse. No matter what kind of thing it is, it can't be done overnight. But Oscar Ding obviously overestimated the Bian race's ability to absorb knowledge. At this time, he even naively believed that as long as Lasher was willing to study hard, he would be able to integrate everything taught by Goso in the shortest time, and thus become the technical foundation of their Bian race. But then again, Oscar Ding was able to build a four-way and four-dimensional aircraft without any external help, and was able to fight in the air just by stealing knowledge. From this point of view, Oscar Ding should be able to do this at least. As for why he arranged for Rachel to hand over to Goso instead of himself, he had other ideas in his mind. If he was right, Oscar Ding might be carrying out another extremely secret plan behind the scenes. And this plan must not only be kept strictly confidential, but also, to a certain extent, it is likely to have a great relationship with the next war between them and the Interstellar Federation base. It was precisely because this matter was of great importance that he had no way to get away in time. And finally, he could only hand over this hot potato and the opportunity to learn to Rachel. Rachel hesitated a little, and it was obvious that he was not very confident about his learning this time. Fortunately, when Rachel looked at Goso, he got a hint from Goso nod, and finally Rachel agreed hesitantly. Oscar Ding looked at Lasher meaningfully. I know you must think in your heart that if those young talents were still alive, such a good learning opportunity would definitely not be for you. I can also tell you responsibly that it is true. But the Bian race has always used this method to continuously make progress through the survival of the fittest. If we have no way to select the best genes and the best seeds, then how should the Bian race develop in the future technology? This time, I am also a general among the cripples. And I finally chose you. I hope you can live up to my trust and expectations of you. And I also hope you can understand that this time you are working hard for not only yourself, not just me, but the future of the entire Bian race. It must be said that Oscar Ding is indeed good at speaking and persuading people. The words he said now. If you just abandon the doubts about Oscar Ding's character and personality, no matter who it is possible that they will be moved a little in their hearts. Lasher nodded heavily. Don't worry, old man. I will do my best to complete the task you gave me this time. As for learning related aerospace technology with Goso, I will pick a fixed time to report to you in person. Rashier stood straight after saying this. Oscar Ding seemed very satisfied with his reaction. He reached out his hand, patted the other shoulder, and turned away. At this time, only Goso and Rashier were left in the room. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere at the scene fell into absolute silence for a moment. Rashier looked outside several times again, and after making sure that there was no one else around, he came to sit next to Goso. This time it's over. I'm going to be killed by you guys. I would rather Wang Wei kill me directly than endure such mental torture. Now it's good. The task of learning relevant aerospace technology from you falls on my head. And I know that you will never be able to provide us with the real aerospace technology of the Sol Nebula planet. So what do you think we should do next? Can we only waste time like this? Rashir sighed helplessly, frowned, spoke, and complained. Goso looked at Rashir, who looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears, and couldn't help but smile. Who told you the basic knowledge about aerospace technology? I won't tell you. Even if I want to tell you, you have to learn it bit by bit, not all at once. So, are you really planning to teach us the aerospace technology of your Sol Nebula civilization? Lasher's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light, and he looked at Goso excitedly. But Goso just smiled faintly. Repeat the grade? Don't forget that although you said you cooperated with us, in the final analysis, you are still a member of the Bayan race. The Bayan race, like the Zerg army, is the master of this planet and the native inhabitants of this planet. The forces that One Wei and I belong to are nothing more than guests from outside. If you put aside the hatred and prejudice between the Bayan race and the various conflicts between you and Oscar Ding, if he did not use so many means against us, but made a deal with us with sincerity, I believe the final result would definitely not be like this. Goso frowned, and it was obvious that he had a deeper understanding of the whole thing at this time. Rachel frowned. You said so much, but in the end, you still can't teach us this technology. Right? Then you have to tell me. How should I deal with that old guy next? Oscar Ding is not as easy to fool as you think. As a prophet in our entire Bayan race, his IQ is far higher than you and me. If we can't cooperate better, once he finds any clues, it is possible that you and I will be in trouble in the future. What Lasher said now is absolutely true, because he has been following Oscar Ding and knows exactly what kind of person Oscar Ding is. The most important thing about Oscar Ding is pragmatism. He basically disdains anyone or anything that can't provide him with any economic value and related benefits. As for the overall situation, the trust between the two sides, and other means of bewitching people, Oscar Ding has always been disdainful. That is why when facing Orwell, the leader of the Zerg army, he did not choose to have a good talk with him about cooperation, but directly arrested him and imprisoned him, and then used a heinous method to force Orwell to submit, and finally used Orwell's ability to communicate with the brain worm to control the entire Zerg army for his own use. In a sense, the power between the two sides has now reached a delicate balance. The Bayan race has been able to master the power of the Bayan race and the power of the Zerg army in a short period of time. The perfect fusion of the two forces can not only have the huge advantage of the Zerg army in defense, but also combine the Bayan race's ability to hide and sabotage secretly, and exert double pressure on the Interstellar Federation base. From the beginning, this matter was indeed a huge threat to the Interstellar Federation base controlled by One Wei. But due to the recent addition of the Sol Nebula base, and One Wei's successful solution to the secret of the Bayan race's invisibility and inability to be discovered, the strength and disparity between the two sides have once again returned to normal. Judging from the current situation, neither side can do anything to the other. Although One Wei has mastered this ability, which is equivalent to mastering the main control ability in the next battle, this does not mean that they can easily break through the Zerg army. The powerful defense barrier and the advantage of the Bayan race as indigenous people in the temporary base on the subspace planet. What's more, One Wei is still worried about the meat worm. As long as the meat worm is not resolved, he will not be able to completely free his mind to deal with the 8 races. This not only brings a certain respite to the Bayan race, but also delays the possibility of another fight between the two sides. Don't worry. If I'm not mistaken, Brother One Wei will not directly launch a war against the temporary base of the Bayan race in a short period of time. Nor will he take the initiative to provoke a dispute. I guess there are many things that need to be dealt with at the Interstellar Federation base. This is a rare opportunity for the two sides to adjust to each other. Seeing that Lasher looked worried, Goso finally couldn't help but comfort him. But Lasher sat down next to him, his face full of regret. You make it sound easy. You are locked up in this secret room and don't even have a chance to go out and take a look. How can you predict the next direction so accurately? Besides, judging from the current situation, the old man obviously wants to make a big move in the near future. When the Zerg army and the Bayan race attack again, the damage to the Interstellar Federation base will probably be much more serious than the first raid. I regret why I agreed to let you and Pingui join your side. Rasher's confidence has obviously begun to waver. Goso also began to get nervous secretly. He knew very well that once Rasher really gave up the cooperation agreement with Wang Wei and her, and went back on his word. If the entire plan formulated by Wang Wei and others was suddenly revealed to Oscar Ding, then Wang Wei implementation of the internal and external cooperation plan to rescue Orwell would fail completely. No matter how to adjust the strategy, no matter how to optimize and adjust on the original basis, there is only one way to fail in the end. After all, Oscar Ding has lived a long life, and his ability in arranging various things is not inferior to Wang Wei. In order to stabilize Rasher and provide more favorable conditions for the implementation of Wang Wei's entire plan, Goso could only grit his teeth. Well, from now on, we will systematically learn the unique aviation knowledge of our Sol Nebula planetary civilization. But you can't just build castles in the air with these aerospace knowledge. You have to learn from the beginning. Now I will teach you the research on energy conversion. Seeing that Goso didn't have any intention of shirking responsibility at this time, but was very serious about imparting knowledge to him, John Rasher didn't react for a while. He quickly looked at Goso, his eyes full of questions. So this time, are you really going to teach me all the aerospace knowledge you have mastered? Aren't you afraid that after I master this knowledge, I will directly betray you? Goso took a deep look at Rasher and then sighed. Although I don't know much about the internal affairs of your Bayan race, I know whether Oscar Ding is trustworthy or not. If Oscar Ding is really a popular person, you would not have turned against him when facing danger. If Oscar Ding is a trustworthy person, then Orwell, the leader of the same insect army, would not have been tossed into this state by him. In the final analysis, all that Oscar Ding did may not be for the future of the Bayan race, but may just be for his own ambition. Goso simply said all his thoughts directly, which could interfere with Rachel and make Rachel's already shaken confidence firm again. And on the other hand, he could find a plausible reason for his teaching this time. Anyway, even if he wanted to teach the other party some key details in aerospace technology, he had to start from the beginning, so that at least 4 or 5 days could be bought for the next action of the Interstellar Federation base where Wang Wei was. I just hope that within these 4 or 5 days, Wang Wei will not let me down, because every day that time is delayed, the danger for me and Orwell will increase. Rochelle hesitated for a moment and nodded. Well, then we won't learn it today. Tomorrow, after I have arranged everything, I will come to learn this aerospace knowledge from you. Don't worry. With the task given to me by the old man, I can come here at any time without hesitation. Which means that there are more opportunities for communication between us. If you have any other ideas or any information that you need me to take out, I will do my best to do it according to your requirements. But I still hope that you better not do it, because doing so may cause the identities of both of us to be exposed. Seeing that Lasher had finally stabilized again, the god Goso breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lasher was still unwilling to be only a team leader forever, and there was still an ambitious lion hidden in his heart. He was unwilling to be instructed by Oscar Ding, and believed that he could lead the Bayan race to a new peak with his own ability. It was precisely because of this unwillingness to admit defeat and unwillingness in his heart that Goso successfully completed his plan. Speaking of this, I really have one thing to do. I hope you can help me pass the information on. That is to tell my sister Malka not to do anything stupid at this time because of worrying about my safety. Let alone bring anything to Wang Wei because of this matter. Greater pressure. Little brother Wang Wei. What to do next? He only needs to lead the Sol Nebula Federation base to fully cooperate. Lasher glanced at Goso, hesitated for a while, and then nodded. Well, after all, you have entered a dangerous place this time, so there seems to be nothing wrong with me delivering a message to you now. However, as to when I can deliver this message, it depends on when I can meet them. After all, you know that my identity is still the team leader, although Oscar Ding has temporarily arranged such an opportunity for me to learn in front of you. I am still under his surveillance, and I can't just avoid the temporary base. Chapter 237. Put away your temper. Goso certainly understood that what Rachel said now had his own reasons. He nodded gently. Don't worry. I believe it won't be long before Wang Wei and Malka will come over, because it's been so quiet recently. Whether it's the Interstellar Federation base or Oscar Ding's side, the silence on both sides is enough to prove that after the previous period of war, both sides have suffered heavy losses. With these losses, they must be repaired and upgraded in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, they may face a series of risks in the future. And the reason why I told you these words this time, hoping that you can take them out when you meet them. The main reason is that I hope their plan can be relatively delayed, so that it will not arouse Oscar Ding's suspicion. Rochelle touched his nose. Okay. Then I will do this as you said. And we will talk about other things tomorrow. After saying this, Rochelle turned and left the room, leaving only Goso, who was curled up in the corner, looking at his body with lingering fear. It seems that the meatworms in the body have reached the point of maturity. If a solution to the parasites cannot be found in a short time, it is estimated that his final fate will be a miserable death. However, after thinking about it, Goso seemed to be relieved suddenly. After all, he had handed Malka to Wang Wei. He believed in Wang Wei's character, and knew that since Wang Wei agreed to accept his sister would definitely not be at any great risk. As long as his sister can live healthily and happily. As long as the other members of the Sol Nebula Federation base formed by the Fourth Fleet led by him will not suffer from the disaster of war. What's the problem even if he dies here? Goso's mouth curled up a relieved smile. Because the red pill he just swallowed. Now the whole body can no longer feel the slightest pain. So at this time, the whole person is lazily leaning against the corner next to him, squinting his eyes, and closing his eyes to rest. A buzzing sound came in the air, and then an object quickly passed through the sky, leaving a shadow of nothingness behind. A spaceship quietly lowered its voice and landed quietly in a small pit not far from the secret base of the Bian race. The hatch was opened, and Wang Wei and Malka walked out one after the other. What came into view was still a desolate void, as if it was impossible to see any plants in the subspace planet. The desolation made people feel a little desperate and depressed. What are we doing here? Could this be the temporary base of the Bian race you mentioned? But I don't seem to find any problems with the terrain. As soon as Malka came out, he immediately looked around. At the same time, he also found the place where Wang Wei landed this time, which seemed a little inexplicable. So he asked. Wang Wei did not dislike Malka's noisiness, but pointed to the crater not far away. Did you see it? The craters in the subspace planet are surrounded by extremely hard stone walls formed naturally. And these stone walls can play a good supporting and defensive role to a certain extent. Last time, I suddenly launched a raid on their base and dropped that super large triangular crystal stone inside. When it burned, it chose a hidden main cave under the cave of the crater. But after what happened last time, Oscar Ding will definitely not continue to renovate near the global mountain. He will definitely choose a relatively more hidden location around here to build a new snack base. Wang Wei analyzed the current situation while frowning, carefully observing the surrounding environment, trying to find the location where the other party's temporary base might exist. I have to say, this time, Oscar Ding has learned something strange. Not only can no ground signs be seen from the appearance, but the location he is looking for is even difficult to find in the air, compared with the previous temporary base. In terms of concealment, the two sides are not at the same level at all. After hearing Wang Wei's explanation, Malka nodded, not quite understanding. So, you don't even know where the gate of the enemy's temporary base is. Then how can we get in touch with Lasher? And how can I know whether my brother is dead or alive in the hands of the enemy? You didn't bring me out for fun on purpose, did you? Malka's eyebrows were raised, and it was obvious that he was a little angry at this time. For him, his brother was the most important person in his life, and he would never allow Goso to be in any danger. With a rather bitter smile, Wang Wei turned his head and looked at the other party. If I really just came out to stroll around, I could have chosen a larger space and a longer travel distance, and there would be no need to come here to fight with you. Right? And this time, during the whole process of coming here, I never took the initiative to mention taking you. You came here on your own request, and finally boarded the spaceship by force. Why are you blaming me now? Facing Wang Wei 2 consecutive questions, Malka, who felt guilty, of course also understood that he was not right in this matter. With a cold snort, he looked away. No one on either side spoke again. The main reason was that Malka had already felt that he was in the wrong at this time. If he continued to argue with Wang Wei like this, would Wang Wei be so angry that he would just throw him here and leave him alone? See, Malka finally calmed down and didn't bring up those nonsense again. After asking all kinds of strange questions, Wang Wei finally called the communicator next to him and tried to contact the Three-Eyed King of the Interstellar Alliance. Soon, the Three-Eyed King answered the communicator and heard the other party's weak voice. Chairman, where have you been again? I told you a long time ago that now is not the time for your personal heroism. No matter what happens, Everyone will always hold a meeting in the council to vote. If you really have any problems, the entire Interstellar Federation base may be in danger. Wang Wei ears are almost calloused by such reminders from the three-eyed king. But he never listened to the other person's words, because Wang Wei had already made up his mind about everything he was going to do. Okay, you just had a stomachache like you were about to give birth. Why are you giving me advice now? I took the initiative to contact you this time, hoping that you could help me explore the surrounding terrain, and use the thermal and motion sensors on the drone to carefully scan all locations around 3 kilometers around the crater. I can't find the entrance to the temporary base created by Oscar Ding for the second time, and I haven't found it yet. Wang Wei told the difficulties he was facing now. But the king of the three-eyed alien was stunned for a while, then smiled helplessly. Chairman, you are really a noble man who forgets things. Most of our drone group has been destroyed in the last operation. In the end, only the few drones left have been damaged to varying degrees. I can't be sure whether the thermal imaging detection equipment on the drone can still play a role. I can only give it a try. After hearing the three-eyed Star King say these words, Wang Wei finally reacted. What he said was absolutely right, because in the last direct sales mission, it was Wang Wei who commanded the three-eyed Star King to drive the drone group into the huge spaceship that the Bian race had just developed, causing the pilot in the spaceship to be directly killed. And later, because of the huge energy or of the 3-prism crystal stone, another drone was wasted. These 2 consecutive actions led to a decrease in the number of drones. In addition, the battle between the Bian race and the insect army some time ago. Both sides, they all took out their rights. And in that battle, the insect army with strong defense captured many drones in the form of stacking and destroyed them. Now we can only choose the general from the cripples. And maybe we can be lucky enough to find a normal one. For some reason, Wang Wei only felt an inexplicable anxiety in his heart. You'd better make arrangements quickly. Malka and I are now in a pit near the crater. If your speed is slower, if we are discovered by others, the battle between the 2 sides may start early this time. The three-eyed Star King dared not delay any longer, and immediately began to control the drone to fly in the direction of the crater. The straight-line distance between the Interstellar Federation base and the crater is not very far, and the distance of the crater is also extremely accurate by Oscar Ding. The distance between the crater and the Interstellar Federation base and the Sol Nebula Federation base is basically the same, which is equivalent to being in the center of the 2 bases. This means that he can attack any base in a similar amount of time. From this point of view, Oscar Ding actually made careful preparations for the competition between the 3 forces. As the drone quietly detected above the crater, the three-eyed Star King hesitated and turned on the thermal imager. And soon a series of red shadows appeared in a pit not far away. The three-eyed Star King took out the walkie-talkie again and confirmed the current location of Wang Wei and Malka with Wang Wei, and marked the coordinates of the suspicious place on the positioning instruments of both parties' communicators. Looking at the transparent red dot on the panel on his arm, Wang Wei measured the distance between him and himself and couldn't help but take a breath. It turned out that he was not far from the other party's secret entrance, and the straight-line distance was even less than 500 meters. Fortunately, Malka didn't continue to quarrel with him just now. And fortunately, he controlled his emotions well at that time. Once a quarrel occurred between him and Malka, it was very likely that the other party would have discovered it before the matter began. Thinking of this, Wang Wei felt a little scared. At this time, Malka also came over. Have you got the result? Where is it? How do we get in later? Malka asked another series of questions. Wang Wei looked at her unhappily and sighed awkwardly. Malka, don't forget that your brother entrusted me to take care of you, so I can bring you here in person this time, which is already a great respect for you. So you can't participate in the next action. The reason why Wang Wei didn't agree to Malka to act with him was that Malka was a straightforward person, and it was difficult for him to control his emotions when encountering things. If he really couldn't control his emotions for a while, and cause the failure of this action plan, it would be difficult to approach their temporary camp next time and implement the next plan. On the other hand, the issue of Malka's safety must also be considered, since Goso intends to join the game himself and cooperate with Wang Wei to carry out the entire plan. It means that Goso has never included his sister in the entire plan. If Malka really has any problems this time, even if he succeeds and rescues Orwell, the leader of the insect army, and Goso, he will not be able to explain to Goso about Malka in the end. No matter how you think about this matter, It is not a wise choice to bring Malka here. But Malka at that time forced him to act with him. And finally this embarrassing situation occurred. As Wang Wei expected, Malka put her hands on her waist and glared, pointing a finger at Wang Wei, posing like a fierce girl. Wang Wei, what are you thinking? You have brought me out. Isn't it safer with one more person? Why did you throw me out like a useless person at this time, and kick me out of the whole plan? I came here not just to help you, but to see my brother. I want to make sure he is still alive. Malka's voice began to become a little sharp. And at the same time, his chest rose and fell violently. Obviously he was really angry. Wang Wei glanced at Malka lightly. If you really want your brother to be alive, then you should obey my instructions better, and do things according to my requirements, instead of putting on a shrew scolding posture in front of me like now. Malka was speechless for a while after hearing what Wang Wei said. Of course, he knew that if his brother was at the scene, he would definitely not agree with him doing this. But the worry about his brother in his heart finally made him subconsciously straighten his chest. Anyway, I don't care. I can guarantee that I can do what you say. But you must take me with you this time. If you don't take me with you, even if you rescue my brother and the others, I won't remember your kindness. Originally, I thought that what I said now could definitely control Wang Wei to a certain extent, so that Wang Wei would change his mind and take me with him. But Wang Wei just smiled faintly and pointed to the spaceship behind him. This spaceship has turned on the anti-detection mode. If you don't actively attack others, it is impossible for any technology on this planet to detect it. You go back to the spaceship now, and wait patiently for my return. I will never agree to your request just now. You better give up this idea. Seeing Wang Wei taking one step forward and one step back, heading towards the secret base, Marka was about to follow him. But Wang Wei suddenly turned around and looked at him fiercely. If you don't want your brother to get into trouble, and don't want our cooperation to fail, I advise you not to use your temper to put away your little luck at this time. Wait until your brother comes back and vent your anger on him. This is not a place for you to mess around. Having known Wang Wei for so long, this is the first time Marka has seen Wang Wei warn her so seriously. Marka hesitated and stood there for a while, and finally had to return to the spaceship reluctantly. Wang Wei also sped up, and soon arrived near a call. Although the subspace planet looks very barren, with vast gobi deserts everywhere, the valleys are still more or less cool and moist, which makes Wang Wei even doubt whether the ecology of the entire subspace planet can be directly changed by changing the landform. Of course, this idea was just a flash in Wang Wei's mind. After all, he came here for the benefit of all the directors of the entire Interstellar Federation base, not to benefit them. The Bian race and the Zerg army have never been able to give him a chance to communicate with them. Both sides seem to have gotten stuck in a dead end, so that extremely sharp and cruel wars broke out between the two sides again and again. Wang Wei came from Earth, and the Dongsha kingdom on the planet naturally did not want to plunder resources by war. But from the current situation, Oscar Ding of the Bian race did not seem to think so. Chapter 238 Temporary Safety. While resting in the shade of the mountain, Wang Wei found traces of the insect army and the activities of the Bian race. He wanted to rest, but he immediately became alert. The Bian race has a very high IQ. If he is discovered by the Bian race, even if he is well prepared, it will be very dangerous. This time, his main purpose is to find out the situation of Goso and Orwell, not to get himself involved. But even so, he has to take a risk and try to see if he can get close to the Bian race. Otherwise it will be impossible to see Lasher. Wang Wei hid in the shadow of the mountain and turned on the hidden mode of the Xiantian armor. In this hidden mode, even the Bian race with a super high IQ cannot detect his existence without him actively attacking. After a period of waiting, Wang Wei finally saw a few Bian people wearing clothes and walking in a weird posture. It seems that they should be the people in charge of patrolling. Wang Wei quietly waited for them to approach. Since they were patrolling, they would definitely return to the Bian race's base, so he wouldn't have to search aimlessly and could save more time. Wang Wei was still very worried about Malka in the spaceship. He knew that Malka was very worried about Goso's situation. If he stayed outside for too long, Malka might not be able to wait in the spaceship honestly. Once Rashir did something out of line, both of them would probably die here. Just as Wang Wei followed the Bian race's patrol team and gradually approached its base, the Bian race's patrol team suddenly stopped. Wang Wei hurriedly stopped and stood there without daring to make a sound. He was not sure whether the Bian race would find him, but he couldn't gamble. Even if Rashir had decided to cooperate with him now, he couldn't joke about it. After all, he was still representing the Interstellar Federation base, and Rashir's status in the Bayan race was not high. If he didn't want to be discovered and solved by Oscar Ding, the relationship between Lasher and them must not be exposed now. Otherwise Lasher would never have the opportunity to join forces with them to solve Oscar Ding, who would do anything to get rid of him. The captain of the Bayan patrol team turned his head and looked behind him. Frowning, "Did you hear any strange sounds?" The patrol team members looked behind them and shook their heads. Wang Wei didn't expect that the patrol captain of the Bayan race could actually detect his following. Could it be that the hidden mode of the Xiantian armor had not suppressed his voice? The patrol captain of the Bayan race walked around the direction they came from several times, compared the footprints on the ground several times, and finally frowned, looking very puzzled. Impossible. I'm sure I heard different footsteps just now. How could there be no other people? Different footsteps? Wang Wei then remembered that even if the Xiantian armor could hide all traces of his existence, he was different from the Bayan race. The Bayan race is a branch of the Zerg. They have 6 legs, so the sound they make when walking on the ground is naturally different from his. Fortunately, he had foresight and put on the Xiantian armor when he left the spacecraft. Otherwise, without the hidden mode of the Xiantian armor, he would have been discovered by the patrol captain of the Bayan race long ago. "Captain, it's almost time for the patrol team to change shifts. We need to get back as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be difficult for us to explain to the leaders above." The patrol captain nodded, and finally turned his head to look in Wang Wei's direction. The patrol captain's look made Wang Wei feel tingling. Although the Bayan race's super strong sensing ability belonging to the Zerg has degenerated during the evolution process, they only have a higher IQ. But having a super high IQ means that the Bayan race's brain is abnormally developed. Such a group generally has an amazing intuition. The look just now from the Bayan race patrol captain made Wang Wei even feel that the other party had known his existence. Fortunately, he still believed in the ability of the Xiantian armor. In this way, Wang Wei followed the patrol team of the Bayan race and successfully arrived at the underground base of the Bayan race. When Wang Wei saw the huge entrance to the base, he was shocked. He only knew that the Bayan race was a very powerful existence in this subspace planet. Otherwise Oscar Ding would not have such great ambitions and dared to attack the people of the Interstellar Federation base. When entering the base of the Bayan race, the machine issued a sharp alarm because it sensed the existence of other life forms. The Bayan race, who were still working step by step, suddenly became nervous. Wang Wei took out a plant for food from his pocket and threw it in an inconspicuous place. Then, he took advantage of the panic of the Bayan race and walked straight into the Bayan race's base. Not far from the entrance of the base, there is a distribution map of the base. Seeing the distribution map, Wang Wei felt a little relieved, because this distribution map clearly marked the location of Rasher. As long as he could find Rasher, he would be able to relax. However, what Wang Wei didn't know was that his intrusion into the Bayan race base had attracted Oscar Ding's attention. However, in the end, the Bayan race investigators did not find any living organisms that could move, but only found a plant in the corner that had never been seen on this subspace planet. When Oscar Ding saw this plant, he frowned and thought of the people from the Interstellar Federation base who were brought back by Rasher some time ago. He suspected that the appearance of this plant had a lot to do with that person. He immediately ordered the patrol team of the Bayan race to strengthen patrols, and if they found any abnormalities, they should report to him as soon as possible. Otherwise they would punish those who failed to do their job according to the strict management system of the Bayan race. At the same time, Wang Wei also successfully found the place where Rasher worked. Compared with the situation at the entrance of the base, the situation here seems to be more relaxed. The alarm outside did not affect the work of the Bayan race here. Wang Wei, wearing Xiantian armor, shuttled between the insect swarms and finally found Rashiel. But he could not show up to meet Rashiel immediately. He had to wait until Rashiel was resting so that he could meet Rashiel without attracting the attention of other Bayan races. Rashiel always felt that someone was staring at him from behind. But when he turned around, he found that there was no one behind him, until he finished his work and returned to his resting place. He saw Wang Wei gradually unlocking the hidden mode at the door. The moment he saw Wang Wei, Rashiel's eyes were full of shock. "You? How did you appear here? How did you sneak into our base?" Wang Wei pointed to the Xiantian armor on his body. "The Xiantian armor has a hidden function, which can hide my breath and traces of activities. I came here and followed your Bayan patrol team into your base." Rashir suddenly remembered that during the day, The alien creature alarm sounded at the entrance of the base. It turned out to be you. The alien creature detected by the alien creature detector is you. Not a plant at all. Wang Wei nodded to Russia. Then observed his room to make sure that there would be no device in his room that would allow him to be discovered by the Bayan people. And then immediately began to talk to Rashir. Why did you suddenly come here? Are you here for Gozo and Orwell? But do you know that it is very dangerous for you to suddenly appear here like this? The alien biological detector did not find your trace this time. Which does not mean that you will be so lucky every time. Wang Wei asked Lasher to be patient. He could understand Lasher's concerns. But now, he was confident that he could avoid the detection of the alien biological detector. The only thing he was worried about was the situation of Orwell and Gozo. How are Gozo and Orwell doing now? Hearing Wang Wei mention this, Lasher's face suddenly became a little ugly. For Wang Wei, the news he had was definitely not good news. Unfortunately, the presence of meatworms has been detected in Gozo and Orwell's bodies. I am very sorry for this. Wang Wei frowned and felt that Lasher's words were very unpleasant. But the Bayan race was different from them. And it was understandable that they spoke differently. But Lasher also gave Wang Wei some good news. Although the meatworms were found in both of them. Fortunately, the meatworms have not caused any impact on their bodies for the time being. You still have time. Wang Wei nodded. At present, none of them could be sure whether the meatworms would cause any very bad effects on the human body. But after all, they were parasites. And he couldn't just watch Gozo and Orwell parasitize with meatworms and remain indifferent. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Wang Wei's mind. Although the meatworms are parasites, they should also be considered a kind of Zerg. And the Bayan race is also a Zerg. Maybe Rasher and the others can know how to drive the meatworms out of the body. He thought so and asked the same question. But Lasher seemed to be stumped by his question. He thought for a long time before answering his question. You are right. Although the meatworm is a parasite, it does belong to the same Zerg race as us. It's just that our Bayan race will not be parasitized by the meatworm. The meatworm repels other Zerg races. So we don't have any good solution yet. Wang Wei was a little frustrated. But the next second he thought of Oscar Ding, the leader of the Bayan race. Oscar Ding is a very smart person. Being able to become the leader of the Bayan race proves that he knows a lot of things that others don't know. If it is Oscar Ding, can he solve the problem of the parasitic striped worm? When Wang Wei asked Lasher, Lasher's first reaction was that it was very likely. But he had not yet told Oscar Ding about the striped worm. So he didn't know if Oscar had any way to solve this matter. So, you stay with me first. I will tell Oscar that Gozo and Orwell have striped worms in their bodies. And see if he can solve the problem of striped worms. Gozo and Orwell are equivalent to Oscar's bargaining chips to threaten the Interstellar Federation. So Lasher and Wang Wei both understand that Oscar will never easily take action against these two people. But if he knew that these two people had striped worms in their bodies, in order not to affect his plan, Oscar might help Gozo and Orwell get rid of the striped worms in their bodies. Wang Wei, as Rachel said, did not follow Rachel to meet Oscar. Although he was very confident in the Xiantian armor, he had to say that Oscar was too smart. He could not bet that Oscar would not find him wearing the Xiantian armor. On the contrary, it was normal for Rachel to report this to Oscar. So he just had to wait here for the good news that Rachel would bring back. On the other hand, after meeting Oscar, Rachel reported to Oscar in a concise manner that Gozo and Orwell had meatworms parasitizing their bodies. Oscar was not surprised, and even thought that it was a good thing for the meatworms to parasitize their bodies. Rachel pretended to know nothing and asked Oscar if the meatworms were harmful to their bodies. Then would all their plans be in vain? In this case, they would not be able to continue to use these two people to threaten the Interstellar Federation. So it would be a bit difficult to deal with the Interstellar Federation. Hearing his words, Oscar suddenly laughed. You can rest assured. Although the striped worms parasitizing those fragile humans is harmful to them, I can control these striped worms so that they cannot harm the human body. In order not to arouse Oscar's suspicion, Lasher certainly did not ask Oscar to directly remove the striped worms from Gozo and Orwell's bodies. He acted as if he was thinking about Oscar and Oscar's plan, and made a suggestion. Oscar, if we can temporarily remove the striped worms from their bodies, and put them back when necessary, we can greatly extend the lifespan of these humans. Which is also a good thing for us. Oscar nodded, but smiled helplessly. I can't take the striped worms out of their bodies. And now the striped worms are parasitic in their bodies. You should understand the nature of parasitism. They will gradually split into new individuals in the human body and look for other suitable existences for parasitism. After Lasher came back from Oscar, he told Wang Wei the results he got truthfully. After hearing that Oscar had no way to completely eliminate the striped worms parasitic in humans, Wang Wei realized that he might need other ways to solve this problem. Since he knew that there was no way to solve the striped worms, and also knew that Goso and Orwell were in good condition, Wang Wei planned to go back. Oscar had no way to solve the problem, so there was little point for him to stay. But before leaving, Wang Wei still hoped that Rachel could help tell Goso and Orwell a word. Please tell them for me. Tell them not to worry. I will definitely implement the plan to rescue them as soon as possible after solving the problems in the base. Rachel also made Wang Wei worried. Although he couldn't show it too obviously, at least he wouldn't let Goso and Orwell be in danger of life in a short time. Even if Rachel didn't say this, Wang Wei believed that the two of them would definitely not encounter any danger, because they are still useful to Oscar at present. Since they are useful, it proves that Oscar will never attack Goso and Orwell. When leaving, Wang Wei activated the hidden mode of the Xietian armor as usual. But when leaving the Bian race base, it still triggered the alarm of the alien biological detector. However, this time Wang Wei did not stop. He successfully found the place where the spacecraft was parked based on his memory of the time he came. The moment he walked into the spaceship, he saw Malka and others staring at him. How are my brother and the others? Malka grabbed Wang Wei's arm tightly, as if looking forward to what Wang Wei was about to say. Wang Wei shook his head. Generally speaking, the situation of Goso and Orwell is still good, because Oscar wants to use them to learn about the situation of the Interstellar Federation from them, or to use them to threaten us. In short, he will definitely not do anything to them in a short time. The bad thing is that whether it is Goso or Orwell, they have been parasitized by meatworms, and we can't find a way to get rid of this kind of meatworms parasitic in their bodies for the time being. Even Oscar, the leader of the Bian race, can't do it. Malka suddenly fell to the ground. Tears kept falling, looking very pitiful. Wang Wei took off his Xientian armor and walked to Malka's side. Don't worry. I have asked Lasher to investigate the situation. Since Oscar still needs your brother and Orwell, he will never let them lose. Oscar can also control the meatworms parasitic in their bodies and prevent them from hurting them. Don't worry. We will definitely find a solution to the problem. Malka looked at Wang Wei and suddenly felt a lot more at ease. You are right. Now is not the time to cry. I have to be strong and find a solution to the meatworm parasitism. Seeing Malka recover, Wang Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately told Malka to start the spaceship. They must return to the base as soon as possible, if they want to find a solution to the meatworm. There is definitely no way to solve it on the subspace planet. Malka immediately got up to start the spaceship, and the spaceship returned to the base at the fastest speed. At the same time as the spaceship landed at the base, a group of people came out of the Nanchaman transmission device, and a large amount of supplies were also sent over. Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang were the experts in this field that Lao Wang and Lao Zheng had found. After they met Wang Wei, they immediately proposed to find people parasitized by meat tapeworms in the base as experimental subjects to conduct their experiments related to meat tapeworm parasitism. Their words made Wang Wei frown suddenly. The experiment of stripping meat tapeworms may put the experimental subject's life in danger. This needs to be informed in advance. Chapter 239 Experimental Accident. When the King of the Three-Eyed Star heard that Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang were about to start the experiment, he immediately turned around to find a suitable candidate as the experimental subject, but was immediately stopped by Wang Wei. Wait a minute. The King of the Three-Eyed Star frowned and stared at Wang Wei with his three eyes in confusion. You clearly know that the parasitism of the striped worm may be dangerous, but now you are unwilling to let people select experimental subjects for the experiment. Are you going to watch those people die from the parasitism of the striped worm? Wang Wei could understand why the King of the Three-Eyed Star was so anxious. After all, there were also three-eyed people among those parasitized by the striped worm. However, he heard what Ouyang Jifeng said, that this meatworm peeling experiment would put the subjects' lives in danger. Could it be that the three-eyed king, who always loved his own lives, didn't hear it at all? Didn't you just hear them say that the meatworm peeling experiment might put the subjects' lives in danger? Are you saying that the most important words of your people are empty talk? The three-eyed king was stunned and looked at Wang Wei angrily. Why are you telling me such an important thing now? Wang Wei felt helpless. He didn't expect that he, who was usually calm and valued his people very much, would be so excited at such a time. You didn't even give me a chance to speak. He ignored the three-eyed alien king and looked at Ouyang Jifeng. Since this meatworm peeling experiment needs a test subject, let me be your test subject. Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang both showed embarrassment on their faces. Although they were scientific researchers, they also knew that Wang Wei's identity was not ordinary. If Wang Wei was really allowed to be the test subject of this experiment, once Wang Wei was in any danger, they would probably not be able to explain to everyone. Even the king of the three-eyed alien, who had been bickering with Wang Wei in the capital, came out to stop Wang Wei at this time. Although I feel sorry for my people and don't want to see their casualties, you must not be the subject of this experiment. If something happens to you, the entire Interstellar Federation will be completely paralyzed. Not to mention that you are not afraid of death? Wang Wei shook his head. I have confidence in the two experts Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. Since they are willing to try the method of peeling off the meatworm, someone must be the subject of the experiment. The current situation of those who are actually parasitized by the meatworm is very grim. Wang Wei is also afraid that if those who are actually parasitized by the meatworm are allowed to serve as experimental subjects, it is very likely to affect the accuracy of the experiment. The king of the three-eyed alien disagreed with Wang Wei's statement. You are being a hero. Do you know how big the risk is? Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang also spoke up at the right time. If there is only one experimental subject, I am afraid that we cannot accurately get the method of how to remove the meatworm from the human body. I think we still need more experimental subjects. Wang Wei frowned. He didn't want to involve anyone in this matter. If someone really got into trouble in this experiment, he didn't want that person to be someone else in the base. When he thought of this, he was about to ask Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang if they could do experiments on other life forms. But he didn't expect the three-eyed Star King to immediately stand up. I absolutely can't let you face such a dangerous experiment alone. So I want to join and become the subject of this experiment. Wang Wei looked at the three-eyed Star King puzzledly, not understanding why he had to get involved. This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to get involved. The three-eyed Star King was also stubborn. If you don't want to find experimental subjects among those warriors parasitized by meat stripes, then you must agree to my conditions and let me become the experimental subject of this experiment. Otherwise, there is no room for negotiation. Wang Wei knew that he couldn't change the three-eyed Star King mind, so he simply agreed. Just as Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang said, this experiment still needs to be controlled. Otherwise, just relying on the stripping of meat stripes on a single individual, it is probably not an experiment at all, but a chance. Luck is a terrible thing. What works for her may be a death warrant for other people parasitized by striped worms. Okay, let the two of us serve as the experimental subjects for this experiment. Wang Wei looked at Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. In addition to the requirements for experimental subjects, do you have any other requirements? Put them forward at once, and I will ask someone to arrange them immediately. Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang thought about it, and put forward the requirement of building a dust-free warehouse. The experiment requires a relatively stable environment, so that the correctness of the experiment can be tested. So we need a dust-free warehouse. Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang explained all the requirements for their experiments, and Wang Wei asked people to record them and prepare according to their requirements. Although the situation at the Interstellar Federation base was more complicated and the resources were not so sufficient, fortunately they still had the Nanchaman transmission device. The series of materials needed by Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang for the experiment could be transported to the Interstellar Federation base through the Nanchaman transmission device. It only took a few days for the dust-free warehouse to be built. The King of the Three-Eyed Star and Wang Wei entered the dust-free warehouse as experimental subjects. In the dust-free warehouse, meat strips were implanted in their bodies. These meat strips were accidentally stripped from the bodies of dead people before, and they were still alive, so they could be used as experimental subjects. After the meat strips were transplanted into their bodies, the two did not notice any changes in themselves on the surface, especially the King of the Three-Eyed Star. He even felt that his life had not changed at all, and he ate and drank as usual. Seeing the state of the Three-Eyed Star King, Wang Wei was also curious and asked, aren't you worried that the meat stripe worms will affect your body after parasitizing in your body, or make you suddenly? Wang Wei didn't finish his words, but his meaning was already very clear. The Three-Eyed Star King shrugged indifferently while eating. Of course I'm not worried about this. After all, even if I really have something wrong, you will be with me when I die? If something happens to me, can you live alone? Although what the Three-Eyed Star King said was right, it made Wang Wei feel very uncomfortable. When the experiment officially began, Ouyang Jifeng, as Wu Jigang's assistant, began to adjust the biological pulse wave according to Wu Jigang's requirements to affect the meat stripe worms in the two people's bodies. However, Wang Wei and the three-eyed Star King did not react at all at the beginning. It was not until Wu Jigang asked Ouyang Jifeng to adjust the biological pulse wave to 300 Hz that the three-eyed Star King face suddenly turned pale and bloodless. At first, he could barely hold on. But Wu Jigang also noticed the reaction of the three-eyed Star King. He did not ask Ouyang Jifeng to stop releasing biological pulse waves to the three-eyed Star King, but excitedly observed the reaction of the three-eyed Star King. At this moment, the three-eyed Star King suddenly fell to the ground and began to roll on the ground. The expression on his face seemed to tell everyone that he was in great pain. When Wang Wei saw this scene, he immediately signaled Wu Jigang to stop the experiment immediately. Although he didn't know what happened to the three-eyed Star King, he could see that their experiment had obviously deviated from the correct direction. They were experimenting on how to remove the meat worms from the bodies of living things, instead of using biological pulse waves to stimulate the meat worms in their bodies. Stop. The experiment must be stopped immediately. Otherwise the three-eyed Star King will not be able to hold on. Wang Wei stood in front of the empty three-eyed Star King and loudly ordered Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang to stop the experiment. But Ouyang Jifeng glanced at Wu Jigang and found that Wu Jigang not only had no intention of stopping, but had even started to pick up paper and pen to record the reaction of the three-eyed Star King. They could all see the degree of pain of the three-eyed Star King, and Ouyang Jifeng really couldn't bear it. At this moment, the three-eyed Star King, who was still struggling in pain, suddenly threw a pulse-electric knife to Wang Wei, hoping that Wang Wei could kill him. Killing me is too painful. I would rather die than endure such torture to remove the meat worm from my body. The three-eyed Star King showed a relieved expression while speaking. Although I hate you, I have to say that you do have very powerful abilities. If I can die in your hands, it would be a waste of my life. Wang Wei frowned and stopped the three-eyed Star King from continuing to talk nonsense. You won't die. As long as they stop the experiment now, you won't be so painful. The reason you feel pain is because the meat worm is stimulated by the biological pulse wave and is causing chaos in your body. Wang Wei knew the three-eyed Star King character. If it wasn't for the unbearable pain, the three-eyed Star King would never have the idea of committing suicide. Stop the experiment quickly. Otherwise, I will execute you according to the laws of the base. Wang Wei couldn't bear it anymore. Although Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang were very curious about the reaction of the three-eyed Star King, at least they didn't reach the point of being crazy. So they stopped the experiment in time. When they changed into sterile suits and walked into the dust-free chamber, Wang Wei immediately stood up and walked towards them. After Wang Wei knocked Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang to the ground with 2 punches, he frowned and questioned the two. You have clearly seen the pain of the three-eyed alien king. Why don't you stop the experiment? Also, isn't the content of this experiment to remove the striped worms from the organism? Why are you trying to stimulate and activate the striped worms in our bodies? Ouyang Jifeng hurriedly explained to Wang Wei, you misunderstood. Our research project is not in the form of surgery, but to find the biological waves that the striped worms hate the most. Through the stimulation of this biological wave, the striped worms try to escape from the environment. They are parasitic. We all think that this will allow the striped worms to be separated from the organism by themselves. Wang Wei sneered. It is because I believe in what you said that I agreed and asked the three-eyed Star King to become the experimental subject of your experiment this time. But what are you doing now? You are not only playing with human lives, but also looking for sound waves that are more suitable for the striped worms to move. Am I wrong? Ouyang Jifeng's expression became a little ugly. He didn't think that Wang Wei doubted them or didn't trust them. But he knew that what Wang Wei said was right. What they just found was the biological wave that made the striped worms move violently. But he never thought of using this biological wave to harm anyone. What's more, the two people in front of them are the head of the Interstellar Federation and the king of the three-eyed alien. They can't afford to offend either of them. You must have misunderstood us. Although our experiment is to find the sound waves that the meat striped worms find annoying, so as to drive the meat striped worms to separate from the biological body by themselves. The experiment is to record the whole process of the experimental subjects being affected. We are doing this as a reasonable experimental process. Wang Wei felt that it was impossible to reason with these two so-called experts. Is this how you usually do experiments? If your experimental subjects are not biological, you can do whatever you want, because they will not feel pain, and they may not even be in danger of life. But have you ever thought that if you just continued for a while, the biological waves would most likely make the three-eyed, the alien king lost his life? Wu Jigang didn't seem to agree with Wang Wei's statement. After Wang Wei finished speaking, he frowned and began to refute Wang Wei's remarks. Since you are the experimental subjects, you must strictly follow the experimental process. Our research on meatworms has a process. We can't affect our understanding of meatworms for your comfort. Wang Wei felt that Wu Jigang was simply crazy. If there was an inanimate object in front of him, he would be able to accept any experimental methods Wu Jigang used on inanimate objects. He even said that if they were facing meatworms that were not implanted in their bodies, it would be normal for them to use any means. But what they are facing now is a living person, using biological pulse waves to drive meat stripes to torture living people. Wang Wei thinks that this matter is far from being done, and it is even more impossible to explain it in this way. No matter what you want to do, I hope you can figure out one thing. Your experiment is used to save people, not to kill people. After saying that, Wang Wei punched Wu Jigang in the face again. He did not deliberately target Wu Jigang, but what Wu Jigang did made him unacceptable at all. Old Wang and Old Zheng, who came late, were also shocked when they saw Wang Wei riding on Wu Jigang and beating Wu Jigang. They didn't even have time to change into sterile clothes, and rushed into the dust-free warehouse to pull Wang Wei and Wu Jigang apart. Wu Jigang was beaten black and blue, but he still looked at Wang Wei with dissatisfaction. Since it is an experiment, you, as the experimental subjects, have no right to point fingers at the experiment. Hearing this, Wang Wei rushed up to teach Wu Jigang a lesson again, but was stopped by Old Wang and Old Zheng. Lao Wang immediately asked Ouyang Jifeng to take Wu Jigang away, and let the two of them handle this. When Ouyang Jifeng took Wu Jigang away, Wang Wei's cold voice sounded from behind them. Don't think you are from Earth. But if you dare to do anything behind my back, I will never let you off easily after I find out. Wang Wei's eyes were firm, which scared Ouyang Jifeng. Fortunately, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were there. Seeing that Wang Wei had no intention of doing anything to Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, Lao Wang hurriedly urged Ouyang Jifeng to take Wu Jigang away. Take Wu Jigang away quickly. Take him to treat his wounds. Why are you still standing here? Ouyang Jifeng did not dare to stay, and immediately helped Wu Jigang out of the laboratory. After they left, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng sighed at Wang Wei, who was angry, and said, "Why did you do this? You know they are just doing experiments." Wang Wei looked at them puzzledly and raised the pulse-electric knife handed to him by the King of the Three-Eyed Star. This was given to me by the King of the Three-Eyed Star. During their experiment, the King of the Three-Eyed Star could not bear the pain of being tortured by the meatworms, so he asked me to kill him with this knife. Do you still think there is no problem with the experimental process? Moreover, the content of the experiment was supposed to be to find the biological wave that would make the striped worm unable to stay in the organism and peel off from the organism by itself. But now they are so interested in the biological wave that can make the striped worm active. Can you still say that there is no problem with their research? Old Wang and Old Zheng were also very surprised. But at present, the only people who can study the striped worm are Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. Since the striped worm can make the King of the Three-Eyed Star so sad that he wants to end his life, it means that they made the right decision to organize this experiment. Maybe they were too excited this time, so they didn't grasp the right measure. You don't need to be so excited. Just solve any problems. Wang Wei can understand the feelings of Old Wang and Old Zheng. After all, the parasitism of the striped worm does pose a great threat to them. But according to the experimental methods of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, the two of them, as experimental subjects, may really be in danger of their lives. If he was the only subject of the experiment this time, he would not care. But if the King of the Three-Eyed Star was hurt, how could he explain to the people of the King of the Three-Eyed Star? Old Wang and Old Zheng also knew that Wang Wei was definitely not an unreasonable person. So they began to reason with Wang Wei. Only the two of them can do this experiment. And the threat of the meatworm to us is even more imminent. We will communicate with them later, and ask them not to be too radical during the experiment. They should consider the state of the experimental subjects, and prevent similar things from happening again. Wang Wei gradually calmed down, helped the King of the Three-Eyed Star to the bed, and sat there in silence. Old Wang walked to Wang Wei, and whispered to Wang Wei, "You should also understand that now these two people are the saviors of our entire base. Even if there are still some problems with this experiment, we have no other choice." Right? Wang Wei certainly understood. But he still felt that there was something wrong with these two people. At that time, Wu Jigang's obsessed eyes made him feel very wrong. Chapter 240 Crazy Master and Disciple. In the infirmary of the base, there were only Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. While treating Ouyang Jifeng's wound, Wu Jigang complained that Wang Wei was too violent. I have never seen such an unreasonable person. Even if the experimental subject really felt very painful, didn't we stop the experiment immediately? Why did he do it without saying anything? Teacher, you were beaten like this. How can the next experiment be carried out? Is this their attitude of begging for help? When Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang were called in, they already knew the situation of the Interstellar Federation base. And they also understood the huge threat that parasites, such as meat stripes, pose to the people in the Interstellar Federation base. So Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang always felt that Wang Wei and the others were asking for help. Not that they were helping for free. Looking at the wound on the teacher's face, Ouyang Jifeng immediately wanted to quit. Teacher, if they still have this attitude, I think we might as well quit this experiment directly. Anyway, the meat stripworms will not be brought to the earth for the time being. Hearing the student's words, Wu Jigang immediately refused. No, we absolutely cannot quit this experiment. Because for us, this experiment is very important. If we quit temporarily, do you know how great an opportunity we will miss? Ouyang Jifeng looked at Wu Jigang in confusion. But teacher, I think if we continue to stay and conduct experiments according to our ideas, that man may still attack you. Ouyang Jifeng's words made Wu Jigang sneer. You should understand that the parasites we are studying now will have a very big role in promoting the substitute science we are going to study next. Do you know why I answered? Should we come here to help them remove the parasites from the organisms? Ouyang Jifeng thought for a while and said, Teacher, don't you think this kind of meat stripworm has research value? Wu Jigang nodded. Although what you said makes sense, it is not entirely right. Indeed, this kind of parasite is something we have never seen on Earth before. But it is also for this reason that as long as we are willing to come here, we can get first-hand information about this parasite. What do you think will happen if we have these? Ouyang Jifeng looked at the teacher's increasingly crazy appearance, vaguely guessed the teacher's thoughts, and asked a little uneasily, Teacher, what are you going to do next? This incident may have completely angered the man. If they don't let us continue the experiment, won't our preparations be in vain? During this period, they have carefully prepared the experimental process and plan. If Wang Wei really wants to stop this experiment now, their goal will definitely not be achieved. And Ouyang Jifeng feels that Wang Wei is not joking at all. If Wang Wei is willing, he will surely punish them as soon as possible. Although Ouyang Jifeng knew that following the teacher would not be wrong, he really didn't want to die tragically in outer space. So he still wanted to return to Earth. What are you worried about? Didn't you see the attitude of those two people when they found us on Earth? Now this parasite has caused a very serious impact on the entire Interstellar Federation base. Otherwise, why do you think Wang Wei and the Three-Eyed Star King were allowed to serve as experimental subjects? I guess there should be many people in the entire Interstellar Federation base who have been infected with this meat stripeworm. We don't know the final result of being parasitized by the meat stripeworm, but it is definitely not a good result. Just now, they just stimulated the meat stripeworm with biological pulse waves, which was enough to make the people parasitized by the meat stripeworm feel miserable. If they can control the ability and method of controlling the meat stripeworm, then let alone Wang Wei, even the entire Interstellar Federation will be under their control. Teacher, but will they let us succeed so easily? Ouyang Jifeng felt that with Wang Wei means, he might have noticed the abnormality of the teacher now. Even if the experiment will continue, Wang Wei will definitely be wary of him. Will the teacher's wish be fulfilled by then? However, Wu Jigang didn't think as much as Ouyang Jifeng. He felt that Wang Wei was no threat to him at all. The moment they voluntarily transplanted the meatworms into their bodies, they had completely become our playthings. Didn't he dare to do anything to me? Then I will let them taste the pain. Wu Jigang looked at Ouyang Jifeng with a crazy and determined look. You should have seen that since we can find biological pulse waves that stimulate the activity of parasites, such as meatworms, it means that we can also easily find pulse waves that make meatworms peel off by themselves. But now the initiative is in our hands. As long as we pretend that we have not found anything, do you think they will know that we have mastered the method of separating the meatworm from the organism? Ouyang Jifeng instantly understood what the teacher meant. You mean, we will continue the experiment as usual, but we will not tell them the truth? Wu Jigang nodded. They chose to do it, even if our purpose is not only to help them, but also to study this kind of parasite that has never appeared on the Earth. They should not do it to us. After all, They took the initiative to come to us and ask us for help. In this case, let them have a good taste of being tortured. As he spoke, Wu Jigang's emotions became more and more excited. In his mind, he even imagined a scene where even Wang Wei, a legendary figure, was crawling in front of him. He suddenly stood up and turned in front of Ouyang Jifeng. Think about it. When we completely understand this parasite, we will be the only creature in the world, and even the universe, that knows this parasite best. Even if Wang Wei is so powerful, what can he do? He can only beg us to take out the parasites in his body? Moreover, if we can control the meatworms in their bodies, we may be able to indirectly control Wang Wei. He knows so much about ancient civilization technology, and has contacted so many cosmic civilizations. If we have such a powerful person in our hands, do we still have to look at other people's faces for research funds on Earth? Ouyang Jifeng was also attracted by Wu Jigang's words. Yes, when they were on Earth. Because they were studying parasites, which sounded very disgusting. And their impact on humans was not very large. It was very difficult to get investment funds. Until this time they were approached by Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. At that moment Wu Jigang knew that his best opportunity had come. So she carefully prepared for a long time before successfully getting Lao Wang and Lao Zheng to choose him and his students to come to the Interstellar Federation base to start the experiment of stripping the meatworm. However, no one knew that his idea was never to save the dying and the wounded, let alone to help the people of the Interstellar Federation base solve the potential threat of meatworms to them. His purpose at the beginning was to thoroughly understand this parasite that had never appeared on Earth. After seeing that the cosmic civilization was so powerful, and the ancient civilization that Wang Wei mastered was countless times beyond the Earth, a bold idea appeared in his mind. If there is anything that can make people crazy, he thinks it must be a biological weapon made of parasites. For example, parasites like meatworms, once parasitized in the body of an organism, will become extremely difficult to strip from the body. Otherwise Wang Wei and others would not find them. So at such a critical moment, they must find ways to get more first-hand information about this parasite. When the time comes, we will directly control Wang Wei with the meatworms, and let everything Wang Wei has become ours. As he said this, Wu Jigang immediately walked to Ouyang Jifeng's side and held Ouyang Jifeng's hand intimately. Although it seemed that his teacher was actually no different from the beginning, Ouyang Jifeng could feel that his teacher might have gone crazy. Teacher, don't scare me. We really don't need to do this. And we are enemies with the entire Interstellar Federation. If we are discovered, we will definitely die miserably. Why were we discovered? Wu Jigang immediately frowned and looked at his student. As long as you don't say it, and I don't say it, no one will be able to discover our plan. Or, Wu Jigang's eyes suddenly began to become dangerous. Ouyang Jifeng shook his head quickly. Teacher, I am your student. If it is what you want to do, I will not leak a single word to the outside world. But isn't this too risky? Wu Jigang frowned and pushed Ouyang Jifeng. What do you know? This will be a great progress for mankind. If we can combine the parasites that do not exist on Earth with the ancient civilization and technology that Wang Wei possesses, then we can use the combination of the two to be invincible on Earth. At that time, we can even parasitize this meat stripworm on everyone. Think about it. Everyone will obey our command at that time. Not to mention Wang Wei. Everyone on the entire Earth will listen to us. Seeing the teacher's appearance, Ouyang Jifeng began to feel scared. If he thought at the beginning that the teacher was just curious about the meat stripworm, a parasite that does not exist on Earth, and wanted to conduct in-depth research on this parasite, then now the teacher is really crazy in his eyes. Teacher, we don't need to do this. Even if we let the striped worm parasitize all human bodies, what's the use? Our original intention of studying parasites was not like this. Ouyang Jifeng first followed the teacher to study parasites because parasites are different from all insects. They look like insects, but in fact they are more like some parasitic viruses and bacteria. If they leave the parasitic individual, whether it is a parasite or a parasitic bacteria, they cannot survive. This kind of thing that needs to rely on other individuals to survive has aroused great interest in him and the teacher. Later, they gradually discovered that in fact, most humans on the Earth have been disturbed by parasites. So, they hope to thoroughly study parasites, which are very rare but can cause great harm to humans, and find a way to solve the problem of parasites parasitizing in humans. Later, because their research direction is very unpopular, they are often disliked or even insulted by investors. He gradually discovered that the teacher's attitude towards research has changed. The teacher stopped studying how to prevent parasites from entering the body and how to kill them, and instead began to study the various abilities of parasites. At that time, he still felt that although what the teacher did seemed abnormal in their line of work, studying the various habits of the experimental subjects was something they should do. But this time, Ouyang Jifeng finally understood why he always felt that something was wrong with the teacher. Because what the teacher did was completely contrary to their original intention. On the other side, Wu Jigang saw Ouyang Jifeng standing there in a daze, not speaking for a long time. And seeing his expression was also a bit of fear and vigilance. Wu Jigang's face suddenly changed, and he immediately walked to Ouyang Jifeng's side. "My dear student, what are you thinking about? Do you think your teacher has gone crazy?" Ouyang Jifeng didn't dare to admit it, but he still felt that it was necessary to remind the teacher about this matter. "Teacher, I said before that although what you said is indeed very tempting to me, if we really want to study these, once Wang Wei finds out, he may really not let us go back to the balloon." Wu Jigang came to Ouyang Jifeng and stared at him for a long time, but finally suddenly laughed. "You said that we can't go back to the Earth. Do you really want to go back to that cold planet where no one needs us and no one understands us? What's the point?" Although Ouyang Jifeng didn't know why he was so obsessed with wanting to go back to the Earth, he still felt that if they stayed here, their plan would most likely be discovered by Wang Wei. If their plan was really discovered by Wang Wei discovered that even if Wang Wei did not deprive them of the idea of returning to Earth, if their actions were transmitted back to Earth, could they return to normal life after returning? "Teacher, let's stop. If you really want to study this kind of meatworm, we can study it at will after we peel the meatworm out of their bodies." Wu Jigang's emotions suddenly became excited. "Do you think I just want to study the meatworm? I also want to study the structure of aliens. And I also want to study how the meatworm controls everyone. I want everyone in the world to obey my command. I want to make this world and even the entire universe under my control." Ouyang Jifeng completely understood the teacher's idea. Under long-term oppression, the teacher has gone completely crazy. Although he didn't know how to change the teacher's idea, he still had the same idea as the original idea. He wanted to go back to Earth and wanted to complete his research goals. So, at this time, Ouyang Jifeng's eyes began to become alienated and puzzled when he looked at Wu Jigang. Wu Jigang also understood that what he had just said would definitely make his students puzzled and dissatisfied. So he walked to Ouyang Jifeng's side. "Ouyang Jifeng, I know you definitely want to escape from me now. You think it's meaningless even if you control the whole world, right?" Ouyang Jifeng frowned and nodded. He really thought so. Although he was passionate about studying parasites, he had no interest in controlling the whole world. He didn't have that much energy, let alone such ambition. So he tried to understand Wu Jigang's ideas at the beginning, but then became resistant. However, Wu Jigang seemed to not care about Ouyang Jifeng's thoughts at all, and laughed more and more crazily. "Ouyang Jifeng, no matter what you are like now, do you think you can still escape from my palm? Now, we are tied together as a master and disciple. Since we came here together, do you think they will really believe you if you want to leave me or even report me?" When Ouyang Jifeng heard this, he felt terrible. Just as the teacher said, if he wanted to report the teacher now, I am afraid that the people here would not believe what he said at all. Which means that he can only be forced to follow the teacher and complete the teacher's plan. "Ouyang Jifeng, as long as you can follow me obediently, I promise not to let anyone know our plan. Because by the time they know our plan, they have already been controlled by us." Ouyang Jifeng was still a little hesitant, although it seemed that he really had no chance. If he wanted, could he still try hard to change the teacher's mind and stop the teacher from going crazy? However, what Wu Jigang said next made Ouyang Jifeng unable to refuse. "What if I say that after I know enough about this parasite, I can use this parasite to save lives? If I remember correctly, someone in your family is very sick, right? If this technology can save your family, will you still refuse me?" Someone in Ouyang Jifeng's family is indeed sick, and it is a very important person to him. So after hearing the teacher's words, Ouyang Jifeng was stunned. He thought of his relatives. He felt that if he could save his family's lives, then things that might threaten the lives of others would not affect him at all. "Ouyang Jifeng, give me your last chance. What choice are you going to make?" Wu Jigang looked at Ouyang Jifeng coldly, waiting for his answer. Ouyang Jifeng hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to stand in the same camp with Wu Jigang. "Teacher, I am willing to help you complete the research. He said this, but in fact, Ouyang Jifeng was very nervous. He didn't know whether the teacher's idea would succeed, but he knew that if it failed, the fate of the two of them would definitely not be good. Chapter 241 This Heavy Faith. At the same time, in the scientific experimental base on the Earth planet, according to the instructions of Professor Wang and Professor Zheng, the entire base is packing up materials and equipment to prepare for a large migration. Now that this place has been discovered by the Eagle Sauce country, it is destined that this place will not be peaceful. If you continue to stay here, even if there is an energy shield to protect you, it is inevitable that other problems will arise in the middle. In order to be on the safe side, it is the wisest way to evacuate the entire base. A girl was supporting the table with one hand, looking at the other people who were busy in front of her, swinging her legs very leisurely. After a long while, he spoke. Brother, I think it's better for you to distance yourself from this man named Wang Wei. Since he has offended the Eagle Sauce country, the Eagle Sauce country will definitely not let this matter go. I even suspect that he may be targeted in a series of ways in the future. I don't want you to get into trouble again. Think about it. It turns out that you escaped death several times when you were at the Navy headquarters. I still feel scared when I think about this incident. The more she talked, the more helpless she became. She simply came to her brother's side. If it really doesn't work, let's take the initiative to withdraw from the scientific research base and ignore the things here. Right? The man who was busy in front suddenly stopped what he was doing. He turned his head and looked at the girl behind him with a serious face. Kelly-chan, is this what you call your heartache for your brother? Do you know why I took the initiative to apply for support from the army in order to get this opportunity? Is it really just for my own personal safety? This experimental base is the top secret among the top leaders of the Dongdongxia country. You should know what it means for the future technological development of the entire Dongdongxia country. After the man said this, he sighed with regret. The reason why I will never leave this time is not only for Wang Wei, but also for the future of Dongdongxia country. After hearing what his brother said, Zhao Shirong frowned. Brother, why can't you understand what I'm saying? Is that the only reason I'm saying this? If that's the case, then of course I'm willing to support you. After all, contributing to the country is an extremely glorious thing. But you should also know that Wang Wei is an ordinary person. How can he have such strong funds and money to build such a large-scale base? Don't you think about whether the money is clean? Zhao Xifeng, I'm your sister. Will I cheat you with what I said? Dirty money? Stay away from whom? Zhao Xiaofeng stared at his sister in confusion, never understanding what she was saying. Zhao Shirong thought her brother was playing dumb, and always wanted to persuade her brother not to get too close to Wang Wei, so as not to be implicated by Wang Wei. She felt that although her brother was obeying military orders, if he got too close to Wang Wei in private, it would definitely affect her brother's reputation in the future. She remembered that her brother once said that he was proud of being a soldier, so she didn't want to see her brother being affected by some irrelevant people. Who else could it be? Of course it's Wang Wei. Zhao Shirong pretended to be mysterious and approached his brother, whispering, Brother, I have heard that Wang Wei has developed a lot of patented technologies at a young age. These patented technologies are technologies that even the United States has not been able to develop. How could he, who looks about the same age as me, develop them? Nana and I both suspect that this person must be lying. When his crime is exposed, you must not say that you know him and have a good relationship with him. Otherwise you will be implicated. Zhao Xiaofeng usually dotes on his sister, but now he slaps his sister away. What nonsense are you talking about? You just said that Nana told you all these things? Zhao Xiaofeng looked at his sister and began to question for the first time whether his sister, who was a top student at Sichuan University, had any brain problems. If it wasn't his sister who had a problem, then he had hallucinations today and saw a fool pretending to be his sister. Brother, what do you mean by that? Didn't I tell you that Nana told me all these things? Why are you still asking? Don't you believe Nana? Zhao Shirong and son Nana have a special relationship. They have been good friends since high school. They happen to be admitted to the same university, so they became good girlfriends. No matter what Zhao Shirong has, he will tell son Nana. Have you told Nana all the causes and consequences of my injury? Zhao Xiaofeng looked at his sister in disbelief, thinking that his sister couldn't be so stupid. But the result was beyond his expectation. Zhao Shirong nodded to Zhao Xiaofeng. Nana is not an outsider. She is my best friend. Don't worry. Nana will definitely not tell anyone about this. Zhao Xiaofeng felt that he couldn't continue talking to his sister now. Otherwise, he would really be angry to death by his sister. He immediately called Sui Weiwei and asked Sui Weiwei to ask someone to check son Nana's background. He must make sure that son Nana's background is clean. Even if it is confirmed that son Nana will definitely not have any bad contacts. He must find son Nana's parents and warn son Nana not to tell anyone about his injury. The higher-ups have decided to make a big fuss about the killer's disappearance. If people know that he is injured and it is not serious, I am afraid that the higher-ups' plans will also be affected. Zhao Shirong, who was standing by, heard the whole process of her brother's phone call and looked at her brother in shock. Brother, are you doubting Nana now? Nana and I have known each other since high school, and I know what kind of person she is better than you. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaofeng finally put on a stern face and began to look at his sister, Zhao Shirong. I warn you. The reason why your brother told the family about my injury is because I was seriously injured. It was a gunshot wound. Do you know what a gunshot wound is? If the enemy knew that I was not dead, but alive and well, it would not only affect your brother's ability to continue to stay in the army, but also affect a series of plans made by the higher-ups. Zhao Shirong did feel uncomfortable because of her brother's suspicion of son Nana, but she did not expect that this matter, which their family knew about, would be so serious. Brother, I didn't mean it. I didn't know it was so serious. Zhao Shirong was obviously panicked. Brother, don't scare me. If Nana knew about this, would it really affect whether you can continue to stay in the army? Zhao Xiaofeng didn't want to tease his sister, and told her the cause and effect of the matter. Also, Wang Wei money is clean, and he has so many patented technologies in his own hands. Even if it is a bonus given by the country, he can live a life without worries. Why do you always think that his money comes from an illegal source? In fact, Zhao Shirong didn't think about this matter at first. If son Nana hadn't mentioned it, she would have thought that although this matter was related to Wang Wei, it couldn't be all attributed to Wang Wei. But when Nana mentioned this matter to her, she analyzed that Wang Wei should have stolen the patented technology of the Eagle Sauce country. Otherwise, why would a foreigner assassinate Wang Wei? She also felt that what son Nana said made sense. After all, if it was explained this way, it seemed that everything could be explained. When she thought of this, Zhao Shirong couldn't help but regret it. If she really spread this matter as her brother guessed, even if her brother got married by getting injured this time, he would definitely not be able to stay in the army. Seeing his sister crying so sadly, Zhao Xiaofeng couldn't bear to blame his sister. He looked at his sister and gave a piece of advice. Although we don't know whether son Nana has any problems, you should stay away from him. This time, Zhao Shirong dared not to listen to her brother and nodded to Zhao Xiaofeng. Brother, don't worry. I will never tell anyone about this. Even Nana. I will never tell anyone again. Zhao Xiaofeng was very satisfied with his sister's reaction. The two sat by the bed and waited for Wang Wei to come over. Unexpectedly, the first call they received was Wang Wei. On the phone, Wang Wei said that he was tripped by something, so he couldn't leave for a while, and hoped that Zhao Xiaofeng could understand. With Wang Wei's identity, even if he didn't take the initiative to call him to apologize, others couldn't find any fault with Wang Wei. But Wang Wei still did it, which was enough to show that Wang Wei really regarded him as a friend. When Zhao Xiaofeng hung up the phone, he still thought that Wang Wei would be his good buddy in the future. But Zhao Shirong couldn't help complaining. I didn't expect Wang Wei to be such a stingy person. I just said something unpleasant. Is he unwilling to come to pick you up from the hospital? Zhao Xiaofeng felt that his sister was stupid. He didn't want to mention the things related to him and Wang Wei to his sister again for the time being. Fortunately, Zhao Shirong was also sensible. Seeing that his brother didn't mention it again, he didn't ask any more questions. When sending his brother home to recuperate, Zhao Xiaofeng couldn't help but mention Wang Wei's goodness in front of Zhao Shirong. After hearing the story between his brother and Wang Wei, Zhao Shirong's impression of Wang Wei changed a little. However, this change of view still did not make Zhao Shirong feel good about Wang Wei. She began to wonder why Wang Wei was such a good person in the descriptions of her brothers. Although she had no way to get to know Wang Wei up close, Wang Wei had broadcast live and held press conferences, and she could get to know Wang Wei through these contents. After seeing what Wang Wei said at the press conference, Zhao Shirong finally understood why her brother and his comrades had such a good impression of Wang Wei. Wang Wei donated his research results to the country for free and did not think of making a profit from it. From this point of view, Her bestie son Nana's guess about Wang Wei was completely wrong. Fortunately, her brother knew what Nana said to her and stopped her in time. If she had not heard her brother's description and still chose to misunderstand Wang Wei, she might have really misunderstood a good person. Zhao Shirong felt a little embarrassed when she thought of her and Nana's attitude towards Wang Wei. But she was a girl after all. So she still honestly found her brother. Brother, I learned about Wang Wei. And I found that Wang Wei is indeed different from what Nana said. I misunderstood him. Zhao Xiaofeng was very relieved when he heard this. It's okay. Although Wang Wei didn't come this time, you will definitely have the opportunity to meet Wang Wei in the future. When the time comes, you can find a suitable opportunity to apologize to him for what you did before. He is a very generous person and will definitely not care about you. Zhao Shirong was relieved after hearing her brother's words. However, Zhao Shirong did start to understand Wang Wei more carefully because of his change of opinion about Wang Wei this time. When seeing Wang Wei talking freely in the face of reporters' difficulties at the press conference, Zhao Shirong began to think that Wang Wei was still very handsome. In life, she rarely sees people who can be so calm when facing these tricky questions. Zhao Shirong even feels that she is beginning to look forward to meeting Wang Wei and getting to know him better. However, what Zhao Shirong did not expect was that Wang Wei did not show up once during the time when her brother was recovering at home. She was a little suspicious at first, wondering if Wang Wei was too busy to visit her brother. But when she thought of the patented technologies Wang Wei had, it would definitely allow Wang Wei to have time to rest after experiencing this assassination. Therefore, the goodwill accumulated from the press conference or her brother's personal description was almost consumed in the process of Wang Wei repeated stand-ups. But Zhao Shirong and Zhao Xiaofeng, who was recovering at home, did not know that what Wang Wei experienced during this period was full of dangers. Time went back to a week ago. Although the assassin organization had not received the news of the assassin's death, according to the news released by Dongxia Country, the boss of the assassin organization could already be sure that their most powerful assassin was in danger. Therefore, when he called John, the president of Eagle Sauce Country, for this matter, the boss of the assassin organization had already returned all the money John had used to hire a killer to kill Wang Wei. Then, he called John directly. John was very excited on the phone, because he had never seen the corpse of the killer organization. Even though he did spend a lot of money this time, he still believed that this matter could be easily resolved. However, the boss of the killer organization came straight to the point. Mr. President, we refuse to accept the commission you entrusted us to do this time, and the relevant fees have been returned in full. We owe each other nothing. After hearing the words of the killer organization boss, even John couldn't help but be stunned for a long time. What did you say? Before this, you have never failed. Now you tell me that you don't plan to continue this mission. What do you mean? The boss of the killer organization did not hide it. Although he could not tell John that their killers were likely to be controlled by Dongxia Country, and even sell out the specific information of the killer organization, he could tell John tactfully that something had happened to the killer organization. Now, this matter is likely to implicate us. So in order not to affect the assassin organization, and also in order not to affect the international image of the United States, we chose to return the money and refuse to accept this commission. This made John very angry, and he immediately smashed the phone in his hand in anger. Looking at the mess on the ground, John was silent for a long time. He knew that the failure of this assassination could not be entirely attributed to the assassin organization, because the assassin organization would definitely not leave such a large sum of money unearned and go against him. The only possibility is that what happened is really the same as what the assassin organization said, and they can't even protect themselves. So they chose to refuse. But it is this idea that makes John feel uneasy. Although the assassin organization has not said that the assassin has been controlled by Dongxia, as long as the people of Dongxia use their brains a little, they are likely to realize that this matter is related to the Eagle Sauce Country. If Dongxia irresponsibly makes this matter public, then the Eagle Sauce Country will be pushed to the forefront again. No country has more reason and qualifications than the Eagle Sauce Country to find someone to hurt Wang Wei. After John walked around the office for a few times, he finally decided to do it once and for all. Since Dongxia is likely to find that this matter is related to the Eagle Sauce Country, they should take advantage of the fact that Dongxia has not made this matter public to the public and directly prove this crime. John immediately asked his secretary to notify the ace agent of the Eagle Sauce Country to meet him. When the ace agent appeared, John asked him a few questions. if the government of Dongxia has begun to protect the young man named Wang Wei. What should we do now? The ace agent was silent for a moment and gave an answer. If it were me, I would definitely choose to get rid of this person, who poses a great threat to us, as soon as possible. It was a critical moment again. And this time John's question was more tricky than before. If you were asked to get rid of a person when the other party was surrounded and protected by people, how sure are you? The ace agent was silent for a long time before answering John's question. It depends on the strength of the people protecting the target. If they were all ordinary people, then this matter would be much simpler. If they were not ordinary people, as the ace agents of Eagle Sauce Country, they would never cause any trouble to Eagle Sauce Country. Nor would they give Dongxia Country the opportunity to use his identity to continue to discredit Eagle Sauce Country. Chapter 242 Undercurrents on Planet Earth. When the ace agent told John these ideas, John showed a gratified expression on his face. You did a good job. But this time, the mission can only succeed and not fail. We don't have many opportunities for trial and error. And I believe you understand the importance of Wang Wei. The ace agent didn't expect that John would give him a death order right away. Only success and no failure. In this way, even if he failed, it would only end with his death. Although he is an ace agent, he has never thought of losing his life for the Eagle Sauce Country. Saying it is one thing, and actual action should be another. John never dreamed that such a person, who he trusted very much, has now begun to think about how to avoid this mission. But John's identity is here. Even if the ace agent is unwilling to take on this mission, he still has to pretend to be very willing on the surface. Mr. President, rest assured, I will definitely complete the task you assign me, and will never bring shame to the Eagle Sauce Country. The ace agent's assurance made John smile with satisfaction. Okay. After you complete this mission, I will have someone arrange a new identity for you, and give you a bonus that will allow you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. If the ace agent didn't know that the previous killer organization had failed, he would definitely be very happy now. He has performed similar tasks countless times, and there is no reason why this mission would fail. But the lessons learned from the past forced him to be cautious. After receiving the task, he forged his identity and secretly entered Dongxia as a tourist. When passing through customs, the ace agent was still secretly happy in his heart. Even though Dongxia stood on the opposite side of Eagle Sauce Country, it never excluded people from Eagle Sauce Country from traveling to Dongxia Country. This behavior made him feel very puzzled. If the people of Dongxia Country were not worried about the people of Yingjiang Country causing trouble in Dongxia Country, why did they deal with the spies of Yingjiang Country in such a high-profile manner before? After thinking about it, the ace agent came to a conclusion. That is, Dongxia Country only remembered to deal with the spies of Yingjiang Country planted in Dongxia Country when it was about to die. Otherwise, they would not think of dealing with this matter at all. Little did they know that his underestimation of the enemy would make him lose his life easily when he fought with the Dongxia people next time. Wang Wei's life has basically returned to normal, and the satellite technology research of the Xia Academy has also made phased progress. When Liangping waved his hand and gave everyone a holiday, the older people in the research group agreed to have tea together, and Wang Wei and his group of young people would naturally make an appointment to go to the bar to relax. Wang Wei was not in the mood, but when he thought about the fact that someone still needed to pay for the fun, he didn't feel sorry for the researchers of the Xia Academy. But he still had to be responsible for his own people. So he found a box and listened to the music quietly to relax. Because of Wang Wei's generosity, basically no one bothered him. After all, the bar owner also knew that if people like Wang Wei were served well, they would bring a steady stream of income to the bar in the future. But he didn't expect that someone would be so blind that they would make trouble in front of Wang Wei. A blonde foreigner was pushed and shoved by a group of people and fell in front of Wang Wei. Wang Wei frowned impatiently and reminded him, if you want to fight, please go out. This is the box I booked. I don't want to see you. The leading man walked to Wang Wei with disdain and slapped Wang Wei's cheek with the back of his hand. Boy, what did you say? Do you know who is the boss in this area? Wang Wei looked at the other person and felt helpless. He took out his phone and called Su Wei. According to Li Zhongxuan and others' analysis, he would definitely not get into trouble even if he went out alone. So he asked Su Wei to help visit Zhao Xiufeng. Unexpectedly, Su Wei didn't follow him for only one day, and the troublemakers came to him. The man who had just beaten Wang Wei sneered when he saw him take out his mobile phone to make a call, and turned his head to look at the brothers around him. Look, this kid is still planning to find someone. Your grandfather will sit here today and take a good look at what kind of person you can find. The foreigner who was pushed to the ground stood up immediately and blocked Wang Wei's group of thugs. This matter has nothing to do with him. If you want to cause trouble, just come to me. Hearing this, Wang Wei couldn't help but look up at the foreigner in front of him. This person didn't look familiar, but at least he was a very elegant person. The tone of his speech was not strange, and it seemed that he should have some understanding of the culture of Dongxiao. Wang Wei really hated the Eagle Country, but he also understood that not all Eagle Country people were bad people. When he wanted to apply for an international patent before, many foreign scientific researchers in Eagle Country also helped him a lot. You don't have to argue with them. These people with little brains can't be reasoned with. As soon as Wang Wei finished speaking, he found that the call was connected. But before he could open his mouth, the phone was slapped to the ground by the man who had just touched him, and it was instantly smashed to pieces. Stinky boy. Who are you talking about? Looking at the broken phone on the ground, Wang Wei still felt a little distressed. Whoever answers the call is the one. Why? You are still angry about it? Can't you afford to play? At the same time, Su Yuewei on the other end of the phone saw that the call that had just been connected was hung up after a violent collision, and his mood instantly fell to the bottom. He quickly took out his mobile phone to locate Wang Wei's specific location. Wang Wei had a positioning device he developed himself, and the system that could locate the positioning device on Wang Wei was also installed in his and Zhao Xiaofeng's mobile phones. As long as they were far away from Wang Wei, they could instantly locate Wang Wei's specific location through the software in the mobile phone. Because this positioning device uses the satellite of Dongxiao Country, it can determine the location very detailed. Su Yuewei didn't care about Zhao Xiaofeng's questioning at all, and immediately drove to Wang Wei's location. When he arrived, Wang Wei was sitting on the sofa, surrounded by a group of people. The blonde and blue-eyed man sitting next to Wang Wei immediately attracted his attention. He walked to Wang Wei and whispered, "Who is this person? Do you know him?" Wang Wei glanced at the foreigner next to him and shook his head at Su Yuewei. The two talked as if no one was around, and the troublemakers were furious. They immediately pushed Su Yuewei, but were pushed to the ground by Su Yuewei. "Just talk. Why do you have to fight?" The man who was pinned to the ground was the leader of the group. After being pinned to the ground, the leader was stunned for a moment, and then roared at the people he brought with him, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you teach them a lesson?" Wang Wei sat on the sofa motionless. The blonde man next to him came to Wang Wei and asked with a trembling voice, Your friend is dealing with so many people alone. Does he really not need our help?" Wang Wei glanced at the man next to him and chuckled. "Do you think we go up to help him or the group on the opposite side?" The blonde man stopped talking and sat aside like a quail. When Su Yuewei dealt with the people on the opposite side, Su Yuewei looked at the people around Wang Wei again. "Who are you and why are you here?" After going through so many things, Su Yuewei now trusts Wang Wei 100%. He understands better than anyone that Wang Wei will never expose himself to danger unless it is necessary. Therefore, this blonde foreigner and the group of people who suddenly appeared beside Wang Wei could not have been provoked by Wang Wei himself. The only possibility he could think of was that the person beside Wang Wei had caused trouble for Wang Wei. The blonde man seemed to be frightened by Su Yuewei's skills. When he heard Su Yuewei speak, he subconsciously stood up and apologized to Su Yuewei. "I'm so sorry. I don't know why they came to trouble me. I was pushed into this box by them." Su Yuewei looked at Wang Wei and saw Wang Wei nodded, and he understood that the foreigner in front of him was not lying. However, after experiencing the previous things, Su Yuewei now has no good feelings for the foreigners who appeared beside Wang Wei. "These people will not cause trouble to you anymore. You can leave." The foreigner was about to leave, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and immediately handed his business card to Wang Wei. "This time you and your friends help me. If you have any needs, you can call me." After that, the foreigner flew away. Wang Wei took a look at the business card given to him by the foreigner. It said that he was the director of a certain company, and his name was Bilton Lance. Su Yuewei took the business card given to him by Lance from Wang Wei's hand, took a look at the other party's identity, and said to Wang Wei, "This person's sudden appearance is very suspicious. I think we should investigate his identity carefully." Wang Wei had no opinion on this matter, so he handed it to Su Yuewei to arrange it. When he returned home, Wang Wei received an email from the Minister of Information Security. The system that Wang Wei handed over to the Information Security Department last time has now evolved into version 2.0, which can not only monitor and filter the information of Dongxia people, but also monitor and filter the basic information of every foreigner who comes to Dongxia. Among the messages sent by the Minister of Information Security, there was one that made Wang Wei frown after reading it. Recently, a man from the Eagle Sauce country passed through customs. On the surface, his information seemed to be fine. But anyone who had come into contact with this information would understand that this person's information was too clean. As clean as if it was fake. This man named Bilton Lance had never been abroad. And his first time abroad was to Dongxia country, which made Wang Wei very puzzled. For the people of the Eagle Sauce country, if they choose to travel abroad, they will basically choose European countries, because it is closer to them, and it also allows them to integrate into it faster. What's more, most people in the Eagle Sauce country look down on Dongxia country. So this man named Lance came to Dongxia country for the first time when he went abroad, which really makes people feel suspicious. The second is his personal information. After Wang Wei investigation, he could only find information about the past 10 years. 10 years ago, there was information about Lance, as if he had never appeared in this world. When he saw this, Wang Wei felt something was wrong. Moreover, why did he feel like he had heard of the name Bilton Lance somewhere? Just when he was racking his brains, Su Yuewei called in. When Wang Wei heard Su Yuewei's voice on the phone, he subconsciously thought of the foreigner he met in the bar today. This foreigner gave him a business card. Was the name on the business card Bilton Lance? However, he still chose to answer Su Yuewei's call first. Su Yuewei's voice on the phone was urgent. Wang Wei, have you read the email sent to you by the Minister of Information Security? From Su Yuewei's reaction, Wang Wei immediately thought of the familiar name. Is Bilton Lance in the email sent by the Minister of Information Security the person we met today? Su Yuewei admitted this on the other end of the phone, and also said that based on facial comparison, they found that Bilton Lance was the notorious ace agent Night Owl of the Eagle Sauce country. Su Yuewei was still wondering what Night Owl's purpose was in approaching Wang Wei. But he didn't expect Wang Wei on the other end of the phone to suddenly laugh. What are you laughing at? Now that Night Owl dares to approach you blatantly, you still feel like laughing? Hearing Su Yuewei's words, Wang Wei laughed even more happily. Of course I have to laugh. Isn't Night Owl the ace agent of Eagle Sauce country? Since their ace agent has taken the initiative to come to our door, how can we not treat him well? Hearing Wang Wei say this, Su Yuewei suddenly felt a chill in his spine. Do you have any new plans? Wang Wei, said, and then told Su Yuewei to wait for him to come back and discuss it carefully. Su Yuewei hung up the phone in a hurry and rushed to Wang Wei's house, and found that Wang Wei had already started to understand the reason why Night Owl, the gold medal agent of Eagle Sauce country, suddenly came to his door. Su Yuewei walked to the whiteboard where Wang Wei sorted out the relationships, and frowned as he looked at the complicated relationships on it. What does this mean? That is to say, the other party must find ways to get close to me now, whether it is to take my life or to get the various inventions in my hands. The only thing they can do now is to gain my trust. I believe President John has received the news, proving that there are people protecting me all the time. So the assassination organization failed. Since he is an ace agent, his way of doing things should be more subtle. So I think they can't do anything to me blatantly. If they really want to do it, they will choose a more tactful and unnoticed way. Wang Wei said so much. Su Yuewei just felt confused, and still didn't understand what Wang Wei's plan was. Since they want to come over, we naturally can't offend them. We must give them the highest level of courtesy. Don't you think? Su Yuewei quietly began to retreat. Now he had only one thought in his mind. That is, he could not provoke anyone but the man in front of him. If he provoked him, he would die without knowing how he died. In fact, Wang Wei's plan was very simple. What news did President John of Eagle Sauce want most? At that time, even if Wang Wei died, the ace agent they sent could get the patented technologies that Dongxia had applied for. Wang Wei decided to weave a beautiful dream for President John. So, he called Bilton Lance that day, and the call was connected immediately. Wang Wei could even imagine how excited Night Owl, the gold medal agent of Eagle Sauce, would be when he saw his call. Night Owl would definitely think that he had taken the bait. Wang Wei was weak in front of Yi Xiao. Mr. Bilton, I see on your business card that you are the director of an international trading company. I have something I want to ask you for help. But don't worry. I will pay you the full amount of your salary. So can you please meet me, and I will discuss it with you in detail? Yi Xiao was almost overjoyed and quickly agreed. in a private room of a famous coffee shop. Wang Wei and Yi Xiao met here. The two of them had to exchange pleasantries when they met. Wang Wei flattered Yi Xiao to the extreme, even short of offering Yi Xiao as the god of wealth. Yi Xiao also behaved very friendly, and even asked Wang Wei what he needed his help with. At this time, Wang Wei got straight to the point. I have a batch of things that need to be shipped abroad as soon as possible. But this batch of things cannot be shipped through formal channels. So I can only find a way to ship it out. So I think, Mr. Bilton, you should be able to help me with this. When he heard this, Yi Xiao almost laughed out loud. His brain was working fast. Wang Wei provided Dongxiao with so many cutting-edge technologies, which were important scientific and technological achievements that even Jiang country could not research first. With so many scientific and technological achievements, Wang Wei must have to consider himself. He did not believe that there would be people in this world who were so stupid as not to consider themselves at all. So he guessed that the things that Wang Wei said could not be shipped out through formal channels were very likely the wealth he had accumulated. Since Wang Wei said that he wanted to ship it abroad, there must be a reason. With Wang Wei's status in Dongxia, he had no reason not to choose to stay in Dongxia. The only possibility was that Dongxia made some demands that he could not accept at all. So he broke up with Dongxia. Yi Xiao had no idea that his analysis seemed reasonable. But in fact it was exactly what Wang Wei wanted. His cell phone rang at the right time, and he turned his back and answered the call in front of Yi Xiao. Chapter 243 New Discovery. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Wei said with great dissatisfaction, I have said it many times. If you can't agree to my conditions, then I will never give you this technology. Don't call me to harass me again. Although I am a Dongxia citizen, I also have freedom. I don't want to live under your surveillance. Wang Wei hung up the phone and smiled awkwardly at Yi Xiao. I'm so sorry to make you laugh. By the way, the thing I just said. Yi Xiao then remembered the request Wang Wei had just made and immediately smiled. Although I don't know what you are going through. You and your friends saved me. I will definitely repay you. But you should also understand that even if I want to help you, I have to have a bottom line in my heart. Otherwise the things you plan to ship out may very likely endanger our entire company. Wang Wei nodded repeatedly, and immediately pretended to be very considerate. Don't worry. The things I plan to ship out are just some papers and hard drives. Nothing special. But I can't send them out myself. So I need someone to help. Yi Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. According to the information conveyed by the phone call Wang Wei just received, he was basically certain that Wang Wei must have had a conflict and contradiction with the Dongxia government this time. If things are really as he expected, then now he must agree to Wang Wei and use this matter to threaten Wang Wei. By then, he would not only complete the task assigned by the president, but also perform beyond his normal level, making Wang Wei a great helper to the Eagle Sauce country. Whenever it is convenient for you, please send the things to me, and I will arrange to send them out for you immediately. But where do you want to send them to? Do you need me to call someone for you? Yi Xiao asked with a face of considerateness. If Wang Wei relatives and friends abroad can be known, they must be very important to him if they are trusted by Wang Wei. In this way, when the Eagle Sauce country wants Wang Wei to help it do things, it will have one more bargaining chip. I don't know anyone abroad. If you, Mr. Bilton, can keep these things for me, I am willing to entrust them to you. After I emigrate to Eagle Sauce country, I will personally take them back. Yi Xiao was so excited that he knew that those who specialized in scientific research were not very smart. Even if Wang Wei had been so strong before, what could he do? After losing Dongxia country as his support, he still had to let them control him. Okay, then I will keep it for you. I will definitely arrange it for you as soon as possible. Don't worry. Wang Wei immediately showed that he was very grateful to Yi Xiao. When he left, he pretended to be mysterious and asked Yi Xiao not to leave with him. Otherwise both of them would be monitored. Yi Xiao certainly understood. So he did not rush to leave, but stayed in the cafe, using the cafe's network to contact President John, and told President John that he was about to catch Wang Wei handle, and it was even possible for Wang Wei to work for their Eagle Sauce country. John, the president of Eagle Sauce country, who was far away on the other side of the ocean, saw the news sent back by Night Owl and smiled from ear to ear. Eagle Sauce country's ace agent was more reliable. If it were those killers, they would probably fail again. John immediately replied to Night Owl, at all costs, we must catch Wang Wei handle, and we must bring him back to Eagle Sauce country alive and squeeze out his last value. Night Owl chuckled. As long as he could bring people back, his mission would be completed. By then, he would have a villa, luxury cars, beauties, and endless money. At this time, Wang Wei, who was in the subspace planet, still didn't know what happened on the Earth planet. He didn't know that he had already become the most important target of Eagle Sauce country without knowing it. And the president of the British General country, John, had worked hard for him. If Wang Wei knew this, he would probably be speechless in his heart. At this time, in the treatment area of the Interstellar Federation base, King Planchoran was frowning and looking at the increasing number of soldiers who were sent for treatment in front of him. These soldiers came from various planets in the Interstellar Federation Council. At this time, everyone's face showed pain, and they kept groaning. Obviously, these people were in great pain at this time. Chairman, how long do we have to wait? Can the two experts you brought from the Earth solve the problem of parasites? If the situation continues to deteriorate, I am worried that more and more people will be sent here later. The character of the plant-type people has always been relatively calm. But when they spoke at this time, there was already some tension and anger in their tone. How could he not understand that? In fact, the words he said now, in the final analysis, had no effect, and could only be used to urge them. Although the technology of the Earth planet is advanced, it knows very little about the parasitic mode and other data of the meat strip worm in the subspace planet. Even if it wants to find a way to enforce the law in a short time, it is estimated that it will be difficult. So no matter what, Wang Wei's current attitude is the only thing the Plant Star King hopes to see. Don't worry. I believe that the two of them will be able to find the weakness of this meat strip worm. At that time, we can conduct unified inspections and treatments for all the soldiers in the entire base. Although the situation is very unfavorable for us at present, the infection rate in the entire Interstellar Federation base seems to have reached a new high. But it is not yet time to save it. Although Wang Wei said this, he seemed to be very confident about this matter on the surface. But in fact, only he knew it in his heart. And he himself was not sure. Let's not talk about Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. What is the purpose of coming to the subspace planet through the relationship between Lao Wang and Lao Zheng this time? But in this situation, we can only try our best. Wang Wei was a little annoyed. Why didn't the ancient science and technology civilization he mastered have any treatment methods to deal with this parasite? While the two were talking, a soldier next to him suddenly fell to the ground and banged his head against the ground in pain. Soon, light green blood spurted out of his body. Before other people could react, his head was so hard that it was torn off by something. The scene that appeared afterwards made Wang Wei anger soar instantly, because the scene in front of him was almost exactly the same as the scene when Wang Wei saw Fei Ming die in front of him before. The soldier's head was torn off by the meatworm in his body, and the meatworm that had just matured came out of his chest. The soldiers next to him were all shocked, and Wang Wei's anger had reached its starting point at this time. Without saying a word, he took advantage of the fact that the Plant King was not paying attention and pulled out the pulse gun on his waist. Without saying a word, he rushed directly to the position of the meatworm that had just crawled out, and fired for a while. The crackling sound came out, accompanied by a disgusting burnt smell. The poor meatworm had just arrived in the world of the subspace planet, and his life was immediately declared over. Wang Wei quickly saw the meatworm, and seemed to be still a little angry. He immediately raised his head and looked at the people with painful faces. Brothers, I know that when you see the scene, your fear will definitely reach its peak. Not only you are afraid, I am also afraid. What is the matter with this strange creature in the subspace planet? We are still investigating and collecting relevant information, hoping to completely solve the problem of meatworm parasitism in the shortest time. I also know that you don't want to die in a foreign country. But please forgive my selfishness. Before this crisis is completely resolved, no one can leave the subspace planet. Wang Wei's two sentences immediately caused an uproar among all the soldiers. Many soldiers began to communicate in a low voice. Obviously, they didn't understand what Wang Wei said. One of the soldiers from the three-eyed star planet struggled to sit up from the bed and looked at Wang Wei with anger. Chairman, all of our soldiers in the Interstellar Federation base have sacrificed their lives for the survival of the base, and now they are infected with this parasitic disease. Is it a luxury for us to retire and return to our hometown? Aren't you going too far? His words immediately aroused the sympathy of many soldiers. Everyone began to nod and express their opinions. The treatment cabin, which was originally relatively quiet, was now in chaos. Wang Wei glanced at them, and everyone could only sigh helplessly in the end. You really only know one thing, but not the other. I will not blame you for this matter. On the contrary, I want to tell you the real truth behind this matter. No matter what, Wang Wei, as the chairman of the Interstellar Federation base, and the main person in charge of the entire council, still has a great proportion in the hearts of these soldiers. So when they heard that Wang Wei was willing to tell them the truth of the whole thing, all the soldiers immediately stopped talking and looked at Wang Wei, wanting to hear what Wang Wei's explanation of this matter was. After taking a deep breath, Wang Wei spoke. There was a movie on our planet called Alien. The alien described in it is a perfect parasitic hunter. They have many similarities with meatworms, but they are very different in appearance. I know you are suffering now. You have basically lost your combat ability. You can't do anything if you stay in the Interstellar Federation base. So you all want to return to your hometown and have a good rest. I understand and support your idea. But I also hope you can understand that you can go back. But you can't go back with this extremely dangerous parasite in your body. Wang Wei's last sentence suddenly rose, making all the soldiers present feel like they were struck by lightning. Their originally confused minds suddenly became very smart at this time, and they realized that Wang Wei was most worried about this. I can tell you responsibly that although we don't know much about the striped worms at present, the danger and horror of the striped worms are beyond the understanding of ordinary people. If you really bring these parasites back to your planet, I seriously suspect that it may become a time bomb buried by you, which may cause a crisis to the entire planet at any time. After Wang Wei finished speaking, all the soldiers immediately stopped making noises, and all of them lowered their heads, thinking carefully about the pros and cons of this. The three-eyed alien who was arrogant and blamed Wang Wei before also lowered his head in shame at this time. I'm sorry, Chairman. I may have been a little too emotional at the beginning. The reason for this is that I really can't accept the current situation, seeing that I have lost the ability to advance and retreat with the base. I have become a burden to the base, but I can't return to my hometown. This feeling is really uncomfortable. After hearing what the other party said, Wang Wei came to his side with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand, and patted him on the shoulder gently. You will never be a burden to the Interstellar Federation base. You are the warriors of the Interstellar Federation base, and the heroes in the hearts of all of us. The pain you are suffering now is only temporary. Please believe me. I have the technology of the Earth planet, and have invited experts in parasitology from the Earth planet. We must be able and confident to solve this crisis, so that all of you can return to your hometown safely and healthily. Wang Wei's words were like a powerful reassurance, which immediately calmed down all the soldiers present. Of course, they also knew that what Wang Wei said now was at most to boost morale, and he had to say it. But Wang Wei's usual personality and charm had already conquered them deeply, so that now they were willing to believe whatever Wang Wei said. Seeing that the emotions of all the parasite soldiers at the scene began to calm down again, the Plant Star King smiled bitterly, came to Wang Wei's side, and at the same time commanded the other two soldiers to take away the bodies and clean up the scene. After Wang Wei saw everything return to calm again, he sighed and walked out of the door of the medical warehouse. The sky outside was as dim as ever, accompanied by the vast Gobi without a trace of green in sight, giving people an extremely desperate feeling. Although the energy shield of the entire Interstellar Federation base has been restarted, the entire base can be said to be absolutely safe in a short period of time. But who could have thought that first they faced the threat of the insectide army, and fell into a fierce battle with the other side, and then a Bayan race appeared inexplicably, and they had another confrontation with Oscar Ding, the leader of the Bayan race. After finally surviving two major crises, a nearly perfect parasitic hunter appeared inexplicably on a subspace planet. The appearance of this meatworm completely disrupted Wang Wei's entire plan, and made Wang Wei feel uneasy. This is the first time that Wang Wei has truly felt powerless since he acquired the ancient civilization technology. Chairman, what should we do now? I think we can't put all our hopes on those two people. Although Ouyang Jifeng and his teacher Wu Jigang are both experts in this field, I always feel that their purpose for this trip is not pure. After all, when you and the King of the Three-Eyed Star were willing to provide them with relevant research data, I could clearly feel that it was not. The dust-free chamber was not set up to treat you, nor did he agree to the experiment to treat you. He completely treated you and the Three-Eyed Star King as test subjects to measure their body's tolerance to this parasite. After hearing what the Plant Star King said, Wang Wei's face became more and more ugly, and the extremely dangerous moment of that day appeared in his mind again. If it weren't for his timely prevention, If it weren't for the other people outside who sent them a signal to stop time and time, God knows whether the three-eyed Star King would have died directly in the dust-free chamber. Thinking of this, Wang Wei also believed that what the plant-type king was saying now was not aimless, but indeed had substance. What do you plan to do? Is there a way to treat this parasite on your plant planet? Or you can invite a group of experts from your planet to come together to study the meat stripe worm. Wang Wei turned his head to look at the plant Star King and spoke his thoughts again. The plant Star King just smiled bitterly. Chairman, you are really joking. On our plant planet, plants are the main thing. Although there is also an extremely strange climbing parasitic plant in the plant world. This plant can only hunt and capture some extremely weak and low-level plants. For the plant creatures on our plant planet, there is no threat at all. Naturally, we have not invested more energy in this matter for research. Wang Wei nodded and was about to change the topic. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He turned his head and looked at the plant Star King. What did you say just now? There is also a parasitic plant on your planet that parasitizes other plants? What is the name of this plant? What are its characteristics? The shining eyes of Wang Wei made the plant Star King feel a little funny. Chairman, an unknown ordinary small plant is so valuable in your eyes? Chapter 244, Journey to the Plant Planet. After listening to the introduction of the plant Star King, Wang Wei was silent for a short time. Then, he looked up at the plant Star King. Since both creatures have the ability to parasitize, they have something in common. The meatworm cannot be used as a research sample, but maybe the plants on your planet can be used as research objects. The plant Star King hesitated, although what you said is right. One of them is an insect creature, and the other is a plant. Do they really have something in common? The plant Star King felt that even if Wang Wei really wanted to study, he might not be able to find anything useful from the parasitic plants on their planet. Instead of this, it would be better to continue the research on the meatworm, which would be easier for them. Wang Wei shook his head slightly. Although the two organisms are essentially different, they both have the commonality of parasitism. Maybe we can find the root cause of the parasitic worms in the parasitic plants and solve the problem from the source. Wang Wei understood that the reason why he insisted on going to the plant planet was not because he could get any results by studying parasitic plants, but because plants and insects have always been in a state of mutual growth and mutual restraint. Everyone in Xia country understands that the natural environment is a whole. If any link is missing in the middle, there will be problems. He believes that there should be gains on the plant planet. At the same time, they have no other way now. They can only look for more possibilities through limited clues. Of course, if the king of the plant star is unwilling, he will never force it. Do you have any unspeakable secrets? If your plant planet does not welcome outsiders like us, we will find a way from other aspects. The king of the plant star has many things that can be directly laid out and explained clearly, without hiding them. After hearing Wang Wei's words, the plant star king waved his hands. We have no secrets. The people of our planet are very easygoing. I'm just worried that you might make a wasted trip. Wang Wei expressed his understanding of the plant star king concerns, and it also further proved that the people of the plant planet yearn for peace more, and will not look at them with hatred because of their visit, whether it is a wasted trip or not. You have to go there in person to know the result. Before we get any results, our worries are all groundless. The plant star king looked puzzled after hearing Wang Wei's words, and asked Wang Wei what groundless worries meant. Wang Wei chuckled and began to explain to the plant star king the origin of the person who worries about the sky. There was a person on the planet where I lived before. He didn't understand astronomy, so he always felt that the sky would collapse one day. He was worried all day because of this matter. And later he died very early because of this matter. So some people say that he worries about something that is impossible to happen, which is called worrying about the sky. The plant star king heard this for the first time, and couldn't help but sigh at the profound culture of the planet where Wang Wei lived. But even so, the plant star king still did not recommend Wang Wei to study the parasitic plants on the plant planet as a breakthrough. He thought that such an idea might make Wang Wei empty-handed, so it would be better to continue with the current meat stripe experiment. Wang Wei had his concerns. The situation of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang seemed absolutely not simple. He felt that even if he continued the meat stripe experiment, it was very likely that he would not get anything. He simply planned to change the direction of the experiment. Even if they might not really get any useful results, it would be better than waiting for Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang to dominate the fate of their group of people. Although I shouldn't say this, it seems that everyone in our Interstellar Federation base is on the verge of death. If your people and you, the king, do not resist the approach of outsiders like us, I still hope to visit your planet. Don't worry. Even if this investigation will not produce any results, we will never blame the plant planet for this. The plant star king, who was silent for a long time, finally agreed to Wang Wei's request. Okay. Then you drive the spaceship and follow my spaceship. I will take you to our planet. The plant star king finally reminded Wang Wei, I advise you not to have too much hope, so that you will not be disappointed when the time comes. Although the plant star king believed in Wang Wei's promise just now, he also understood that the people in the Interstellar Federation base had been infected with mealworms, which made Wang Wei, the manager, very worried. If Wang Wei really had too much expectation for this trip to the plant planet, he would definitely not get a good result. Wang Wei certainly understood this truth, and nodded to the plant star king. I know this. The two immediately set off for the plant planet, probably because Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang didn't care about Wang Wei's movements at all, and even wanted Wang Wei to leave the Interstellar Federation base. So no one knew when Wang Wei left. The two traveled in space for about 3 days. Wang Wei's spaceship followed the plant star king's spaceship, and finally saw a green planet floating in the dark space. Compared to the Earth where Wang Wei lives, this planet looks more emerald, and there is almost no water color on the surface. But Wang Wei understands that a planet that can make plants grow so densely and vigorously must not lack water. Perhaps the Earth trillions of years ago did not look much different from this plant planet. Following the plant star king's spaceship, they landed smoothly at a carefully built landing field. The moment he stepped off the spaceship, Wang Wei was shocked by the scene in front of him. He even wondered if he had walked into a world that only existed in fairy tales. On Earth, almost every child had read fairy tales when they were young. In fairy tales, there were towering trees with all kinds of creatures living on them. There were also small animals living in tree holes, making the tree holes very warm. And this was the scene in front of him. There were no high-rise buildings on the plant planet, but only towering trees of all kinds. The people of the plant planet lived among these towering trees. They hollowed out the trunks to make homes, built stairs outside the trunks, and built suspension bridges between the trunks of the giant trees. Although they did not have reinforced concrete buildings, their living environment was still planned in an orderly manner. Seeing the green plants everywhere and all kinds of flowers filling the corners of this planet, Wang Wei felt that his mood had improved a lot. The plant star king walked to Wang Wei and smiled at him. Welcome to the plant planet. Is this place completely different from the planets you have seen before? Wang Wei could feel that the plant star king had no ill will towards him, and the people of the plant planet, who welcomed them off the spaceship, also stared at him with curiosity. At this time, several ministers of the plant planet came forward and saluted the plant star king. King, this is... The plant star king immediately introduced Wang Wei's identity to his people. This is the person in charge of the Interstellar Federation base. His name is Wang Wei. The purpose of coming to our plant planet this time is to investigate a parasitic plant on our planet. Wang Wei could see that although this group of people did not reject his presence, they still seemed to be very curious about his purpose. When thinking of this, Wang Wei also felt that it was time for him to stand up and say something. Hello. I am the person in charge of the Interstellar Federation base. My name is Wang Wei. The reason why I came to the plant planet this time is because the king of the plant planet said that there is a parasitic plant on your planet, which is very similar to another parasitic organism we encountered recently. So we plan to come here to do some investigation. You can rest assured that we have no unreasonable thoughts about the plant planet. The face of the minister of the plant planet became much more relaxed after Wang Wei finished speaking, and he invited Wang Wei with a polite smile on his face. Walking into the palace of the plant planet, Wang Wei was even more impressed by the magnificence of the plant planet and the wisdom of the people of the plant planet. The palace of the plant planet is made up of trees of different heights. They use suspension bridges and plant trunks to connect all parts together, which looks unreal. The plant star king saw Wang Wei looking at the environment of their planet along the way, and asked curiously, "Is there no such place on your planet?" Wang Wei shook his head slightly. It's not that there is no such place. In fact, we have also imagined living like you. But the number of humans and other creatures on the planet we live in is quite large. If we live like you, I'm afraid there is no way to meet the needs. Although the technological level of the plant star is not low, Wang Wei has discovered through observation that the number of people on this planet is not large. A planet that is not much different from the Earth has only 1/10 of the population of the Earth, which is enough to show how peaceful and quiet it is here. On the way to the Plant Star Palace, various beautiful birds made very pleasant calls, and the walls made of flowers and vines on the roadside made Wang Wei amazed. King of the Plant Star, your country is built very beautifully, and your people are really ingenious. Hearing Wang Wei praise, the Plant Star King also showed a gratified smile on his face. They don't have the same warlike ideas as the creatures on other planets. The reason why they elected a king is that they hope that someone can stand up and make judgments on some bigger things. Wang Wei agrees with the ideas of the Plant Star people. In fact, there can be no war in places where resources are not scarce. Most of those who really want to start a war are because of the scarcity of resources and the ambitions of the superiors. But these do not exist on the plant planet, so they can naturally build their homes in peace and stability, and do not do anything that will make others feel uncomfortable or hurt others. However, it cannot be guaranteed that everyone will have such ideas. Anyone is different, so their ideas will naturally be different. This is the fundamental reason for establishing a country and electing a ruler at the same time. After arriving at the palace of the plant planet, Wang Wei separated from the Plant Star King. He was taken to the palace specially for guests to rest by a beautiful girl. The girl politely introduced Wang Wei. The king has just returned and there are still many things to deal with. Please take a rest here. We will hold a welcome ceremony for the king tonight. Please come and attend. Wang Wei nodded slightly and said that he did not need anyone to serve him. He could let the girl leave first, and he could rest alone. The girl did not seem to expect that Wang Wei did not need anyone to serve him. She was stunned for a while before nodding. If you need anything, you can call me at the first time. I will be waiting outside. Wang Wei was not good at driving people away. Maybe the other party had a mission, and did not have to stay to serve him. So, after Wang Wei simply washed up, he laid down to rest. Probably because the air quality of this planet was too good and the environment was too quiet. Wang Wei finally had a good sleep. In the evening, Wang Wei attended the ceremony held by the plant planet to welcome the Plant Star King. Everyone was very happy at the ceremony. After worshipping and congratulating the Plant Star King, they entered the carnival, seeing them so happy and carefree, which was very different from the lifestyle of the Zerg. Wang Wei once again felt the wonder of biodiversity. He was not the protagonist of this carnival. But after the people of the plant planet knew that he was a distinguished guest invited by the king of the plant planet, they were also very friendly to him. At the end of the carnival, the king of the plant planet asked him to have a good rest. When he finished his official business tomorrow, he would take Wang Wei to find the parasitic plant. On our planet, we don't have much good feelings towards this kind of parasitic plant, because parasitic plants will kill animals and also affect the parasitic plants themselves. So we don't have any good feelings towards this kind of creature itself. Wang Wei could certainly understand their thoughts, but he still thanked the king of the plant planet. The next day, Wang Wei rested in the palace and learned about the general environment of the plant planet and their living habits from the girl who served him. On the plant planet, they also pay more attention to farming, but they pay more attention to the protection of the environment. Even if they do farm, they will not do it too much, so their planet can always maintain a green environment. Until the king of the plant star sent someone to invite Wang Wei to go over. Wang Wei then followed the king of the plant star and a group of guards to the canyon some distance away from the palace to find the parasitic plant he wanted to see the most. On the way, the king of the plant star introduced this parasitic plant to Wang Wei. This parasitic plant is called ghost vine. You may have never seen a similar plant, but this plant is actually very aggressive. It looks no different from ordinary vines on the surface, but it will capture animals that approach it. And after strangling the animals to death, it will pull them to the vicinity of its roots and survive by devouring the flesh and blood of the animals. Plants parasitized by the ghost vine will become unable to breathe under the constant entanglement of the ghost vine, and may eventually be strangled to death by the ghost vine. At that time, the ghost vine will leave the parasitic plant and look for the next parasitic plant. Will the ghost vine reproduce quickly? Wang Wei looked at the king of the plant star. He guessed that the reproduction speed of this ghost vine should be very slow, so it is impossible to spread all over the plant planet. So they came to such a remote place to find traces of the ghost vine. Sure enough, just as he imagined, the ghost vine actually used its vines to pierce into the body of the parasitic plant and coexist with the parasitic plant. When the nutrients of the parasitic plant are completely absorbed by it, it will switch to another plant to continue parasitizing. It has no instinct to reproduce at all. If the ghost vine cannot find the next parasitic plant, it will completely wither and die, and will not have any impact on the environment and other creatures living on this planet. If this is true, it is safer than the meatworms we have seen. After listening to the introduction of the plant alien king, Wang Wei suddenly thought that there seemed to be a similar vine on Earth. But the two looked similar. But in fact they were not the same thing at all. There is also a similar creature on our planet. However, on our planet, the plants that also rely on parasitism to survive will not cause damage to the parasitic plants like the ghost vine. They are more of a complementary relationship. The vines will parasitize on the plants and rely on the height of the parasitic plants to obtain more nutrients without destroying the parasitic plants themselves. The king of plant stars also felt novel after hearing this. Are there many plants on your planet? Wang Wei smiled and nodded. In fact, our planet is not much different from your planet on the surface. But our planet has more water sources. From space, our planet looks like a green and blue planet. The king of plant stars was even more curious and asked Wang Wei why they had to come to space and travel between different planets since their planet was so beautiful. Wang Wei's answer was, although our planet is very beautiful, we are all very interested in the civilizations of other planets in space. We hope to learn from the civilizations of other planets, so as to strengthen our planet and make it stronger. The Plant King was tactful and did not continue to ask. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. At this time, the guards brought by the Plant King discovered the location of the ghost vine and immediately notified them. And they were also ready to go over and take a look. Chapter 245 Abdicate. My king. When Wang Wei saw the ghost vine, she felt that it was no different from the plants she had seen on Earth. So she proposed to take a complete ghost vine back for research. The Plant Star King immediately asked the guards to help Wang Wei get a complete ghost vine. Since he had brought Wang Wei to the plant planet, there was no reason to refuse Wang Wei. Wang Wei expressed his gratitude to the Plant Star King. Just as they were concentrating on watching the guards of the plant planet dig up the complete ghost vine plant, a black shadow suddenly flashed by them. Wang Wei and the plant planet looked at each other, and both of them chased in the direction of the black shadow. The black shadow was very fast, moving between the plants. Wang Wei could not keep up with the speed of the Plant Star King and was soon left behind. However, in just over 10 minutes, the Plant Star King also reappeared beside Wang Wei. How is it? Have you caught up? The Plant King shook his head repeatedly. He was out of breath now. The guards he brought with him came late. Seeing the state of the Plant King, they could not help but become alert. King, please don't move around casually. Otherwise we can't guarantee your safety. Seeing the actions of these guards, Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. With these guards protecting the Plant King, there should be no danger. But Wang Wei was a little confused. Why can the black shadow be so fast? Even the speed of the Plant King is something he can't keep up with. Do the people on your planet run so fast on average? Hearing Wang Wei question, the Plant King nodded to Wang Wei repeatedly. Yes, the people on our planet all have a running speed of 70 kilometers per hour, and can run for a long time and long distance. I am old, and my speed is about 50 kilometers. After hearing the words of the Plant King, Wang Wei couldn't help but feel astonished. Can you really have such a fast speed? The Plant King thought that Wang Wei didn't believe it, and immediately planned to find someone to demonstrate it to Wang Wei, but was rejected by Wang Wei. I don't mean that I don't believe you, but for the people on our planet, the fastest sprinter, when his various physical functions are at their peak, his sprint speed is only less than 50 kilometers per hour, and you can easily surpass our sprinters. I feel very surprised. The Plant King didn't seem to expect this result. I didn't expect you to look very smart and strong, but your running speed is so slow. Wang Wei also felt a little embarrassed. Although he and the Plant King looked similar in size, there was a world of difference in sports. The Plant Star King was a very easygoing and carefree person. After seeing Wang Wei's reaction, he smiled and patted Wang Wei on the shoulder. Actually, this is not an important matter, and you don't need to take it to heart. Wang Wei also felt the same way, so he didn't say much, but turned around and began to study the black shadow that suddenly appeared. Did you see who the black shadow that suddenly appeared just now was? Wang Wei vaguely suspected that after the Plant Star King left their planet, there seemed to be some changes on this planet that seemed to have no intrigue. Of course, he would definitely not explain all this to the king of the plant planet, because everything was just his guess. If it caused the disgust of the people of the plant planet, it would very likely affect the friendly relationship between them. I didn't see it clearly, but the question you just asked me reminded me that based on the other party's running speed, the other party should be very young. Wang Wei felt a little helpless. He didn't expect that after going around in circles. He would still return to this topic. Will it have any impact on you? The Plant Star King shook his head. It shouldn't have any big impact. Don't worry. I will let the guards investigate the Black Shadow just now. I believe they will give me an investigation result. Since the Plant Star King has already thought of the means of investigation. Wang Wei can't say anything more. At this time, the soldiers of the Plant Planet have also collected a complete ghost vine plant and sent it to Wang Wei. Looking at such a large pile of ghost vines, Wang Wei couldn't help but frown. Do you have any better way to help me collect this ghost vine? Since this ghost vine is a parasitic plant, Wang Wei certainly didn't dare to take the ghost vine back like this. Otherwise, there would be a high probability of an accident in the process of taking the ghost vine back to the Interstellar Alliance base. We have a special plant that can bind the ghost vine. These two plants seem to be natural enemies. As long as the other plant touches the ghost vine will enter a state of false sleep, as if it is afraid that the other plant will find something wrong. The Plant Star King explained. Then I trouble you. I don't want the ghost vine to parasitize inside the spaceship while I'm taking it back to the base. Hearing Wang Wei words, the Plant Star King suddenly laughed. Don't worry. Although the ghost vine has never touched the spaceship, it will generally only parasitize on plants, and will never parasitize on a spaceship without any signs of life. But the Plant Star King was still very considerate. He asked the soldiers to tie up the ghost vine with special plants, and then asked the soldiers to send the ghost vine to the palace. When Wang Wei was ready to go back, he gave the ghost vine to Wang Wei. Seeing that the soldiers had transported the ghost vine to the direction of the palace, Wang Wei turned to look at the Plant Star King and thanked him. Thank you very much this time. Without your help, I would not have known that there is such a plant on your planet, let alone getting a sample of this plant so easily. The Plant Star King waved his hand at Wang Wei. In fact, from your attitude towards those parasitized by the striped worms, I can see that you are a good person. If it weren't for those infected by the striped worms, you would never risk contacting this parasite. So, it's just a ghost vine that the people of our planet hate. Already, you don't have to have a particularly big psychological burden. Wang Wei still felt that the Plant Star King had a very good character. So he stretched out his hand to the Plant Star King. Thank you very much for your help. After this incident, I think we can barely be considered friends. The Plant Star King also laughed. What are you talking about? You have come to our planet as a guest, so of course we are friends. If there is anything you need my help with in the future, you can tell me. If it is something we can help with, we will definitely not refuse. Although Wang Wei did not think of bothering the Plant Star King all the time, his words still made Wang Wei feel warm in his heart. Wang Wei and the Plant Star King began to return to the palace. On the way back to the palace, the Plant Star King asked Wang Wei if he wanted to visit other places on the Plant Planet. Although Wang Wei also wanted to stay and learn more about this planet, he did not have the time and opportunity now. I'm really sorry. If there weren't so many people infected with striped worms at the Interstellar Federation base, I might really stay for a while and get to know your planet better. But now I have more important things to do. The Plant Star King nodded. I can understand your feelings. If I put myself in your shoes, I would also feel very anxious if my people encountered such a thing. But are you really sure that the ghost vine will be effective in your research on striped worms? Wang Wei was not sure, but he didn't want to mention it anymore. In fact, after coming to the Plant Planet, he really felt that he became much more relaxed. And he himself was not a person who liked to fight. The reason why so many things were made using ancient civilizations was to make Xia country stronger, so that there would be no need to worry about being bullied in so many countries. But now, he seems to have encountered more troubles. But he has also learned a lot from so many things and come into contact with more alien civilizations. If he hadn't met the Plant Star King, he might not have known that there was such a planet in the vast universe. And he would not be able to see these scenes that only appeared in the fairy tales of their planet. Since you still have things to do, I won't keep you any longer. Do you need me to go with you when you go back? Traveling in the sky, it is very likely to encounter all kinds of troubles. The Plant Star King thinks that if Wang Wei needs help, he can also follow Wang Wei back to the base of the Interstellar Federation. Anyway, for their planet, whether he stays inside the planet will not affect the lives of his people. That's not necessary. I think you should. Just when Wang Wei and the Plant Star King were about to enter the palace of the Plant Planet, a group of guards suddenly appeared, holding various weapons in their hands. But the most different from what Wang Wei saw before was that this time, the weapons in the hands of the Plant Planet guards were uniformly aimed at Wang Wei and the Plant Star King beside him. When Wang Wei saw this scene, he subconsciously looked at the Plant Star King beside him, only to see that the other party frowned and looked very angry. "What are you doing?" When the Plant Planet King spoke, the guards seemed to have not heard it at all, and did not move at all, but stared at them straight. Wang Wei could sense an invisible vigilance from the guards of the Plant Planet, as if they were not facing the king of their planet, but an outsider who invaded the Plant Planet. If these people's anger was directed at him, he could understand it. After all, he was really just an outsider. If any of his actions aroused the suspicion of the guards of the Plant Planet, it would be normal for him to be surrounded. But the king of the Plant Star was not easily embarrassed. Even if the people of the Plant Planet did not know him, they definitely could not know their king. And they should not go to war against their past. When the king of the Plant Star was about to step forward to teach the leader of the guards a lesson, he was stopped by Wang Wei. "This matter should not be as simple as you think. I think we should wait and see." Now no one knows what happened. If the sudden action of the king of the Plant Star makes the group of guards staring at them too excited, it is very likely to make the whole situation even more anxious. Although the Plant Star King listened to Wang Wei's reminder, he still couldn't help but burst into anger when he saw the guards, who had guarded and protected him, greet them in this way. "Open your eyes and take a good look at who I am. How dare you treat me like this? Do you want to rebel?" Wang Wei had never seen the Plant Star King so angry before. At this moment, Wang Wei couldn't help but start to doubt one thing. Is it true that every citizen of the Plant Planet will behave as casually and freely as the Plant Star King? Although he was basically sure that there was nothing wrong with this idea before, he was a little unsure whether this idea was correct. The soldiers still said nothing and stared at them. If they didn't respond, it would only make the Plant Star King even more angry. So Wang Wei decided to stand up as an outsider and ask what happened. If these soldiers really treated the Plant Star King like this because the Plant Star King was too close to him, then he could explain it. After all, he came here only for the ghost vines here. And now that the ghost vines have been obtained, there is no need for him to stay any longer. "Everyone, I don't know why you suddenly treat your king like this. But if you are worried because your king seems to have a very close relationship with me, an outsider, then I think your worries are actually unnecessary. Because the only purpose of my coming to your Plant Planet this time is to get a ghost vine. Although you may not believe it. Because my friends are parasitized by another kind of parasite. I hope to study the weaknesses of the parasite through the ghost vine and save my friends." After hearing Wang Wei's words, the king of the Plant Star was also a little moved. However, he knew better than Wang Wei that almost everyone present knew the real purpose of Wang Wei coming to the Plant Planet. And even the soldiers, who helped them collect the ghost vine plants before, were still alert around him, with a confused look on their faces. In other words, it is impossible that this group of people showed such a tit-for-tat attitude because Wang Wei came to the Plant Planet and collected the ghost vine plants on their planet. "I don't care why you treat your king like this, but I order you to retreat immediately." For this group of people, the Plant Star King didn't know how to pry them open. When these soldiers respected him very much, he knew that the people of their Plant Planet were still very principled. If it was a simple situation, it would be impossible for these soldiers to collectively make abnormal actions. Just when Wang Wei and the Plant Star King were puzzled, suddenly the soldiers gave way and made way. Behind the soldiers, an old man with white eyebrows and beard suddenly walked out. Wang Wei had never seen this old man before, so he could only look at the Plant Star King beside him. "Who is this?" The Plant Star King was in no mood to answer Wang Wei's question. He stared at the old man in front of him with disbelief in his eyes. "Why is it you?" When Wang Wei heard this, he already had a bold guess in his heart. If he guessed correctly, the old man in front of him should be someone the Plant Star King was very familiar with. And the Plant Star King actually expected the other party to do such a thing. However, the Plant Star King might be too optimistic, so he didn't expect such a thing to happen, which is why he acted so unbelievable. Before Wang Wei could figure out the situation, he heard the gray-haired old man approach the king of the Plant Star. "There is only one way in front of you now. Give up the throne." When he heard this, even Wang Wei began to feel that this world was mysterious. Hasn't it been agreed that the people of the Plant Star never care about such a fight? The reason why they want to elect a king of high moral character is only because some major decisions concerning the entire planet still need someone to stand up and make a decision. Why is the situation now a little unpredictable? The king of the Plant Star is now more surprised than Wang Wei. "What did you say?" You want me to give up the throne? Why? Obviously. Your status in the planet is no different from that of the king. But now you ask me to give up the throne? Is the identity of the person in front of him very unusual? Listening to the conversation between the king of the plant star and the old man, Wang Wei had a lot of questions in his mind. But he also understood that now was not the time for him to interrupt casually. This was a conflict within the plant planet. As an outsider, he had no reason or qualification to interfere in other people's family affairs, whether you are willing to accept it or not. From today on, you will no longer be the king of our planet. The old man's attitude was very firm, as if what he just said to the plant star king was not a discussion with him at all, but a notification to him. Seeing this, Wang Wei couldn't help but wonder if something happened on the plant planet. And it happened just when the plant star king left the planet and went to the Interstellar Federation base. Wang Wei leaned close to the plant star king ear and whispered to him, "Now is not the time to pursue responsibility. What you should do most now is to find out what happened." Chapter 246. A quarrel breaks out. The plant star king nodded to Wang Wei, and at the same time signaled Wang Wei with his eyes not to get involved in this matter. Of course, Wang Wei would not be stupid enough to get involved in the fight for the throne of the plant planet. But he also saw in this matter that the plant planet did not seem to be as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. At least not now. Wang Wei listened to the conversation between the plant star king and the old man. And then he knew that the old man was a prophet of the plant planet. His name is Soros. The plant star king looked at Soros with a puzzled look. "I have already said that the status of your prophet clan in our planet is not inferior to that of the king. If you encounter any problems, you can discuss it with me. But you suddenly appear now and ask me to give up the throne immediately. I absolutely cannot accept it." Through the words of the plant star king, Wang Wei can also understand that it is not that the plant star king does not want to give up the position of king, but that he wants to know what happened on the plant planet. Soros glanced at the plant king, his eyes calm and without any waves. "Do you really want to know what happened?" The plant king urged Soros to quickly explain why he led the soldiers to force the plant king to give up the throne. "If you can give me a reasonable reason, I can give up the throne." Hearing this, Wang Wei felt that the plant king did not really value the throne. But if the plant king really had such an idea, why did Soros, who came from the prophet clan, use such means to force the plant king? Did he doubt that even if he told the story, the plant king would not give up the throne at all? Just when Wang Wei was doubting, Soros had already spoken the story. "Your Majesty, you should know that our prophet family has the ability to predict the future. Just today, I just predicted that if you and the person next to you leave the plant planet, then our plant planet will face a foreign catastrophe. And in God's revelation, God told me that only if I become the king of the plant planet can I save the people of the plant planet from the water and fire." After hearing Soros' words, Wang Wei's first reaction was not to believe it at all. Because how could such a thing be predicted so clearly? But he did not tell anyone his thoughts. Because he knew that since this prophet could so easily convince the soldiers of the plant planet to fight against their current king, it means that this prophet still has a very high status in the plant planet. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who believe his so-called prophecy. Now if she stands up to refute the prophet Soros, it may have a counterproductive effect. So he chose to lean close to the ear of the plant star king and whispered, "I think this matter is not simple. If you still want to find out what happened on the plant star, don't easily agree to Soros' request." The plant star king was obviously convinced by Wang Wei's statement. He immediately looked at the guards around Soros. "Do you all believe Soros' words? Obviously he has no evidence to prove that what he said is true. But you believe him so much?" The guards hesitated for a moment, as if their feelings for the plant star king were even deeper. "Your Majesty, we don't want this to happen either. But the prophet Soros once said that if we don't do what he said, our planet will face a catastrophe. Soros' predictions have never been wrong before. If we don't listen to him, what will happen to our families?" The plant star king was instantly furious. He pointed at Soros' nose and asked, "You just deceived them, and made them do things that are contrary to their own wishes?" Soros didn't seem to care what the plant star king said. "Everything I did was in accordance with God's will. I never thought of occupying this country, let alone taking away your throne. Aren't you the culprit of all this?" "Your Majesty." Wang Wei was stunned when he heard this. Could it be that the plant star king bringing him to the plant planet has become the biggest mistake of the plant star king? Although he shouldn't interrupt at this time, Wang Wei still felt it necessary to let the guards of the plant planet see the true face of this sanctimonious prophet. "Although I don't know why you did this. I can be sure that our Interstellar Federation has no extravagant thoughts about the plant planet. Anyone who knows about our Interstellar Federation knows that we are only interested in your civilization. We came to your planet just to take away a parasitic plant that you hate very much. We have never thought of causing any harm to the people on this planet. If you think the Plant Star King will bring you a threat because of my appearance, then I can drive the spaceship away from here immediately. What do you think? However, Wang Wei's words were not understood by the surrounding Plant Star guards and the Prophet Lord Soros. They seemed indifferent to Wang Wei's words and looked directly at the Plant Star King standing next to Wang Wei. Your Majesty will definitely hand over the throne to Lord Soros. We all know that your Majesty is the kindest person. We can't joke with our relatives and friends. So even if Lord Soros's words are only 1 in 10,000 possible, we must protect the people we care about most. We all believe that such a kind king. You will definitely understand our thoughts. Listening to the words of these people who once loved him very much, the Plant Star King face became very ugly. Wang Wei on the side can actually understand the Plant Star King feelings. For him, the safety of the people on the Plant Star may be more important than whether he can continue to be the supreme ruler of this planet. However, one thing that no one understood was that they now suspected that Soros's actions had ulterior motives, which meant that this matter was probably just a lie that Soros had fabricated to deceive the people here. The Plant Star King looked at the group of soldiers in front of him, and his eyes suddenly turned red. You are right. In my mind, your safety is more important than anything else. But I didn't expect that my worry about you would become a means for you to deal with me on this day. After that, he looked at Soros again. I know that what you said is just a lie. But have you ever thought about how guilty they would be if they knew that everything you did today was just a lie? Soros still maintained a business-like attitude on his face. Your Majesty, if you are willing to abdicate, then those terrible things will not happen. You are also protecting all the people of our planet by doing this. I believe that even if they will no longer call you His Majesty the King in the future, they will respect you more in their hearts. Soros never answered the Plant Star King question directly. But it didn't matter anymore, because the Plant Star King had decided to hand over the throne, and would no longer be the king of this planet. When the Plant Star King took off the green crown on his head, Wang Wei seemed to see a different emotion in Soros' eyes. From the beginning, Wang Wei did not believe in what Soros said. If there is such a strong language ability in this world, then people with language ability will never do such a thing. Even if they really predicted a disaster that might happen in the future, can't they change what they predicted according to what they predicted if they don't get the throne of this planet? Wang Wei didn't believe that there would be such a strange thing in this world. So he felt that the surname Su that flashed in Soros' eyes just now might mean that this matter was a lie. Wang Wei noticed that the Plant Star King beside him was a little depressed, and did not say these things, but took the Ghost Vine under the supervision of Soros and the guards of the Plant Planet and boarded his spaceship, because the king of the Plant Planet has abdicated now. And the group of guards did not believe him at all, but just blindly believed in Soros, who was said to have the ability to predict the future. This move made the Plant Star King feel very chilled. So when Wang Wei proposed that the Plant Star King follow him back to the Interstellar Federation base, the Plant Star King agreed directly. After they did a simple inspection and supply, they started the spaceship. When the spaceship left the surface of the Plant Planet, Wang Wei looked at the Plant Star King beside him. You clearly know that those so-called prophecies are not true, but you still chose to hand over the throne. Don't you regret it? Although the Plant Star King did not answer Wang Wei's question, the answer was about to come out. After all, the Plant Planet is this person's hometown, now that he has no throne. And he has openly questioned Soros, who has become the new king of the Plant Planet. He has no reason to stay on the Plant Planet until the porthole of the spacecraft could no longer see the green. Wang Wei set the spacecraft to automatic driving mode and flew towards the base of the Interstellar Federation. He came to the king of the plant people and said, "There is something I never told you when I was on your planet, but now I think you have reason to know it." The Plant Star King looked up at Wang Wei, and the sadness in his eyes was about to overflow. But it seemed that he was also interested in what Wang Wei was about to say. Wang Wei then continued, "Maybe you didn't see it, but you should have noticed it. Right?" The Plant Star King finally responded. And he nodded to Wang Wei. "You mean the abnormality in Soros, right?" Wang Wei didn't expect that the Plant Star King had really noticed it. But he felt curious. "Since you have already noticed this, why didn't you explain it to your people? Are you worried that they don't believe you at all?" The Plant Star King nodded. "You are right. I believe you also learned from my conversation with Soros just now that on the Plant Planet, in addition to the king, The person with the highest status is the prophet elected by the prophet clan. Wang Wei instantly understood what the Plant Star King meant. That is, on the plant planet, the king who really has power is actually not more prestigious than the prophet. Wang Wei could understand this. After all, although the king seemed to have great power, his role was only to restrain the people of the plant planet, and his ability was given to him by the people. But the prophet family like Soros was different. If they wanted to predict the dangers that might happen in the future, they would have to rely on the prophet's ability to predict. In other words, the king of the plant planet could be replaced at will. But the ability of the prophet was not something that anyone could possess. So, you should understand that even if I refused to give up the throne today, no matter what Soros said, it would be useless. With just one word from Soros, the people of the plant planet could elect him as the new king, and I would not need to give up the throne at all. When Wang Wei heard this, he was not surprised, because such things were normal, and there was nothing to say. But what he wanted to say was not this matter at all. The anomaly I found may be different from what you found. It may be my illusion, but I feel that Soros may not be the same as before. I wonder if you have such a feeling. The plant alien king was very shocked. He immediately looked up at Wang Wei and asked what Wang Wei meant. You said Soros is not the same as before. How can you be sure that what you said is true? When Wang Wei heard this, he was actually helpless. He had no way to prove that what he said was true. But he could be sure that the current Soros was definitely not the original Soros. This was an indisputable fact. I don't know if something similar has happened on your planet. But on our planet, the country where I live, there has always been a legend that there is a kind of ability that can allow one person's soul to exchange with another person's soul. I want to say that the prophet Soros you see now is very likely not Soros's original soul, but another person's. The plant king was stunned for a long time. He stood up suddenly and said to Wang Wei, what you said is very likely. Although I have never heard of such a thing. But in my impression, Soros has always been a very easygoing person. He can't want to take away the throne because of a language, and even say that this is the only way to change everything. Wang Wei asked the plant king not to worry. In fact, all this is just my speculation, because I have never seen the situation I just described. This kind of thing only exists in the country where I live. It is just a story passed down by word of mouth. But according to my observation, the people on your planet don't seem to care much about power. Even those guards who followed Soros to force you to hand over the throne. The fundamental reason they asked you to hand over the throne is related to Soros's prediction of future disasters. They don't want to take away your power at all. At that time, I saw Soros' eyes flash with madness the moment he took your crown. I think it may be abnormal for such a situation to occur. According to Wang Wei understanding, the people of the plant planet all enjoy their current lives very much. So it is unlikely that they will take away the throne belonging to the king of the plant star because of the so-called desire for power. In other words, a group of people who were originally indifferent to fame and fortune began to desire power. And the prophet Soros had never left the plant planet. This means that he was most likely touched by some alien species and implanted with such thoughts. Or his internal strength had long been replaced by someone else. After listening to Wang Wei's explanation, the plant star king immediately collapsed to the ground. The reason why he was so shocked was that every word Wang Wei said just corresponded to his doubts and confusions. In his impression, Soros would always be the kind and gentle elder. When he became king, Soros had always been by his side, teaching him how to handle all the affairs of the plant planet. However, when Soros treated the people of the plant planet, he was very easygoing, and he would laugh off any offense to him. When he talked to Soros today, he found that the feeling of indifference to fame and fortune on Soros had long disappeared, and was replaced by a stiff reaction. It was as if a certain program was implanted in Soros' body, and all his reactions were to complete the tasks assigned to him by the program. When he thought of this, the Plant Star King could no longer sit still. He immediately stood up and walked to the cockpit of the spaceship. I want to go back. I must go back. Seeing his actions, Wang Wei immediately stepped forward to stop him. What's the use of you going back now? Don't forget that Soros is no longer the same person he used to be. If you leave now, you can still think of a way to solve the problem and restore peace to the plant planet. But if you go back now, Soros is likely to attack you. The Plant Star King was determined to go back. No, I can't watch the people of the plant planet become different because of something in Soros' body. If everything is really as you said, then they are likely to be in danger. Wang Wei still chose to refuse. Although he understood the Plant Star King feelings, going back now would undoubtedly be suicide. The Plant Star King became a little hysterical and extremely excited. It's all because of you. If you can tell me everything you found earlier, we still have a chance to change. As long as I can delay time, everything will be different. It's all because of you. Chapter 247, Terrified. Don't get excited first. Wang Wei tried to calm the Plant Star King down first. I can understand your feelings. In fact, we both feel the same now. Your people are likely in danger now. The people in our base are also experiencing unpredictable and terrible things. We are all worried about them. Hearing this, the Plant Star King suddenly calmed down. You are right. I shouldn't lose my temper with you. Just like you said, what we are experiencing is actually the same. Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't expect the Plant Star King to calm down in such a short time. Anyway, it's still early to return to the Interstellar Alliance base. Why don't we analyze the situation on the plant planet first? I believe you also understand that the current situation on the plant planet will definitely not allow you to go back like this. Because going back now is actually no different from committing suicide. Wang Wei was not exaggerating, but hoped that the Plant Star King could see the situation clearly. He knew that no matter what happened, even if the Plant Star King would pay the price of his life to save the people of the plant planet, he could not and would never watch those innocent people being affected. But if he really got carried away and went back now, he would only be sending himself to death. Soros would never let him go. I understand. The Plant Star King was very frustrated and sat down with his head down. Wang Wei walked forward and sat next to the Plant Star King. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel that this matter is far from as simple as we see it. The Plant Star King looked puzzled. What do you mean by this? Do you already know something? He suspected that Wang Wei knew something from the moment he saw Soros. Otherwise, why could Wang Wei, who had never seen Soros, see at a glance that Soros was now completely different from the people on their plant planet? You don't have to doubt me. I have no ill will towards your plant planet. You should know that our Interstellar Alliance will never attack any planet. I am not exaggerating. This is my truest thought. The Plant Star King stared at Wang Wei for a long time, and finally chose to believe what Wang Wei said. After all, he really had no evidence to prove that the Interstellar Alliance had invaded any planet. Then how can you tell that this matter is not simple? And what do you mean when you say that Soros' soul seems to have been exchanged with someone else? Did someone appear on the plant planet during the time I was away? But my people haven't found it yet? Wang Wei was a little helpless. Although it was not good to say such a thing now. With the ability of the Interstellar Alliance, it was indeed possible to land the spacecraft on the plant planet without anyone noticing. More importantly, if he had the Xiantian armor, he could even freely shuttle through the plant planet. As long as he did not attack the people on the plant planet, no one would be able to find his trace. But Wang Wei would never say this to the Plant Star King. First of all, he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Secondly, if such a thing was known by the Plant Star King, even if the Plant Star King could still show that he believed in him on the surface, he would not be able to guarantee that he would not be suspected. If they were really suspected, then there would be no way for them to cooperate. If there was no way to cooperate, they would not be able to find out the connection between these things. Therefore, Wang Wei selected some information that he could tell the Plant Star King. Have you noticed that our people were parasitized by the striped worms at the beginning? And we met you after investigating along this line. Then, I found another parasite on your planet from your mouth. All the strange things that happen around us seem to revolve around parasites. I always feel that if there is really someone behind this, then the other party's real purpose may also be related to parasites. The Plant Star King carefully analyzed Wang Wei's words, and found that according to the clues they currently have, what Wang Wei said makes a lot of sense. But what should I do now? My people are still kept in the dark. They are all innocent people. Even if there are parasites like ghost vines on our planet, it has nothing to do with those innocent people. Wang Wei nodded repeatedly. You are right. No matter what the people behind the scenes want to do, it has nothing to do with the people on your planet. They are indeed innocent. But the reason why I didn't let you turn back immediately is not only because I am worried about your safety, but also for another reason. Another reason? What is it? The Plant Star King looked at Wang Wei in confusion. He was very interested in what Wang Wei was going to say next. You can see from what Soros did that he definitely has no intention of killing the people on the Plant Star. No matter what his real purpose is. At least in the short term. Your people are safe. This sentence made the Plant Star King a little skeptical. Wang Wei could understand his feelings, so he did not choose to use a tough attitude to make the Plant Star King believe what he said, but began to analyze the information he could get to the Plant Star King. If they really want to occupy the Plant Star on a large scale, even if they are attached to Soros and use Soros to cause an unprecedented invasion on your planet, then why would they let you go? It can't be because I'm here too. The reason why Wang Wei said this is because the meat worms have begun to spread wildly in the base of the Interstellar Alliance. If the person behind the scenes is the driving force behind all this, then it proves that the person behind the scenes should have known what happened in the Interstellar Alliance base. If that's the case, what reason does the other party have to continue to hide, and even fear being discovered by him? The Plant Star King also understood Wang Wei meaning to some extent. You want to tell me that they have occupied our planet now, and the real purpose is another reason. As for what they want to do, you don't know? Is that what you mean? Wang Wei nodded repeatedly. What we can do now is to pretend that we know nothing and secretly investigate the relationship between parasites and parasites. Only in this way can we study the connection between these two parasites. We must not mess up at this juncture. Do you understand what I mean? The Plant Star King stopped talking. Wang Wei believed that although he might need time to digest so much information, as a king, he would definitely understand what he meant. For the next day, Wang Wei did not bother the Plant Star King except preparing food for him. Just as he thought before, he knew that the Plant Star King needed time to sort out his thoughts, so he would give him time. Before they arrived at the Interstellar Alliance base, the Plant Star King found him. Wang Wei, I apologize for getting angry with you 2 days ago. I was really too impatient at the time. Otherwise, I would never lose control of my temper and get angry with you. Wang Wei smiled and nodded. I said, I can understand your feelings, because the things we both experienced are actually the same. You don't have to say sorry to me at all. The Plant Star King took a deep breath. Our plant planet is a place that is not in conflict with the world. I really can't figure out how they know that there are parasites on our planet. If they really went there for parasites, why didn't they just take them and leave? But had to control our entire planet? Wang Wei actually had a bold guess in his heart. That is, the other party might not just go there for the parasites on the plant planet, because he had been to the plant planet himself. He could feel that the environment of the plant planet was very good. If the black hand behind it really wanted to make a fuss about the parasites, I am afraid that a suitable environment would be needed to cultivate the parasites. It seems that the plant planet is likely to be used as a breeding ground for parasites by the mastermind behind the scenes. Wang Wei felt a chill all over his body when he thought of this. Although he didn't know what kind of connection there was between the ghost vine and the meat stripworm, he could guess that if the other party had really studied the parasite thoroughly, they would definitely understand that being entangled by this parasite would make many people feel scared. And then, they would be controlled in a passive form. He couldn't imagine how terrible it would be if someone really planned to reproduce parasites in large quantities, and use them to control other organisms. Seeing that the Plant Star King was still in a low mood, Wang Wei walked to his side, patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Don't worry too much. We will face this matter together. Although my current promise may not be of much use, I want to tell you that the people behind the scenes have harmed us, so our Interstellar Federation will never let them go. Although he was not particularly familiar with Wang Wei, the Plant Star King felt that what Wang Wei said was trustworthy. We all need to have faith. If we don't have faith, how helpless will your people who are tortured by parasites and controlled in disguise be? After Wang Wei encouragement, the Plant Star King mentality finally improved a lot. At this time, Wang Wei and his companions finally returned to the base of the Interstellar Federation. When the spaceship landed, Wang Wei saw Lao Wang and Lao Zheng coming towards him. The two of them were still very worried about Wang Wei's safety. Although Wang Wei left with the seemingly harmless Plant Star King, no one could guarantee that they would not encounter danger on the plant planet. How is it? Did you find what you were looking for? Wang Wei glanced at Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, and just nodded to Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, and said nothing else. Since he began to doubt Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, Wang Wei would never tell them any key information in front of him. He did not believe Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang. That's good. That's good. You are really good. You found clues related to the striped worm in such a short time. They had asked Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang to study the striped worm for a long time before, but their research did not make any substantial progress. So Lao Wang and Lao Zheng also placed all their hopes on Wang Wei in disguise. I may have to study some things in the next period of time. So if there are any problems in the Interstellar Federation base, you can handle them yourself. And come to me if you can't handle them. Of course, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng understood how much Wang Wei cared about the safety of people parasitized by strike worms in the Interstellar Federation. Even if Wang Wei didn't say anything, if they knew what Wang Wei was studying, they would never disturb him. Don't worry. If there is really something we can't solve, we will never be polite to you. Wang Wei walked into the laboratory with confidence. Unexpectedly, he had just transported the ghost vine to the laboratory and was about to start research when someone came to his door. At first, Wang Wei didn't pay attention to who came. After all, he had told Lao Wang and Lao Zheng not to bother him unless it was something very important. He subconsciously thought that the people who came to him were Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, and that something must have happened that they couldn't solve. What Wang Wei didn't expect was that this matter was not as simple as he imagined, because the people who came to him were not Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, but Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng stood at the door of his laboratory with experimental data in his hand, and he looked a little restrained. Are you here to see me? Wang Wei looked at Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng clenched the experimental data in his hand and looked at Wang Wei with an uneasy face. This time I came here because my teacher asked me to come here to report the progress of the experiment to you. Did I disturb you? When Wang Wei heard this, he smiled and shook his head. No. If you have anything to report, please do it as soon as possible, because I have other things to do. Ouyang Jifeng's sight was immediately attracted by a large group of ghost vines in the room. Is this the experimental subject you brought back from the plant planet? Ouyang Jifeng's words made Wang Wei feel a little uncomfortable. If Ouyang Jifeng just came to report their research progress, Wang Wei would not particularly doubt him or his teacher. However, the first thing the other party did when he came in was not to report the progress of the experiment directly to him, but to start observing everywhere in the room, which made Wang Wei frown. Didn't you say that you came to report the progress of the experiment? So your experimental progress is to chat with me? Wang Wei reminded the other party without a good face, aware that Wang Wei's attitude was wrong. Ouyang Jifeng immediately retracted his sight and began to report their experimental progress to Wang Wei. This time, he didn't dare to say anything extra, because he was afraid that Wang Wei would find out the real purpose of his coming. In fact, the teacher asked him to come here not only to report the progress of the experiment, but also to find out what Wang Wei brought back from the plant planet. The teacher said that it was very abnormal for Wang Wei to go directly into the laboratory after returning. After reporting the progress of the experiment, Ouyang Jifeng didn't even dare to stay in Wang Wei's laboratory for a long time, and immediately returned to the laboratory where he and Wu Jigang were. When he saw the teacher, Ouyang Jifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Ouyang Jifeng's appearance, Wu Jigang immediately put down what he was doing and frowned and walked to Ouyang Jifeng's side. What happened? Ouyang Jifeng didn't dare to hide anything from the teacher, so he told the teacher what he found as soon as possible. Teacher, I found some strange-looking plants in Wang Wei's laboratory. The plants looked like some kind of vines, but I seem to see that the vines moved. Will it move? Wu Jigang immediately pulled Ouyang Jifeng to continue asking, Are you sure you really saw the vines moving? And not that you were dazzled? Ouyang Jifeng shook his head quickly. Teacher, I definitely can't be dazzled, because when I went over just now, I said I was here to report the progress of the experiment. So Wang Wei had no defense against me at all, and he didn't even look at me more. This made Wu Jigang even more puzzled. How can you be sure that he is studying this plant? And have you asked him what this plant is? Ouyang Jifeng shook his head quickly, thinking of the way Wang Wei stared at him, and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Teacher, do you think he has discovered our true purpose? So he will study that kind of plant on his own, with the purpose of figuring out how parasites are separated from organisms faster than us? Wu Jigang frowned, thinking about what Ouyang Jifeng said. And now he has no way to determine what Wang Wei's real purpose is in doing such a thing. However, he was sure that if Wang Wei had really discovered their ultimate goal, Wang Wei would definitely not let them stay in the laboratory. If Wang Wei said nothing, it might mean that Wang Wei might not have really discovered what they were doing. Don't be nervous. Even if he really discovered what we were researching, what would happen? We haven't done anything out of the ordinary. Besides, don't they really want to separate the meatworms from the parasitized people? If they still want those people to live, they must be asking us. We don't have to worry at all. But even if Wu Jigang said this, he still had a faint worry in his heart. Although they are now able to study the meatworms, it is all based on Wang Wei's belief that they can study how to separate the meatworms from the parasitized organisms. What if Wang Wei no longer believes in them? Ouyang Jifeng saw the teacher's worried look and couldn't help but express his guess. Teacher, if she really doesn't believe us, what should we do? Chapter 248 The Drug Works. Impossible. He absolutely cannot realize that the research we are doing is completely different from the research they asked us to do. As he said this, Wu Jigang, with a crazy face, tightly grasped Ouyang Jifeng's arm. Ouyang Jifeng, only you and I know about this matter. If you betray me, you know what the result will be. Ouyang Jifeng was completely frightened by the crazy teacher. He quickly pushed the teacher away and hid away from Wu Jigang. Teacher, what are you talking about? I am your student. If I really expose you, will it be of any benefit to me? When Wu Jigang heard this, his expression was slightly relieved. It's good that you can understand this. You have to understand that in this world, apart from me, no one will be willing to protect you after knowing what we are doing. As long as you help me complete the next experiment, you will be the teacher's hero after our experiment succeeds. At that time, we will appreciate the worship of these ants to us together. Looking at the teacher's crazy look, Ouyang Jifeng didn't dare to say anything more. He could only nod his head, hoping that the teacher would not start to deal with him. He knew that if the teacher took action, he would not be able to escape. The teacher stood there alone, mumbling something, and then took out a bottle of potion-like thing from a cabinet and handed it to him. Ouyang Jifeng looked at the bottle in his hand and found that he had never seen this thing before, which means that the teacher has a secret. Teacher, this thing is... Ouyang Jifeng looked at Wu Jigang nervously. Wu Jigang smiled. Go and give this bottle of potion to Wang Wei, and tell him that this is the result of our experimental research. Experimental research results? Ouyang Jifeng suddenly remembered that Wang Wei invited them to the base of the Interstellar Federation to conduct experiments in order to let them separate the meatworms from the parasites. When did the teacher develop a potion that can separate the meatworms from the parasites? If it were in the past, Ouyang Jifeng would dare to ask the teacher about the specific ingredients of this potion and how it was developed. But now, he dared not ask anything, dared not say anything. You only need to tell Wang Wei that after giving this potion to the person parasitized by the meatworm, it can delay the time for the meatworm to wake up and move. You don't need to say anything else. If Wang Wei asks you, you only need to say that you don't know anything. After listening to the teacher's words, Ouyang Jifeng did not dare to delay at all, and immediately prepared to set off to see Wang Wei. Wang Wei saw Ouyang Jifeng coming back, and the smile on his face faded. What are you doing here? Ouyang Jifeng immediately raised the potion bottle in his hand. This? My teacher asked me to give it to you. Seeing the potion bottle in Ouyang Jifeng's hand, Wang Wei frowned in confusion. Didn't you report the content of the experiment before? In your experimental progress, you never mentioned any potions. So what is the use of this potion? Ouyang Jifeng was speechless. How could he forget this? Just now, when the teacher asked him to report the progress of the experiment to Wang Wei, he never mentioned any potions in their experimental progress. Ouyang Jifeng could only explain according to what the teacher told him. I'm sorry. I really don't know when the teacher developed this potion. But the teacher told me that if this potion is taken by people parasitized by meat tapeworms, it can delay the time for the meat tapeworms to wake up and start activities. Ouyang Jifeng looked at Wang Wei a little nervously, afraid that Wang Wei would find that everything he just said was a lie, and also afraid that Wang Wei would continue to ask questions. He was not sure if Wang Wei would notice anything if he continued to ask. You mean this little bottle of potion can make the creatures parasitized by the strike worm live longer? Wang Wei frowned and played with the potion bottle in his hand. The teacher did say so. As for the rest, I don't know. If you need it, I can go back and ask the teacher for clarification. Wang Wei stared at the potion bottle in his hand. Ouyang Jifeng couldn't guess what he was thinking. The more he came into contact with Wang Wei, the more Ouyang Jifeng found that Wang Wei was a very elusive person. And he didn't dare to lie in front of Wang Wei. He always felt that if he was not careful, Wang Wei would find out that he was not telling the truth. You should leave the potion first. As for whether to use it or not, I know it myself. Ouyang Jifeng fled from Wang Wei like he had been pardoned. Wang Wei looked at Ouyang Jifeng's back, and then at the potion bottle in his hand, and felt that the master and apprentice Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang were very strange. If this potion had appeared in the experimental progress they sent, Wang Wei would not doubt this potion at all. But he would doubt the person who studied this potion. because after becoming the experimental subject of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, he had an inexplicable distrust of this teacher and student. If it was a potion they developed, no matter how exaggerated it was, Wang Wei would never use it on people parasitized by meat stripes. However, they first chose to hide the existence of this potion, and then after Ouyang Jifeng went back from him, they handed over this bottle of hidden potion. Why? Could it be that? Wang Wei turned around and saw a group of ghost vines thrown on the ground behind him. If he remembered correctly, when Ouyang Jifeng came here last time and reported the progress of the experiment to him, he showed great interest in this ghost vine when he saw it. If he hadn't stopped him, he guessed that Ouyang Jifeng would have continued to ask, why are they so interested in what they are doing? Could it be that they have noticed his suspicion of them? However, Wang Wei didn't care about such things. The reason why he doubted Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang was because their behavior was not like that of normal people. If they were normal people, when studying how to separate the meatworm from the parasite, they would definitely focus on the feelings of the parasite. After all, their ultimate goal of separating the meatworm from the parasite is to prevent the existence of the meatworm from affecting the health of the parasite. If the parasite can't survive after the meatworm is separated, then there is no need to carry out this separation research. Just when Wang Wei was struggling, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng suddenly rushed into Wang Wei laboratory panting, and the expressions on their faces were very anxious. Wang Wei. It's not good. When Wang Wei saw the two of them appear, he immediately put down the medicine bottle in his hand, stood up and asked them what happened. What happened? Wang Wei could vaguely sense that what they were going to say must be related to the people parasitized by the striped worms. In fact, Wang Wei's guess was not wrong at all. The reason why Lao Wang and Lao Zheng came here was because the people parasitized by the striped worms had an accident. After our inspection, it seems that the parasites in the bodies of two soldiers parasitized by the striped worms have shown signs of activity. The situation of the two soldiers is very critical now. If you have time, I think you better go over and take a look. When Wang Wei heard this, he was no longer calm. He immediately asked Lao Wang and Lao Zheng to take him over. Take me there now. Quickly. Old Wang and Old Zheng also knew that if they didn't hurry over, the parasitized soldier might not have a chance to speak. However, when Wang Wei just walked to the door of the laboratory, he suddenly turned around and looked at the potion bottle on the laboratory table. Old Wang and Old Zheng found that Wang Wei didn't keep up, and when they turned around, they also noticed Wang Wei's reaction. They all thought Wang Wei's reaction was a bit strange, but they couldn't be sure what Wang Wei was doing. Wang Wei, what are you dawdling about? What can make you care so much? The two followed Wang Wei's line of sight and found the potion bottle placed on the table by Wang Wei, although they didn't know what was in the potion bottle. Seeing Wang Wei so entangled, they still asked Wang Wei to take the small bottle and go with them immediately. This was the first time that the meatworms in the body of a person parasitized by the meatworm suddenly showed signs of activity, so they could not miss this opportunity at all. When they came to the area where the soldiers parasitized by the meatworms were, Wang Wei saw the two people whose meatworms had already started to move in their bodies. They looked very painful. Their bodies twisted and rolled on the hospital bed, and beads of sweat kept falling on their foreheads, which looked unbearable to look at. However, Wang Wei's attention was not on them. Wang Wei looked down at the potion in his hand, and a new round of entanglement began in his heart. Now he didn't know whether to use the potion in his hand on the soldiers who were being tortured by the meatworms in front of him. He knew that if the potion was useful, it would be able to immediately suppress the activity of the meatworms in the soldiers' bodies, and the time for them to wake up completely. Just as Ouyang Jifeng said. But if all this was just Wu Jigang's lie, then what would the soldiers who took this potion become? After Lao Wang and Lao Zheng asked about the soldiers' condition with concern, they found that Wang Wei, who should have been the backbone of the group, was still staring at the bottle in his hand in a daze. Lao Wang walked to Wang Wei's side, took Wang Wei to a corner, and whispered, Wang Wei, what is that thing in your hand? Why do I find that you seem to be looking at it from beginning to end? Is it possible that the thing in it is very important to you? Lao Zheng also echoed, but no matter how important this thing is to you, our people are about to be tortured to death by meatworms. Can you focus on our people? Wang Wei was silent for a while, then looked up at Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. This bottle of potion was sent to me by Wu Jigang's students. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Lao Wang and Lao Ding's eyes fell on the potion bottle in Wang Wei's hand. You mean, this is the result of Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang's research on meatworms? What exactly does this medicine do? Wang Wei could only tell Lao Wang and Lao Zheng what Ouyang Jifeng told him. They said that after the parasite takes this medicine, it can delay the awakening and activity of the meatworms in the parasite's body. I don't know how long it can be delayed. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng suddenly understood why Wang Wei had been staring at the small medicine bottle in his hand, since he heard that the meatworms in the soldiers' bodies began to move and tortured the soldiers to death. It turned out that someone had developed a drug to deal with meatworms. But what was Wang Wei worried about? Or Lao Ding's mind was more delicate. He still remembered that Wang Wei had fought with the other party because of the experiment. Wang Wei, are you still doubting Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, the teacher and student, because of the previous incident, and think that the things they gave are useless and will not work at all? Wang Wei shook his head slightly. I'm not worried that the things they give won't work. I'm just afraid that the effects of the things they give are completely different from what we imagined. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng are also smart people. They immediately understood what Wang Wei was really worried about. But now we have no choice. Old Wang and Old Zheng both understood that Wang Wei was hesitant because he didn't want to use these soldiers, who had been with them through thick and thin, as test subjects. But according to the current situation, they have no choice at all. If they give their soldiers the medicine developed by Wu Jigang, they may still have a chance to survive. But if they don't use it, their soldiers will definitely die. Wang Wei, make a decision as soon as possible. There is no time for us to delay. After taking a look at the soldiers being tortured by the striped worms, Wang Wei finally handed the medicine to Old Wang and Old Zheng, and he walked out of the area and came to a corner of the base, staring at the stars in the sky in a daze. About an hour later, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng walked out of the area where the soldiers were and stood beside Wang Wei. In fact, we can understand your worries, but you can't be afraid of ropes for 10 years just because you were bitten by a snake once. Hearing what Lao Wang and Lao Zheng said, Wang Wei came back to his senses and looked at them. Do you mean that the drug is effective? Lao Wang and Lao Zheng smiled and nodded. Yes. After the soldiers took the drug, the meatworms in their bodies really fell into a deep sleep. Although it is unknown how long the effect of this drug can last, it at least proves that Wu Jigang and his research is effective. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng hope that Wang Wei can reconcile with Wu Jigang as before. After all, Wu Jigang is also a scientific researcher. They don't believe that Wu Jigang and his team will really watch someone die because of selfishness. But Wang Wei still has a hunch that the purpose of the other party calling out this drug may not be as simple as saving people. If they really wanted to save people, why didn't they mention this drug at all in the research progress of the laboratory? Wang Wei thought about it, and didn't tell Lao Wang and Lao Zheng about it. He felt that if this matter could be told, once it was spread by anyone, Wu Jigang would definitely be prepared. And it would not be so easy for him to catch Wu Jigang's handle. I know. Don't worry. I won't continue to look at them with tinted glasses in the future, as long as they do the research obediently. If these two people do the research honestly, Wang Wei has never thought of treating them badly, no matter money or anything else. As long as he can take it out, he will definitely meet their requirements. However, Wang Wei didn't expect that before he had time to find them. The teacher and student took the initiative to come to him. Lao Zheng and Lao Wang originally planned to visit the soldiers after taking the medicine and record their feelings after taking the medicine. Unexpectedly, they met Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang on the way. When Lao Wang and Lao Zheng saw the two teachers and students, they immediately went up to them. Wu Jigang, why are you here? Hearing this, Wu Jigang and Ouyang Jifeng stopped, sweat on their heads, and looked at the three of them anxiously. Didn't they say that there were signs of activity of the meat tapeworms in the bodies of some soldiers? We heard the news and prepared to come to see what the situation is now. Old Wang and Old Zheng saw that their teacher and student were so concerned about the soldiers with meat tapeworms in their bodies. They felt that Wang Wei had wrongly blamed them before, and hurriedly thanked them. Thank you very much. If it weren't for the medicine you developed, I'm afraid our soldiers infected with meat tapeworms would be in danger now. Wu Jigang also pretended to be surprised and looked at the three of them. Are you saying that the medicine we studied has really worked? Old Wang and Old Zheng laughed even more happily. Of course. In this matter, what reason do you think we have to lie to you? What's more, we really have to thank you. If it weren't for the medicine you developed, how could we save the lives of the soldiers? Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang still said that they would go to see the soldiers whose meat tapeworms had already started to move, and wanted to record the relevant data to prepare for subsequent research. But Lao Wang and Lao Zheng stopped them. You don't have to worry about this. We have special medical staff inside the base. They will record the relevant data and give it to you. You are our great contributors now. After that, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng looked at Wang Wei. In order to ease the atmosphere, they took the initiative to say, now Wang Wei has let go of the base's affairs. So the two of us are in charge. In view of your contribution this time, you can ask for anything. If we can help you, we will try our best to help you. Wu Jigang looked at Wang Wei with a probing look in his eyes. Wang Wei really did what Lao Wang and Lao Zheng said. He did not express any opinions on their proposals from beginning to end. Chapter 249 Make Up Your Mind. Wu Jigang glanced at Ouyang Jifeng and asked him if he had any wishes. In fact, when they heard that some meatworms had begun to wake up and move, they had already discussed what kind of request they would make to Wang Wei in the wake of this incident. At that time, Wu Jigang told Ouyang Jifeng that if Wang Wei really gave them the opportunity to make a request, then Ouyang Jifeng would replace Wu Jigang and ask for an independent laboratory. In this way, no matter what they studied, the base would provide them with materials. And at the same time, their laboratory must be independent and no longer monitored by the base. Ouyang Jifeng noticed what the teacher meant, scratched his head immediately, and looked at Lao Zheng and Lao Wang with an embarrassed face. You too. I have a request. I don't know if you can agree to it. Lao Zheng and Lao Wang are both scientific researchers. And when they see a young junior like Ouyang Jifeng, they always want to take care of him a little more. But what Lao Wang didn't expect was that Ouyang Jifeng was so shy. Just ask for any conditions you have. As long as we can agree to them, we will definitely not refuse. Although Ouyang Jifeng heard Lao Wang and Lao Zheng say this, he was still a little nervous. He was mainly worried that if this matter was not done, the teacher would lose confidence in him. The current teachers are very different from the previous teachers, so he was very worried that if the teacher was really angry with him because of this matter, there would be a result he didn't want to see. Go ahead. Lao Wang smiled and looked at Ouyang Jifeng. Old Zheng also echoed, that's right. Real men. Don't be so shy. Just say what you want to say. Ouyang Jifeng hesitated for a while, and finally spoke, you two should know that we are researchers. Although we were invited to the Interstellar Federation base this time to study the meatworms that parasitize organisms, my teacher and I are not only researching meatworms. So I hope you can see that we really helped those soldiers parasitized by meatworms this time, and build a separate laboratory for us in the base. This laboratory is independent. We can do whatever we like. And we will be very grateful to you. The reason why Wu Jigang asked Ouyang Jifeng to make this request is because he felt that if the younger generation made such a request, no senior would be able to refuse. What's more, they have made real contributions this time. If Wang Wei and others refuse to agree, then the real victims will be Wang Wei and others, not them. When thinking of this, Wu Jigang suddenly became nervous. I dare not make such a high request. Although we do want to have our own research room. But, if you make this request at this juncture, aren't you afraid that the seniors will say that you are asking for too much? If it were in the past, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng would not dare to directly bypass Wang Wei and let them have an independent research room. But now that this happened at this time, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng also felt that the request made by Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, the teacher and student, was not excessive at all, and they could even agree to it directly without Wang Wei permission. That's it. Before Lao Wang finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Wei. You mean, you want to have a separate laboratory, conduct experiments independently, and not accept the constraints of the Interstellar Federation at all? Ouyang Jifeng nodded repeatedly, and did not forget to explain to Wang Wei, we promise that we will not do any strange research. You may not know that our laboratory environment on Earth is very poor. We basically don't have any time to do the research we want to do. My teacher and I will be very grateful to you. From the perspective of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, the request they made was not excessive. After all, the research results of the two of them can be said to have saved countless lives in disguise. However, they didn't understand why Wang Wei interrupted them just now. Since Wang Wei was the person in charge of the Interstellar Federation, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng did not continue to express their opinions, but waited for Wang Wei to make a decision on this matter. Wang Wei looked at Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, and slowly walked to their side. You can take this opportunity to have your own independent laboratory, but you must not break away from the control of the Interstellar Federation. You must report your experiments to the Interstellar Federation on time. If you don't agree, it's okay. In the Interstellar Federation, you will never have an independent laboratory, or you can return to Earth to continue your research. Yang Jifeng showed a disappointed expression on his face. Although he didn't say anything, Lao Wang and Lao Jing still felt soft-hearted. Wang Wei, why do you have to refuse so absolutely? They have already said that they just want a laboratory. I believe they will not do anything excessive. Otherwise, just agree to it. In fact, there are laboratories in the base of the Interstellar Federation. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng's laboratories are set up in the Interstellar Federation base. So they think that Yang Jifeng and Wu Jigang just want an independent laboratory. And there is nothing to refuse. But this time, Wang Wei's attitude is surprisingly tough. Even if Lao Wang and Lao Zheng speak for them, it is useless. I still say the same thing. If you cannot accept the jurisdiction of the Interstellar Federation, then you can choose to return to Earth to continue your research. Or you cannot have an independent laboratory. Wu Jigang frowned and looked at Wang Wei, and asked in confusion, do you have any misunderstandings about our teacher and student? I admit that when I first came to the Interstellar Federation, our experimental process did ignore the situation of the parasites. But we did not mean to do it. We have never used humans as experimental subjects before. And it is understandable that we did not understand the situation of the parasites at that time. If you doubt us because of this, I think this experiment should not continue. Wang Wei laughed when he heard this. You want to threaten him now? Just because you have developed a drug that can delay the awakening and activity time of meatworms. You dare to challenge him on the territory of the Interstellar Federation. I have no intention to target you. But we brought you to the Interstellar Federation base. So your laboratory cannot be completely independent. If you want, I can arrange your laboratory near Lao Wang and Lao Zheng's laboratory. But my requirements will never change. Your laboratory still belongs to the Interstellar Federation. And you must report your research content regularly. This time, even Lao Zheng and Lao Wang were surprised. Because Wang Wei was never such a strong person. This time, Wang Wei made such a request. And even the two of them couldn't understand it at all. The three of them were deadlocked for a long time. And finally Wu Jigang nodded and agreed. Wang Wei didn't stay in the Interstellar Federation base all the time. So if they made any changes to the research progress and content, Wang Wei might not be able to find it completely. Since you think our laboratory cannot be independent, we also accept the conditions you put forward. We, the teacher and the student, also understand your responsibility as the person in charge of the Interstellar Federation. As he spoke, Wu Jigang extended his hand to Wang Wei. Thank you very much for allowing us to have a laboratory. Thank you very much. When seeing this scene, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng couldn't help but complain in their hearts, wondering if Wang Wei was a little too harsh. But Wang Wei has never been like this. Could it be that even if they have witnessed with their own eyes that the drugs developed by Wu Jigang and his team are effective in the awakening and activity time of the meatworms, Wang Wei simply doesn't believe them? After this matter was resolved, Wang Wei didn't stay to say anything more to them. Now, the meatworms in the bodies of the people in the base have begun to awaken and move. Which means that the meatworms in Goso and Orwell are likely to awaken and move in a short time. If the medicine is not delivered to them now, once the striped worms start to move, they will probably die. Thinking of this, Wang Wei explained to Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, and drove the spaceship away from the base of the Interstellar Federation. The place he went to this time was still the secret base of the Bian race. He docked the spaceship at the place where he docked last time, and then changed into Xiantian armor, ready to find Lasher. After following the patrol team to the underground secret base of the Bian race last time, Wang Wei had memorized the path. So this time, even if there was no patrol team passing by, Wang Wei also entered the secret base of the Bian race with ease. What made Wang Wei feel different was that the last time he walked into the secret entrance, he alarmed the alien biological detector set by the Bian race at the entrance. But this time when Wang Wei passed by the detector, it did not trigger the alarm of the detector. Could it be that the Bian race is no longer worried about alien species approaching their base? Although Wang Wei didn't know what happened, his main purpose of coming here was to see Lasher. So he didn't waste time on the road and found Lasher as soon as possible. In Wang Wei's room, Wang Wei touched the hidden mode of the Xiantian armor. The moment he saw Wang Wei, Lasher really wanted to complain. Can you be so mysterious every time you appear? If my heart wasn't strong enough, I'm afraid I would have been scared to death by you. Wang Wei stared at Rachel for a long time, and finally chuckled. Are you sure that you Zerg people also have hearts? If I didn't know that you are a member of the Bian race, I would really like to dissect you now to see where your heart is. Rachel didn't take Wang Wei tiger and wolf words to heart. Rachel knew that the reason why Wang Wei came here in person must be not simple. So he tried not to delay Wang Wei time as much as possible, and at the same time avoided the possibility of Wang Wei being discovered by the Bian race. You came here this time. Shouldn't it be just to find out where my heart is? Rachel asked proactively. Wang Wei didn't continue to argue with Rachel, but handed the medicine he brought from the Interstellar Federation base to Rachel's wounded body in person. This is what we have researched. You can bring the medicine that can delay the awakening and activity time of the meatworm in the body of the parasite to Goso. Wang Wei also asked about the situation of Goso and Orwell. Are Goso and Orwell okay now? Lasher nodded. You can rest assured. Oscar still thinks they are useful now, so he will not do anything to them at all. But when do you plan to take them away? And when do we plan to start our plan? When Lasher mentioned this, Wang Wei also thought of something that seemed very abnormal, because Lasher was not surprised at all when he learned about the medicine he sent. He asked directly, Lasher, do you know that there is such a medicine in this world? Lasher nodded to Wang Wei. Yes. I have heard of such a medicine. Do you remember that when you came last time? You asked me if Oscar had any way to separate the headworm from the parasite? Oscar used this method, but in our entire Bian race, only Oscar has this ability. So when I saw this medicine, I was not surprised at all. Wang Wei did not expect that Lasher mentioned Oscar's ability to use this medicine. However, at this moment, Lasher's eyes still shone when he looked at Wang Wei. You are worthy of being my favorite partner. Your abilities are really amazing. You can research this ability that only Oscar has so quickly. It's really amazing. I believe that if we cooperate with you, we will be able to achieve the success of the plan as soon as possible. Compared to Lasher's excitement, Wang Wei's attitude seemed not so high. You also know that Oscar's ability is the same as this drug. It can only temporarily delay the time for the meatworm to wake up and move in the body of the parasite. This situation can be summarized in a sentence on our planet as treating the symptoms but not the root cause, which means that the problem cannot be solved fundamentally. As he said, Wang Wei looked up at Lasher. Don't worry. I won't stop the research. I know that if it is just a delay, then in the end, the striped worms will begin to wake up in the body of the parasite. And because of the activities of the striped worms, the parasite will be worse than death. Therefore, our research must continue, and we must find a way to perfectly remove the striped worms from the body of the parasite. Hearing Wang Wei's words, Lasher was still very excited. You and I have the same idea, but I can't help you in the Bian race, so you can only complete this matter. Wang Wei nodded. Don't worry. I will never give up even if there are many difficulties ahead. But the Bian race and Oscar will need you to delay time. Wang Wei knew that Oscar's ambition would never stop. So Oscar has not found a way at all. If Oscar thinks of a way, but they haven't solved the danger of the striped worms, that's when they really need to start to get nervous. The two looked at each other and felt that the road ahead was slow and difficult. But for the people behind them, they had no reason to stop and could only move forward bravely. If you need any useful information, I will try my best to find it for you. As for the matter of Goso and Orwell, you can rest assured that I will never let them get hurt. Wang Wei certainly believed in Rachel. Otherwise, he would never choose to cooperate with Rachel. But he couldn't stay in the Bian tribe for too long. Although he had Xiantian armor on him, the people of the Bian tribe had high IQs. If he stayed in the Bian tribe's base for a long time, he might be discovered. At this time, Wang Wei also planned to say goodbye to Lasher. There was no need for him to stay any longer, so leaving as soon as possible was a good thing for both him and Lasher. Just when Wang Wei was about to speak, Lasher made a gesture to silence him, and then pointed outside the door, indicating Wang Wei not to make any sound. Wang Wei didn't know that the detector that originally detected alien creatures suddenly sounded an alarm after he left the entrance of the Bian tribe's base. The patrol team of the Bian tribe searched around and couldn't find any trace of the other party, so they began to investigate from the inside. Even someone like Lasher couldn't escape the fate of being investigated. So Lasher immediately told Wang Wei not to make a sound, and he went to deal with the patrol team outside. Wang Wei was very worried about Rashir's safety. After all, if Rashir behaved abnormally, he would be suspected by the patrol team. And with Rashir's identity, if he was found suspicious, he would not only be investigated by the patrol team, but more importantly, this matter would be heard by Oscar. If Oscar knew about this, with Oscar's wisdom, he would probably suspect Rashir immediately through the clues they got. So, when Wang Wei was about to open the door, Wang Wei carefully warned Rashir, "Be careful. Don't let the patrol team find out. But Wang Wei still overestimated the patrol team's hearing. They just heard the sound of someone talking here. So they came to check the situation. But the buy and race of the patrol team didn't expect that they were just a blind cat this time. And they actually hit the jackpot. Routine inspection. After hearing the voice, Rashir asked Wang Wei to hide in the closet. And he opened the door immediately. When Lasher saw the patrol team in front of the door, he was also startled. Why are you walking without making any sound? Why are you still patrolling the base so late? Did something happen? Chapter 250 Ouyang Jifeng's Confession. After Wu Jigang returned to the laboratory, he immediately notified Ouyang Jifeng and asked him to prepare to extract some of the meat worms they used for the experiment. Ouyang Jifeng looked puzzled. Their current experiment did not need a lot of meat worms at all. The ones they had taken before were enough for a while. Teacher, you want so many meat worms? Are you going to increase the intensity of the experiment? At this moment, Ouyang Jifeng did not know what Wu Jigang was going to do. He thought that Wu Jigang just wanted to increase the intensity of the experiment and get the research results as soon as possible so that Wang Wei could rest assured about them. But Wu Jigang's answer gradually spread the fear in Ouyang Jifeng's heart. We must let Wang Wei know our importance. Otherwise he will definitely drive us back to Earth. And then all our efforts will be in vain. Wu Jigang's words made Ouyang Jifeng look at his most respected and trusted teacher in shock. As a student who has been with his teacher for many years, his teacher's words made him guess the other party's real purpose immediately. What Wang Wei valued about them was the current research on the meatworm, and the drugs that can delay the awakening and activity time of the meatworm. If they can do these two things well, Wang Wei will definitely not let them leave. But now, there is no progress at all in the research on inhibiting the awakening and activity time of the meatworm. Most of the people who are now parasitized by the meatworm have already taken the drugs they developed before. That is to say, within a short period of time, there will definitely be no problem with the meatworms in these people's bodies. But the teacher is now obviously using these people's lives to protect their status. Teacher, what are you going to do? Wu Jigang's eyes flashed with madness, and his expression became very ferocious. Of course, we want to let them know that without us, all the people in the entire Interstellar Federation base who are parasitized by meatworms will die. Ouyang Jifeng couldn't believe that the teacher who was originally obsessed with scientific research would become like this. But he didn't dare to disobey the teacher's order and immediately prepared meatworms. He now regrets following the teacher to the Interstellar Federation. Perhaps the research he did on Earth will still be looked down upon by others. And he will still be looked down upon when soliciting sponsorship and investment. But at least, he doesn't have to bear a heavy psychological burden. Just like now, when he thinks of those young people who held his hand one by one to thank him for the drugs they developed, and are about to lose their lives in their hands because of the teacher's idea of staying, he feels sad. There is no moment more than now that he hopes Wang Wei can immediately discover their secrets. However, he never waited for Wang Wei. When he saw the teacher put the meatworms into the medicine that was usually given to the group of people, he almost felt despair. After Wu Jigang dealt with the meatworms and ensured that outsiders could not distinguish them with the naked eye, he handed the medicine to Ouyang Jifeng. You go and distribute these medicines to those who have not been parasitized by meatworms, and let them take them. If they ask why they need to take medicine, tell them that this is an important part of our experiment, and it is also an important step to test whether the medicine we developed can prevent them from being infected by meatworms. Hearing the teacher's words, Ouyang Jifeng felt completely desperate, because the teacher's words have even thought of their retreat. If a large number of people parasitized by meatworms suddenly appear in the Interstellar Federation base, it will definitely attract the attention of Wang Wei and other responsible persons. At that time, it is inevitable to investigate this group of people who were suddenly parasitized by meatworms. But the teacher's words allow them to easily avoid inspection. After all, they just wanted to prove whether this drug could prevent people who had not been infected by the meatworm from being infected. But they never said that after taking the drug they gave, they would definitely be able to avoid being infected by the meatworm. Even if someone found out that the people in the base were suddenly infected by the meatworm, it seemed to be related to them. But as long as there was no solid evidence, no one would be able to do anything about them. When he thought of this, Ouyang Jifeng looked up at Wu Jigang. Teacher, those people are all innocent. Do we really want to do this? Hearing Ouyang Jifeng speak, Wu Jigang turned around suddenly and stared at Ouyang Jifeng with a solemn expression. What did you say? They are innocent? How do you know they are innocent? Will they speak for us when we are driven out of the Interstellar Federation base by Wang Wei? If we are driven out of the Interstellar Federation base by Wang Wei, they are all accomplices. They can't be innocent. Yang Jifeng wanted to say something to refute the teacher, but he couldn't think of how to refute the teacher. Just like that, he was kicked out of the laboratory by Wu Jigang. Before he was kicked out, Wu Jigang warned him, Yang Jifeng, don't let me find out that you want to betray me. Otherwise, I will let you know what the fate of those who betray me will be. Yang Jifeng's steps were very slow, as if this could alleviate his guilt. But he still met those who were not infected. When those people saw him, they smiled and greeted him, as if they had a good relationship with him. Seeing this, Yang Jifeng felt so uncomfortable. Someone noticed the medicine in his hand and asked curiously, Yang Jifeng, what medicine is this? Have you and your teacher made any new achievements in your research? Yang Jifeng didn't dare to say anything. He even had a bold idea to ask them not to take these medicines. But he was afraid that the teacher would know. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wang Wei came over. When he saw Yang Jifeng, Wang Wei frowned slightly, which made Yang Jifeng feel guilty subconsciously. And the hand holding the medicine also shrank back unconsciously. Wang Wei saw his subconscious action in his eyes, and he began to wonder if Yang Jifeng was hiding something from him. Seeing Wang Wei coming, those who were originally around Yang Jifeng came over to greet Wang Wei, and they looked very happy. Yang Jifeng looked at this scene, and his face looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Wang Wei's eyes were always on Yang Jifeng, so he did not ignore Yang Jifeng's abnormal behavior. After exchanging a few words with the people around him, he asked them to leave first, saying that he had something to talk to Yang Jifeng about. Yang Jifeng immediately became nervous, and his hands began to tremble involuntarily. What do you want to talk to me about? The teacher asked me to give these drugs to people who have not been parasitized by the meatworms. I want to see if the drugs developed by me and the teacher this time can prevent organisms that have not been parasitized from being parasitized by the meatworms. Wang Wei nodded, without saying anything, and took a portion of the medicine in Yang Jifeng's hand with one hand, and looked at it carefully in his hand. Even if Yang Jifeng knew that the drugs prepared by the teacher could make it impossible for people to find the meatworms hidden in the drugs, Yang Jifeng still felt guilty. Let's go. Come with me to my laboratory. I have something to talk to you about. After hearing this, Yang Jifeng followed Wang Wei without saying a word. It was not because he was particularly afraid of Wang Wei and did not dare to disobey Wang Wei's orders, but he felt that if Wang Wei really discovered his and the teacher's plan, he would be able to prevent those people from being parasitized by the meatworms. As long as they are not parasitized by striped worms, the chances of these people surviving will increase. When they came to Wang Wei's laboratory, Yang Jifeng still stood aside in a reserved manner. Wang Wei pulled a chair and asked Yang Jifeng to sit down. He also picked up the medicine prepared by Wu Jigang and looked at it carefully. After a long time, Wang Wei looked up at Yang Jifeng. If I am not mistaken, there is something wrong with your medicine. Although Yang Jifeng hoped that Wang Wei could find the problem, he also knew that this matter must not be leaked from his mouth. Otherwise the teacher would not let him go. So he subconsciously refuted Wang Wei's words. No. If you don't believe it, I can give it a try for you. There will be absolutely no problem. As he said that, Yang Jifeng took the medicine and prepared to swallow it. Wang Wei did not stop Yang Jifeng's actions, but just looked at him quietly. Yang Jifeng paused, a little embarrassed. He thought that Wang Wei would not watch him take the medicine, but he did not expect that Wang Wei had no intention of stopping him. Wang Wei saw that he stopped and suddenly laughed. Eat it. Didn't you say you wanted to prove it to me? Are you afraid to eat it now? So my guess is correct. And the medicine your teacher gave you to give to others is problematic? Last time, the meatworms in someone's body suddenly showed signs of awakening. He did accept the medicine developed by Yang Jifeng and Wu Jigang, but it did not mean that he really believed in them. Yang Jifeng's hand shook and the medicine fell to the ground. At first, Wang Wei really didn't know that the medicine Yang Jifeng brought was problematic. He just thought that Yang Jifeng was a little suspicious, and he couldn't see anything else. But now, he can basically be sure that there is nothing wrong with his guess. Wang Wei saw that Yang Jifeng was exposed, so he stopped pretending. Tell me, what exactly is the problem with the medicine? If you are willing to tell the truth, I can let you off the hook. Yang Jifeng immediately began to struggle with his conscience. Reason told him that he must not believe Wang Wei's words. If Wang Wei knew that the teacher and he wanted to use those innocent people to gain a foothold in the Interstellar Federation base. Wang Wei would definitely not let him go. Nor would he let the teacher go. Once Wang Wei had such an idea, the teacher would definitely know that he had betrayed the teacher. And the teacher would definitely not let him go. In other words, among all people, only he would end up in a very miserable situation. Emotion told him that he must not watch so many people being hurt for the selfish desires of him and the teacher. Even if the harm was not fatal at the moment. They were all living people, and had not done anything to let him and the teacher down. Why should they pay the price of their lives for their desires? Wang Wei saw Ouyang Jifeng's entanglement and chuckled. I know you have concerns. After all, he is your teacher who has trained you for many years. If it weren't for him, you might not be here. But I want to tell you a truth. That is, right and wrong have nothing to do with whether he is good to you. If you don't betray him just because he is good to you, then you two are the same person. Moreover, he is not leading you in a good direction, but leading you astray. Such a teacher. Is he training you or harming you? Think about it yourself. Ouyang Jifeng's eyes suddenly turned red. You don't understand anything. The teacher is not that kind of person. He has just been oppressed for too long. Wang Wei didn't expect Ouyang Jifeng to be so emotional all of a sudden. And he was a little stunned. Ouyang Jifeng ignored the fact that the man in front of him was the main person in charge of the Interstellar Federation base. As if he was lost in memory. He began to mutter to himself, in fact, the teacher was not like this at the beginning. He is really a very good person. Even if our scientific research projects are not as glamorous as others, and give people a feeling of being great and powerful, the teacher has never given up. But those investors who only care about profits look down on us. They have insulted the teacher many times. The teacher just wants to prove to them that we are not as useless as they think. So he is so radical. Hearing this, Wang Wei suddenly understood why Ouyang Jifeng knew that Wu Jigang was wrong, but was still willing to cooperate. It seems that they have indeed been treated unfairly. But that is because their original intention was wrong. If you and your teacher have been researching for the benefit of mankind from the very beginning, then why do you care so much about the outside world's view of you? Does it mean that things that seem useless are really useless? Who stipulated this? Those scientific researchers who work hard all day long, when they are working hard to improve the seeds of crops, do not look bright and beautiful enough. In the absence of research results, they will indeed be looked down upon like you. According to your experience, do they have to become like you and prove their importance by retaliating against others? Ouyang Jifeng suddenly looked up at Wang Wei. He suddenly felt that what Wang Wei said was right. There are many people in the world who have the same experience as them. But not all of them will have a revengeful mentality. In other words, their approach itself is wrong. But he and his teacher used a seemingly reasonable statement to explain their behavior. Are we really wrong? Wang Wei nodded. Without urging Ouyang Jifeng to tell the truth, he knew that in order to make Ouyang Jifeng tell the truth, he had to first break the reasonable logical thinking that he and his teacher had built for him. If there was no way to break this underlying logic, then Ouyang Jifeng would not be able to speak out what they were doing without scruples. He thought for a long time, and finally told Wang Wei about his teacher's plan. The teacher intends to use these drugs to make those who have not been infected by the striped worms infected by the striped worms. Through such behavior, you can realize the importance of me and the teacher. So, even if you are doing research on striped worms, you can never do without our help. Wang Wei frowned slightly. He could understand what Ouyang Jifeng meant, but he couldn't understand why Wu Jigang was so eager to prove their usefulness. Could it be? Your teacher also wants to set up an independent research room, right? Ouyang Jifeng nodded. The teacher said that he seemed to want to study parasites and use them as weapons. But he didn't tell me everything. Now we are just studying the various data of striped worms. Wang Wei did not doubt what Ouyang Jifeng said. After many contacts, he could see that Ouyang Jifeng was not bad at heart. Otherwise, when facing those who were not infected by the meatworm today, Ouyang Jifeng would not hesitate. I understand. But can you and your teacher really ensure that what you do will not be discovered? Wang Wei frowned and looked at Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng nodded. Teacher said that meatworms are difficult to detect with the naked eye. The reason why I was discovered is because I think those who are not infected by meatworms are innocent, and they should not pay the price of their lives for this matter. Wang Wei was silent for a long time, and finally patted Ouyang Jifeng on the shoulder. You did the right thing. The person who really did something wrong is your teacher. Compared to this, Yang Jifeng is still more worried about the fate of him and his teacher. Will you drive me and the teacher away? Wang Wei shook his head. Even if your teacher lets him go back to Earth, there will be big problems. So I don't plan to let him go back to Earth for the time being. Yang Jifeng suddenly became nervous. Although he wanted to stop the teacher's plan, he never thought of hurting the teacher. He just hoped that the teacher would not hurt those innocent people. Seeing his worry, Wang Wei nodded to him and said, "Don't worry. I won't hurt your lives. But you still have to pay the price for what you did." Yang Jifeng nodded to accept it. I know that people who make mistakes must be punished. But the teacher's current state. Yang Jifeng was really worried that the teacher might not be able to accept this fact at all. So she could only look up and ask Wang Wei for help. "Can you please not tell the teacher that I said all this?" Wang Wei thought Yang Jifeng was worried that Wu Jigang would hate him. So he didn't say much. "I can promise you. But I also hope you can do me a favor." Yang Jifeng guessed Wang Wei's thoughts in an instant, and asked Wang Wei if he wanted him to help monitor the teacher. Wang Wei assured him, "Don't worry. I will not take the initiative to expose you. And I will not inquire about your teacher's real plan. I just hope that when your teacher wants to hurt innocent people, you can notify me."